Snort, not bothering to say anything more. In this day and age, if you're touched by an old man or woman on the street, you're liable to be ordered to pay compensation. And you still want human rights? If you were old, I wouldn't even dare to touch you. I'd just let Su Laosan and the others take you away to avoid being blackmailed. Su team, this is already the 8th one. After Su Laosan led the man away, Wang Taiyun leaned closer and whispered, "Several of the previous ones were just like this one. They have strong opinions about our arrest methods and said they want to complain about you." Complain? How dare a bunch of spies complain about me? Su Jiang shrugged. "It's fine. I'll just have another chat with them later, and it'll be fine." Wang Taiyun heard this and said with some hesitation, "Su team, please don't kill anyone. That would be difficult for us to explain." "TSK, what kind of person do you take me for?" Su Jiang glanced at him and said, "I plan to win them over with virtue, to enlighten them, understand? Besides, who saw me beat them? Did you see it?" Wang Taiyun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, I didn't see anything." "Exactly. Those injuries were all self-inflicted. What does that have to do with us?" Su Jiang clapped his hands and said, "Let's go, next one." Wang Taiyun looked at Su Jiang's back and sighed slightly, feeling sad for the next target they were to apprehend. How much bad luck must one have accumulated in their previous life to fall into Su Jiang's hands? As evening approached, all the teams had already completed their respective missions and brought the people back to the military region. When Su Jiang and his team returned, everyone was stunned. Reporting to commander, a total of 12 spies, all apprehended, not one missing. Su Jiang stood ramrod straight and shouted towards Zhang Yuanji. Behind him, 12 spies, bruised and swollen beyond recognition, couldn't even speak. Only their painful moans could be heard. Zhang Yuanji's mouth twitched. What's going on?" Su Jiang looked back and said, "Oh, during the arrest, they resisted vigorously and even tried to detonate explosives to die with us. We had no choice but to give them some persuasion and education." As soon as these words were spoken, the 12 spies all widened their eyes, feeling as if a huge black pot had been dumped on their heads. "We resisted vigorously? Who the hell would dare to resist you?" Perhaps only Wu Yugong was not innocent. After all, he really did intend to perish together. But the others were truly more wrong than the last. Not only were they arrested, but they were also beaten. Not only were they beaten, but they were also saddled with a huge black pot. They might as well have died. Zhang Yuanji also had a black expression. The people others brought back were all fine, but every single one brought back by you was almost at their last breath. However, fortunately, no major trouble was caused, which was a blessing in disguise. However, before Zhang Yuanji could breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly, someone came running over, holding a thick stack of papers. Reporting to commander, "As of just now, we have received many complaint letters. Because the quantity is quite large, the guards felt it was necessary to report it to you." With that, the person handed the complaint letters to Zhang Yuanji. Zhang Yuanji widened his eyes. How can there be so many complaint letters? What are they all complaining about? Reporting, most of them say that our military region's operations severely affected their lives and even caused damage to public property. As soon as Zhang Yuanji heard this, he immediately looked towards Su Jiang. Su Jiang blinked and said innocently, "I told you, they resisted vigorously. I had no choice." During the process of apprehending them, the commotion was indeed a bit big, but this is an act of God. You can't blame me, right? Behind him, Su Laosan and the others all lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. Zhang Yuanji might not know, but they knew all too well. Almost every time someone was arrested, the place where that person lived would be smashed to smithereens by Su Jiang. It would be strange if the neighbors didn't complain. Zhang Yuanji trembled with anger. Since he became the commander of North City, he had never received so many complaint letters. "I shouldn't have let this kid go." He was filled with extreme regret, but now that the matter had already happened, there was no point in blaming anyone. Especially blaming Su Jiang, there was even less point, because he would definitely shift the blame. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuanji sighed deeply. "Forget it. Hand the people over to the interrogation department, and you all go back and rest." As soon as these words were spoken, the 12 spies almost burst into tears. Finally, they could leave this demon. However, when they saw the people from the interrogation department calling Su Jiang Section Chief Su, their hearts completely died. This demon was actually the chief of the interrogation department? Then why are you bothering to interrogate them? If you want to know something, just ask directly. We'll definitely tell you everything, even the color of our underwear. 578. Mr. Su, please accept me. In the evening, the interrogation department personnel worked overtime, interrogating the captured spies. It could be said that these spies were incredibly tough, and without resorting to certain methods, they wouldn't reveal a single piece of information. Of course, there were exceptions. The group of people Su Jiang captured were the first to honestly confess. They even scrambled to reveal everything they knew, as if afraid that if they spoke too late, someone else would have already said it. This scene was something the interrogation department personnel had never witnessed in their lives. Initially, they even suspected that the intelligence these people provided might contain deceptive elements. However, the individuals directly swore a solemn oath in front of them. If even half a sentence of what I say is false, my entire family will not die a good death. When such words were uttered, the interrogation department personnel didn't know what to say. However, there was one exception, and that was Wu Yugong. Even after being beaten by Su Jiang, he remained silent, unwilling to utter a single word. This kind of person was the most difficult to handle. But Su Jiang couldn't be bothered. Wu Yugong didn't know anyone from Nine Tails, so anything extracted from him would be useless to Su Jiang. It was time, and he was supposed to get off work. Overtime? Not a chance. Only workhorses work overtime. High-level workhorses don't even get overtime pay. Are they really just eating grass? Su Jiang hummed a little tune as he walked towards the military region gate. He happened to encounter Black Hawk, who had just returned. Yo, Black Captain, you're back so late? Have all the people been caught? Su Jiang greeted him. Black Hawk's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing that address. Don't call me that. And where are you going? Home, Su Jiang said matter-of-factly. It's time. Aren't you getting off work? Get off work? Black Hawk and his team members almost didn't react when they heard this unfamiliar term. They had always stayed in the military region, as long as there was a mission. No matter when, they had to act immediately. What the hell was getting off work? All right, I won't talk to you anymore. If I'm too late, the grilled cold noodles will be sold out. Su Jiang waved his hand and walked straight away. He had recently discovered a grilled cold noodle stall near the military region, and the taste was pretty good. However, it couldn't compare to Jiangdu. After all, that place felt more like home. Taking out his phone, Su Jiang saw a message from An Rou, a screenshot of a plane ticket. An Rou, we'll be in Beijing tomorrow. Su Jiang. Okay, received. An Rou, what are you doing? Su Jiang. On my way to buy grilled cold noodles. An Rou. Young Master Su. Just as he reached the main gate, still chatting with An Rou, Su Jiang suddenly heard someone calling him. He initially thought it was Hua Qing, as only Hua Qing would call him that. But when he turned his head, he saw a sunglasses-wearing man, completely wrapped up, wildly waving at him. Big deceiver? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and walked towards Xue Qiliang. You came to find me? Yes, young Master Su. Xue Qiliang nodded frantically. I specifically came to pledge allegiance to you. Su Jiang. Reason? Of course, a good bird chooses a tree to perch. Speak in plain language. I calculated that I would encounter a bloody disaster, and only by following you would I have a way out. Xue Qiliang confessed honestly. To be honest, when he calculated that his way out lay with Su Jiang, he simply couldn't believe it. He even performed another divination, but the result was still the same. So, Xue Qiliang unhesitatingly ran to the military region to find Su Jiang, waiting from the afternoon until now, only just seeing Su Jiang come out. Your divination? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang rolled his eyes. Old blind man, it's one thing to deceive others, but you're even deceiving yourself? Your limited tricks are good enough for fooling others, but don't fool yourself. Oh, young Master Su, why don't you believe me? Xue Qiliang immediately grew anxious. I truly calculated it. I've been traveling the world for so many years, and I've never deceived anyone. Su Jiang quietly looked at him. Never deceived anyone? Then may I ask, why are you so completely covered up right now? Xue Qiliang fell silent. He really wanted to say that this was freedom of dress and should be respected. But he was afraid that if he said that, Su Jiang would turn and leave, cutting off his only way out. Young Master Su, I beg you. I, Xue Qiliang, have never begged anyone in my life. This is the first time. Just help me and keep me by your side. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang directly cursed. Go to hell. If this is your first time begging, I'll eat my words. You have enemies all over Beijing. If I take on such a big trouble like you, how am I going to live my life later? Besides, my wife is coming tomorrow, and I'm waiting to go on our honeymoon. What kind of situation would it be to bring you along? Consider me your son, okay? Xue Qiliang pleaded with a mournful expression. My dear father, I'm begging you. And this sentence directly stunned Su Jiang. Su Jiang stared blankly at Xue Qiliang, unable to react for a long time. In this world, there could actually be someone so adaptable. Xue Qiliang, you. Su Jiang's mouth hung open for a long time, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. One could only say that this Xue Qiliang fellow truly had something special. He was probably the only person who could leave Su Jiang at a loss for words. Young Master Su, I've said all this. Please take me in, Xue Qiliang said with snot and tears. I swear, I will definitely behave well and won't cause you any trouble. Su Jiang looked around with a face full of black lines. Although it was the military region gate, and there weren't many people, but many gazes were attracted by Xue Qiliang. It was exactly like a child in a shopping mall, crying and rolling on the ground for a toy, being watched by passers-by. All right, put that expression away, Su Jiang said helplessly. Let me make it clear first. Once you cause me trouble, you'll immediately get out. Got it. Xue Qiliang immediately retracted his expression and said with an embarrassed smile. But young Master Su, there's one small thing that might trouble you a bit. Following that, Xue Qiliang told Su Jiang about the task An Mingjia had given him. He couldn't report back to An Mingjia, so he had to ask Su Jiang to speak a few good words on his behalf. Gongsun Yu isn't in Beijing? You calculated that. Of course, absolutely true. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but ask, Big deceiver, are you really good at deceiving people, or are you really good at fortune-telling? Hearing this, Xue Qiliang smiled mysteriously, leaned into Su Jiang's ear, and whispered, Young Master Su, to be honest, I'm good at both. As the saying goes, heavenly secrets must not be revealed. For some heavenly secrets that cannot be revealed, I choose to deceive my way through. Su Jiang's eye twitched. Then how many heavenly secrets can be revealed? Xue Qiliang smiled slightly. Almost none. Then isn't that just pure deception? For the first time, Su Jiang felt he had encountered someone even more abstract than himself. 579, Yusno House. Gongsun Yu isn't in North City? And Mingjia, hearing this news, frowned slightly and said into the phone, Did Xue Qiliang tell you this? Yes, he did. Su Jiang nodded, glancing to the side. He's right next to me. Xue Qiliang wore a sheepish grin, his hands rubbing together incessantly, like a fly rubbing its legs. The two were currently standing at a grilled cold noodles stall, waiting for the owner to prepare their order. Immediately after, Su Jiang informed An Mingjia about Xue Qiliang's situation and the news of An Rou coming to North City tomorrow. On the other end of the phone, An Mingjia pondered for a moment before saying, You can handle Xue Qiliang's matter as you see fit. Tell him that if the person isn't found, he still has to repay the debt he owes me. All right. After Su Jiang hung up, he very naturally said to Xue Qiliang, An Mingjia said you need to repay the debt you owe him to me, double the amount. Huh? Xue Qiliang was instantly dumbfounded. Did he really say that? You don't believe me? Why don't you call him and ask yourself? Never mind. Xue Qiliang was a bit hesitant to face An Mingjia right now, but repaying double the amount to Su Jiang, it didn't seem reasonable no matter how he thought about it. Young Master Su, you wouldn't be taking advantage of the situation, would you? Xue Qiliang asked cautiously. Su Jiang heard this and gave him a faint glance. I misremembered. He seemed to say triple the amount. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Xue Qiliang immediately realized that Su Jiang was indeed taking advantage of the situation. If he didn't agree, this guy would definitely kick him out in minutes. Damn it. Is this divination accurate or not? Xue Qiliang also began to doubt his own abilities at this moment. He so wished he had calculated incorrectly. that his path to survival wasn't with Su Jiang, but somewhere else. Unfortunately, he had calculated it twice at the time, and both times yielded the same result. As things stood, he was under someone else's roof and had to bow his head. So Shueqiliang said with a forced smile, triple, then triple. Money and possessions were all external things. His own life was the most important. Su Jiang then nodded and reached out to take the grilled cold noodles handed over by the owner. While paying, Su Jiang asked the owner, "Boss, do you know where there's a flower shop nearby?" "A flower shop, huh? There's one to the east, but I don't know if it's open." The owner smiled and said, "Its name is Yoshua Flower House. Whether they're open or not is up to fate. It depends on whether you have the luck." Yoshua Flower House. Su Jiang murmured softly, then said to the owner, "Thanks, I'll go take a look." With that, he took Shueqiliang and walked eastward. "Young Master Su, what are you going to a flower shop for?" Shueqiliang asked curiously. Su Jiang glanced at him. "You're so good at fortune-telling. Why ask me? Just calculate it yourself." Shueqiliang was instantly at a loss for words. Just because he could tell fortunes, did he have to tell fortunes for everything? "You know how to eat. Why don't you eat all the time?" Of course, Shueqiliang didn't dare to say this. He was afraid Su Jiang would kick him out. Soon, the two strolled along the street and finally saw a dimly lit sign in the distance. Several glowing characters were written on it. Yoshua Flower House. "Oh, looks like my luck isn't bad." Su Jiang's eyebrows raised, and he stepped towards the flower house. Entering the flower house, Su Jiang didn't see the owner. So he called out, "Is anyone here?" "Yes." A voice came from inside the room, and Su Jiang suddenly found it somewhat familiar. Soon, a figure walked out from inside. "Hello, what kind of flowers do you want?" Lu Yu's voice stopped abruptly. He looked at Su Jiang with a bewildered expression. "How the hell are you here?" Su Jiang was also bewildered. "You're the damn owner here? You, a double-crosser, instead of playing infernal affairs, ran off to open a flower shop here?" Lu Yu was also dumbfounded. "You, a big devil, instead of stirring up trouble outside, ran off to buy flowers here?" The two looked at each other for a long time before Su Jiang slowly spoke, with a hint of hesitation. "Are the flowers here legitimate?" Lu Yu's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. "I haven't even settled the score with you for backstabbing me before. You'd better watch your words." Su Jiang looked at him and asked, "What kinds of flowers do you have?" "All kinds." "Do you have popcorn?" "Turn left and find an old man wearing a hat. He sells popcorn there." Lu Yu's face was full of black lines. "Are you buying or not? If not, don't waste my time." "Buying, buying, buying." Su Jiang said testily, "Give me some roses." "Why didn't you just say roses earlier, damn it?" Lu Yu also asked irritably, "How many do you want?" 99,999. "Turn left and go find that old man selling popcorn." Lu Yu was about to reach out and count the roses, but Su Jiang's remark instantly infuriated him. 100,000 roses? This is a flower house, not a sea of flowers. Do you want to make me drown in my own tears? Su Jiang looked at Lu Yu with disdain. "Why do you keep telling me to buy popcorn? Is he your relative?" Lu Yu took a deep breath and said patiently, "A maximum of 99, no more." Beside him, Shueqiliang secretly gave Lu Yu a thumbs up. What a good temper. He can even endure this. This was only because it was Su Jiang. Lu Yu knew he couldn't beat him in a fight. If it were anyone else, even if Xiang Qingtian came and did this, you'd see if Lu Yu would beat him up or not. 99 roses, huh? Su Jiang thought for a moment. That works too. Too many would be hard to carry. So 99 it is. Lu Yu's mouth twitched. You're only realizing now that it's hard to carry? Why didn't your brain consider that so thoroughly before? To quickly send this plague god away, Lu Yu promptly started counting out the roses. During this time, Su Jiang looked around the flower house. It was much larger than he had imagined, with warm yellow lighting and neatly arranged ceramic flower pots. There were even scattered night lights, creating a cozy atmosphere. This flower shop, is it really yours? Su Jiang couldn't help but ask. He felt that Lu Yu, as a person, shouldn't be able to create such an atmospheric flower shop. As soon as he said this, Lu Yu's movements paused, and then he said faintly, "It's mine, but not entirely mine." Then, he handed the wrapped roses to Su Jiang. 9,999 yuan. You might as well just rob me, damn it. Su Jiang's eyes widened. You want 10,000 yuan for just a few flowers? Take it or leave it. Lu Yu took the flowers back and said sarcastically, when I meet your wife later, I'll tell her you wouldn't even spend 10,000 yuan on her. Threat. This was naked threat. Su Jiang scoffed. Such a small trick, and he thought he could manipulate him? He calmly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and elegantly handed it to Lu Yu. Boss, card payment. Lu Yu took the bank card with a smile, simultaneously handing the flowers to Su Jiang. All right, sir. 580. Change next time. When Lu Yu took the bank card Su Jiang gave him and swiped it to deduct the payment, he asked Su Jiang to enter the password. What password? Su Jiang stood still, blinking. I don't know the password. Lu Yu. He then furiously shouted, it's your own bank card, and you don't know the password? Why are you yelling so loudly? Su Jiang retorted equally angrily. Who the hell told you this was my bank card? Then where did this card come from? I found it. You found. Lu Yu was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Immediately after, Su Jiang took out several more bank cards from his pocket and threw them to Lu Yu. Here, these are all ones I found. They're yours. Lu Yu. And Shui Chiliang looked at the bank cards in his hand and fell silent. Just then, Su Jiang's phone rang, and he saw it was a call from Zhang Yuanji. As soon as he answered, he heard Zhang Yuanji's furious roar. Su Jiang, did you steal those spies' bank cards? Besides you, kid, no one else could pull off something like this. Hand them over immediately. Now. At once. Su Jiang held the phone a little further away, dug his ear, and said, Commander, even you need to provide evidence when you speak, okay? You believe what those spies say? Which eye of theirs saw me take their stuff? Besides, it's after work hours now. If it's official business, let's talk about it tomorrow during work hours. Zhang Yuanji listened to Su Jiang's words with a bewildered expression, and after a long pause, he roared furiously. Su Jiang. You. Beep, beep, beep. Su Jiang hung up the phone. Lu Yu and Shui Chiliang stared at him unblinkingly. What's wrong? Su Jiang said with an innocent expression, spreading his hands. I can swear. I really didn't take their stuff. Then what's with this pile of bank cards in your hand? Lu Yu said, exasperated. They all gave them to me willingly. Su Jiang said righteously. In our great Hua country, a gift given is like water poured out. There's no reason to take it back. Shui Chiliang and Lu Yu were both speechless. This is ill-gotten gains, isn't it? Lu Yu said. If you insist on calling it ill-gotten gains, aren't you holding some? 2. Su Jiang pointed to the bank cards in his hand. Lu Yu immediately realized and was about to throw the bank cards back to Su Jiang. But when he looked up, Su Jiang was nowhere in sight. That guy had directly run off with the rose. Seeing that Su Jiang had run, Shui Chiliang naturally couldn't be left behind and also slipped away quickly. I'll be damned. Lu Yu directly swore. He had never seen such a shameless guy. He had heard of people eating and running, but never of people buying and running. Actually, if Lu Yu had charged a normal price, nothing would have happened. But he just had to ask Su Jiang for 10,000 yuan. Would Su Jiang indulge him? If he gave that 10,000 yuan, how would he, the great demon king, continue to make a living in Beijing? Lu Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Calm down. He's just a little kid. Don't argue with him. Yo, boss, it's rare to see you open today. At this moment, a man who looked like a nouveau riche walked in and immediately saw the white kikyo flower by the window. What kind of flower is this? It's quite pretty. How much is it? Lu Yu glanced at it and said indifferently, that one's not for sale. Why isn't it for sale? I really like this flower. The nouveau riche said arrogantly. I'll pay more, just name your price. He was currently pursuing a young lady and planned to use this flower to make her happy. All right, then it's 100 million. Lu Yu said casually. Good. Wait, how much? The nouveau riche widened his eyes. A few broken flowers, and you want 100 million from me? As soon as these words came out, Lu Yu's eyes immediately turned dangerous. What did you say? Broken flowers. What's wrong? The nouveau riche watched Lu Yu approach him step by step, somewhat flustered. I advise you not to mess around. This is a society ruled by law. Violence is not allowed. However, Lu Yu seemed not to hear him, walked directly over, and closed the main door. It's fine. Lu Yu turned his head, looking at the nouveau riche with ill intent. Anyway, I'm not a good person either. He was already quite angered by Su Jiang, and you came at just the right time. Immediately after, a pig-like scream echoed through the flower shop. The next day, Su Jiang got up early to go to the airport to pick up An Rou. Although An Rou wouldn't arrive in Beicheng until noon, he had to go to the airport to scout around before that. Since Ninetales' people were targeting An Rou, there was a high probability they would make a move at the airport. They better not let me catch them. Su Jiang murmured softly. If they dared to make a move on An Rou at the airport, things would get serious. Lao Yin, how's the situation? Yin Hung heard this, put down the bread in his mouth, and said, all situations at the airport are under my control. If there's any unusual activity, I'll inform you immediately. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Su Jiang nodded, ready to depart. Wait. Yin Hung suddenly stopped him and asked, besides An Rou, who else is coming this time? There's also Li Kai. You should have met him. Anyone else? That's it, I guess. Maybe a cat too. Hearing this, disappointment flashed in Yin Heng's eyes. All right, I understand. Su Jiang just felt that this guy was somewhat inexplicable and strange. Young Master Su, wait for me. Xue Qiliang ran out of the room, grinning. How can such an important matter as picking up Miss An Rou be without me? After returning last night, Xue Qiliang had been staying at the hotel with the two of them. Fortunately, there was still a room. Otherwise, this guy would probably have had to sleep on the sofa. Yin Hung glanced at Xue Qiliang, rolling his eyes at his fawning behavior. You're going too? All right. Su Jiang held the rose and walked out of the hotel with Xue Qiliang. Beep beep. A horn sounded, and Su Jiang followed the sound to see a black car parked by the road. The rear window rolled down, revealing An Mingjia's face. Xue Qiliang immediately froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Hua Qing, the driver, also smiled and greeted Su Jiang. Get in. An Mingjia said indifferently. Su Jiang took Xue Qiliang into the car and sat in the back seat with An Mingjia. An Mingjia saw the rose Su Jiang was holding and frowned slightly. For An Rou. That's right. Why so few? The flower shop only sells 99. What can I do? An Mingjia heard this, turned his head, and said indifferently. Next time, try a different one. 581. Assassination of An Rou. Above the azure sky, a plane flying from Jiangdu to Beicheng was soaring through the troposphere, tens of thousands of meters below. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is now descending. Please return to your seats, fasten your seatbelts, and put away your tray tables. As the announcement sounded, An Rou groggily opened her eyes. Are we almost there? She looked out the window, only to see a vast expanse of white, which immediately dampened her spirits. She pulled out her phone to check the time. It would be about half an hour until they reached Beicheng. I can still sleep for half an hour. An Rou slowly closed her eyes again and drifted back to sleep. What An Rou didn't notice was that in a seat behind her, a pair of eyes was staring intently at her. Meanwhile, at Beicheng Airport. Hey, look over there, so handsome. I've long heard that airports have many handsome men and beautiful women, and it's true. These two handsome men are exactly my type. Sister, what are you waiting for? Go get their WeChat. Didn't you see the rose they're holding? They must already be taken. But isn't there another one? That's the one I like. TSK, what if they're a couple? That would truly be a huge loss. Two such handsome men, self-produced and self-marketed. Su Jiang's hearing was better than An Mingjia's, so he naturally heard all these comments. Thus he disdainfully kept some distance from An Mingjia. What's wrong? An Mingjia asked in confusion when he saw this. Why are you running so far away? I'm afraid of being misunderstood. Only then did Su Jiang realize that holding a rose seemed a bit too high profile. The two quickly arrived at the arrival gate. Su Jiang looked around, his gaze scanning everyone present. Tisk, Olden, do you think Ninetales' people will come? And Mingjia raised an eyebrow. You used to call me brother. Before was before, now is now. Su Jiang looked at him scornfully. How can you make progress if you always live in the past? And Mingjia shook his head, too lazy to bother with him, and said indifferently, Ninetales' people should make a move, but I judge that it won't be anyone important who takes action. In short, if there's really danger later, you protect An Rou first, don't mind me. Su Jiang heard this and glanced at him. Don't worry. Even if you die, my An Rou won't lose a single strand of hair. And Mingjia also looked up at him. When did An Rou become yours? The day we got our marriage certificate. We just need a formal wedding. Is that so? I remember you were marrying into our family, weren't you? Su Jiang heard this and raised an eyebrow. Olden, talking like this is boring. And Mingjia said indifferently, I haven't received the bride price yet. I'll discuss the bride price with Uncle An. He can't make that decision. Then Aunt Zhu. She only cares if you two are married or not. She doesn't care about anything else. The two spoke in a tone that was neither sad nor happy, but it was clear that both were very serious. It was almost as if they were asking An Rou who she would save first if they both fell into the water. Just then, Su Jiang's phone rang. He picked up his phone, immediately showed a triumphant smile, and deliberately waved the phone in front of An Mingjia. Look, the first thing An Rou did when she landed was call me. And Mingjia glanced at it and said indifferently, childish. Immediately after, Su Jiang answered the call. Hello? Su Jiang, I've landed. Yes, I'm waiting for you at the arrival gate. Okay, Brother Li Kai and I are waiting for our luggage. We'll be out in a bit. An Rou was on the phone, carrying a pet carrier backpack. It was visible that Fuguai was lying inside the backpack, looking miserable. Meow. So uncomfortable. No one told it that flying would be so uncomfortable. If it had known, it would have stayed at home. An Rou was talking on the phone with Su Jiang while waiting for her luggage. Li Kai stood beside her, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Whenever he spotted a suspicious person, he would pay extra attention to them for a while. As long as I deliver An Rou to Su Jiang, I'll be relieved. Li Kai thought to himself. He hadn't dared to be distracted at all on this journey. However, everyone had gone through security before boarding the plane, so the possibility of those people making a move here was low. However, just then, a person dressed like an airport security guard walked towards Li Kai and An Rou. Hello, excuse me. Someone just found an ID card. Can you see if it's yours? With that, the security guard pulled an ID card from his pocket and handed it to the two. Li Kai took a look and shook his head. It's not ours. Whoosh. Before he could finish speaking, the security guard's face suddenly changed drastically, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, stabbing towards An Rou beside him. Damn it. Li Kai's eyes widened. He had been careless. He hadn't expected that even the airport security personnel would include the enemy's people. Damn it, it's too late. Li Kai looked at the dagger stabbing towards An Rou, despair appearing on his face. He could only shout, Su Jiang. He hoped that Su Jiang on the other end of the phone would hear his cry and rush over to save An Rou. But obviously, this was impossible. No matter how fast Su Jiang was, it would be too late. An Rou was still on the phone with Su Jiang, and she froze in place at the sudden assassination, unable to react in time. Thump. Just then, a large hand suddenly grabbed the hand that was stabbing towards An Rou. What are you doing? A voice sounded. A man wearing a black coat with a slightly weathered face was frowning, looking displeased at the security guard. When did Beijing's public order become so bad? The security guard's eyes widened, looking at the man in disbelief. This face matched the information in his memory, allowing him to instantly confirm the man's identity. Wu Ergu, how could you be here? You should be at the border right now. Wu Ergu heard this, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Oh? You know me. Interesting. It seems you're not an ordinary person. I just arrived in Beijing and already caught a big fish. My luck is good. As Wu Ergu was speaking, another person suddenly erupted, attacking An Rou from behind. Wu Ergu glanced, about to make a move. Suddenly, a figure arrived like lightning, directly grabbing the person's face and slamming them violently onto the ground. Bang! There was a loud thud, even the floor cracked. Su Jiang looked at the person on the ground and said word by word. Nine Tails, do you really think I don't have a temper, huh? 582, Special Officer. At North City Airport, in the baggage claim area, many people were whispering. What the heck? What's going on? Is this a movie set? Whose movie set is this realistic? Didn't you see that person on the ground is almost dead? What exactly happened? Can anyone tell me? They even dared to hit the airport security? Are these two so bold? I witnessed the whole thing, buddy. I advise you to stay away. This is not something we can get involved in. Shoo, look, someone's coming. Due to the huge commotion, A group of airport security personnel immediately ran towards Jiang and his group. Li Kai instantly became alert. Who knew if these people were also from Nine Tails? Pat, pat, pat. Hands up, hands on your head, and squat down. They pulled out their pistols and aimed at Jiang and the others. Jiang slowly looked up and met the gaze of the person pointing a gun at him. Wu Ergu frowned, about to pull out his identification to avoid unnecessary trouble. But before he could make a move, Jiang transformed into an afterimage, swiftly attacking the opponent. Wu Ergu's eyes widened. So fast. Who exactly is this person? As soon as this thought emerged, those security guards were instantly knocked to the ground by Jiang. Jiang took the opponent's gun, pointed it at the Nine Tails member on the ground, and asked, "Besides you, is there anyone else?" The person was dying. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. Just then, Jiang felt a pat on his back. Turning his head, he saw An Rou. An Rou said irritably, "You've beaten him like this. How can he answer you?" Hearing this, Jiang let out a breath. "Then we'll just have to take him back to the military region and talk." As soon as he said this, Wu Ergu on the side immediately asked, "Military region? Are you from the North City military region?" Jiang then looked at Wu Ergu and smiled. "Yes, thank you, buddy. If it weren't for you, my wife would have been in danger." And Rou also thanked Wu Ergu. "That's a small matter." Wu Ergu looked at Jiang with interest. "But North City military region, when did a character like you appear?" "I just arrived in North City not long ago, just an unknown small fry." Jiang scratched his head with a simple and honest expression. No, no, no. With your skills, you wouldn't be as simple as a small fry." "Not at all. Big brother, you flatter me." Li Kai's face was full of black lines as he suddenly spoke, looking at the two. "You two, are you chatting? Can you two talk while paying attention to your surroundings?" A pile of security guards lay on the ground groaning in pain. One was dying, and the other's hand was still being held by them. Almost forgot the main business. Wu Ergu turned his head and looked at the person who had first tried to assassinate An Rou. "Are you Nine Tails?" The person looked at Wu Ergu and said nothing. Suddenly, black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and Wu Ergu immediately felt something was wrong. "Damn, he's committing suicide already?" He released his hand, and the opponent instantly went limp, collapsing to the ground, and quickly lost all signs of life. Wu Ergu said with a hint of apology, "It's my fault for not paying attention. I accidentally let him commit suicide." "It's fine," Jiang said in a low voice. "There are plenty of Nine Tails members. If one dies, we'll just catch another." At this moment, An Rou suddenly rolled her eyes at him and slowly leaned her head close to Jiang's ear. A fragrant scent wafted over. Jiang raised an eyebrow. "This isn't good, is it? Are we going to kiss in public?" Unexpectedly, the next second, An Rou whispered in Jiang's ear, "You, Jiang, even lied to me about coming for a honeymoon. You just wait. I'll deal with you when we get back." After what happened, An Rou also realized that Jiang's reason for bringing her to North City was completely false. Jiang's mouth twitched slightly, and his anger towards Nine Tails increased by a few points. At this time, a person had died in public, and the surrounding people were all stunned. Fortunately, the military region also had a group of people stationed at the airport, and they had already arrived at the scene. While comforting the crowd and handling the scene, they also stepped forward to check the identification of Jiang and the others. When Wu Ergu showed his identification, the military region officer's expression suddenly changed. "This is the special officer's identification?" He looked at Wu Ergu, stood up straight, and shouted, "Greetings, Chief." Wu Ergu waved his hand, took back his identification, and then said, "There are enemies infiltrating the airport security personnel. This matter is very serious and must be thoroughly investigated. Yes, we will conduct a thorough internal screening and do our best to root out these lurking individuals." After the officer finished speaking, he then said to An Rou and Li Kai, "I am very sorry. This was our dereliction of duty. If Officer Wu hadn't been here, something truly serious would have happened." Li Kai nodded. This was true. If Wu Ergu hadn't intervened, An Rou would have truly been in danger. Once something happened to An Rou, Su Jiang could very well overturn the entire North City. That would be truly serious. Immediately after, Su Jiang also showed his identification, which he had only recently obtained. Are you the newly appointed captain? The officer couldn't help but look at Su Jiang a few more times. I've always heard them talk about you, and now I finally get to meet you in person. Talk about me? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Talk about what? They said, ever since you became captain, the atmosphere in the military region has become strange. The officer chuckled, but I've always been stationed here at the airport, so I haven't felt anything. Perhaps it's just a rumor. Behind him, An Rou and Li Kai shook their heads. This was definitely not a rumor. Even though they had just arrived in North City, they could both conclude that the military region had definitely been led astray by Su Jiang. Newly appointed captain? Wu Ergo looked at Su Jiang, surprised. So young? Truly talented at a young age. Big brother, you flatter me. It's just by chance. Su Jiang smiled honestly. At this moment, An Mingjie ran over, panting, from not far away. Brother? An Rou, are you okay? An Mingjie looked at An Rou with a worried expression. When Su Jiang threw down the rose and rushed in, he sensed something was wrong. But he couldn't run as fast as Su Jiang, so he was only arriving now. I'm fine. An Rou looked at An Mingjie worriedly. I think you should rest for a bit first. She remembered An Mingjie used to have good physical fitness. Why did he seem to be getting worse now? After learning what had just happened, An Mingjie solemnly shook Wu Erga's hand. Officer Wu, thank you so much for saving my sister. I, An Mingjie, owe you a favor. Wu Ergu repeatedly waved his hand. It's nothing, just a small matter. At the same time, he also felt a strange sensation inside. Saving this young girl seemed to be a very significant matter. 583, it's time to rest. Due to the previous incident, the military region personnel personally escorted An Rou and the others out of the airport. It seemed Nine Tails had not arranged for more assassins. Or perhaps, seeing the failure of the two assassins, the others realized the situation was unfavorable and retreated. Regardless, Su Jiang and An Rou finally successfully reunited. It's a pity about these roses. I threw them too hard, and many petals fell off. Su Jiang looked at the roses in his hand, feeling a bit regretful. An Rou glanced at him, smiled, reached out, took the roses, and gently sniffed their fragrance while holding them to her chest. For the sake of these flowers, I won't hold it against you for deceiving me. This seemed to be the first time Su Jiang had given her roses. Although neither of them paid much attention to such rituals, An Rou, holding the flowers, was clearly very happy. As for Wu Ergu, he said he had something to do and left first. Young Master Su, Miss, Hua Qing drove the car over and happily waved to the two. Li Kai was stunned. Only one car? How will we all fit? As soon as he finished speaking, a black SUV drove up from not far away and stopped in front of them. The car window rolled down, and the driver was Mo Chang. To be safe, I had him find a sniper spot outside and wait. And Mingjie explained. But I didn't expect Nine Tails to make their move inside. Mo Chang heard this and said irritably, You have the nerve to say that? I was waiting there, holding my pee, not daring to move an inch, and nothing happened in the end. And Mingjie, I think you specifically asked me to be your driver, didn't you? And Mingjie nodded. That was part of the intention. Mo Chang was, for a moment, speechless. An Rou, get in the car with me and stay at my place. And Mingjie said, Wait a minute. Why should An Rou go to your place? Su Jiang was displeased. The hotel I'm staying at is near the military region. That's much safer. Seeing the two about to argue, Li Kai weakly interjected. Well, we booked a hotel before we came. Cancel it, Su Jiang and An Mingjie said in unison. An Rou frowned. Then you two play rock, paper, scissors. That's fair, right? No, An Mingjie said indifferently. I'm afraid he'll cheat. Su Jiang scoffed. What kind of person do you take me for? I've never cheated. Seeing this, An Rou sighed and said, Let's get in the car first. So, Su Jiang and Mingjie and An Rou got into Hua Qing's car. Li Kai and Xue Chuliang got into Mo Chang's car. After a fierce struggle, it was finally decided that An Rou would go to Su Jiang's place. Meow, I want dried fish. Fugawei was released from the cat carrier and immediately perched on Su Jiang's head. Su Jiang's face instantly darkened. Stupid cat, don't you know how fat you are? Does he still think he's that tiny little thing from when he was young? Meow. I want dried fish. Where am I supposed to get you dried fish right now? Meow. I want dried fish. Jiang felt so tired. Are you a repeater? A few minutes later, An Rou, far away at the hotel, looked at the message on his phone and fell into thought. Jiang, help me buy some dried fish, thanks. An Rou. Meanwhile, a taxi arrived at the main gate of the military region. Wu got out of the car, observed his surroundings, then picked up his suitcase and walked towards the entrance. Hello, please show your identification. Wu handed over his identification and said, I'm here to see Jiang Yuanji. Upon seeing the identification, the guard immediately saluted Wu. Please wait a moment. Then, he immediately called Jiang Yuanji. What did you say? Special officer identification. Jiang Yuanji, who was sitting in his office, immediately stood up. What's his name? His name is Wu. What? Jiang Yuanji's heart trembled. The higher-ups actually sent Wu from the border. Wait, I'll be right there. After saying that, Jiang Yuanji hung up the phone, then rushed out, stepping into his car. 2 minutes later, he arrived at the main gate. The guard was secretly astonished to see this person could make the commander personally come out to greet him. He had only heard of special officers. In the entire border region, there were only 5 people with special officer identification. Anyone holding a special officer identification upon arriving at any military region would be on equal footing with the military region's commander. But looking at the current situation, how was this equal footing? Didn't he see that Jiang Yuanji didn't dare to put on any airs? Officer Wu, hello, I really didn't expect the higher-ups to send you here. Jiang Yuanji walked forward enthusiastically and shook Wu's hand. I am the commander of the North City Military Region, Jiang Yuanji. Commander Jiang, hello, Wu said with a smile. The higher-ups attach great importance to Nine Tails matter, which is why they sent me here. Also, I have other missions, otherwise I really might not have been able to leave the border. Jiang Yuanji's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he whispered, Could it be the great tournament? Wu smiled slightly. Commander Jiang, shall we talk somewhere else? Oh, right. This isn't the place to talk. Jiang Yuanji slapped his forehead and quickly had Wu get in the car, taking him into the military region. Meanwhile, Jiang and the others also arrived at the hotel. An Rou and her group canceled their original hotel reservation and booked another room at Jiang's hotel. Li Kai, naturally, stayed with Xue Chuliang and the others. After helping An Rou move her luggage into the room, Jiang squinted at An Mingjie. Is there anything else you need? An Mingjie frowned. Trying to kick me out? An Rou has been safely picked up. If you don't leave, are you planning to stay here? Jiang said casually. An Rou just booked the last room here, so if you want to stay, there are no other rooms for you. An Mingjie glanced at him, then greeted An Rou and went downstairs to leave, because he indeed had other things to do. After An Rou saw An Mingjie leave, she looked at Jiang and said, Why are you standing here? I need to rest. Click. Jiang directly closed the door, then scooped An Rou into his arms and walked towards the room. Jiang, what are you doing? You said it, we should rest. I said not we. You remembered wrong. You definitely said wheat. On the balcony, Fugawei, holding the dried fish An Rou bought, ate while watching the two enter the room. A moment later, strange noises came from inside the room. 584, that's my father-in-law. 2 hours later, An Rou, wearing a bathrobe, sat by the bed, her cheeks still flushed. She had just come out of the bathroom. Stand up straight. She looked at Jiang with a feigned anger and said, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and you're already acting out of line. Jiang leaned against the wall, looking innocent, and said, Didn't you say that if I accepted your rose, you wouldn't hold it against me? I was talking about you tricking me into a honeymoon. An Rou said loudly, I still need to settle the score with you for leaving me alone in the capital. I've been wronged, An Rou. Jiang said without thinking. Uncle An made me do it. My father. An Rou was stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang quickly said, That's right. After I finished my business here, I said I'd bring you over to play for a couple of days. But Uncle An told me that North City was too dangerous and wouldn't let me bring you over. He even warned me that if I didn't listen to him, he would force you to divorce me. Boo-hoo-hoo. At this point, Su Jiang's eyes had already started shedding little pearls. He truly was a seasoned actor. An Rou, however, looked suspicious and said, "You're not trying to frame my father, are you?" "How could I?" Su Jiang's expression changed. "An Rou, what kind of person do you think I am? That's my great father-in-law. How could I do something so righteous that it would harm my own family? Anyway, he's not his biological father," Su Jiang secretly added in his heart. Immediately after, Su Jiang moved to embrace An Rou, ready to use his ultimate charm. However, before he could even touch her hand, An Rou shouted, "Stand still." Su Jiang obediently went back to standing. Just then, An Rou's stomach suddenly rumbled with hunger. An Rou then realized that she hadn't eaten anything yet. She had to get up early in the morning to catch a flight, and she spent the entire flight sleeping, so she didn't eat much. She had planned to eat something after arriving in North City, but who knew that as soon as she arrived, Su Jiang would drag her into 2 hours of exercise. As a result, she was even hungrier now. So, she gave Su Jiang a fierce glare. "I'll settle the score with you next time." Su Jiang showed his bright white teeth and smiled. "I know a grilled cold noodle place that tastes really good." "I don't want grilled cold noodles." An Rou rejected the grilled cold noodles without even thinking, then said, "I even specifically searched before I came. There are a lot of good places to eat here in North City." But halfway through her sentence, An Rou paused and looked at Su Jiang, saying, "Or should we just order takeout?" She was being watched by Ninetails' people now, so going out shopping didn't seem like a good idea. Su Jiang, however, shook his head. "What's the point of hiding from them? If they dare to show up, I'll instantly kill them." An Rou heard him, rolled her eyes, and mumbled, "Why didn't you instantly kill them just now?" "An Rou, what did you say?" "Nothing. You go out. I want to change clothes." Su Jiang stood still, unmoving. An Rou sighed and had no choice but to take out her clothes from her suitcase in front of Su Jiang. As soon as her bathrobe came off, Su Jiang became a little restless. But seeing An Rou's murderous gaze, Su Jiang suppressed himself again. Immediately after, An Rou quickly put on her clothes in front of Su Jiang. Hoodie, off-white jacket, and black stockings. Su Jiang sometimes admired his own willpower. To be able to endure this, he would surely achieve great things in the future. Soon, the two, dressed, walked out of the room and looked at Fugue on the balcony. "Silly cat, want to go out and play?" Su Jiang called out to Fugue. Fugue was currently lying lazily on the balcony, sunbathing, with its dried fish next to it. When it was sleepy, it would yawn. When it was hungry, it would casually grab some dried fish to eat from nearby. With such a cat's life, there were no regrets even in death. "Meow. I'm not going." "If you're not going, then forget it. It'll save you from being a third wheel." After speaking, Su Jiang held An Rou's hand, preparing to go on a date. A much larger third wheel was already standing at the door, waiting for them for a long time. "Ha ha ha. Young Master Su, where are you going?" "I'll accompany you." Shui Chiliang stood at the door, rubbing his hands together like a fly, and chuckled sheepishly. An Rou tilted her head and glanced at Su Jiang, who had a face full of black lines. "Can't you just stay in the hotel?" Su Jiang said speechlessly, "Do you have to follow me?" I'm also doing this out of necessity," Shui Chiliang said with a bitter smile. Who knew when that bloody disaster would strike? If it came and Su Jiang wasn't around, wouldn't that be the end? If conditions allowed, he would even want to sleep in the same bed as Su Jiang at night. Hearing this, Su Jiang also said helplessly, "If you want to follow, that's fine, but keep your distance and don't disturb us." With that, he led An Rou towards the hotel exit. An Rou looked back and saw Shui Chiliang indeed following behind them, wrapped up tightly. "Isn't he hot?" "Who is he?" An Rou asked. "A big deceiver who said he calculated that he would have a bloody disaster and insisted on following me," Su Jiang said with a headache. "It's still my fault for being too charming. Anyone can be attracted to me." An Rou rolled her eyes at him. This guy was still so narcissistic. "By the way, should I go visit your grandfather first?" "Let's eat first. The military region has been quite busy recently, so he probably doesn't have time." "All right then, I'll buy some things and go in a couple of days. I want to eat hot pot. I heard that hot pot in the north is different from the south. I haven't eaten it either, but I know they don't eat spicy food here. The two walked down the street like a young couple, An Rou holding Su Jiang's arm, both of them chatting incessantly. Behind them, Jiang took out a steamed bun from his pocket with a pained expression and took a few bites. Looking at Su Jiang and An Rou's backs, he looked envious. He also wanted to eat hot pot, but he had no money. Meanwhile, at the border between North City and the frontier, on top of a tall mountain, two figures stood, looking down from above. Is this the place? Gongsun Yu spoke indifferently. That's right. Nine Tails nodded. This is where the great tournament of the military region will be held. At that time, a total of 27 teams, over 300 people, will all enter here. Su Jiang is no exception. Hearing Su Jiang's name, Gongsun Yu's fists clenched, and thinking of his ruined reputation in North City, the hatred in his heart grew even stronger. Are you angry? Nine Tails said. It's good to be angry. Remember this feeling, and then, with this feeling, go kill Su Jiang. Gongsun Yu took a deep breath, looked at everything in the distance, and slowly spoke. Let's do it. 585. Love Come No Come Hot Pot Restaurant. Su Jiang and An Rou strolled along the streets of North City, enjoying their rare time together. At this moment, Su Jiang's hands were so full of things he could barely hold anymore. Milk tea, grilled sausages, rojia mo, and so on. An Rou would eat just a little, then hand everything over to Su Jiang. This made Jiang, who was following not far behind, drool uncontrollably. Oh, little auntie, if you can't finish it, give it to me. Don't you know who needs this food the most? Jiang ate his dry steamed bun, tears of frustration streaming down his face. Just then, Jiang felt a pat on his shoulder. He turned around to see two police officers looking at him with serious expressions. Hello, we received a report that you are acting suspiciously, so we need to check your identification. The police officer extended his hand to him. Please cooperate with our inspection. Jiang stood frozen in place, the steamed bun in his hand falling directly to the ground. How about this one? I'm tired of walking. I don't want to walk anymore. An Rou looked at the hot pot restaurant in front of them and said to Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked up at the sign above the entrance, which had a few large characters written on it. Love it or leave it hot pot restaurant. It can't be opened by Wang Xiang's family, can it? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. How could this name be so similar to the barbecue restaurant Wang Xiang's family opened in Jiangdu? Did that guy actually open a branch directly in North City? But soon, Su Jiang realized he was overthinking. The name of this restaurant was just a coincidence. However, an even more absurd coincidence occurred. How the hell are you here? How the hell is it you again? Su Jiang and Lu Yu both looked at each other in surprise, speaking at the same time. An Rou looked at the two of them suspiciously. Do they know each other? Aren't you a flower seller, you bastard? Who says a flower seller can't open a hot pot restaurant? No. How many jobs do you actually have? Mind your own business? North City is full of my businesses, believe it or not. Su Jiang's mouth twitched slightly. Then he turned to An Rou and said, An Rou, let's go to another one. I feel like this hot pot restaurant isn't legitimate. Lu Yu's face darkened. Shouldn't you avoid me when you say that? An Rou looked at Su Jiang, then at Lu Yu. Then she said, Let's eat here. I can't walk anymore. Seeing this, Su Jiang had no choice but to follow An Rou and find a seat. Then he tapped on the table. Boss, where's the menu? Your service attitude is so bad. Do you believe I'll give you a bad review online? Lu Yu, with a toothpick in his mouth, said disdainfully. Go ahead. I have too many bad reviews. One more won't make a difference. Seeing Lu Yu personally hand him the menu, Su Jiang said speechlessly, No way. Your restaurant doesn't even have a waiter? It's still early. The waiters haven't arrived yet. Lu Yu said with a grimace. If I knew you were coming, I would have given them all the day off and just closed for the day. Immediately after, he turned to An Rou and asked, Your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang said proudly, My wife. We have a marriage certificate. Marrying you? How bold? Lu Yu said with emotion. Su Jiang's face darkened. What did he mean by that? Soon, An Rou ordered a large pile of things. Although she couldn't finish it, with Su Jiang there, it wasn't a problem. Lu Yu took the menu and then said, Consider yourselves lucky. I'll prepare it for you personally. How about we wait for your chef to arrive? Su Jiang said with some concern. Lu Yu pretended not to hear and walked directly towards the back kitchen. Just then, a figure suddenly burst into the restaurant. The moment he saw Su Jiang, Xue Qiliang cried with snot and tears, "Young Master Su, you almost lost me, do you know that?" Seeing this, Su Jiang lightly clicked his tongue. "How the hell did you even find this place?" An Rou looked at Xue Qiliang and asked with a smile, "Do you want to eat with us?" As soon as she said this, An Rou's image in Xue Qiliang's eyes instantly transformed into that of an angel. "This, isn't it appropriate?" Xue Qiliang said, a little embarrassed. An Rou heard this and nodded. "If it's not appropriate, then forget it." Huh? Xue Qiliang was stunned. This caught him a bit off guard. Any normal person would understand that I was just being polite, right? Xue Qiliang thought about it again, and indeed, what kind of normal person could sleep in the same bed as Su Jiang? So, Xue Qiliang just stood there, watching Su Jiang without moving. Su Jiang really couldn't stand his gaze anymore, so he had to ask Lu Yu to set up another table for him. He even specifically arranged for him to sit at the table furthest from them. "Thank you, young Master Su," Xue Qiliang said loudly. Soon, Lu Yu brought out the hot pot. Compared to Su Jiang's side, which was lavishly filled with a dazzling array of dishes, Xue Qiliang's side only had a few bowls of vegetables. "Wow, it tastes good." Su Jiang tasted it. Although it wasn't very spicy, it was indeed delicious. Lu Yu smiled disdainfully. "Without some skill, how dare I open a restaurant?" With that, he didn't disturb the two of them and went to the kitchen to tidy up. Xue Qiliang looked at the bok choy boiling in his pot, then looked at the several plates of meat on Su Jiang's side, and a strong envy appeared in his eyes. Clatter! Suddenly, a plate of meat was placed in front of him, and Xue Qiliang was startled. He looked up and saw it was Lu Yu. "After a few years, you're still this ghostly appearance, aren't you?" Lu Yu said mockingly. "I recognized you last night. Are you re-entering the Jianghu?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qiliang turned his head to glance at Su Jiang in the distance, then sighed. "I have my own difficulties." Lu Yu heard this and didn't press further. His gaze fell on Su Jiang and An Rou, watching them eat hot pot and playfully bicker, and suddenly he felt a moment of trance. Thinking of her, Lu Yu heard this and came back to his senses, looking at Xue Qiliang. Xue Qiliang, while eating the meat, said with emotion, "I still remember seeing you and her a few years ago. Back then, you two were just like them." Xue Qiliang pointed at An Rou and Su Jiang, sighing, "If that incident hadn't happened, you two should be married by now, right?" "You talk too much," Lu Yu said softly. "Her and I, it's only a matter of time. How about I tell your fortune?" Xue Qiliang said. "This meat won't be for nothing. How about it?" "Forget it. You big deceiver. I wouldn't dare to believe you." Lu Yu waved his hand quickly. "Anyone who has had their fortune told by you, I haven't seen many of them come to a good end. You should be careful yourself. If there really is such a thing as metaphysics, I'm afraid you'll face retribution one day." Hearing Lu Yu's words, Xue Qiliang stood frozen in place. Immediately, he suddenly turned his head to look at Su Jiang. "Retribution? No way. 586. It's all because of my mom, 2-in-1. Military region, interrogation room." After a night of nonstop interrogation, Chen Duo, the deputy section chief of the interrogation department, was so tired his eyes could barely stay open. Looking at the thick stack of documents on the table, Chen Duo sighed deeply. Section Chief Su, where did you go?" These were the confessions of the spies, and Section Chief Su Jiang needed to sign them. Even he didn't have the authority to sign. And at this moment, they still couldn't get in touch with Su Jiang. "Forget it. Since things have come to this, I might as well lie down and sleep for a while." He didn't know how long he slept. Chen Duo only felt like a few seconds had passed when he heard someone knocking on his desk. Dong dong dong. "Who is it?" Chen Duo raised his head tiredly and rubbed his eyes. When he saw that the person was Zhang Yuanji, he immediately sobered up considerably. "Commander, why are you here?" "I came to check on the situation," Zhang Yuanji said, then pointed to the person beside him. "This is a special grade officer from the border region, Officer Wu." "A special grade officer?" Chen Duo was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up and shouted, "Hello, Officer Wu." Wu Ergo quickly waved his hand and said, "I heard you caught the core member of Mistletoe, so I came to check on the situation." the core member of Mistletoe? Chen Duo quickly realized that the other party was referring to Wu Yinxi. Okay, officer, please follow me. Chen Duo immediately led them to the room where Wu Yinxi was being held. At the same time, he felt a little uneasy. This special grade officer isn't here to inspect our work, is he? It's over, it's over. Section Chief Su's unauthorized absence is going to be exposed. Wu Ergo looked at Chen Duo and suddenly said, "You're very nervous?" Upon hearing this, Chen Duo immediately shivered and blurted out, Section Chief Su really didn't leave his post without authorization. Wu Ergo. Zhang Yuanji's face was full of black lines. What the hell are you talking about? Section Chief Su? Wu Ergo raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Yuanji. Zhang Yuanji smiled wryly. He's our newly appointed section chief of the interrogation department. He is a bit special. Hearing the words, newly appointed, Wu Ergo immediately thought of the person at the airport. So he smiled. Your North City military region really produces many talented individuals. Zhang Yuanji's smile was a bit awkward, so he quickly pulled Chen Duo in front of him and whispered, "Quickly contact Su Jiang and tell him to come back immediately. Did you hear?" Upon hearing this, Chen Duo immediately felt a headache coming on. "Commander, I can't contact him either." Then have his grandpa contact him. In short, get him back quickly. Zhang Yuanji was truly afraid that Wu Ergo would have a bad impression of Su Jiang, leading to an accident in the grand competition. He had already heard that Wu Ergo was the chief examiner for the grand competition of the military region. This made it even more important not to offend him. Soon, they arrived at the room where Wu Yinxi was being held. Wu Yinxi heard the door open, slowly raised his head, and opened his eyes. "You are Wu Yinxi? Three Tails. Who are you?" "My surname is Wu. You can call me Wu Ergo." Hearing this name, Wu Yinxi's pupils trembled slightly. He naturally knew what this name represented. On the border region's blacklist, there were 8 or 9 Chinese names, all of whom were being hunted by various parties. But among them, the 2 most untouchable and most wanted by various countries were only 2, Invincible Zhao and Wu Ergo. Heh, I didn't expect the famous Wu Ergo to specially come all the way from the border region for me. Wu Yinxi gave a self-deprecating smile, and then he looked at Zhang Yuanji. Where is Su Jiang? Why isn't he here? Zhang Yuanji's mouth twitched. He also wanted to know where Su Jiang had run off to. Seeing that Zhang Yuanji didn't answer, Wu Yinxi shook his head and looked at Wu Ergo. I've already said everything I needed to say that night. When are you planning to let me go home? This matter might have to be delayed for a while. Wu Ergo had already learned from Zhang Yuanji that in order to get information about Mistletoe, they had promised to let Wu Yinxi return to the island country. He had no objection to this, but the higher-ups had quite a big opinion about it. They believed that Wu Yinxi should not be released just like that. As expected, upon hearing this, Wu Yinxi said in a low voice, "Are you going to go back on your word?" "That's not it." Wu Ergo waved his hand and said, "We just need you to do us a small favor." Wu Yinxi looked at him and didn't speak. Wu Ergo paused, then said word by word, "I need to see Wu Yinxi." "Impossible." Wu Yinxi immediately refused, angrily saying, "You want to use me to lure my brother out?" "Not so. I just want to confirm one thing." Wu Ergo said softly, "I suspect that your brother, Wu Yinxi, has been used by the people of Mistletoe." "What? What do you mean by that?" "Just yesterday, we received news that Wu Yinxi has quietly infiltrated our country." Wu Ergo said with a solemn look. "It's clear that someone revealed to him that you were captured by us. At the same time, his whereabouts were also revealed to us by someone. Most likely, it's the people from Mistletoe who want to see us fight to the death and profit from it." Upon hearing this, Wu Yinxi's eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. Wu Yinxi infiltrating China was not the main point. The main point was that the Chinese side knew about this, which meant Wu Yinxi's situation was dangerous. Wu Yinxi swallowed hard. He had not expected things to develop like this. At this moment, Wu Ergo completely disregarded Zhang Yuanji's presence and said something astonishing. "Wu Yinxi, I am not cooperating with you on behalf of the Chinese military. I only represent myself." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yuanji suddenly looked at Wu Ergo, his eyes full of shock. Meanwhile, Su Jiang, who was eating hot pot at a hot pot restaurant, received a call from Su Jingde. Hello? What's up? Brat, where are you now? I'm eating hot pot. What's wrong? You still have time to eat hot pot? Hurry back. Zhang Yuanji is going crazy looking for you. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang glanced at An Rou, who was still eating hot pot, and said, I'm a bit busy right now. How about you ask him to wait? Su Jingde was immediately angered by these words. What's so busy about eating hot pot? Can't you distinguish between important and unimportant matters? Why are you so insensible? Su Jiang smiled wryly. My wife hasn't finished eating yet, and I'm not full either. Your wife eat. Su Jingde's words suddenly stopped, and then he reacted. Your wife? My granddaughter-in-law An Rou. She came to North City. Yeah, she just arrived today. She hasn't eaten much, so I brought her out to eat something. On the other end of the phone, Su Jingde was even more angry. Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter earlier? Your grandpa has been in North City for so many years, and you don't even know where the truly delicious places are. Send me the address. Wait for me to come over. I'll take you to eat something truly delicious. With that, Su Jingde hung up the phone and rushed to put on his clothes, preparing to go out. This series of actions left Chen Duo, who was standing nearby, completely dumbfounded. Officer Su, Commander Jiang asked you to find Section Chief, Su, to come back, and you. Why are you running off to? Su Jingde paused his movements, glanced at Chen Duo, and then said, Right. The special grade officer is still here. I can't leave my post without authorization. Upon hearing this, Chen Duo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Officer Su still knew the importance of things. However, he soon heard Su Jingde say, Could you please help me ask Commander Jiang for leave? Just say I'm not feeling well and went home to rest. Also, help Su Jiang ask for leave. We won't be coming back to the military region for dinner tonight. With that, Su Jingde jogged out the door, leaving Chen Duo standing in the office alone, looking completely bewildered. How am I supposed to explain this to Zhang Yuanji? Not only did he not call Su Jiang back, but even Su Jingde ran off. And he wants me to ask for leave. How am I supposed to ask for leave? Chen Duo wanted to cry, but had no tears. He himself was exhausted and wanted to ask for leave too. Meanwhile, seeing Su Jiang put down the phone, An Rou asked him while eating meat, Whose call was it? My grandpa, Su Jiang said nonchalantly. He said he'll come over later and take us to eat something delicious. An Rou was immediately startled. But didn't you say he was quite busy? Su Jiang blinked. Thinking about it carefully, he doesn't seem that busy. It's just interrogating a few spies. He can't be involved much in that. Also, Gong Sun Yu was causing explosions all over North City the other day, making North City a mess. Su Jiang's tone was calm, as if these matters had nothing to do with him. If it were normal times, An Rou would have noticed something was wrong long ago. But now, An Rou was a bit flustered. Your grandpa is coming over, and I haven't prepared anything. It's okay, don't be nervous. I came to see my grandpa, and I didn't prepare anything either, did I? Su Jiang spread his hands and said, He was also quite happy to see me. An Rou was speechless for a moment. How could that be the same? On the other side, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, having heard their conversation. Watch the shop for me. He patted Shui Qiliang and said, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. It won't take too long. My staff will be here soon. Your table and Su Jiang's table get a 15% discount. Don't be shy. Shui Qiliang glanced at him, seemingly understanding something, and said, All right, go ahead. After turning his head and eating a piece of meat, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, 15% discount? Shui Qiliang suddenly looked up and looked back, but he could no longer find Lu Yu. Damn, is this a black shop? Who does business like this? After thinking for a moment, Shui Qiliang simply pretended he hadn't heard anything and continued to bury his head in his food. On the other side, An Rou, who had learned that Su Jingde was coming over soon, also quickly wiped her mouth and took out a small mirror from her bag, afraid that her image wasn't good. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. Is it that serious? What do you know? This is the first time I'm meeting your grandpa. Of course I have to leave a good impression. An Rou rolled her eyes at Su Jiang and continued to tidy herself up. Su Jiang buried his head in the hot pot and suddenly asked, Oh right, how is my dad doing in Kyoto? He's quite busy. He and Uncle Jiang, he haven't slept much every day trying to suppress the unrest. An Rou recalled. Before I left, the unrest in Kyoto had basically been suppressed, but they still needed to be there to oversee things. Oh right, and that young master from the Western Gate family has been saying he wants to meet you. Young Master Shiman? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and reacted. Are you talking about Shiman Shang? That guy is still alive. And Rou nodded. The hospital saved him, and he also contributed a lot to suppressing the unrest. And the fact that the Western Gate family no longer exists seems to have hit him quite hard. Moreover, in the end, the Western Gate family was also brought down by Su Jiang. He wondered what Shiman Shang's attitude towards Su Jiang was now. What about old Xie? Did he go back too? Su Jiang asked again, and Rou tilted her head and said softly, Lu Jiejia's hometown seems to have some issues, so she rushed back with Xie Guli in a hurry. Hometown? West Continent? No. It seems to be a place quite close to the West Continent, called Zixiang, and Rou nodded. It seems to be called that name. Su Jiang slurped up a piece of bok choy, thinking to himself, is this guy Xie Guli rushing back to get married? He even went to Shangwan Lu's hometown. Could it be that he saw that in Rou and I got our marriage certificate, and he got anxious too? Wait a minute. Su Jiang suddenly reacted. Shouldn't Shangwan Lu's hometown be the Shangwan family inn? Kyoto, I'm not sure about that. Maybe it's on her mother's side? As An Rou was talking, she suddenly frowned. Su Jiang, you're asking about this and that, but you're not asking how I was doing in Kyoto? Did you know that I was exhausted and busy to death every day there? You guy, you even had time to take pictures at scenic spots and post them on Moments. An Rou became more and more angry as she spoke, showing signs of wanting to settle the score with Su Jiang. Seeing that the situation was bad, Su Jiang immediately put down his chopsticks and cried out bitterly, An Rou, you don't know. After I came here, I saw that there was nothing much going on, so I wanted to hurry back to Kyoto to find you. But my mom actually became a hands-off manager, and through the small team, she managed to me. I don't know where she ran off to on vacation. I've been going undercover and catching spies. The other day, I was even chased by Gong Sun Yu. That guy even blew up an entire small town just to kill me. He's simply evil beyond redemption. Su Jiang complained with a wronged expression, even standing up and throwing himself into An Rou's arms. Whoa, An Rou, you don't know how much I missed you. North City is simply too dangerous and unsafe. If it weren't for my mom, I would have run to Kyoto to find you long ago. As Su Jiang spoke, he burrowed into An Rou's arms. An old actor is an old actor. While acting, he didn't forget to take advantage of the situation. 587, Su Jiang took me there. North City, a remote corner that no one noticed. A figure strolled down the street, then purposefully turned into an alley. After several twists and turns, he arrived at the entrance of a simple house made of wooden boards. He slowly looked up and surveyed the house. In his opinion, this small house would fall apart with just a gentle breeze. Before he could even get close, a hoarse voice came from inside the house. Who? Meng Jinsheng, we want to talk to you. You? Who are you? We are the Nine Tails. You can call me Five Tails. Standing at the doorway, Five Tails said calmly, I'm here this time to cooperate with you. Cooperate? How? Don't you want the dragon Saliva Moon? Five Tails said in a low voice. Cooperate with us, get the mithril spear, and after finding the secret treasure, you take the dragon Saliva Moon, and the rest belongs to us. How about it? As soon as he said this, the room fell silent, as if there was no one inside. Five Tails did not rush, but waited patiently for Meng Jinsheng's answer. After a long while, Meng Jinsheng spoke. As far as I know, Gong Sun Yu is also cooperating with you. He also wants the dragon Saliva Moon. You Nine Tails people all want to cooperate with the two of us and have all promised us the dragon Saliva Moon. What? Is it that? There are two dragon Saliva Moons. Upon hearing this, Five Tails seemed to have anticipated that Meng Jinsheng would say this. He said unhurriedly, you don't need to worry about this. Gong Sun Yu won't live until the secret treasure opens. Neither will you. Five Tails added silently in his heart. Both Gong Sun Yu and Meng Jinsheng were extremely special mutants. Currently, China has completely banned research on mutants, making the value of these two in the eyes of the Nine Tails extremely important. China had scruples, but the Nine Tails did not. In their opinion, China, which gave up researching such a powerful weapon, was extremely foolish. Therefore, the Nine Tails' contact with Gong Sun Yu and Meng Jinsheng was not only to use these two, but also to dispose of them after the matter was done and use them for research. But Meng Jinsheng was also a shrewd person. How could he not realize this? Gong Sun Yu was foolish, but he was not. Cooperating with the Nine Tails was no different from playing with fire. But it's clear I'm already being targeted by them. Even if I don't cooperate with them, there will likely be endless trouble in the future. After considering for a moment, Meng Jinsheng slowly said, "Tell me about your plan." As soon as he said this, the corner of Five Tails' mouth lifted slightly. He knew that Meng Jinsheng had agreed to cooperate. Their plan targeting Su Jiang had advanced another step. A few minutes later, an SUV stopped at the entrance of Lu Yu's hot pot restaurant. Su Jingde rushed out of the car in a hurry and looked around as soon as he entered the hot pot restaurant. "Grandpa, over here." Su Jiang was the first to see Su Jingde and raised his hand, shouting loudly. Su Jingde looked in the direction of the voice, his gaze fixed on the figure sitting across from Su Jiang. When An Rou turned her head and met Su Jingde's eyes, Su Jingde was absolutely certain. Yes, it must be her. Such a beautiful girl, must be my granddaughter-in-law. Ha! Su Jingde laughed heartily as he walked towards Su Jiang and their table. "Xiao Jiang, why didn't you tell me about such an important thing as An Rou coming to North City?" An Rou quickly stood up and looked at Su Jingde. "Gee, Grandpa, hello. I'm An Rou." Good, good, good. Su Jingde was even happier when he heard An Rou's address. "Quick, sit down, don't be so formal." With that, Su Jingde casually pulled over a stool from the side and sat between the two of them. An Rou paused, then said, "Grandpa, I originally planned to visit you first, but Su Jiang said you were very busy recently, so?" "Not busy, not busy." Su Jingde waved his hand, saying, "What could be so busy? I'm bored stiff in the office. It's perfect to come out and stroll around with you." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's mouth twitched slightly. "You didn't say that on the phone. Who can't distinguish between important matters and minor ones? It's Zhang Yuanji's good fortune to have a superior like you." Then, Su Jingde looked at the hot pot they were eating and frowned slightly. "Su Jiang, how can you bring An Rou to eat hot pot at noon?" Su Jiang looked confused. "What's wrong with eating hot pot at noon? You've all eaten your fill. What can I take you to eat?" Su Jingde said in a low voice. "And who knows if the ingredients at this place are clean and hygienic? Eating these things is prone to indigestion and causes stomach problems." If Lu Yu weren't away, hearing this, she would probably get into a fight with Su Jingde. "Regardless of whether you're a military region officer," Su Jiang said speechlessly. "How was I supposed to know you were going to come? Besides, when we were in Jiangdu, we often ate hot pot at noon." An Rou blinked and said, "Su Jiang was the one who took me there. He wanted to eat it himself." As soon as she said this, Su Jiang suddenly turned his head, tilted his head to look at An Rou, with a big question mark appearing above his head. "Hold on, big sis. How can your 37-degree mouth say something so cold? Do you dare to touch your conscience and say that again? If you can't touch it, I'll help you." Upon hearing this, Su Jingde glared at Su Jiang. "You brat, it's one thing for you to be greedy, but you even dragged An Rou along." Su Jiang immediately felt incredibly wronged. This black pot was directly dumped on him. There was no reason to it at all. But in this situation, he could only brace himself and say, "Yes, I will reflect on myself properly." As he spoke, he also glared at An Rou. "A gentleman doesn't rest until vengeance is taken. You'll definitely know what's coming tonight when we get back." An Rou was not afraid at all. Anyway, as long as Su Jiang dared to bully her, she would immediately complain to Su Jingde. Seeing that Su Jiang's attitude in admitting his mistake was sincere, Su Jingde nodded slightly. Then, he changed his expression and looked at An Rou with a smile. "An Rou, how about Grandpa takes you around North City? This guy Xiao Jiang doesn't know anything, only knows how to eat. I know a lot more fun places in North City than him. When you get tired of walking, I'll take you to eat something really delicious." An Rou naturally wouldn't refuse and smiled, nodding. "I'll listen to Grandpa." This obedient appearance made Su Jingde extremely happy. He felt that Su Jiang being able to marry such a good girl was simply the good fortune of their old Su family for several generations. "Su Jiang, however, drank An Rou's milk tea without saying a word, attempting to get revenge by finishing her milk tea. The An family's little devil girl is indeed not easy to deal with. This book source belongs exclusively to the Big Bad Wolf Public Welfare Book Source, providing free reading services. Download requires a reward to activate VIP. After the reward, this message can be closed. If you find scalpers stealing this interface to set up groups for fees, please recognize the official chat and the only designated QQ. 279-437541. Beware of being deceived. Book source anti-loss link. Dashabai.tk. Join the official QQ group in time. 104-020-6466 to get the latest book source. If you need download caching and ad purification functions, please contact the author's QQ. QQ 279-437541. 588. You can use it at will. North City, Military Region Interrogation Room. Wu Ergu and Jiang Yuanji slowly left the room where Wu Yinsi was. Wu Ergu. Wu Yinsi suddenly spoke, calling out to Wu Ergu. Wu Ergu looked back at him and saw Wu Yinsi say, "Remember everything you said. If you dare to lie to me." Wu Yinsi, stop saying such pointless things. Wu Ergu interrupted him and said softly, "You and I both know. You have no choice." Hearing this, Wu Yinsi stared intently at Wu Ergu's face, saying nothing. Click. After the room door closed, Wu Yinsi's vision was once again plunged into darkness. After Jiang Yuanji and Wu Ergu walked out of the interrogation room, they found that Chen Duo had been waiting outside, and his expression was extremely off. "What's wrong? Didn't I tell you to call Section Chief Su back?" Jiang Yuanji asked strangely. Commander, there was a small accident," Chen Duo said with a forced smile. Jiang Yuanji immediately had a bad feeling, but Wu Ergu was right beside him at the moment. He could only brace himself and say, "What's going on? Speak." "I followed your instructions and went to find Officer Su, asking him to contact Section Chief Su. And then, Officer Su said he wasn't feeling well and asked me to request leave for him, along with Section Chief Su's leave." When Jiang Yuanji heard this, his face immediately darkened. "I told you to get them back, and not only did you fail to do that, but you also lost one?" After a while, Jiang Yuanji turned his head awkwardly and said to Wu Ergu, "The weather has changed quite a bit recently. They might have caught a cold and are not feeling well." A dignified commander, having to make excuses for his subordinates. Jiang Yuanji felt that he was the only commander who had to do this. Wu Ergu, however, gave Jiang Yuanji a meaningful look, nodded, and said nothing. This attitude made Jiang Yuanji feel uneasy. Wu Ergu wouldn't cancel Su Zhang's qualification out of anger, would he? That would be a huge loss. He had spent so much energy, written so many self-criticisms, and endured so much pressure during this time. All for what? Wasn't it just to get Su Jiang to win first place in the Grand Martial Arts competition? If he was disqualified, what would all his efforts during this time amount to? Would it mean he was a patsy? Fortunately, Wu Ergu didn't seem to mind this matter much. But Jiang Yuanji couldn't figure out his thoughts for the moment, so he could only take it one step at a time. At the same time, An Mingjie and Mo Chang returned to the courtyard. An Mingjie went straight to Xiang Qingtian's room. As if he had expected it, Xiang Qingtian handed An Mingjie a stack of documents on the table after seeing him. "These are all Nine Tails information. Take a look." An Mingjie took the documents, and after reading a few pages, his brows furrowed slightly. "Why have I never heard of some of this intelligence?" "Of course you haven't heard of it," Xiang Qingtian said lightly. "Because I inferred those based on the existing intelligence." He then continued, "From the current situation, the Nine Tails organization is extremely large, and the core members, including Leader Nine Tails, are a total of 10 people. Besides these 10 people, I suspect they have many people lurking in various countries around the world. To catch the thief, first catch the leader. To completely eradicate this organization, we can only eliminate their leader Nine Tails." Hearing this, An Mingjie nodded slowly. "Nine Tails, no matter who dies, someone will immediately take their place. But only Nine Tails has been that one person from beginning to end, which means he is extremely well hidden. It's almost impossible to dig him out using conventional methods." "That's right. Xiang Qingtian took a deep breath. But a very important point now is that we have no idea about Nine Tails' movements. I'm thinking, can we plant someone to be a mole within Nine Tails to provide us with some information? And Mingjie raised an eyebrow. A mole? Are you talking about Su Jiang? No, absolutely not him. Xiang Qingtian shook his head. Nine Tails is not Wu Yinxi. If anything seems off, Su Jiang will be immediately exposed. It's even possible that they might use Su Jiang against us to set a trap. And Mingjie sat down on the sofa nearby, massaged his temples, and also felt it was a bit tricky. This enemy is completely different from previous ones. They cannot be dealt with using conventional methods. With the slightest carelessness, they might fail completely. This choice for the mole is really difficult. I'll go. Just then, a voice sounded, and Mingjie and Xiang Qingtian looked towards the door at the same time. They saw Lu Yu with a cigarette in his mouth, leaning against the doorframe, looking at the two and saying playfully, "Isn't it just a mole? Look at how gloomy you both are. Why are you here?" Xiang Qingtian looked at him in surprise. Lu Yu spread his hands. "Bored, so I came to visit you. Getting back to business. Don't you need someone to be a mole in Nine Tails?" He pointed to himself and said, "I'll go." Xiang Qingtian immediately frowned. The Nine Tails organization is not on the level of Chaos Town. With the slightest mistake, you could be doomed forever. I've been doomed forever. Lu Yu said lightly. Xiang Qingtian, what do you think I've been living on to get to where I am today? Before they could answer, Lu Yu said, "It's hatred, old Xiang." He extinguished the cigarette butt and exhaled a long breath. "As long as I can kill those bastards, I don't care what happens to me." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell into silence. Lu Yu took out another cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a lighter. After a while, Xiang Qingtian said, "You don't care, but what about Xueqiu? If something happens to you, how can I explain it to Xueqiu?" "Old Xiang, you still don't understand us." Lu Yu shook his head. "As long as we can get revenge, even if I die, Xueqiu will help me finish the rest of the path." Xiang Qingtian's mood immediately became heavy. He knew Lu Yu and Ning Xueqiu's obsession, and also knew that Lu Yu was the most suitable candidate for a mole. But he was still unwilling to let Lu Yu go. After losing Qin Feng, Xiang Qingtian began to fear that Lu Yu and the others would die inexplicably like Qin Feng. Or rather, in the game of chess between Xiang Qingtian and Nine Tails, Xiang Qingtian's goal from the beginning was to win against the opponent without letting them capture any of his pieces. This sounds impossible, but it is also what Xiang Qingtian has been trying to do. "Old Xiang, when did you become so sentimental?" Lu Yu saw what Xiang Qingtian was thinking and said, "It's settled then. I'll go back and prepare, and then I'll follow your arrangements." "Old Xiang, my life is in your hands. You can use it however you want." This book source belongs exclusively to Big Bad Wolf's public service book source, providing free reading services. Download requires a reward to activate VIP. This message can be closed after rewarding. If you find scalpers stealing this interface to create paid groups, please recognize the official chat and the only designated QQ 279-437541 to prevent being scammed. Book source anti-loss link. Dashabai.tk join the official QQ group in time 104-020-6466 for the latest book source updates. If you need download caching and ad purification functions, please contact the author's QQ 279-437541. 589. Do whatever you want. On a bustling street in North City, Su Jingde had transformed into a tour guide, taking An Rou around. "An Rou, try this. This is delicious." "An Rou, I'll take you over there to look around. There's a wall of flowers over there. It's especially beautiful." "An Rou, just say whatever you like. Grandpa will buy it for you." "An Rou." Su Jiang's ears were already calloused from listening. All this way, he had only served as a companion. Of course, he was also responsible for eliminating food remnants. An Rou had already finished the hot pot, so anything Su Jingde bought for her, she would take 1 or 2 bites and then give it to Su Jiang. With the way Su Jingde was buying things, even if Su Jiang had a bigger appetite, he couldn't eat anymore. "Grandpa, wait a moment." Su Jiang couldn't help but say, "How about we take a break?" Su Jingde heard this, frowned, and glanced at him. An Rou isn't even saying she's tired. You're a big man. What are you tired of? When Jiang heard this, he was immediately speechless. They weren't tired. The things weren't on them. He remembered when he first came to North City, Jiang didn't treat him like this. Had kinship deteriorated so quickly? The corner of Jiang's mouth twitched slightly, so he quickly looked at An Rou and said, An Rou, you must be tired too, right? I'm not tired. An Rou shook her head. I want to walk around a bit more. It was rare to see Jiang like this. How could An Rou easily let him off the hook? Facts proved that shopping with women was truly tiring. Even Jiang couldn't help but feel physically and mentally exhausted. Yet, this little girl An Rou didn't seem tired at all. It made Jiang suspect for a moment that the system had defected and gone to An Rou. Please do not question the loyalty of this system. Loyal my ass. Jiang cursed internally. When you first came, you were thinking of obliterating me every day. If there weren't no complaint channels, I'd definitely complain about you. This trash system, every day. The system did not respond, either because it was angered or too lazy to bother with Jiang. And at this moment, Jiang also looked at the progress bar for the ultimate mission. 35%. It couldn't be said that there was no progress at all, only that there was no progress at all. Jiang suspected that all the world-renowned fame had been snatched by Gong Sun Yu. Hey, wait. Jiang's mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a bold idea emerged. System, what if I nurtured Gong Sun Yu to a world-renowned level like raising a pig, and then I killed him? That way, would I be considered world-renowned and have completed the mission? Please complete the mission according to the normal process. Or what if I impersonated Gong Sun Yu and caused trouble everywhere? Would that count as me being world-renowned? If that doesn't work, I'll let Zhang Yuanji help distribute flyers, sending my name and face all over the world. Would that work? Jiang proposed several methods in a row, all of which were rejected by the system. Finally, the system couldn't stand it anymore and directly said, do whatever the hell you want. Tisk, why are you getting angry? Jiang said in a chiding tone, we're one entity. After all, don't cause internal strife. How many immoral things do I have to do to find a host like you? If you keep being abstract, I'll just self-destruct and we'll go down together. When Jiang heard this, he knew the system was getting anxious. If he kept talking, it might really get worked up and take him down with it. It was better to give it some time to calm down. It's just, Jiang looked at the mysterious reward of the ultimate mission and was really curious what it was. So, finally, after they found a place to rest, Jiang spoke up and asked, Grandpa, has the date for that big martial arts competition been set? I'm rushing to the border region to do something important. As soon as he said this, An Rou looked puzzled. What big martial arts competition? Why go to the border region? Jiang nodded. Exactly, why go to the border region? If you go to the border region, what about An Rou? I'll take An Rou with me, Jiang said as a matter of course. There's no rule in the border region that says you can't bring family members. What did you say? Jiang's eyes widened. You want to take An Rou to a dangerous place like the border region? No, absolutely not. No, Grandpa, listen to me. Jiang patiently explained about 9 tails targeting An Rou. An Rou is safest following me, by my side. However, Jiang completely ignored Jiang's words. He only had one thought in his mind. The people of 9 Tails dare to touch his granddaughter-in-law? How outrageous! Jiang said with a furious look. Are those bastards from 9 Tails tired of living? Originally, I thought I was about to retire and was too lazy to bother with them. Damn it, they dare to touch An Rou. I'm really giving them face. Seeing this, Jiang and An Rou quickly appeased Jiang, telling him not to get angry. Don't get agitated, Grandpa. Aren't I fine? An Rou persuaded. Exactly. Besides, with your old arms and legs, you're still planning to find trouble with them? Jiang also advised kindly. However, when Jiang heard Jiang's words, he became even more annoyed. What old arms and legs? I'm telling you, your father might not even be able to beat me if he came. I taught him everything. Jiang pouted. Last time he told me that he was letting you win, afraid you'd lose face. An Rou stepped on Jiang's foot with a speechless expression. If you can't speak properly, just say less. She whispered in Jiang's ear. Was he really not afraid of angering Su Jingde into a heart attack? After a long time, Su Jingde finally calmed down. This isn't the place to talk. I'll take you to an old friend of mine. Su Jingde looked at Su Jiang and said slowly, There, I'll tell you about the big martial arts competition. Su Jiang's face fell. By now, almost everything that needed to be discussed had been discussed. What else was there that couldn't be said? Soon, Su Jingde drove them to a remote homestyle restaurant. Northern homestyle cooking is very different from the South, Su Jingde said as he walked in. Northern homestyle cooking is all about 2 words, rice-friendly. I guarantee, even if you two are full, when you see the dishes, you'll still be able to eat 2 big bowls of rice. Hearing Su Jingde's loud voice, the boss came out from inside, and the moment he saw Su Jingde, he smiled and said, Old Su, it's been a while since you've been here. Hara, Lao Fong, come, let me introduce you. Su Jingde laughed heartily and pointed at Su Jiang. This is my grandson. Then he pointed at An Rou. This is my granddaughter-in-law. How about it? Aren't they a perfect match, a match made in heaven? 590. I have plenty of time. Your grandson? Lao Fong looked at Su Jiang with a surprised face. Didn't you say your grandson was in Jiangdu? He actually came to North City. Ha ha ha. Su Jingde laughed loudly. Let me tell you, my grandson is now the youngest captain in our North City military region. Really? Lao Fong looked at Su Jiang in surprise, then said with a regretful look, What a pity. I was already prepared to agree to the matter you mentioned before about introducing your grandson to my daughter. As soon as these words came out, the smiles on Su Jiang and Su Jingde's faces instantly froze. Su Jiang looked at An Rou immediately, then shook his head frantically. I didn't know about this. Su Jingde also said awkwardly, Lao Fong, you and your mouth. When did I ever say such a thing? Lao Fong looked at An Rou and Su Jiang, then said with sudden realization, Oh, right. There's no such thing. I misremembered. Su Jiang was speechless. It would have been better if he hadn't explained. Su Jingde quickly said, All right. Hurry up and get me some dishes. The usual, make a few signature dishes. My grandson is from the South and hasn't eaten Northern cuisine. When Lao Fong heard this, he immediately smiled and said, All right, I guarantee you'll want to stay forever after eating. After saying that, he went into the back kitchen to work. Su Jingde led the 2 of them to a small round table and sat down, then said, This Lao Fong, he used to be from our military region. Later, he went to fight in the border region and suffered serious injuries. Plus, his daughter also needed someone to take care of her, so he retired and opened a homestyle restaurant here. Basically, the people who come to his business are all from our military region, as well as some of his old comrades. Immediately after, Su Jingde looked at Su Jiang and said, You're going to the border region, you can ask him about some things. Lao Fong is very experienced. Asking him for advice in some areas will be of great help to you. Su Jingde paused, then continued. As for the grand competition, as far as I know, it's in 5 days. At that time, each military region will send a team to participate, a total of 27 teams, and the grand competition will be held at the intersection of North City and the border region. The grand competition is divided into 3 parts: individual battles, arena battles, and team battles. Individual battles, as the name suggests, are 1-on-1. Arena battles are 5-on-5, and team battles are the same format as when you fought Black Hawk before. After the 3 parts are completed, the teams will be ranked according to the points they earn. The top 10 teams will receive special attention when they go to the border region. These are the general rules. Su Jiang nodded thoughtfully after listening. The grand competition is in 5 days, and after it ends, he can go to the border region. And that Nine-Tails leader is in the border region. To complete the ultimate mission, he also has to go to the border region. At this moment, An Rou said, 27 teams, won't the competition be very fierce? Grandpa, what rank did the North City military region get in previous years? An Rou asked curiously. As soon as these words came out, Su Jiang and Su Jingde fell into an eerie silence. Su Jingde coughed lightly. Past results aren't important. What's important is this year's. No problem. Su Jiang nodded. With me here today, we'll definitely rank first. He couldn't possibly tell An Rou that they had been consistently ranked last in the past few years, could he? And it was Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu who led the team. Su Jiang himself felt a bit embarrassed, let alone Su Jingde. Every time he thought of this, he wished he could hang the couple up and beat them. An Rou felt the atmosphere was strange, so she didn't ask any more questions. Just then, Lao Fong brought the dishes out from the back kitchen. Here we go, this is fish-flavored eggplant strips. Guobao Rou, sweet and sour pork with pineapple. Braised Japanese tofu. Fried fresh mushrooms. Small gourd meatball soup. Several large plates of dishes were placed on the table, looking very appetizing. Even though An Rou had already eaten her fill, she couldn't help but want to eat a little more at this moment. Come, try it and see how it tastes, Lao Fong said with a smile. Su Jiang was the first to pick up chopsticks and try a piece of Guobao Rou. An Rou also started eating, and after just trying a little, both of them praised it endlessly. Lao Fong was also very happy watching them. Lao Fong, sit down and eat with us, Su Jingde called out. While you're at it, tell my grandson about the border region. Border region? Lao Fong didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly next to Su Jingde, then looked at Su Jiang. You're going to the border region? Yes. Su Jiang nodded. Serving the country, I won't back down. Good. When Lao Fong heard this, he gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. The country needs talented and ambitious people like you. Old Su, I'm envious that you have such a grandson. Su Jingde was overjoyed when he heard this and insisted on pulling Lao Fong to have a couple of drinks. I can drink, but you can't. Lao Fong shook his head and refused. It doesn't matter if I'm retired, but you're not retired yet. Su Jingde immediately felt bored and had to use tea instead of wine, pulling Lao Fong to have a drink. After drinking, Lao Fong looked at Su Jiang and said, the border region is different from the military region. Every day is training, fighting, coming back alive, then training again, and fighting again. Out of 100 people who go to the border region, no more than 10 will come back alive. Especially in the current situation, with China facing threats from various countries, the battle situation is even more dangerous. Immediately after, Lao Fong began to tell Su Jiang about everything he had experienced in the border region. Night fell inside a hidden underground casino in North City. Several people were gathered around the gambling table. Their expressions varied. Some excitedly slammed the table, while others were dejected. Some held chips, their eyes fanatic, while others sat in the corner, their faces full of despair. At this moment, a figure in a white suit appeared here. He had a cigarette in his mouth, looked around, and then his gaze fixed on the stairwell. 2 bodyguard-like men guarded the stairwell, and no one dared to approach. Liu took a deep breath and walked towards it. Stop. No entry here. Liu looked up at the 2 of them, then whispered, I'm looking for the one upstairs. Hearing this, the 2 looked at each other and sneered. Do you know who the one upstairs is? Of course I know. Liu smiled slightly, held up 5 fingers to the 2 of them, and then whispered, the one I'm looking for is Fifth Tail. As soon as these words came out, the 2 were instantly startled and asked with wary eyes, Who exactly are you? Don't be nervous. I'm Seven-Tailed Man. Liu slowly said, Seven-Tailed is dead. According to the rules, I can seek a higher position. I'm here to pledge allegiance to Fifth Tail. Pledge allegiance. Hearing this sentence, the 2 hesitated for a moment before speaking. Wait here. I need to go up and report. It's all right, no rush. Liu said with a smile. I have plenty of time. 591. Welcome to join my camp. After a few minutes, the person from upstairs came down and said to Liu, Come up with me. Liu nodded and followed the man up the stairs. However, as he followed the man into a room, he felt his vision go dark and something covered his head. Immediately after, Liu's hands were restrained, and what awaited him was a brutal beating. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't know how many people had attacked. Liu was completely unable to resist and could only grit his teeth, enduring it all. After a few minutes, a voice rang out. All right, don't actually beat him to death. As soon as the words fell, everyone stopped. Liu was already on the verge of death from the beating. Someone took off his hood. Liu's face was covered in blood, and his breathing had become weak. He forced himself to open his eyes. After a wave of dizziness, he saw a man wearing a black fox mask sitting on the sofa in the center. He lowered his head, looking at Lu Yu with interest, and said, "Not bad. After being beaten for so long, you haven't made a sound." Lu Yu slowly gasped for breath, pulling a slight smile at his blood-stained lips. "If I cried out, would you stop?" Five Tails smiled slightly and said, "No, you would be beaten even worse. Do you know why? Because I have a peculiar habit. I like listening to people's screams of agony. As for tough guys like you who don't make a sound, I detest them the most." Hearing this, Lu Yu weakly said, "Then if I scream now, is it still in time?" Five Tails was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Interesting, truly interesting." He stood up, walked over to Lu Yu, and squatted down. His eyes behind the mask stared intently into Lu Yu's eyes. "Are you Seven-Tailed Man?" "Yes." "Why did you come here?" "Seven-Tailed is dead, and the people from the military region are arresting spies everywhere. I want to survive." Lu Yu met Five Tails' gaze without fear and continued, "For people like us, if there's no one above us, it's only a matter of time before we're finished." Hearing this, Five Tails asked again, "Then if I take you in, what benefit can I get?" "I can tell you a secret. This is information Seven-Tailed obtained before it died, which it didn't have time to report to the organization." "Would Seven-Tailed tell you such information?" "I also overheard it unintentionally." Lu Yu said word for word, "That is, the specific location of the North City secret treasure." As soon as these words were spoken, Five Tails' pupils suddenly contracted. "Are you serious?" "Of course," Lu Yu said softly. "However, without the mithril spear, it would be useless even if I told you. Without the mithril spear, if you forcibly open that treasure location, everything inside will be instantly destroyed, and you'll get nothing." Five Tails' eyes flickered uncertainly. For a moment, he couldn't judge whether what Lu Yu said was true or false. However, he knew that Seven-Tailed had met Xiang Qingtian and his group. Before its death, maybe it really did find out something. "Where is the location? Tell me," Five Tails said slowly. "Tell me, and I will take you in." Hearing this, Lu Yu chuckled. "If I tell you, I'll have no value. I went through so much trouble to find you, even enduring a beating, not just so you would take me in." "Then what are you after?" Five Tails asked in confusion. "Could it be that you have another purpose?" "Of course." Lu Yu stared at Five Tails and said word for word, "Let's make a deal. You help me become a tail, and I'll tell you the location. I've had enough of feeling like someone's subordinate. I want to hold my destiny in my own hands." "How about it, Five Tails? Become a tail?" Five Tails' heart trembled. He hadn't expected this person's goal to be this. The entire Nine Tails only has 9 tails in total. To become one of them is naturally extremely difficult. He only became Five Tails through a stroke of luck. "I can't help you." Five Tails shook his head. "Every tail in Nine Tails is personally appointed by the leader. We wouldn't dare interfere with such matters. For example, if Seven-Tailed dies, who the new Seven-Tailed will be is decided by the leader. All we can do is follow the arrangements." Hearing this, Lu Yu said somewhat unwillingly, "Can't you recommend me to the leader? Seven-Tailed is already dead. Why can't I become the new Seven-Tailed?" Hearing this, Five Tails laughed. "Then according to your logic, if they killed me, they could also become the new Five Tails." He pointed at the others in the room and added, "Ask them, do they dare?" Everyone shook their heads. Immediately after, Five Tails added, "Besides, if I recommended you and your identity turned out to be problematic, what then? If something really goes wrong, I'll be in trouble too. As for me, I don't seek merit, only to avoid mistakes. As long as there's risk involved, I won't do it if I can avoid it. This is also why I've been able to live until now." Lu Yu glanced at Five Tails, thinking inwardly that this was bad. He hadn't expected this Five Tails to be so cowardly, not daring to take even the slightest risk. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yu struggled to support himself and stood up, saying, "In that case, I apologize for the disturbance." With that said, he turned and walked towards the door. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Five Tails watched Lu Yu's back without making a move. Just as Lu Yu's hand touched the doorknob, Five Tails' voice sounded behind him. "You didn't really think I'd just let you go like this, did you?" Five Tails said mockingly. "There are only 2 kinds of people who can leave this room. Either they are my people, or they are dead. He slowly stepped forward, saying as he walked, I think you're an interesting fellow. It would be a shame for you to die. I'll give you a chance. Tell me the location of the North City secret treasure, and I'll take you in. If there's a chance in the future, it's not impossible for you to become a tail. These words weren't a lie. Five Tails truly felt this person had the ability to be a tail. Moreover, if Liu Yu really became a tail, he would still be his man, which would also be beneficial to him. When Liu Yu heard this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but when he turned his head, the smile had vanished. He looked at Five Tails and smiled bitterly. Do I have any other choice? Hearing this, Five Tails burst into laughter and spread his arms towards Liu Yu. Welcome to my faction. Liu Yu could only say that this person was truly bold. He didn't even know his name yet, but he dared to take him in. Just wait. Liu Yu thought inwardly. I'll definitely settle the score for this beating today later. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. This beating couldn't be for nothing. 592. Dare to eat and dine for free. Compared to the South, the nights in North City are always less bustling. Aside from that tumultuous night, the people of North City seemed to have returned to their normal lives. The impact of that explosion didn't seem to be very significant for them. Inside Lao Feng's homestyle restaurant, Su Jiang and the others had also eaten their fill. As they were leaving, Su Jingde insisted on paying, but Lao Feng stopped him. Old Su, usually it's fine, but today you have to listen to me. It's my treat. Lao Feng was clearly happy from drinking. With a red face, he loudly proclaimed, What's our relationship? Your grandson is my grandson, and your granddaughter-in-law is my granddaughter-in-law. Our own family's children are eating, why would I charge them? Right, grandson? He shouted towards Su Jiang. Right? Exactly. Su Jiang raised a large bottle of liquor and said to Lao Feng, Uncle Feng is still the most generous. I'll drink this. After speaking, he gulped down another bottle. Seeing this, Lao Feng naturally wasn't to be outdone and picked up a bottle to drink. Su Jiang was largely responsible for him getting this drunk. An Rou and Su Jingde were speechless. These two had been drinking for half the day. Lao Feng was almost drunk numb, but Su Jiang looked completely fine. This alcohol tolerance was simply terrifying. Su Jingde knew Lao Feng's drinking capacity. Back then, among their group, he was considered a heavy drinker. But looking at the situation today, Su Jiang could drink at least 10 of him. You should drink less, An Rou whispered to Su Jiang. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Jiang thought An Rou was worried about him. Unexpectedly, An Rou stepped on him and said, You're fine, but look how drunk you've made Uncle Feng. No more drinking. Su Jiang looked innocent. Lao Feng wanted a drink, so he just accompanied him for a couple of drinks? Is that wrong? With his physical condition, he had long been immune to getting drunk. Su Jiang looked at the pile of empty bottles beside him. This little bit wasn't even enough to wet his teeth. Grandson, come, let's keep drinking. Lao Feng's eyes were already closed, but he still held up a bottle and said to Su Jiang, Our grandpa and grandson will drink to our heart's content tonight. Su Jingde was speechless. Anyone who didn't know would think this was his biological grandson. In the end, Su Jingde and An Rou forcibly separated the two of them and secretly left the money for the meal at the counter. Grandson, remember to visit often. Lao Feng waved from afar. All right, Uncle Feng, let's make plans again next time. Su Jiang poked his head out from the car window, but An Rou pulled him back in. Immediately after, Su Jingde stepped on the gas pedal, preparing to take the two back to the hotel. Xiao Jiang, you two should have a good time in North City these 2 days. I'll notify you when the details of the grand competition are finalized. You don't need to worry about the military region's affairs. I'll just tell Zhang Yuanji. Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this. All right, with Grandpa's words, I'm relieved. Look, this is what you call background and influence. This is background and influence. My grandpa is a military region officer. Just with this one sentence, Su Jiang could walk sideways in North City. What? You're saying I got my captain position through connections? Come, go talk to my commander uncle. Ask him if I got in through connections. Zhang Yuanji definitely wouldn't dare to say yes, because if this matter were thoroughly investigated, he'd have to write a self-criticism. Soon, Su Jingde dropped the two off at the hotel, gave them some instructions, and then left. You go back to your own room to sleep. An Rou pointed to Heng's room and said, "Get some rest early." Seeing this, the moment An Rou opened the door, Jiang immediately put on a pained expression. "An Rou, my head is so dizzy. I think I drank a bit too much. I think I forgot my room card. I'll rest here with you for a bit." With that, Jiang took the opportunity to enter An Rou's room. An Rou was stunned for a moment. Then she was amused by Jiang's acting. Keep acting, keep acting." "I'm not acting, silly cat. Tell me, am I drunk?" "Meow. Liar. See, even the silly cat says I'm drunk. Are you bullying me because I don't understand what Fugue is saying?" Jiang ignored An Rou, directly threw himself onto the bed, and lay down spread-eagled. He forcefully occupied An Rou's bed. Seeing this, An Rou kicked Jiang twice with a look of dissatisfaction. It would have been better if she hadn't kicked him. Her legs and stockings swayed back and forth in front of Jiang. Who could tolerate that? Jiang immediately sprang up, picked up An Rou, and headed towards the bathroom. His hands were also particularly dishonest, stroking An Rou's legs, feeling the silky touch transmitted to his hands. "Hey, Jiang, wait for me. Didn't we just this morning?" An Rou was like a little white rabbit that had fallen into a trap. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape Jiang's grasp. Soon, Fugue, who was sleeping on the balcony, twitched his ears and opened his eyes with some dissatisfaction. "Meow. So noisy. It's noisy during the day, and it's noisy at night too. Are they not letting a cat sleep?" He stretched out his two small paws, covering his ears in a very illustrative manner, and continued to sleep. The sounds from inside the room rose and fell, and towards the end, An Rou's pleas for mercy could faintly be heard. The sounds gradually subsided until late at night. Clearly, a winner had been decided. Meanwhile, at Liu Yu's hot pot restaurant. "Hurry up and wash. Wash faster. There's a pile more behind you." A burly man wearing a white chef's uniform was roaring at Jiang. "You didn't even bring money, and you dare to eat and run? It's true. The bigger the forest, the more kinds of birds there are. Wash the bowls clean, or you won't leave." Jiang was on the verge of tears. He never expected that guy Jiang hadn't paid. What he didn't know was that Jiang thought Liu Yu treated him like a buddy and invited him for hot pot, so he didn't pay when he left. So when the staff came into the store, they naturally caught Jiang, the fall guy. They demanded that Jiang pay for both tables. But where would Jiang get the money? So he was dragged over to be a dishwasher. "I only ate a few slices of cabbage," Jiang said tearfully. "You don't catch the ones who ate the meat. You catch me, the one who ate cabbage. Are you really just bullying honest people? I'm friends with your boss. He treated me to that table. If you don't believe me, call him and ask." So someone called Liu Yu. No one answered. Jiang's heart instantly died. "How long do I have to wash?" Jiang looked at the pile of dirty dishes behind him, a look of despair on his face. How could this crappy restaurant have such good business? That dog Liu Yu, his business is so good, and he can't afford to treat someone to one hot pot meal? Jiang really couldn't wash anymore. He whispered to the guy supervising him, "Buddy, actually, I'm a fortune teller. How about I tell your fortune, and you let me go? Hurry up and work." "All right." Jiang started vigorously washing dishes again. 593. The emotions are full, but there is no value at all. Border region, in a nameless small town. Hoo-hoo. A man woke up with a start from the bed, panting heavily, his shirt soaked with sweat. After calming down, he quickly looked towards the bedside where a white briefcase was placed. Inside were the genetic data of Ganges organisms from India. Confirming the item was still there, the man slowly walked to the window, looking at the sun gradually rising in the east, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Almost there." Invincible Zhao murmured softly. "Leave this small town, cross 2 more mountains, and I'll be safe. All this way, too. Shake off the people chasing him." He had been hiding everywhere, not even daring to report his exact location to the border region military region headquarters. Invincible Zhao fumbled in his pocket for a cigarette. After lighting it, his eyes revealed unprecedented solemnity. Only a few people knew about his undercover work in India. During his undercover period, he was sure he hadn't revealed any flaws. But he was exposed so suddenly. It was certain he had been betrayed. But who betrayed him, he didn't know. So he could only hide with the data. not daring to request support from headquarters. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, followed by a man's voice from outside. He wasn't speaking Chinese, but the general meaning was that Invincible Zhao's time was up and he needed to check out. Invincible Zhao frowned upon hearing this. Checking out so early, who was he trying to fool? Sensing something was wrong, he pulled out a pistol from his waist, slowly walked to the door, aimed the muzzle straight ahead, and then stopped moving. A few seconds later, a loud bang was heard. The door was forcefully kicked open. In Invincible Zhao's line of sight, dozens of armed soldiers instantly appeared. Undoubtedly, they were all here to kill him. So, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, firing several shots. Bang, bang, bang. After taking down a few people, Invincible Zhao immediately turned around, grabbed the case, and jumped out of the window. Fortunately, the floor wasn't high, and there was a place to brace himself in the middle, so he landed steadily. Borrowing this, he directly got on a motorcycle by the roadside, twisted the throttle hard, and sped forward. "Oh my God, my car!" Someone said this angrily. However, when he saw a group of armed soldiers appear, chasing Invincible Zhao frantically, he immediately and sensibly shut his mouth. Compared to the motorcycle, he valued his life more. North City, Military Region. In Su Jingda's office, Zhang Yuanji said with a bitter expression, "Consider it a plea from me to you too, Grandpa and Grandson. Can you just let me have some peace of mind? How many nursing homes did I have to blow up in my past life to end up with you old Su family? Ever since Su Jiang arrived, I haven't had many good nights' sleep." Zhang Yuanji grabbed his hair, shoving it in front of Su Jingda. Look, I've gotten a lot more gray hairs." Su Jingda pushed Zhang Yuanji away with a look of disgust. "You have a lot of dandruff too. It's all because of you. I don't even have time to wash my hair." Zhang Yuanji roared. "Out of China's 27 military regions, I'm the most frustrated commander. Commanders in other military regions eat well and drink well every day. What about me? I have to clean up your messes and write self-criticisms every day. Others provide emotional value to their commander. What about you? You've completely maxed out my emotions, but there's absolutely no value. Go ahead and play, my living ancestors. When you finally play me to death and get a different commander, you'll be happy." Zhang Yuanji stood with one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Su Jingda, clearly very angry. His emotions were obviously high, and he became more agitated the more he spoke. Seeing this, Su Jingda quickly soothed him. "Lao Zhang, calm down. At this age, your blood pressure and heart aren't good anyway. It's not good to get so worked up." "Do I want to get worked up?" Zhang Yuanji pointed at his face in disbelief and said, "Do you know how busy I've been like a dog these past few days? The scene in Chaos Town still hasn't been cleaned up. I've arrested a bunch of spies, and they still haven't been interrogated. I can't even keep up with looking at all that intelligence. The higher-ups have also sent down top-level officers. There's Wu Yinxi and the grand competition, and I'm the only one worrying about it all. At such a crucial time, you took your grandson out shopping and for home-style cooking?" I. Zhang Yuanji's mouth hung open for a long time before finally forcing out a sentence. "I'm truly screwed." Su Jingda calmly took a sip of tea, then said composedly, "You're the commander, the head of this military region, our boss. It's normal for you to be a bit busy." These words directly made Zhang Yuanji laugh out of anger. "You actually know I'm the head? Anyone who didn't know would think you were my boss." Zhang Yuanji tried to calm down, taking several deep breaths before slowly saying, "Tell Su Jiang to get ready tomorrow to lead the team to the grand competition. Xiao Si will go along as the accompanying officer. The chief examiner Wu Ergu has already set off first today. Make sure to instruct Su Jiang well. Don't let him cause any trouble. If he's still like Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu, then I'll fight it out with your old Su family." Su Jingda heard this and was a little confused. "I thought there were still a few days? Setting off so early. Go early to get familiar with the place, and besides, there are teams from other military regions. You can meet them then. After all, they might be comrades in the future," Zhang Yuanji said. In previous years, the grand competition teams always set off a few days early, but Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu, those two, forget it, never mind. It was already good if Su Wendong wasn't late. Could you expect him to go early? Hong Jiayu didn't even go at all, She just treated the competition as a vacation. Su Jingde suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Zhang Yuanji just felt so tired. If time could flow back, he would rather die on the border region than come back and be this damn commander. This was simply not a job for a human. Depart at 12 noon tomorrow. Tell Su Jiang not to be late. If he's late, I'll fight it out with your old Su family. Got it, got it. Su Jingde nodded. Don't work too hard either. Rest when you should. How about I treat you to a meal at Lao Feng's tonight? Get lost, Zhang Yuanji roared. Next time I'll go tell Lao Feng to put you on the list and not allow you to eat there. Su Jingde clicked his tongue. He was kindly showing concern, and not only did Zhang Yuanji not appreciate it, but he also got angry. Zhang Yuanji didn't bother with him and left Su Jingde's office directly, not even closing the door. Along the way, everyone who saw Commander Zhang unconsciously avoided him a little. They felt that Commander Zhang's mood today was very off. Like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. 594. I am wronged. Inside An Rou's hotel room in North City, the sun shone through the window, casting light on the bed. Su Jiang opened his eyes and saw that it was already noon. An Rou was nestled in his arms, looking tired, and hadn't woken up yet. He had really exhausted her last night. Otherwise, according to her usual sleeping habits, she would have been up by now. Su Jiang looked at the sleeping An Rou and couldn't help but gently pinch her nose. An Rou's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, "Stop it. Time to get up, wife." Su Jiang whispered in her ear, "It's already noon. Just a little longer." At this moment, White Cat Fu Gue slowly walked into the room and nimbly jumped onto the bed. "Meow, I want to go out and play." Su Jiang blinked and said in An Rou's ear again, "Fu Gue says it wants to go out and play." An Rou slowly opened her eyes, gradually becoming conscious. Recalling everything from last night, An Rou's face immediately turned red. She didn't know if it was from shyness or annoyance, but she bit Su Jiang's arm hard. "Hiss, what are you doing?" Su Jiang gasped. "That's for bullying me last night." An Rou said fiercely. She couldn't even wear that sock anymore because of him, and now she felt completely drained of strength. Su Jiang looked at the teeth marks on his arm and shook his head helplessly. "Meow, go out and play." Fu Gue jumped onto Su Jiang's head and meowed at him incessantly. Su Jiang gave it a light tap on the head, and Fu Gue instantly quieted down. Just then, Su Jingde's call came, informing Su Jiang about the departure tomorrow. "So soon?" Su Jiang asked. "Can't we leave a few days later? You go discuss it with Zhang Yuanji yourself, but I advise you to just obediently listen. He's like dynamite right now, ready to explode at any moment." Su Jingde kindly advised, "If you don't follow his arrangements, I feel like he might just try to take you down with him." Hearing this, Su Jiang roughly knew the state of Commander Zhang's mental health. TSK, still a commander, with such poor psychological endurance. "All right, tomorrow at noon, right? I got it." After saying that, Su Jiang hung up the phone and then said to An Rou, "We have to leave again tomorrow." "Where to?" An Rou asked groggily. "Consider it a trip," Su Jiang thought for a moment and said. After some time, the two finally got out of bed, got dressed, and washed up. As they were about to go out to eat something, they opened the door and happened to run into Li Kai and Yin Heng. "You two just getting up?" Li Kai held a handheld pancake and looked them up and down. "How is that possible? We've been up for a long time," Su Jiang said without batting an eye. Yin Heng and Li Kai both wore expressions that said, "I believe you like I believe in ghosts." Su Jiang pretended not to see it. "Oh right, that old blind man didn't come back last night. Did you sell him?" Li Kai asked. Su Jiang was stunned upon hearing this. Big Deceiver didn't come back? Oh yeah, it seemed like Big Deceiver had been following him. He hadn't even noticed when he disappeared. Just then, footsteps sounded, and the four people and one cat turned their heads to look. They saw Xue Qiliang walking down the hallway like a zombie, his eyes vacant. It was as if he had been tormented all night. He had washed dishes all night to pay off their debt before the hot pot restaurant finally let him go. "Su, young Master Su." Seeing Su Jiang, Xue Qiliang said with a choked voice, "For you, I even sold my own body. They tormented me all night, no matter how much I begged. They wouldn't let me leave. They didn't let me rest for a single minute. Those people took turns watching me. An Rou, Li Kai, Yin Hung, Fu Gui, Su Jiang. As soon as he said this, the four people and one cat all looked at Shui Chiliang in shock. Then, they turned their gaze to Su Jiang. Su Jiang was completely bewildered. I don't know anything. I didn't sell him to a place like that. I'm innocent. Pooh, I'm innocent. Everyone looked disbelievingly, and Li Kai shook his head and sighed. Su Jiang, your humanity has actually sunk to this level. No, listen to me explain. Su Jiang quickly looked at An Rou. Quickly help me explain. This is about my reputation. An Rou, however, played dumb, moving a few steps away from Su Jiang with a look of disgust. Then, she looked at Su Jiang with disappointed eyes. Su Jiang, I didn't realize you were this kind of person. Meow. Exactly. Fu Gui also jumped down from Su Jiang's head and joined the critical army. Su Jiang was completely dumbfounded. What the hell did he even do? Big deceiver. You damn well explain yourself clearly. Seeing this, Shui Chiliang's mouth opened slightly. Then he sighed. Forget it. Young Master Su, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's just let this matter pass. As soon as he said this, the misunderstanding grew even bigger. An Rou snorted coldly, hugging Fu Gui and saying, Fu Gui, let's stay away from this bad person and not learn bad things from him. Hey An Rou, wait for me. Su Jiang quickly chased after her. I really didn't do anything. After the two left, Li Kai and Yin Hung looked at Shui Chiliang with sympathetic eyes. It's okay, it's all over. Li Kai patted his shoulder and said, take a shower and get some sleep, and pretend like nothing happened. Shui Chiliang nodded tearfully and followed the two back to the room. On the other side, the office that originally belonged to Guan Wenlin now had someone else sitting in his position. Xiaoxi sat in the chair Guan Wenlin used to sit in frequently, staring blankly at the desk. Even now, he was still unwilling to accept reality. Guan Wenlin's involvement with spies led to his detention, and Xiaoxi naturally became the officer. After taking office, he had repeatedly requested to see Guan Wenlin, but was always refused. Lost in thought, Xiaoxi didn't notice that Zhang Yuanji had been standing at the door for some time. Seeing Xiaoxi in this state, Commander Zhang sighed, then knocked on the door. The knocking sound pulled Xiaoxi out of his thoughts. Seeing Commander Zhang, he immediately stood up and said, Commander Zhang, sit, don't be nervous. Commander Zhang waved his hand and said, I just came to tell you that tomorrow noon, you will take Su Jiang and their team to the competition venue for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Me? Xiaoxi was surprised upon hearing this, but I don't have experience. Everyone has a first time. You can use this opportunity to clear your head. Commander Zhang said lightly. He Yin and Su Jingde both have important matters to attend to, so it can only be you. Xiaoxi was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Okay, I understand. 595. Things change. Time quickly arrived at the next day. Inside the military region, Su Laosan and the others gathered their teams, ready to depart. Zhang Yuanji checked the time. It was almost noon, but he still hadn't seen a trace of Su Jiang. Seeing this, Xiaoxi couldn't help but say, how about we call and ask? No need. Zhang Yuanji snorted coldly. If that kid really dares to be late, or even not show up, I'll fight him. As soon as he finished speaking, a black sedan drove up from a distance and stopped steadily in front of Zhang Yuanji. Su Jiang opened the car door and got out. He was holding roasted cold noodles and eating them unhurriedly, even greeting Zhang Yuanji. Morning, Commander Zhang. Have you had breakfast? Zhang Yuanji's face was dark as he said each word slowly. I thought you weren't coming. How could that be? Su Jiang said while chewing the roasted cold noodles. The grand competition is a big deal concerning our military region's reputation. Even if there were mountains of knives and seas of fire blocking me, I'd have to break through. Beside him, Li Kai got out of the car. Hearing Su Jiang's words, he couldn't help but rub his forehead. If he hadn't gone to knock on the door and wake Su Jiang up, this guy would have definitely overslept. Mountains of knives and seas of fire. You can't even get out of your own bed. Zhang Yuanji looked behind Su Jiang, his eye twitching. These people are all going with you? Li Kai, An Rou, Yin Hung, Shui Chiliang, Hua Qing, and even a cat? Meow. Hello. Fu Gui was held in An Rou's arms. Sensing Zhang Yuanji's gaze, she meowed a greeting. After all, she was a polite cat. Zhang Yuanji's face was full of black lines. Was this a sightseeing trip? The key was, how in the world did so many people fit into one car? Who was the blind man who just climbed out of the trunk? Don't worry, Commander, don't underestimate them, Su Jiang said confidently. At first glance, they might seem useless, but in reality, they are indeed useless. Zhang Yuanji's mouth twitched. You seem to have just said something pointless. But, Su Jiang's tone shifted, saying, each of them possesses unexpected special abilities that might be useful at critical moments. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanji became interested. Could it be that these few people really had some tricks up their sleeves? Su Jiang took this opportunity to introduce everyone. This is Hua Qing, the strongest support player of the season. His driving skills are divine, the former Akina mountain race god, an all-rounder, and even I haven't even explored 1% of his abilities. Hua Qing smiled honestly, scratching his head and looking at everyone with a smile, appearing extremely kind. This is Li Kai, my good partner, known in the Jianghu as Toy Gun Handsome, muffled sounds. Su Jiang had only spoken halfway when Li Kai, blushing, quickly stepped forward and covered his mouth. Ancestor, do you have to introduce me like this? He whispered through gritted teeth. I'm begging you. Can you please forget that title? Huh? Su Jiang looked at him with a confused expression. Li Kai didn't care anymore and directly covered his mouth, smiling sheepishly at everyone. I'm just a sniper, that's all. Seeing this, the others were also afraid that Su Jiang would give them strange introductions, so they took advantage of the moment Su Jiang couldn't speak to introduce themselves. My name is Yin Heng, hacker. Yin Heng was dressed in black, wearing a hood, and raised his hand coolly. Xue Chuliang adjusted his sunglasses and said pretentiously, I am a wanderer of the Jianghu, proficient in fortune-telling and divination, knowing the will of heaven, understanding good and bad fortune, observing marriages, and planning terrain. Hello everyone, my name is An Rou, and I am Su Jiang's wife. An Rou waved with a smile. Meow, I am a cat. At this moment, everyone, including Zhang Yuanji and Xiao Si, was stunned, staring blankly at this group of people. How did such a bizarre team gather together? However, looking at Su Jiang, who was still eating roasted cold noodles on the side, everyone seemed to understand. Zhang Yuanji opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that nothing he said seemed useful. So he could only walk to Xiao Si's side and heavily patted his shoulder. You might have a tough time on this journey. Hearing this, Xiao Si looked at Su Jiang and sighed slightly. Commander, I'll do my best. Zhang Yuanji couldn't help but hesitate. This was the first time Xiao Si was leading a team to the grand competition. And on his first time, he encountered such a difficult person to lead as Su Jiang, starting with hell difficulty. However, thinking about the days to come when Su Jiang would leave North City and be far from the military region, Zhang Yuanji's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. All right, time is almost up. Let's go. Xiao Si checked the time and said to everyone, everyone get in the cars. This time, we must get first place and show the other military regions our style. Yes. Su Laosan and Wang Taiyun and the others answered in unison. Su Jiang chewed on the roasted cold noodles, his eyes firm. This made Xiao Si feel a bit tired. Depart, he said directly. So, everyone got into the cars one after another, and several cars drove out of the military region consecutively. Leading the way was the black sedan driven by Hua Qing. Zhang Yuanji watched them leave from a distance and let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on a tall building near the military region, a man wearing a black fox mask was using a telescope to take in everything. It wasn't until Su Jiang and the others left the military region that he slowly lowered the telescope. He turned his back to a subordinate behind him and said, report back that Su Jiang has departed and left North City. Let's also get ready and follow. Hearing this, the subordinate hesitated for a moment and said, Sir, the task assigned from above was for us to monitor Su Jiang's whereabouts, not to leave North City. The man frowned slightly, turned around, and said, monitor Su Jiang's whereabouts. If I don't follow, how can I monitor? Or do you think I, the newly appointed seven-tailed, am easy to bully? This subordinate would not dare. The man quickly lowered his head, sweat dripping from his forehead. Seven-tailed stared at him for a while, then said, just this once, don't let it happen again. Yes. After the man finished speaking, he turned and left to handle the matter Seven-Tailed had instructed. Seven-Tailed watched his departing back until it completely disappeared from his sight. Then he slowly took a deep breath. He turned his head, looked in the direction Jiang and the others had left, and gently raised his hand to take off the mask on his face, revealing a familiar face. If Jiang saw this face of the newly appointed Seven-Tailed, he would definitely be surprised, because this face was none other than Higao. This world really is unpredictable. Higao murmured softly, then gently put on the mask and turned to leave. There are still 1 or 2 chapters, which might have to wait until midnight or early morning. I'm really impressed with this schedule. 596, about growth. Inside Mo Chang's courtyard in North City, Jiang and the others have already left North City. Inside Xiang Qingtian's room, and Mingjie slowly said from the sofa, Lu Yu has also successfully approached 5 tails, so we can proceed with the next step. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingtian let out a long breath. Don't rush, Xiang Qingtian said with a worried look between his brows. Let me think a bit more. And Mingjie couldn't help but glance at him. It was his first time seeing Xiang Qingtian like this, hesitant and indecisive. This isn't like you. Yes, this isn't like me. Xiang Qingtian gave a bitter smile. If it were the old me, I wouldn't be so timid today. He leaned back in his chair, looking up at the ceiling, and sighed. We are no longer the same as we were back then. And Mingjie, do you know what a person needs to go through to grow? And Mingjie remained silent, knowing that Xiang Qingtian would provide the answer. After a long pause, Xiang Qingtian slowly spoke. I only realize now that a person's growth requires going through a bloody mess. Do you know? Every time I see you, see Jiang, and that group, it always reminds me of some past times. Xiang Qingtian's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia, and he smiled slightly. Back then, we were also a peculiar team. There was a street punk who dreamed of becoming a hero every day, protecting his home and country on the battlefield, but in the end, he couldn't even use his own name, living a life of anonymity and hiding. There was a doctor whose dream was to heal the world and save lives. He endured mountains of medical books and countless days and nights, only to be met with prejudice and discrimination from the world. There was a female soldier who hoped for world peace, no war, and then to open a flower shop and give flowers to the world. But in the end, she could only bear a lifetime of injustice, scorned and cursed by others. And there were 2 lunatics who tried to change the world and its ways. One died tragically, and the other was left with only the obsession of revenge. Xiang Qingtian's words showed no discernible emotion, yet they moved in Mingjie. Inside the room, only silence remained. Neither of them spoke again. After an unknown period, and Mingjie slowly began, perhaps you are right. This is the price of growth. Facing human nature, facing reality, tearing apart that innocent past self with your own hands. However, he changed his tone and added, but I don't think this is a bad thing. He looked directly at Xiang Qingtian and said, what's wrong with being a hero even if you live anonymously? Despite prejudice and discrimination, how can one not heal the world? Injustice and curses can also be turned into nourishment, allowing flowers to bloom even more vibrantly. And those 2 lunatics, what they wanted to do, they have already succeeded. Hearing in Mingjie's words, Xiang Qingtian was clearly stunned for a moment. Then, Xiang Qingtian suddenly started laughing. Yes, as long as your mindset changes, all of what you said is possible. But how difficult is that? The world is not peaceful, and the ways of the world are unjust. How can our hearts flourish? After speaking, Xiang Qingtian slowly stood up and walked outside, saying, most of the time, most people are not in control of themselves, and the self is not in control of the heart. Watching Xiang Qingtian leave the room, and Mingjie also sighed deeply and continued to study the documents in his hands. After driving for an unknown number of hours, Jiang and the others finally arrived at the grand competition venue. Wow, it's really natural. When Jiang and the others got out of the car, they saw that this place indeed had some resemblance to the isolated island battlefield. Speaking of the isolated island battlefield, the grass on the Feng family's graves must be 2 meters high by now, right? Thinking back now, Su Jiang still found the Feng family quite endearing. Both foolish and easy to deal with. Unlike the Nine Tails organization, which is so disgusting. I'll take you to the contestant camp first. Xiaoxi said. That's where you'll rest. Of course, people from other military regions will also arrive gradually. We should be considered quite early arrivals. As far as I know, the camp will be very lively a few days before the grand competition begins, and there will be bonfire parties at night and so on. Of course, there will also be some minor skirmishes before the competition, but they are all benign, with no ill intent, just to gauge each other's strength before the match. You guys should relax these 2 days and don't put too much pressure on yourselves, Xiaoxi said as he led the way. Behind him, Su Lao-san and the others immediately looked at Su Jiang upon hearing this. Pressure? What is that? Aren't we here for a trip this time? Su Lao-san and the others thought very simply. With the great demon King Su around, who the hell can compete with us? It's the same old saying. Their North City military region, this time, will be utterly dominant. Su Jiang is responsible for the dominance, and they are responsible for the utter part. Soon, they arrived at the camp resting area. The arrival of the North City military region team attracted a lot of attention. Oh, more people are here. Which military region is this? North City military region? Never heard of it. Holy crap! Isn't that the one that forfeited last year and the whole team went on vacation? I remember it so clearly. Really? Is there such a thing? Are you new? It's normal not to know. The North City military region pulls all sorts of crazy stunts every year. You'll get used to it. My goodness, they're so bold. Do they really not take the grand competition seriously? Look at their faces. They look like they're here for tourism. They probably plan to forfeit directly again this time. Everyone was discussing animatedly. The name of the North City military region had gained considerable recognition in the past 2 years due to Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu. Even many first-time participants in the grand competition had heard of those glorious deeds. This made Xiaoxi, as the team leader, feel a bit awkward. It was only then that he vaguely sensed something was amiss. No wonder He Yin and Su Jingde didn't come to lead the team. It turns out they were afraid of this. But only he was embarrassed. The group behind him all held their heads high, showing no sign of discomfort. Su Lao-san and the others had followed Hong Jiayu for so many years that their skin had long become as thick as a city wall. As for Su Jiang and the others, there's even less to say. Hey, North City guys, what excuse are you going to use to forfeit this time? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. This loud voice immediately attracted their attention. Xiaoxi frowned, turned around, and said, Don't cause trouble. Let's go register first, huh? Where is Su Jiang? Team leader, Su team is over there. Su Lao-san awkwardly pointed to a spot not far away. Su Jiang had already started arguing with those who were quietly gossiping about them. The 2 sides seemed to be having a public shouting match. I fell asleep last night. Making it up today? Wait for me. 597. In front of Su Jiang, they were like a bunch of rookies. You? Step out. You? Were you just chirping at us? Su Jiang stood with his hands on his hips, with Fuguei perched on his head, pointing at someone in the crowd and shouting. However, everyone here was from the military region, so they naturally dared to take responsibility for their actions. So, many people immediately stepped forward, asking, So what if we cursed? Is it possible that we were wrong? Didn't your North City military region forfeit every year? Exactly. I still remember. The people who led the team those 2 years were named Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu, and they were even a married couple. It's truly an eye-opener. There are actually people like this. Exactly. It's simply a disgrace to the military region. They dared to do it. So what do we have to be afraid of saying? Hearing this, Su Jiang looked at the crowd, his voice low. Do you know that the 2 people you were cursing are my parents? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the person in front of them would actually be the son of those 2. Xiaoxi saw the situation and immediately thought, This is bad. If Su Jiang got angry here, it would be hard to smooth things over. The person who had just mocked him also looked a bit grim now. With the atmosphere like this, it seemed a fight was about to break out. Humph. If it's a fight, then it's a fight. Who's afraid of whom? Immediately after, Su Jiang said word by word, All of you listen carefully. My name is Su Jiang. Su Wendong and Hong Jiayu are my parents. All of you, remember this. Su Jiang scanned the crowd, then shouted loudly, "You cursed my parents, so you're not allowed to curse me anymore, understand? Everyone." Xiaoxi, Su Lao San and others. An Rou and a few others pressed their hands to their foreheads, a look of just as expected on their faces. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. What kind of person was this? He was too abstract, wasn't he? Where did the North City military region find so many talented people? As soon as Su Jiang said this, those who were facing him, as if facing a formidable enemy, suddenly didn't know what to do. Fight. How could they fight now? Curse. What was there to curse now? Li Kai couldn't help but exclaim. These guys are like a bunch of greenhorns in front of Su Jiang. When it came to being abstract, Su Jiang was definitely a grandmaster. Xiaoxi felt even more embarrassed at this moment, and quickly lowered his head, going forward to grab Su Jiang and pull him back. Hey, what are you doing? I was planning to chat with them for a bit. Su team, I beg you, let's go. Xiaoxi pleaded, almost begging. Can we go register first, please? He was clearly the team leader, and even an officer, superior in rank to Su Jiang. But for him to order Su Jiang? Don't be ridiculous. Even if Su Jingde came, it would be useless. The group walked towards the registration desk, leaving a crowd of people in disarray in the wind. They stared dumbfounded at Su Jiang and his group, and someone murmured, Is this what they mean by the student surpassing the master? This person feels even more outrageous than his parents. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded in agreement. On the other side, An Rou couldn't help but pinch Su Jiang's waist. Can you stop being so embarrassing? An Rou whispered. Lighten up. Su Jiang gasped. What do you know? In novels, this is called playing the pig to eat the tiger. When I reveal my strength later, I'll shock them, understand? An Rou heard this and was speechless. Where did you learn all this nonsense? Read fewer of those power fantasy novels. Your brain will turn silly, and then I won't want you anymore. The few of them bickered along the way, not taking the previous incident to heart at all. After all, what the others said was true. They did indeed forfeit the competition to go have fun. If you dare to do it, you dare to own up to it. Besides, a few words from others won't make you lose a piece of flesh. Moreover, when the actual competition starts, wouldn't it be over by just having a real fight? Why get angry now? Soon, everyone arrived at the registration desk. Please wait, let me check. North City Military Region. The person in charge of registration couldn't help but glance at Su Jiang. Such a young captain? My grandpa is a military region officer, Su Jiang said directly. This completely stumped the person in charge. He couldn't help but look at Xiaoxi with intense surprise in his eyes. Is your North City military region really so lax with using connections? Xiaoxi covered his face, feeling a headache coming on. He had just arrived, and he already felt like he couldn't hold on much longer. He couldn't help but recall what Zhang Yuanji had told him before they set off, and the more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Commander, how is this a relaxing trip? Xiaoxi thought bitterly. This is clearly a trial. After everyone had registered, the person in charge led them to their assigned rooms. Since An Rou and the others were not personnel of the North City military region, they had to pay for their rooms. Fortunately, the price was reasonable, and An Rou paid generously. All your rooms have been cleaned. If you need anything, please tell the service staff. The person in charge said, Oh, and there will be bonfire parties and some small activities every night these few days. If you're interested, you can come and participate. What kind of small activities? An Rou asked curiously. She had never attended a bonfire party like this before and found it quite interesting. For example, drinking competitions or arm wrestling, and so on. Of course, some people also make small bets among themselves. These are all allowed. These 2 days are just for everyone to relax. As soon as these words came out, Su Lao San and the others' eyes lit up. They remembered that it wasn't so lenient before. It seemed the higher-ups had become more tolerant. Well then, I wish everyone a pleasant time. After saying that, the person in charge left. Directly. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. The door opened, and the person in charge walked forward, speaking to the person sitting in the chair before him. Officer Wu, the North City military region team, has arrived. Wu Ergo heard this, and his hand movements paused. He looked up at the person in charge and asked, Who is leading the team? It's an officer named Xiaoxi, and the team captain's name is Su Jiang. Su Jiang. Wu Ergu's eyes flickered, recalling the figure at the airport in his mind. It really is him. Wu Ergu smiled slightly. It seems this year's grand competition will be much more interesting than previous ones. The person in charge heard this and didn't quite understand what it meant. However, he knew that the chief examiner seemed very interested in the North City Military Region team, especially that young man named Su Jiang. 598. Are you also a relative? As dusk approached, the camp began to grow lively. Perhaps it was because of the monotonous days spent in the military region that everyone was now enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. The flickering firelight stretched and danced their shadows on the ground. The crackling of burning wood occasionally sounded from the bonfire, mixing with the surrounding clamor. Damn, is it this lively? Su Jiang and the others were somewhat surprised to see the scene. They were clearly here for the grand competition, but how did it increasingly resemble a tourist trip? The few of them found an empty spot with a tent belonging to the North City Military Region and began to integrate themselves into the atmosphere. Cheers! Su Jiang and the others happily clinked their glasses while eating barbecue. Just then, Su Jiang's ear twitched slightly, as if he heard a familiar voice. I'm telling you, with Captain Xie here, our Purple Township Military Region will definitely take first place this time. Of course, Captain Xie's flying daggers are superb and impossible to guard against. Who can contend with them? Our Purple Township Military Region has been second to last every year. If it weren't for that North City Military Region propping us up, I'd be too embarrassed to participate. What are you afraid of? This year we'll go directly from second to last to first place, scaring them to death. Hearing these people's words, Su Jiang's hand movements paused, and he raised an eyebrow. Last name Xie, plays with flying daggers? No way. Su Jiang turned his head to look and happened to meet the gaze of someone from the Purple Township Military Region across from him. Both of them were startled. Then they stood up at the same time, by prior agreement. How the hell are you here? How the hell are you here? Su Jiang and Xie Guli said in unison. An Rou and the others looked over at the sound, and the moment they saw Xie Guli, everyone was stunned. Didn't this guy go back to his hometown with Shangwan Lu? How did he become the captain of the Purple Township Military Region? Upon seeing this, the people from the Purple Township Military Region all asked Xie Guli, Captain Xie, these people, do you know them? The people opposite seemed to be from the North City Military Region, right? An Rou, you're here too. Besides Xie Guli, Shangwan Lu stood up with a surprised look and excitedly ran towards An Rou. During their time in Kyoto, the two of them had become close sisters who shared everything. Lu Jiejie, how are you here? An Rou also asked happily. Didn't you say you went back to your hometown? Upon hearing this, Shangwan Lu immediately began to explain to An Rou. It turned out that Shangwan Lu's so-called timely return to her hometown was for the grand competition. The Purple Township Military Region had been ranked second to last for several consecutive years, and this time, having no other choice, they decided to call for help. Coincidentally, one of Shangwan Lu's relatives was an officer in the Purple Township Military Region. So, Xie Guli naturally accompanied Shangwan Lu to lead this year's Purple Township Military Region in the grand competition. Your relative is also an officer? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang couldn't help but mock Xie Guli. So you're a backdoor entry? Xie Guli's face darkened, as if you're any different. He knew that Su Jiang's grandpa was also a military region officer. One could tell how Su Jiang got his captain position just by thinking about it with his toes. I'm not like you. Su Jiang waved his hand. Our military region commander personally invited me. That's why I became captain. Although the two of them started bickering the moment they met, since both captains knew each other, the people from the two military regions naturally sat together and started drinking. There was even a subtle sense of competing in drinking capacity. Can you drink? Are you raising fish? What kind of joke are you making? I'm from Purple Township. You can say I'm bad at other things, but you can't say I'm bad at drinking. People from Purple Township can drink better than us North City people. We're all big men. Don't waste words. Let's just get to it. Let's go. Who's afraid of whom? Su Lao San, bring the wine. Wang Taiyun, am I giving you too much face? You dare to tell me to bring you wine now? As the people from the two military regions became more familiar, their emotions grew increasingly high under the influence of alcohol. so much so that it attracted the attention of many people. What's going on over there? Are the two military regions fighting? Who do I see? Isn't that North City and Purple Township, the perennial last and second to last? Haha, it really is. Their drinking voices are louder than each other, but they become mute during the competition. Is this the mutual sympathy of the bottom feeders? Keep your voice down, or they'll come looking for trouble. So what? You're afraid of the last and second to last? Why are you even here? The voices of these people were undeniably loud, and Su Jiang and the others could naturally hear them clearly. Su Jiang and Xie Guli exchanged glances, silently put down their wine glasses, and stood up at the same time. What are you two doing? Shangguan Lu looked at the two of them, a premonition of ill fortune in her heart. Don't cause trouble here. Don't worry, we won't cause trouble, Xie Guli said indifferently. Right, we never cause trouble, Su Jiang said likewise. After speaking, the two walked towards the tent where the remarks had just come from. That was the Fu City Military Region's tent. In previous competitions, they often ranked in the top 10, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Bai Zhan, the captain of the Fu City Military Region, frowned slightly when he saw Su Jiang and the other man walking towards him. Gentlemen, is there anything I can help you with? We heard that the Fu City Military Region has outstanding talents and great strength, and we would like to experience it. Su Jiang smiled. It's just a simple sparring match with some extra stakes. How about it? Sparring stakes. Bai Zhan scrutinized the two men, then hesitated slightly. What stakes do you want? If your Fu City Military Region loses, then the people who just spoke will apologize to us. And in the individual battles of the grand competition, if you encounter anyone from our two teams, you'll directly surrender. Bai Zhan was startled at first, then frowned. What if you lose? Then we'll admit that our two military regions are inferior to yours. Bai Zhan's mouth twitched. That's it? I'd be crazy to fight you. Su Jiang spread his hands. The mighty Fu City Military Region wouldn't be afraid of us too, the last and second to last, would they? You were shouting so fiercely just now. I thought you were amazing. Is this all there is? Forget it, old Xie. Let's go back and drink. This is really boring. They don't even dare to fight the last and second to last. I really suspect there's something shady about their past records. As soon as these words came out, several people from the Fu City Military Region immediately became enraged. This was a very obvious provocation, but it was effective. Stop. Bai Zhan stood up and said word by word. I must teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Su Jiang and Xie Guli exchanged glances. They had taken the bait. But this was not enough. Their goal was not the Fu City Military Region. 599, I'll give you a hand. Hey, look, it seems like a fight broke out over there. You don't know yet? The captains of the North City Military Region and Purple Township Military Region are looking to spar with Bai Zhan from Fuqing. I heard there's a bet too. If Bai Zhan loses, he not only has to apologize, but he also has to concede during the individual battles. Betting that big? Bai Zhan even accepted that. What's there to be afraid of? If you're scared of North City and Purple Township, why are you even here? Go home early. That's true. Everyone was drawn to the commotion. In previous years, people often sparred, so the camp had several open spaces specifically set aside for them to make a ruckus. An Rou and the others were also among the onlookers. She and Shangguan Lu exchanged glances, both sighing at the same time. They had agreed not to cause trouble, but these two, nothing good ever came from them being together. Which of you two goes first? Bai Zhan stared at the two with burning eyes. He said arrogantly, I'll take you both on at once. How can we do that? We're not that shameless. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he exchanged a look with Xie Guli and raised an eyebrow. You go first? All right, I'll go first. Xie Guli agreed and took several large steps forward. Without much more idle talk, the two quickly began to wrestle. Although the fight was intense, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xie Guli was constantly being suppressed by Bai Zhan. He had no power to fight back at all. He was completely showing off. Sure enough, there's nothing to see. Exactly, the result is obvious. Bai Zhan wins completely. Last place is last place. With those skills, anyone from my team could beat him. It seems the Purple Township Military Region is last place again this time. Everyone was discussing, But only Shangwan Lu and the others noticed something was off. Xie Guli wasn't using his full strength at all. Or rather, this guy was completely acting. I concede. A few minutes later, Xie Guli, looking like he couldn't hold on any longer, shouted, "Our Purple Township military region is not as good as your Fuqing military region. I admit defeat." Seeing this, Baijan stopped, looking coldly at Xie Guli. "Next time, measure your own strength before looking for trouble." Xie Guli looked aggrieved. He turned his head to Su Jiang. "I'm not his opponent. It's up to you." Su Jiang said with a solemn expression, "I'll do my best." Baijan scoffed. The second-to-last place had been beaten like this by him. So what was there to fear from the last place? A few minutes later, "I concede. Our North City military region is also not as good as your Fuqing military region." Su Jiang shouted. Li Kai and the others' expressions were strange. They all felt a great sense of foreboding. These two were acting like this. Who were they planning to screw over? "Humph." Baijan snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Boring." The surrounding crowd, seeing the result of the sparring, naturally mocked Su Jiang and Xie Guli, overestimating themselves. Nowadays, anyone dares to jump out and show off. Too weak. I estimate Baijan didn't even use his full strength. With the skill level of these two, I could beat them with one hand tied behind my back. North City and Purple Township are really getting worse and worse. Su Jiang and Xie Guli exchanged glances, a hint of cunning flashing in their eyes. "What big talk?" Su Jiang looked at the onlookers and shouted, "I can't beat Baijan, but I can't beat you guys. I'm putting it out there today. I'll let you use one hand. Do you dare to come up and fight? If you don't dare, stop barking. If you dare to come up and fight, and I lose, you can make me do anything you want. If you lose, when you encounter our two military regions in the arena battles and individual battles, you will directly concede. Do you dare to accept?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Su Jiang as if he were a madman. "You were just beaten like that by Baijan, and you're still offering us one hand? Are you serious? You'll let us use one hand?" Someone spoke up. "Of course, if I use two hands, then I lose," Su Jiang said stubbornly. Everyone just thought he was showing off. "Ha ha ha. It's boring anyway, so it's good to play around." "Exactly. Let's teach this kid, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, a lesson. I've already thought of it. After I win, I'll make him bark like a dog. Ha ha. Then I'll make him oink like a pig." For a moment, many people were eager to try. Xie Guli saw this scene, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's settled. They wouldn't even need to fight in the individual battles and arena battles. Xie Guli was afraid someone would run away, so he quickly said, "Those who want to fight, come here to sign up in queue. Report your military region, so you don't renege if you lose. Once you sign up, you're not allowed to run. If you run, it counts as a concession, and you still have to fulfill the bet." Xie Guli paused, then added, "I advise you to think carefully before coming. We held back when we fought Baijan just now. You still have time to back out." How could anyone listen to his words? You two were beaten like that, and you still say you held back? Who would believe that? It could only be said that Su Jiang and Xie Guli's acting skills were too superb, showing no flaws at all. And Baijan, seeing this scene, also snorted coldly and said nothing. In his opinion, these two clowns were simply grandstanding. Before long, more than 10 military regions had already signed up. Anyone else? If not, we'll start. Xie Guli shouted. Seeing that no one else came to sign up, Xie Guli felt slightly regretful. Immediately, he shouted, "Then let's begin. Let me see. The first one, Wang Tianba from Yunnan Military Region." "Ha ha ha, I'm coming." Wang Tianba walked out of the crowd with great momentum, his build so large he could be two Su Jiangs. Everyone seeing this scene was amused. "Big guy, go easy on him. We still have to go up later." "Exactly, don't seriously injure him at once. Then we won't have anything to play." Yunnan Military Region is mighty. Wang Tianba is mighty. Wang Tianba looked at Su Jiang and grinned. "Kid, I don't think you should use just one hand. Why not use two?" Bang! Before Wang Tianba could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, followed by a loud bang, and he flew backward. Boom! With one punch, Su Jiang directly sent Wang Tianba flying, where he landed on the ground unconscious. Everyone By Jiang. Next, Jiang, with one hand behind his back, said indifferently, "Hurry up. I'm busy going back to drink." "Let me see." The second one, Zhang Yuan from Liuzhou military region. Xie Guli said loudly. Zhang Yuan stood still, dumbfounded. "Who? Me? Me? Go up and fight that person? Who the hell signed me up? I don't acknowledge it." An Rou and the others covered their faces. They knew things would turn out this way. Bai Zhan was even more dumbfounded. What the hell was this? 600. Have you become good people? Is Zhang Yuan here? Is Zhang Yuan from Liuzhou military region here? Xie Guli, holding a megaphone that appeared out of nowhere, shouted expressionlessly. If Zhang Yuan doesn't come up, Liuzhou military region will be considered to have forfeited. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched, and he mechanically turned his head, looking at the unconscious Wang Tianba not far away, and swallowed hard. One punch, and he took down that big guy? Why weren't you so fierce when you fought Bai Zhan earlier? Are you not even pretending anymore? However, admitting defeat at this moment not only represented himself, but also the military region behind him. Once he lost, in the individual and arena battles, if he encountered people from North City and Purple Township, he would have to admit defeat. Although a few points were harmless, the more important thing was face. As soon as Zhang Yuan thought of this, he gritted his teeth and strode forward. He looked at Jiang, his gaze incredibly firm, knowing that this would be a tough battle. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, adopted a fighting stance, and roared, "Don't be arrogant. I'll fight you." Bang! Next, Jiang said expressionlessly. Next to Wang Tianba, there was another unconscious person. Still one hand, still one punch. Everyone didn't even see how this guy approached Zhang Yuan. At this moment, even if they were foolish, they understood the current situation. They had been set up. Damn it, Bai Zhan. What good does it do you to cooperate with these two in this act? Someone yelled angrily. Bai Zhan. What the hell does this have to do with me? Didn't you see I'm also completely bewildered? But right now, Jiang and Xie Guli must have already attracted everyone's hatred. If he were misunderstood as being related to these two, then he would also be in trouble. As soon as he thought of this, Bai Zhan quickly explained, "Listen to me. I have nothing to do with these two. Lao Bai, no need for more words." Xie Guli, holding the megaphone, interrupted Bai Zhan, then thumped his chest, pointed at Bai Zhan, and winked one eye. Everyone understood the meaning of this gesture. Brothers in the heart. You guys. Bai Zhan's eyes widened, feeling as if a black pot had suddenly been placed on his back, and he couldn't shake it off. Not far away, An Rou and the others looked at Bai Zhan, their eyes filled with deep sympathy. This was already countless victims. Couldn't they just have a good barbecue and drinks? Did they have to provoke those two endlessly insidious guys? Didn't they see what Gong's son you had been turned into by Jiang? Unable to stay in North City anymore? How dare you, Bai Zhan? Bai Zhan felt a breath stuck in his chest, extremely uncomfortable. In this situation, even if he explained, it wouldn't have much effect. Even if he was truly innocent, without him, Bai Zhan, things wouldn't have developed this way. Damn it, I'll remember you too. After Bai Zhan uttered a low threat, he turned and left. Lao Bai, where are you going? I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Xie Guli was still shouting behind him with the megaphone. We'll find you for a drink after we're done. Hearing this, Bai Zhan stumbled, almost falling to the ground, and quickened his pace. Looking at Bai Zhan's retreating back, Xie Guli shook his head and sighed. Good people, not many left. Whose turn is it next? Xie Guli looked at the registration form and read out the next person's name. No one came forward for a long time. It was directly counted as a surrender. Damn it, we can lose the battle but not the spirit. Suddenly someone shouted, "Let's do a rotating battle. I don't believe we can't wear him down." Upon hearing this, the faint thought of retreating that had just emerged in everyone's minds was dispelled again, especially those who signed up last. They were preparing to observe a bit longer. A few minutes later, it was proven that the rotating battle truly couldn't wear down Jiang. When 5 or 6 people were already lying next to Wang Tianba, everyone realized that they had truly been tricked. Whoever went up got one punch. What the hell was the point of fighting? Just then, someone suddenly said, "Oh, this is really boring. North City and Purple Township have been at the bottom for so many years. What's wrong with letting them win the individual and arena battles?" I think you people have no vision at all. I surrender. But I'm not scared. I just can't stand it. So many of you bullying a young man. Aren't you ashamed? As soon as these words came out, those who hadn't yet entered the arena immediately found an excuse. Thus, they all righteously declared, "Exactly, I wanted to say that earlier. So many people in a rotating battle. Even if you win, it's not a fair victory." That's right. If we really want to fight, the truth will be revealed in a few days. How many points are the individual and arena battles worth anyway? Just let them have it. Save them from being at the bottom every year. It's hard for us to watch too. Exactly. We're happy to see Purple Township and North City do well, aren't we? Siak Gully held the registration form, looking at them expressionlessly. After patiently waiting for them to finish, Siak Gully said, "So, are you still going up?" Everyone waved their hands in unison and said in one voice, "We surrender." As soon as these words came out, Wang Tianba and the others, who had just woken up, saw this scene and immediately cursed. So we were the foolish birds who stuck our necks out, huh? We got beaten, lost face, and gambled away the points for the grand competition. Got absolutely nothing. The atmosphere was all hyped up, nearly half the fighting was done, and 7 or 8 people were already lying down. The fighting was hot, and at this moment, you just say, "Just let them have it." You're visionary. You're noble. You've become the good guys. You're really shameless. Wang Tianba directly cursed angrily. What are you talking about? We call this having vision. Exactly. Do you think everyone is like you, Wang Tianba, only knowing how to bully young people? And you were the first to rush up and sign up. That's called harming others and harming yourself. I've long said that Wang Tianba is no good. Everyone walked away arm in arm, chattering quietly, their voices not loud, but still reaching Wang Tianba's ears. Wang Tianba was so angry that he fainted again on the ground. Su Jiang and Siak Gully saw this situation and knew that tonight was pretty much over. Siak Gully smiled and gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. "Old Su, it has to be you. I couldn't have beaten them all by myself. You're too kind. It's also thanks to you for coming up with this brilliant plan." Su Jiang also smiled and patted Siak Gully's shoulder. The two looked at the registration form in their hands, admiring the results of their battle. Not far away, An Rou and Shangwan Lu looked at the two, who were arm in arm, with dark expressions. "Colluding," An Rou said. "In cahoots," Shangwan Lu said. These two words couldn't be more fitting to describe Su Jiang and Siak Gully. And those who had just left, upon returning to their military region tents, were naturally subjected to a scolding. But compared to Wang Tianba, their fate was clearly much better. When Wang Tianba returned to the Jiangbei military region tent, the Jiangbei military region captain's face turned green with anger. 601, are we missing one? Inside the tent of the Jiangbei military region, Captain Feng Zhang's face was grim as he stared intently at Wang Tianba. "Are you saying you lost to the captain of the North City military region, that North City military region which is always last?" Wang Tianba lowered his head, his face full of grievance, and said, "I also didn't expect that kid to be so powerful. Moreover, they even teamed up with Baijan from the Purple Township military region and put on a show to make us drop our guard. It wasn't just me. Many people fell for it. Are you the same as them?" Feng Zhang lightly scolded. "If others lose, they lose. It's because they lack ability. But our Jiangbei military region has continuously won first place in the grand competition for 2 consecutive terms. You, Wang Tianba, as the vice captain of my Jiangbei military region, others can lose, but you, Wang Tianba, cannot lose." Wang Tianba felt incredibly wronged in his heart. Did I want to lose? Before the fight, didn't I think I was guaranteed to win? Who knew that kid was so wicked, knocking him out with one punch? Wang Tianba clutched his chest. He still felt some pain. This was with Su Jiang holding back. If he had really used his full strength, Wang Tianba would already be drinking Mengpo's soup. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere on the Jiangbei military region's side, the North City and Purple Township military regions were practically ecstatic. Cheers. 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 Meow. Cheers. After toasting, everyone suddenly realized something was off. When they were just shouting cheers, did something strange mix in? It wasn't until evening that everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Su Jiang wanted to go to An Rou's room, but An Rou sternly refused him. An Rou, your situation is dangerous right now. I must protect you closely. No need. If there's real danger, I'll yell for help. By then, it'll be too late. It's fine. You're just next door. I believe you can make it. With that, An Rou mercilessly closed the door. Su Jiang looked at the closed door and sighed softly. It seemed he would have to sleep alone with a pillow tonight. Meow. A meow came from Su Jiang's feet, full of great confusion. Looking down, Fuguwei the cat stared blankly at the door. Meow. Why can't even I go in? Meow. What did I do wrong? Stop meowing. Can't you see the situation clearly? Su Jiang looked at Fuguwei and said lightly, either you come back to my room with me, or you go wander outside. Upon hearing this, Fuguwei raised his cat head and glanced at Su Jiang, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. This was like having to choose the most unappetizing one between two piles of excrement. Ultimately, under the threat of Su Jiang's fist, Fuguwei expressed great willingness to return to his room with him. However, just as the man and cat had returned to the room, a knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. This is bad. Young Master Su, something terrible has happened. Su Jiang opened the door to see Xue Qiliang's panicked expression. What's wrong? Su Jiang asked with a frown. I just did a divination, and I found that my blood disaster is coming soon. Xue Qiliang grabbed Su Jiang's hand and said, word for word, with extreme seriousness, Young Master Su, from now on, I cannot leave you for a single second. Clatter. The sound of a cup falling echoed. Su Jiang turned his head and saw Xie Guli standing in the corridor at some point, looking at them both with a shocked expression. You too. Xie Guli covered his mouth, pointing at their clasped hands, recalling what Xue Qiliang had just said. He stammered, Old Su, does An Rou know about this? The air immediately fell silent, and countless black lines appeared on Su Jiang's face. Soon, he reacted, shaking off Xue Qiliang's hand, and angrily said, I think you're my disaster. Get lost. Don't come disgust me in the middle of the night. An Rou is right next door. She'll misunderstand. Seeing this, Xue Qiliang said in a flustered tone, No, young Master Su, I'm not kidding. I really can't leave you now. Once I leave your side, I will surely die. Beside them, Xie Guli expressionlessly picked up the fallen cup from the floor and decisively turned around. As he walked away, he spoke to Su Jiang with his back turned. Sorry, Su Jiang, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. I apologize for disturbing you too. You come back here. Su Jiang rushed over directly, grabbing Xie Guli's collar. You're definitely going to spread rumors about me, aren't you? Xie Guli stiffened his neck and retorted, What do you mean rumors? I saw it with my own eyes. Su Jiang, you dare to do it, but not admit it? Are you even a man? Of course I dare to do it and admit it. But the point is I didn't do anything. You didn't do anything when it was like that? Su Jiang, you rotten scumbag. What was I like? Xie, you better explain it clearly to me. Clatter. Just as the two were arguing incessantly, An Rou's door suddenly opened. You're so loud. An Rou stood with her hands on her hips, staring at the two squabbling on the floor. If you're not sleeping, go make noise somewhere else. Don't disturb my sleep. Especially you, Su Jiang, if you disturb my sleep again, you're dead. Clatter. The door closed, leaving Su Jiang and Xie Guli looking bewildered. Xue Qiliang huddled to the side, not saying a word, not daring to make a sound. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, looking at the two, then whispered, Let's go to my room first. So, the three quietly entered Su Jiang's room, not daring to make a single sound. Meow. Fuguwei raised his cat head, looking at the three with confusion. Why are there suddenly two more people? What are you doing? Three short of one. What exactly are you here for? Su Jiang pointed at Xie Guli's nose and said, Why are you wandering around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, so I came to have a couple of drinks with you. I bet Shangwan Lu kicked you out, didn't she? You're not much better off. So, the two turned their gaze to Xue Qiliang and said in unison, What are you here for? Xue Qiliang chuckled awkwardly, seeking refuge. Su Jiang then told Xie Guli about Xue Qiliang's situation. Upon hearing this, Xie Guli immediately became interested. Really? Come on, calculate for me. When will I get married? The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. If I tell you, it will affect you, Jiang said. Su Jiang heard this and sneered. Secrets of heaven cannot be revealed? Then back in Kyoto, you were saying this and that. What was that? Jiang heard this and scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Young Master Su, to be honest with you, back in Kyoto, I was just talking nonsense. Su Jiang was stunned upon hearing this, then immediately reacted. My goodness. Old Su, calm down, calm down. Siak Gully quickly pulled Su Jiang back. No one could die in the grand competition camp. 602, just give Lao Bai out. Young Master Su, you really can't blame me. Jiang innocently said. At that time, I had just arrived in the capital with not a single penny on me. To make a living, I had no choice but to go back to my old trade. Wasn't it just then that I got news of you from Xiangqing Tian? So I thought of borrowing a little from you. Jiang very cautiously used the word borrow. He was afraid that if he directly said scam, Su Jiang would really make a move. Su Jiang took a deep breath, and just as he was about to say something, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. The three of them exchanged glances. It was so late, who could it be? Su Jiang walked up and opened the door, slightly startled to see the person. Wasn't this the person who was in charge of their registration this morning? Su Jiang, you. The person in charge was about to speak when he suddenly froze, seeing Jiang and Siak Gully behind Su Jiang. What the hell? Why were there two men in your room in the middle of the night? But it was none of his business. He was just here to deliver a message. The person in charge lightly coughed, then said, Su Jiang, tomorrow at lunchtime, come with me to see the chief examiner. Chief examiner? Su Jiang was startled by the words, then awkwardly said, This isn't very appropriate, is it? What if others think I have some kind of relationship with the chief examiner? If he got first place then, would people gossip? Hearing this, the person in charge's face immediately darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Then why is the chief examiner looking for me? Su Jiang scratched his head, looking puzzled. Could it be that he knew about my heroic performance tonight and plans to just give me first place? The person in charge's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but shout, Of course not. Hey, keep your voice down. Shush, don't make noise. Su Jiang and the other two immediately became anxious, rushing forward to cover the person in charge's mouth, then cautiously looked at An Rou's room next door. The person in charge was utterly bewildered, but seeing the situation, he couldn't help but become nervous as well. What's wrong? Was there some extraordinary figure living next door, making these three so scared? After a while, seeing that nothing happened, Su Jiang and the other two breathed a sigh of relief and released the person in charge's mouth. I'm telling you, can you have some manners? Su Jiang cursed in a low voice. Do you know what time it is? Still making loud noises here. If you affect others' rest, can you take responsibility for that? The person in charge's eye twitched, and he lowered his voice. Is it that serious? Su Jiang and the other two nodded with extremely serious expressions. The person in charge quickly clasped his hands together, indicating apology. All right then, I'll be going now. I won't disturb your rest. After whispering, the person in charge scurried away. Watching his departing back, Su Jiang and the other two exchanged glances, then returned to the room. The chief examiner suddenly called you. It should be because of tonight's events, Siak Gully analyzed, stroking his chin. That's not right, Su Jiang frowned. If it really was because of tonight's events, he shouldn't just call me. He should call you too. Why? What does it have to do with me? We're accomplices. Then by your logic, Baijan has to go tomorrow too? Indeed. Without old Bai, this wouldn't have happened. He's the main culprit. You should expose him tomorrow. Jiang's mouth twitched, watching the two of them chat for just a sentence or two, and Baijan was already labeled as the main culprit. It was simply terrifying. Then, Su Jiang clapped his hands and said, Tomorrow, I'll go meet that chief examiner first and see what the situation is before deciding. If they really intend to hold us accountable for last night's events, I'll just have to expose old Bai. Meanwhile, in Baijan's room in the Fuqing military region, Baijan, sleeping in bed, suddenly woke up with a start. Strange, why do I feel like someone is trying to harm me? Baijan panted slightly, frowned, and recalled everything that happened tonight. immediately feeling a surge of irritation in his heart. He must get even for this humiliation later. After drinking a glass of water, Jiang pulled the covers back up and continued to sleep. Under the night sky, in a small town closest to the camp, a figure slowly walked into a small house, and the sound of footsteps attracted the attention of the person inside. Click! A bullet was chambered, and the gun barrel slowly moved from the corner with the figure, aiming at the head of the newcomer. Ninetails, your way of greeting is truly unique. Seventails, what are you doing here? Ninetails pointed the gun at Seventails, his tone questioning. I didn't receive any news of you coming. What you're saying. Does it mean all tails have to report to you, Ninetails, before taking action? Seventails said indifferently. My mission is to keep an eye on Jiang. Since he came here, I naturally followed. As he spoke, Seventails' eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something. Where's Gongsun? Wasn't he with you? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Ninetails put away his gun and said, Since Jiang is already here, the rest is up to us. You help us with another matter. What is it? Seventails turned around and said, If it's not an order personally issued by the leader, I have the right to refuse. Don't worry, I will ask the leader for instructions on this matter. Ninetails paused, then continued. We just received news that Invincible Zhao is on his way to Huagua, carrying top-secret intelligence from India. Based on his escape route, there's a high probability he'll head towards the grand competition venue. I need you to intercept him, to prevent any accidents that might interfere with our plans for Jiang. If possible, kill Invincible Zhao and get the intelligence in his hands. Seventails frowned slightly upon hearing this. Just me alone. I'm afraid I can't take down Invincible Zhao. Why don't you let Gongsun come with me? Gongsun cannot go with you. Ninetails directly interrupted. He has a great use for me here. Upon hearing this, Seventails was silent for a moment, then said, You use him. Aren't you afraid he'll use you? Ninetails, you should be careful yourself. With Gongsun personality, you'll be finished sooner or later. After speaking, Seventails patted Ninetails' shoulder, then walked towards the door. He had only come here to meet Ninetails and say hello. He didn't expect to inexplicably gain an extra mission. Invincible Zhao. Seventails silently recited the name, then looked towards the direction of the grand competition camp, his eyes flickering. Before the leader gives the order, he must find a way to transmit this message. It seems I'll have to find a way to sneak in tomorrow and meet Jiang. Seventails murmured. 603, just a bit of luck. The next day at noon, Jiang and the others came to the cafeteria to eat. Although it was called a camp, it was actually more like an outdoor resort. Before the grand competition, allowing them a few days of enjoyment was their only benefit. After the person in charge left last night, Jiang and the other two drank a bit more in the room. Then some slept on beds, some on sofas, and some on the floor. It's really uncomfortable. Shui Chiliang gasped, looking like he had a sore back and aching muscles, continuously rubbing his neck. The floor was truly uncomfortable to sleep on. He barely slept at all. Even when he was wandering around avoiding his enemies, he had never slept so miserably. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was already full of people. After Jiang and the others got their food, they looked around for seats. After finally finding a few empty seats and sitting down, the person opposite Jiang was stunned. Jiang held his chopsticks, his hands suspended in the air, his eyes twitching as he looked at Jiang. Oh, what a coincidence, Lao Bai. Jiang was immediately amused when he saw it was Jiang. What a fate, to even meet while eating. Jiang's complexion had originally been quite good, but now it looked as if he had eaten excrement. He snorted, put down his chopsticks, and was about to get up and change seats. Hey, don't go, Lao Bai, let's chat. Jiang quickly whispered. I have a big project here, interested? Upon hearing this, the scene from last night immediately replayed in Jiang's mind. So, he grumbled. Was your project last night not big enough? What was that last night? Jiang shook his head, looking at Jiang. As captains, we must have vision and foresight. Beside them, Xie Guli nodded, echoing. Exactly. Last night was at most a small skirmish. As soon as this was said, some people around them immediately looked over. You two swindled over a dozen military regions last night, and you call that a small skirmish? That's not how you brag. Feeling the gazes of those around him, Baijan took a deep breath, then picked up his chopsticks again. Tell me, what big project? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang smiled slightly, then looked at the people around him. Everyone, this is a private matter between Lao Bai and me. Would you mind stepping aside for a moment? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became angry. This is a cafeteria, not your home. You tell us to step aside, and we step aside? Everyone remained seated, unmoved. Tisk, Lao Bai, they're not giving you face. Su Jiang shook his head. The deterrent power of your Fuqing military region is just SOSO. Baijan's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth. If you have something to say it quickly. We're so far apart, just speak quietly. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang whispered a few words into Baijan's ear. Baijan's expression immediately changed. Are you serious? Of course, I never lie, I swear on my character, Su Jiang said with a serious expression. Baijan's face was unpredictable. Why should I believe you? Was my performance last night not outstanding enough? Su Jiang earnestly advised. Lao Bai, it's because we have a good relationship that I came to you for this. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother with them. Baijan's expression was solemn. He had to consider this matter carefully. Once he agreed to Su Jiang, he would truly be on a pirate ship. He would become a public enemy. But if it really succeeded, I'll think about it and give you an answer tonight. As soon as possible. The grand competition starts tomorrow. No waiting past then. Su Jiang smiled slightly. After finishing his meal, Su Jiang suddenly remembered that he still had to go find the chief examiner. By the way, Lao Bai, do you know where the chief examiner is? The chief examiner. What do you need him for? Baijan asked curiously. Isn't the grand competition tomorrow? I'm going to bribe him and arrange some shady dealings. Su Jiang said this frankly in public, without any reservations. The gazes of those around him were immediately drawn to him. Arrange shady dealings? Baijan's face was dark. You said that, so should I tell you the chief examiner's location or not? Normal people would generally think Su Jiang's words were a joke. But Baijan didn't think so. He was already starting to realize that Su Jiang was a bit strange. What if he really arranges shady dealings? In the end, Baijan still told Su Jiang the chief examiner's location. Thanks, Lao Bai. I'll have the chief examiner arrange something for you later. You'll definitely get a good ranking. Su Jiang's words made Baijan's eyes twitch, and he had an urge to rush over and shut Su Jiang's mouth. If he really got a good ranking later, people would misunderstand. After Su Jiang left the cafeteria, he headed straight for the location Baijan had told him about. Soon, he saw the person in charge from last night. Under his guidance, he arrived at the chief examiner's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Su Jiang pushed the door open and was stunned when he saw the person sitting in the chair in front of him. Brother Wu. He looked at Wu Ergu with surprise. You're the chief examiner? Wu Ergu smiled and nodded. I didn't expect us to be so fated. After parting at the airport, we meet here. He stood up and pointed at Su Jiang. You kid, I stayed in your North City military region for 2 days, and I couldn't even see you. If I hadn't called you here this time, I probably wouldn't have seen you until the grand competition started tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang scratched his head a bit awkwardly. He had been busy accompanying An Rou shopping and eating those 2 days and hadn't returned to the military region at all. Seeing this, the person in charge wisely left and closed the door. Sit. Wu Ergu stood up and walked to the water dispenser. Tea or coffee? Do you have orange juice? Milk is fine too, Su Jiang said. Wu Ergu's movements paused, and he said helplessly, I'll just pour you a glass of water. Where would he get orange juice or milk? After handing the water to Su Jiang, he sat opposite Su Jiang. Do you know why I called you here? Before Su Jiang could answer, he continued on his own. Some time ago, I looked up your information. I didn't know it until I checked, and when I did, it gave me a huge shock. The top scorer in the college entrance examination, the son-in-law of the An family in Jiangdu City, a celebrity known to everyone in Yunnan, a famous great devil king in the capital, former head of the Special Operations Department of the Supervisory Bureau, current captain of the North City military region. Wu Ergu listed several identities in a row, and finally said with a wry smile, I really didn't expect that the identity of the top scorer in the college entrance examination would be the most inconspicuous among your many identities. Upon hearing this, Jiang scratched his head somewhat shyly. This is just a little bit of luck, plus a little bit of my own effort, that led to today's result. He wasn't wrong. It truly was only a little bit of effort. Wu, however, thought Jiang was being modest. 604. Contrast Wu. Don't be modest. I know you must have had extraordinary experiences to get to where you are today. Upon hearing this, Jiang feigned a profound demeanor, took a sip of water, and then said with a hint of world weariness, "It's just been one step at a time. I know I don't have much talent, so I can only work hard day after day. You are the least qualified to say such a thing." "Shut up," Jiang cursed inwardly. "What's wrong with me pretending for a bit? Do you dare say I haven't worked hard?" The system fell silent. If gaming and ranking up counted as effort, then it had nothing to say. Wu nodded, then said, "The reason I called you here today is because there's something I need your help with. I'll be direct. The task assigned to me from above was to go to North City Military Region and deal with Wu Yinsi. But I didn't do that. Instead, I made a deal with Wu Yinsi." Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Brother Wu, are you defying orders? Is it appropriate to tell me about something like this?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it." Wu smiled and shook his head. "You and I both know that the leader of the Nine Tails organization is hidden among those high-ranking officials. Having me deal with Wu Yinsi was probably his idea, so how could I possibly go along with it?" The two of them were now speaking frankly and openly. This saved them a lot of talk, and it was clear that Wu also had his own thoughts regarding Nine Tails. Immediately after, Wu slowly said, "Wu Yinsi's younger brother, Wu Yinxianhe, has already infiltrated Hua country. His purpose is nothing more than to rescue Wu Yinsi. To be honest, Wu Yinsi has already been brought out of the North City Military Region by me and is currently locked in the basement. And Nine Tails' goal is the mithril spear on your person." Wu spread his hands and looked at Jiang, saying, "Given the current situation, the Grand Martial Arts competition is already the least important thing. With so many eyes on this place, when the Grand Martial Arts competition begins tomorrow, whether it's Nine Tails, Wu Yinxianhe, or other monsters and demons, they will all make their moves. This stage was set up by me, but I'm not confident I can control the situation. So, I need your help." Wu looked deeply at Jiang, enunciating each word. "Once something unexpected happens, I will definitely be in deep trouble." What he said was true. From the moment he didn't follow orders and deal with Wu Yinsi, he had already lost his retreat. Jiang also couldn't help but become serious at this moment. "What do you need me to do?" "I don't know." "Huh?" Jiang was stunned. "You don't know? Then why did you say you need my help?" Wu smiled bitterly. "When I realized I couldn't control the situation, I started to regret it. So I went to see Xiang, hoping he could help me. But that guy said he had other things to do and wasn't free to bother with my side. He only said that as long as I told you all of this, the rest would be about adapting to circumstances and countering moves as they come. I don't know what he's planning, but I can only do as he said." What Wu didn't know was that, under normal circumstances, Xiang might have given him some strategies and advice. Even in such a complex situation, Xiang would be able to control the overall situation. But when Xiang learned that Jiang was also involved, he decisively gave up. He could only let Wu adapt to circumstances and counter moves as they came. Who the hell knew what Jiang could come up with? Jiang scratched his head upon hearing this, looking at Wu with a hint of speechlessness. "If you can't handle it yourself, don't make such a big mess. He's already old, yet he doesn't consider the consequences when doing things. And you were so confident when you told me just now. I thought you were planning something big. Turns out you just made things bigger and can't clean up the mess." Jiang sighed. "Brother Wu." He didn't know what to say. Wu was also a bit embarrassed at this moment. He chuckled awkwardly. "I thought I could handle it at the time. I'll go back and think about it carefully. You were the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Your brain must be better than us rough people." Wu looked at Jiang hopefully. "Everything is up to you. Of course, I will also do my best to do what I should." Jiang stood up with a troubled expression. If Wu Ergu hadn't saved An Rou before, and he owed him a favor, he wouldn't bother with it. After Wu Ergu saw Su Jiang downstairs, he patted Su Jiang heavily on the shoulder. Everything depends on you. Su Jiang looked speechlessly at the hand on his shoulder. At this moment, Wu Ergu's image in his eyes had already changed. He had originally thought he was a steady, far-sighted older brother. Turns out he was a goofball. This contrast was too great. Su Jiang found it a bit hard to accept for a moment. How did he become a special commander? Su team, please wait a moment. At this moment, the person in charge suddenly walked over and said, "There's someone at the camp entrance who says he's your friend and has come to deliver something to you." My friend. Su Jiang was startled. What's his name? He said, his name is He Gaoda. At the camp entrance, He Gaoda was carrying a black backpack, standing outside the camp, constantly craning his neck to look inside. The moment Su Jiang's figure appeared, He Gaoda immediately waved excitedly. Young Master Su. Why did you come here? Su Jiang looked at He Gaoda, puzzled. Shouldn't you be in North City? Young Master Su. I was originally planning to return to Yan'an, but after thinking about it carefully, you saved my daughter and helped me many times. How could I just leave? He Gaoda said with a serious expression. So, I decided to follow you, to fight on the border, and fight for the country. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. No need. You should go home and see Xiaoxi. She should be in junior high by now. You'll cry if she starts dating early then. As soon as these words were spoken, He Gaoda felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Early dating? This was indeed a very serious problem. The thought of not having seen his daughter for so long, and then returning to Yan'an to find a blonde boy suddenly next to Xiaoxi. A hint of murderous intent suddenly appeared in He Gaoda's eyes. No, this absolutely cannot happen. But right now, important matters came first. Young Master Su, let's go inside and talk. I have something very important to tell you. Okay, come in. I've already greeted them. As long as the things in your bag are fine. No problem, they just checked them. It's just some daily necessities. The two chatted as they walked into the camp. 605, he cheated you. He Gaoda and Su Jiang walked through the camp as if strolling. While chatting, He Gaoda's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, as if observing something. What are you looking at? Su Jiang noticed this and asked. I say, you've been acting a bit off since the beginning. What are you thinking? He Gaoda's smile gradually faded upon hearing this, and he looked at Su Jiang, saying seriously, Young Master Su, can we find a secluded place? I have something very important to tell you. It's about 9 tails. As soon as he said this, Su Jiang's steps immediately halted. He took a deep look at He Gaoda. Follow me, Su Jiang said. The two arrived at a secluded corner. One of the few surveillance blind spots in the camp that Yin Heng had told Su Jiang about. Su Jiang looked around, and after confirming no one was nearby, he said, All right, you can speak. He Gaoda took a deep breath and said, word by word, Young Master Su, actually, I am the new 7th tail of the 9 Tails organization. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's pupils suddenly constricted. So, you were with 9 Tails from the very beginning? That's right. When I was in Yan'an back then, my family was destroyed by the Meng family. The reason I survived was because I was rescued by the 9 Tails organization, and then I joined them. He Gaodao explained. But at that time, I didn't know Xiaoxi and the others were still alive. I only wanted to rely on 9 Tails to get my revenge. Now that I think about it, with 9 Tails' intelligence capabilities, it's impossible for them not to know that Xiaoxi and the others were still alive. But they never told me about it, so I realized I was being used. He Gaoda's expression was somewhat heavy as he continued. I even suspect that 9 Tails had a hand in my family's destruction and the turmoil in Yan'an back then. Not long ago, the 7th tail died, and I was temporarily appointed as the new 7th tail. The leader's mission for me is to monitor all your movements. Immediately after, He Gaoda told Su Jiang about 9 Tails and Gong Sunyu. At the same time, he also revealed everything about Invincible Zhao. I don't know what 9 Tails and Gong Sunyu want to do, but it's definitely related to the Great Tournament. Moreover, their goal is to target you, Young Master Su, so you must be careful. After patiently listening to He Gaoda, Su Jiang remained silent, lost in thought. 9 Tails, Gong Sunyu, Invincible Zhao, and Wu Yin Xianhe. A bunch of monsters and demons were all coming for the Great Tournament. Could the stage Wu Ergu set up really accommodate so many people? Su Jiang suddenly felt a headache. The situation was so complex this time that he didn't know what to do. Let me think about it carefully. Su Jiang massaged his temples, constantly thinking of feasible solutions. After a long while, a sharp glint flashed in Su Jiang's eyes. The reason he found it difficult was because he had to participate in the great tournament, which meant he also had to enter the game, step onto this stage. But what if he jumped out of this game? Gao, I need you to do something for me. Su Jiang stared closely at Gao, smiling slightly. This time, I also want to experience what it's like to be the mastermind behind the scenes. Gao blinked, a look of confusion on his face. Approaching dusk, in Li Kai's room. What did you say? Li Kai's eyes widened, looking at Su Jiang in disbelief. You want me to disguise myself as you and participate in the great tournament? Inside the room, Xie Guli, An Rou, and the others all looked at Su Jiang with strange expressions. Old Su, what crazy idea are you having now? Xie Guli couldn't help but ask. If Li Kai participates in the great tournament for you, what will you do? Su Jiang smiled slightly and said, do something big. As these 3 words were spoken, everyone in the room fell silent. After a moment, Li Kai's lips trembled as he said, Su Jiang, listen to my advice. It's not necessary, all right? If you're doing something big, we're really scared. Don't worry, just do as I say. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and said to Li Kai, An Rou learned my mother's disguise techniques in the capital. Transforming you into my likeness will be effortless. But Laoli, you'll have to be mentally prepared. Starting tomorrow, you'll be acting as me. Nine Tails, Gong Sun Yu, and that Wu Yin Qianhe, and who knows what else, will all be watching you. You must be extra careful not to give yourself away. Upon hearing this, Li Kai immediately protested. You've provoked so many monsters and demons, and you want me to take the fall for you? Li Kai pointed at Su Jiang and cursed angrily. You're sending me to my death. Laoli, Su Jiang looked at Li Kai seriously and said, the reason we have achieved what we have today is because we have a spirit that fears no death. I think you've been too comfortable for too long and have forgotten how we fought step by step with our lives to get to where we are today. Li Kai was expressionless and unhesitatingly gave Su Jiang the middle finger. Seeing that toughness wasn't working, Su Jiang's attitude immediately softened. Brotherly, just help me this once. I promise you won't be in danger. Besides, tomorrow is mainly individual and arena battles. Basically, half of the enemies will surrender directly when they meet us. You just need to put on a show and make an appearance. Li Kai hesitated upon hearing this. Just for tomorrow? Su Jiang nodded decisively. Li Kai sighed deeply, as if resigned to his fate. Seeing this, Su Jiang knew Li Kai had agreed, so he immediately had An Rou get to work. With An Rou's understanding of Su Jiang, disguising Li Kai as Su Jiang was simply second nature. Young Master Su, where are you going then? Xue Qiliang asked uneasily. You're not going to abandon me again, are you? Su Jiang patted Xue Qiliang's shoulder upon hearing this and said earnestly, Big deceiver, don't worry. If you are truly in danger, I will definitely appear by your side. Su, young Master Su, are you serious? You're not lying to me. Of course, I swear on my character. An Rou and the others looked at Xue Qiliang with sympathetic eyes when they heard Su Jiang swear on his character. Foolish child, he's definitely lying to you. His character has long since been fed to some dog in Jiangdu, who knows where. But Xue Qiliang didn't know any of this, and since Su Jiang had guaranteed it, he said no more. Afterward, Su Jiang gave a few more instructions to the others. Well then, I'll be leaving now. From now on, Laoli is Su Jiang. As for me, I also have some serious business to attend to. In Hung, help me avoid the surveillance. Don't let anyone notice I've left. After speaking, Su Jiang changed into a black outfit and quietly left the camp under the cover of night. 606. He is pretending to be crazy. You are really stupid. The next day was the opening ceremony of the great tournament. A total of 27 teams gathered, and Wu Ergu also appeared as the chief examiner. After a brief speech, Wu Ergu announced the start of today's individual battles and arena battles. Essentially, the individual battles and arena battles were just warm-up events for the great tournament. But they still awarded points, and while the points were few, Winning a lot could boost the team's morale. At this moment, on the North City Military Region's team side, Li Kai had transformed into Su Jiang and stood in the leader's position. Su Lao San, Xiao Si, and the others didn't know that Su Jiang was impersonated by Li Kai, but they still felt a bit strange. Today's Su Jiang seemed unusually well-behaved. It made them a little unaccustomed. First match of the individual battle. Wang Tianba of the Jiangbei Military Region versus Bai Zhan of the Fuqing Military Region. Everyone was in an uproar. The first match was actually such a high-quality battle. No matter what, Wang Tianba was the vice-captain of the Jiangbei Military Region, and the Jiangbei Military Region had been the champion of the great tournament for 2 consecutive terms, so their strength was naturally beyond doubt. Now there's a good show to watch. The captain of the Fuqing Military Region fighting the vice-captain of the Jiangbei Military Region. It's hard to say who will win. I favor Bai Zhan. Although Wang Tianba is big, he's still a bit inferior to Bai Zhan. I think Wang Tianba can win. The Jiangbei Military Region has been very strong these past 2 years, especially their captain, Feng Jiang, who I heard specially returned from the border for a three-peat. Damn, returned from the border? No wonder his killing intent is so heavy. While everyone was discussing, Wang Tianba and Bai Zhan had already stepped onto the arena. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, "Go Lao Bai! Beat that big guy to death. Even Su Jiang can knock him out with one punch. Half a punch is enough for you." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over and saw Xie Guli waving his fists, enthusiastically cheering for Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan naturally heard these words, and his face instantly darkened. Half a punch? You damn well try it yourself if you can. Some of the later teams, hearing this, had faces full of confusion. They didn't know what happened that night, but that didn't stop them from asking around. Soon, many people knew about Su Jiang's existence. Feeling the gazes from all around, Li Kai felt extremely uncomfortable, unable to move naturally. Be natural, An Rou whispered. Beside him, think about what Su Jiang would do at this time. Don't give yourself away. Li Kai took a deep breath upon hearing this, then shouted, "What are you looking at? Do you want to be knocked out with one punch too?" As soon as these words came out, An Rou and Xie Guli covered their faces on the spot. Oh, Li Kai. Although Su Jiang is reckless, he's not an idiot. If the real Su Jiang were here, he would most likely pretend to be shy and humbly say that everything that night was Bai Zhan's credit. You're faking madness, but you're truly acting foolish, kid. Sure enough, as soon as Li Kai said this, it immediately attracted more attention, and people watched him, eager for a fight. So you're Su Jiang, huh? Fine. I hope I can meet you later. Damn, so arrogant. Although I don't know what happened that night, I'm definitely going to test him out. When did the North City Military Region become so impressive? We'll see in a bit. Seeing this, Li Kai's mouth twitched slightly. This was not what he had imagined. An Rou lowered her head, covering her face, and whispered, "You should just honestly pretend to be mute and wait for Su Jiang to return." In this short time, a winner was almost decided in the arena. According to the rules, the person who first touches the opponent's vital points 3 times wins. Of course, if you directly beat the opponent until they have no combat ability, that also counts as a win. But Bai Zhan clearly didn't have that ability. So he relied on his agile movements to first touch Wang Tianba's 3 vital points, securing the victory. First match of the individual battle, Fuqing Military Region's Bai Zhan wins, gaining 1 point. The referee in charge of the individual battles announced the result and then called 2 more people to the stage. When Bai Zhan walked off the arena, he actually walked directly towards Su Jiang. Then, he stood beside Su Jiang and whispered, "What you said yesterday, I agree to it." Li Kai. Li Kai's mind was instantly filled with question marks. He turned his head and looked at Bai Zhan with a puzzled expression. "Brother, can you please be clearer about what it is?" "I don't know anything. Su Jiang didn't tell me anything." Seeing his puzzled look, Bai Zhan explained, "I know you said the deadline was last night, but you know, for something like this, I need more time to consider." "Oh, then let's do as we discussed before." Although Li Kai didn't know what it was, since Su Jiang proposed it, he would just go with the flow. Bai Zhan glanced at him, then nodded, and turned to return to the Fuqing Military Region's team. Seeing this, Li Kai let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could finish exhaling, he felt someone standing beside him again. Looking closely, wasn't this the chief examiner? Why are you standing here with me? Go to where you're supposed to be. How is it? Do you have a plan? Wu Ergu whispered. I always have an ominous feeling. Today is only the first day of the great tournament, so the probability of them making a move should be small. But we still need to be careful. What do you plan to do? Li Kai was expressionless. He had given up struggling. Damn it. Su Jiang told them a whole bunch of things last night, but he didn't say anything truly important. If you had just told me you were in contact with the chief examiner, I wouldn't be so confused. Wu Ergu noticed Su Jiang's unusual state and frowned. What's wrong with you? You look a bit pale. Not far away, Xie Guli saw this and quickly ran over, hooked his arm around Li Kai's shoulder, and chuckled awkwardly at Wu Ergu. Well, chief examiner, Su Jiang drank too much last night, and his stomach isn't feeling well. Old Su, I told you not to drink so much last night, but you wouldn't listen. Relaxation should be moderate. Hurry up and apologize to the chief examiner. Don't let it happen again. Seeing this, Li Kai quickly said to Wu Ergu, My apologies, chief examiner. My condition today is not suitable for discussing matters. Wu Ergu heard this, gave him a deep look, and then kindly patted him on the shoulder. Be more careful next time. If you need anything, just tell me. After speaking, Wu Ergu left directly, as if he had only come to care about Su Jiang. Subsequently, after leaving the vicinity of the arena, Wu Ergu immediately called the person in charge. Check all the surveillance cameras in the camp and see if anyone left the camp. Yesterday, it must be done quickly. If you find anything, notify me immediately. After speaking, Wu Ergu slowly turned his head, looked in the direction of the North City Military Region team in the distance, and murmured softly, Leaving an imposter for me. Do you want me to cover for you? Su Jiang, what exactly do you want to do? 607. Plan everything goes well. A small town near the Great Tournament. This place is only a few kilometers away from the Great Tournament's competition venue. To ensure the smooth running of the Great Tournament, there would naturally be people stationed here. But while they could stop ordinary people, they couldn't stop Gong Sun Yu. Some time ago, Gong Sun Yu had quietly entered the town, awaiting news from Nine Tails. At this moment, Gong Sun Yu was sitting on a chair, idly toying with a dagger in his hand. He fantasized about how wonderful it would be if this blade could be plunged into Su Jiang's neck. Creak. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a figure slowly walked in. Gong Sun Yu looked up immediately, and when he saw the mask on the newcomer's face, he frowned. You're not Nine Tails? Nine Tails has other tasks. Gong Sun Yu, it's time for us to act. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu slowly stood up from his chair. This mask looks familiar to me. Are you the new Seven Tails? Seven Tails slowly nodded and continued. Follow me. If nothing goes wrong, the mithril spear will be ours today. Hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Gong Sun Yu's eyes. Yes, it didn't matter who he cooperated with. His goal had always been the mithril spear. Are we making a move on Su Jiang? We are making a move, but not on Su Jiang. Seven Tails explained. You need to come with me to intercept and kill a person named Invincible Zhao. We'll exchange his life for the mithril spear. Gong Sun Yu remained unmoved. Su Jiang will hand over the mithril spear for someone he doesn't know? What's valuable isn't Invincible Zhao, but the intelligence in his hands. Intelligence is even less useful to Su Jiang, but it's useful to Huagua. Seven Tails continued. We can use this to negotiate with Huagua, make them pressure Su Jiang, and force him to hand over the mithril spear. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu hesitated. Is that intelligence really that valuable? Of course, I would never lie to you. But this is completely different from Nine Tails and my plan. I said, Nine Tails has other tasks. Seven Tails said indifferently. Gong Sun Yu, we are in a cooperative relationship. What we promise you, we will definitely deliver. But we also hope that you can cooperate with us sincerely. You can have your own little thoughts, but don't disrupt our affairs. Otherwise, the entire Nine Tails organization will be endlessly hostile towards you. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu's expression became much more serious. In the past, he might have scoffed at this. But during this period of working with Nine Tails, he had gradually realized the unfathomable depth of the Nine Tails organization. At this point, there was no need to bring such great trouble upon himself. All he sought was the North City secret treasure. Nothing more than the dragon's saliva moon. Then let's go, Gong Sun Yu said. Anyway, I've been here long enough. It's a good chance to get some exercise. Don't make any noise. Once you're out of this town, you can do whatever you want. After Seven Tails finished speaking, he turned and left. Gong Sun Yu looked at his back, a disdainful smile playing on his lips, and then followed suit. Soon after Gong Sun Yu left, a man walked through the streets and alleys and naturally arrived at Gong Sun Yu's residence. After pushing open the door, he didn't see Gong Sun Yu, so he said, "Gong Sun Yu, Master Nine Tails said we can act now." Gong Sun Yu? Gong Sun Yu, are you there? Receiving no response for a long time, the man's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, Gong Sun Yu is missing. I must immediately report this to Master Nine Tails. Shoo. Just then, a shushing sound came from behind, and then the man felt a blade against his neck. His hand holding the phone was also frozen in the air, not daring to move. So he's missing. Why tell Nine Tails? Isn't he pretty awesome? Why don't you let him find Gong Sun Yu himself? He Gao leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, "Disrupting young Master Su's plan is the real big problem. Don't, Before the man could finish speaking, his neck went cold, and he fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Soon after, he was no longer breathing. He Gao picked up the phone from the ground, looking at the message that had been drafted but not yet sent. After deleting the message, he sent a symbol to Nine Tails. It was an internal symbol of the Nine Tails organization. The meaning was, everything is proceeding as planned, no problems. After doing all this, he Gao looked at the phone and scoffed. You think I can't find Gong Sun Yu's whereabouts just because you don't tell me? Seven Tails' intelligence system is not something a trashy Nine Tails like you can compare to. With that, he took out the SIM card, walked out the door, and casually threw it onto a delivery truck. Haha. In the mountains, Invincible Zhao leaned against a large rock, enduring the pain to treat his wounds. He had lost count of how many injuries he had sustained during his escape. He even considered it a miracle that he was still alive. Damn it. When I get back, I'm going to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Even old Master Bai won't be able to wake me up. Invincible Zhao panted and muttered. Next to him lay a white briefcase with several visible bullet holes. Invincible Zhao looked at the bullet holes on the briefcase, and unpleasant memories flashed through his mind. Those people, they were definitely not from India. It seems many people don't want me to return to the country with this intelligence. After resting, for a moment, a trace of stubbornness flashed in Invincible Zhao's eyes. He stood up with considerable difficulty, the rock he had been leaning against already covered in blood. You all don't want me to live, but I'll live just to spite you. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to stand in front of you, alive and kicking, and give you a big scare. With that, he picked up the briefcase and continued to walk forward. This dense forest became his best cover. Soon after he left, a man in black stood where he had rested earlier, looking at the blood-stained rock. The blood hasn't dried yet. He just left, someone said. The leader scoffed upon hearing this. He's at the end of his rope. He won't get far. Moreover, the leader said that Seven Tails would bring people to intercept Invincible Zhao up ahead. I'd like to see if Invincible Zhao is truly invincible. Keep chasing. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone followed the blood trail and pursued him forward. 608. No problem, Captain. In the forest, Gong Sun Yu followed behind Seven Tails, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Just the two of us. Of course, the fewer people for this operation, the better. Seven Tails said indifferently. Besides, that Invincible Zhao is already at the end of his rope. He fled here alone. With your strength, Gong Sun Yu, can't you take him down? Gong Sun Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this. It was indeed true. With him there, no one else was needed. Are you sure that Invincible Zhao will flee this way? Of course, this is his only path. Seven Tails looked at Gong Sun Yu and instructed, remember, when you make your move later, you absolutely cannot kill him, or else all our efforts will be in vain. Got it, what a hassle. Gong Sun Yu said with annoyance. If it weren't for the dragon saliva fruit, I wouldn't bother cooperating with you. At this point, Seven Tails suddenly asked, do you think that dragon saliva fruit thing really exists? Of course, it's right there in the North City secret treasure. There's no doubt about that. Then I find it a bit strange. Seven Tails rubbed his chin, saying oddly, Although I haven't seen that so-called dragon saliva fruit, I imagine it's just something like a fruit, right? Since it's a fruit, there should be something like a fruit tree, right? Just like when you were born, you definitely had a mother. Why don't you look for the fruit tree, but instead look for the fruit? As soon as these words were spoken, Gong Sun Yu was immediately stunned. If there's a fruit, there's a fruit tree? A dragon saliva fruit tree? Does such a thing really exist? Gong Sun Yu said with suspicion. If the dragon saliva fruit tree really existed, how could no one have discovered it until now? Seven Tails was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. You even doubt the existence of the fruit tree. So why do you believe there's a fruit? It's like you believe there are eggs in the world, but you don't believe chickens exist. Don't you think there's a problem with that? These words plunged Gong Sun Yu into deep doubt. At the same time, Gong Sun Yu also found a sense of familiarity in Seven Tails. Although the other party wore a fox mask, Gong Sun Yu always felt as if he had seen him somewhere before. His way of speaking and tone were also very familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Gong Sun Yu stared intently at Seven Tails' mask and said, You give me a very familiar feeling. Familiar? Seven Tails smiled upon hearing this and slowly reached out, taking off the mask from his face. Beneath the mask was an ordinary, common face, the kind you could find a dime a dozen on the street. Now? Still familiar? Seven Tails looked at Gong Sun Yu and smiled. Gong Sun Yu frowned. You're just showing me your true face like that. This is nothing to me. I don't like being guessed at and suspected by my companions during an operation. Seven Tails said with a smile. Taking off my mask is a sign of my trust in you, and it's also my sincerity. Gong Sun Yu looked at him deeply upon hearing this. After a long moment, he slowly said, You are more reliable than Nine Tails. Seven Tails laughed heartily, then put his mask back on, and the two continued to the interception point. On the other side, as time continuously passed, the great tournament was already more than halfway through. Chief Wu, we've checked carefully, but the surveillance was tampered with last night, so we can't find anything. Wu Ergu's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this news. That kid, he dared to tamper with his surveillance. It should be that Yin Heng, Zhang Yuanji mentioned him to me. Wu Ergu recalled the man with the hood. He hadn't taken it seriously at first, but now it seemed he was indeed a talent. All right, I understand. You all do what you need to do, and just pretend nothing happened. Yes, Chief Wu. After speaking, Wu Ergu began watching the battles in the arena again. Because of the bet that night, many people from various military regions directly conceded when they encountered the North City and Purple Township military regions. So the progress was much faster. However, there were also people who arrived late and didn't participate in the bet. They wouldn't concede directly. Next match, Xie Guli of the Purple Township military region against Long Yu of the Panzhou military region. When Xie Guli heard his name called, he quickly pulled out the registration form from that night, looking left and right, but couldn't find the 4 characters for Panzhou military region. Damn, such bad luck. Xie Guli was speechless. Out of 27 military regions, he could have easily won against more than half of them by just lying down. There's foul play. There's definitely foul play. Xie Guli walked onto the stage with a hint of resentment. His opponent, Long Yu, was already standing opposite him. Now this will be a good show. The Panzhou military region is also a genuinely strong team. Yes, their captain, Long Yu, seems particularly strong this year. He came prepared. I think the Panzhou military region plans to challenge for the top 3 this year. That Xie Guli from Purple Township doesn't look very good at all. Indeed, he wasn't seen making a move that night, so he's probably just a slacker. Xie Guli heard the discussions below and let out a bitter laugh. Everyone looks down on me, and I'm not even trying to live up to expectations. This idiotic individual battle actually doesn't allow the use of weapons. What's the point of fighting then? Who came up with such a ridiculous rule? Moreover, on such an open arena, even if he could use throwing knives, it would greatly limit his performance. Looking at the opponent, Long Yu looked like he was going to beat him to a pulp. Xie Guli let out a long breath, and the moment the referee announced the start, he immediately raised his hand. I concede. Then, he turned around and walked off the stage without hesitation. It's just 1 point. Why risk his life? When they enter the venue for the team competition, he'll show them what he's got. Evidently, Xie Guli's actions stunned both the referee and Long Yu. You're sure you're conceding? The referee couldn't help but ask. You're the captain of the Purple Township Military Region. What kind of captain concedes right away? This would greatly dampen the team's morale. Xie Guli said indifferently. We've already picked up so many free points. Giving 1 point away is just being polite. Long Yu's face darkened upon hearing this. I don't care for your 1 point. Don't care for it? Then you concede. I care for it. I don't mind having more points. Xie Guli immediately interjected. I didn't mean that. Long Yu quickly waved his hand, afraid the referee would actually do that. Seeing this, Xie Guli said disdainfully, Tisk, if you can't afford to give it, then you can't afford to give it. No need to say you don't care. With that, he walked off the stage and returned to the Purple Township Military Region's team. Then he said to the people of the Purple Township Military Region, Brothers, I think the Panzhou Military Region has it tough too, so let's give them a point. Is there any problem with that? No problem, Captain. Everyone answered in unison. Xie Guli looked relieved. See, these are the soldiers I've led. 609. If you lose, I'll call you Daddy. Shangwan Lu covered her face, feeling the gazes from all directions, and wished she could beat the hell out of that guy, Xie Guli. He couldn't have picked a worse person to imitate. He had to go and learn that whole Su Jiang vibe. However, the referee couldn't be bothered with their side and simply announced. Next match, North City Military Regions Su Jiang versus Shunan Military Regions Chen Dongfang. As soon as those words were spoken, Xie Guli looked at Li Kai in astonishment. He then pulled out the list and checked it, but Shunan Military Region was still not on it. A fix. It was definitely a fix. Besides, this tournament should have been conducted via a draw to be fair and reasonable. Why should the referee just decide who goes up? Do you all play such dirty games in the Great Tournament too? Xie Guli suddenly paused. Strange, why did I say too? On the other side, Li Kai was already speechless. Why weren't there so many issues when the real Su Jiang was here? Why is everything being aimed at me the moment I arrive? I'm clearly from Jiangdu, Li Kai said, wanting to cry but having no tears. Why are you treating me like I'm from the island nation? Meanwhile, Chen Dongfang was already standing on the ring, looking at Su Jiang with an arrogant air. I heard you're very strong, that you can take them down with one hand. Get up here and let me see for myself. Not far away, Wang Tianba from the Jiangbei Military Region, who had been traumatized by Su Jiang's punch, smirked disdainfully at the sight of Chen Dongfang. The people from the Shunan Military Region were immediately displeased upon seeing this. Wang Tianba, what are you laughing at? Do you look down on our captain? Wang Tianba shook his head with a sigh. You guys don't know how terrifying that kid is. Even now, his scalp tingled whenever he recalled that punch from that night. It would be a miracle if Chen Dongfang could win. The person from the Shunan Military Region refused to accept this and shouted, What if our captain wins? Then I'll call you Dad, Wang Tianba said bluntly. I'll literally do a handstand and call you Dad. Once these words were spoken, many people's gazes converged on them. That intense. Is that Su Jiang really that strong? But not wanting to lose face, the person from the Shunan Military Region got worked up and shouted, Fine. If I lose, I'll call you Dad too. I'm not fighting for a bond. I'm fighting for my dignity. Wang Tianba gave a disdainful smile, thinking to himself, Just watch. It'll be over in one punch. Meanwhile, Li Kai, disguised as Su Jiang, had braced himself and stepped onto the ring. Fight, or just concede. Li Kai was incredibly conflicted. Conceding wasn't really his style, but if he fought, he might not be a match for Chen Dongfang. Just then, Li Kai suddenly saw An Rou off the ring, vigorously waving her little fist. Does this mean fight? Although he didn't know why, since An Rou had signaled him like that, there was no need to overthink it. Just go for it. As the referee's whistle blew, Li Kai charged straight at Chen Dongfang. Here it comes, here it comes. Seeing this scene, Wang Tianba felt a faint sense of excitement. That's it, just like how he hit me that night. Knock him flying with one punch. However, the scene he imagined didn't happen. The moment they made contact, they just started grappling, no different from the previous few matches. It was even more boring than the previous fights, because Chen Dongfang had the upper hand from the very beginning and grew braver as he fought. Under his fierce onslaught, Li Kai was forced to retreat step by step. Eventually, After a short while, he was declared the loser. In this match, Shunan Military Region's Chun Dongfang wins, gaining 1 point. As the referee's voice rang out, many people's gazes immediately turned to Wang Tianba. Wang Tianba stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded, staring at Su Jiang on the ring in disbelief. Wait, buddy. Are you ing messing with me? You weren't like this that night. What the hell are you trying to do? The people from the Shunan Military Region didn't care about that and spoke up directly. Wang Tianba, look at the ring. Who won? Just now, you said if Su Jiang lost, what were you going to call me? Wang Tianba's face turned ashen, as if he had eaten excrement. He gritted his teeth and shouted in an incredibly small voice, Dad. What? Speak up. I didn't hear you clearly. Dad. Happy now? Wang Tianba roared. Just wait for the team competition. I'll personally beat the SH*T out of you lot from the Shunan Military Region. Wang Tianba. Feng Jiang suddenly spoke up, his voice indifferent. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianba looked aggrieved. But brother Feng, that kid is a bit off. Feng Jiang stared intensely at Su Jiang and murmured, he is completely different from the person you described. Either there's something wrong with you, or there's something wrong with him. Wang Tianba was startled and asked, Brother Feng, do you mean? I was drunk that night, and it was all a dream. If you're not going to use your brain, just donate it. Are you saving it to count stars at night? Feng Jiang scolded him irritably. How did I end up with a pig teammate like you? Wang Tianba scratched his head, feeling at a loss. So it's not my problem, it's that kid's problem? Obviously, Feng Jiang stated bluntly. I could tell from that match just now that he was absolutely giving it his all. Therefore, he is definitely not the same person you met that night. Feng Jiang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This is interesting. Are there two Su Jiangs? Wang Tianba was confused. What do you mean? Twins? Most likely not. As for what it is, we'll have to observe more. Feng Jiang crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Su Jiang, with a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Meanwhile, many smart people were like him, all looking at Su Jiang with thoughtful expressions. Feeling these gazes, Li Kai thought to himself, not good. Damn, someone might already be suspicious of me. What do I do? Li Kai looked at An Rou, feeling depressed. It's all your fault. If you hadn't made me fight, I wouldn't have been exposed. If I had just conceded, although it would have drawn attention, at least my identity wouldn't be in question. Li Kai didn't quite understand why An Rou insisted on him fighting this match. And the key point was that he lost. Li Kai was a bit unconvinced. If he weren't wearing Su Jiang's face and restricted in his movements, he wouldn't necessarily have lost to that Chen Dongfang. It's good that they're suspicious, An Rou smiled. Only by combining the false with the real can we achieve the goal Su Jiang wants. Today they suspect you're fake. Tomorrow when Su Jiang comes, they'll suspect he's real. Truth and falsehood mixed together will leave them confused, and it will also make it hard for those watching from the shadows to tell the difference. And Rou smiled mischievously. We want everyone's first reaction upon seeing you to be suspicion, suspecting whether this Su Jiang in front of them is real or fake. If we achieve that, we've exceeded our mission. Upon hearing this, Li Kai was completely bewildered. 610. Why are you everywhere? The setting sun was gradually obscured by the mountain peaks, and the afterglow cast the mountain forest into dim, uncertain light. Ha ha! Invincible Zhao panted, ignoring his injuries, and jogged forward. Whether due to his injuries or physical exhaustion, his consciousness began to blur, and he could no longer even see the road clearly. Crap! I can't rest. If I rest, it's over. Invincible Zhao was well aware of his current situation. Once he stopped, he would never be able to move again. Almost there. Almost there. Invincible Zhao gritted his teeth hard. If he could just persist for a little longer, he would reach the great tournament. Camp. However, just at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in his line of sight, blocking his path. Invincible Zhao couldn't help but stop. When he saw that one of the people in front of him was wearing a fox mask, his heart sank to the bottom. It's those people. Invincible Zhao didn't know of the existence of the Jiawei organization, but he knew that the people chasing him from behind were definitely in the same group as the masked person in front of him. He stopped in his tracks, clutching his chest, and smiled bitterly. They even arranged for people to intercept and kill me? No matter what, he was destined not to make it back. Even though the path to survival was right before his eyes, and even though only 2 people were blocking him, yet, Invincible Zhao felt an unprecedented level of immense pressure from these 2 people. Clearly, these 2 were different from the small fry from before. Finally here, Seven Tails looked at the battered Invincible Zhao and said, "Invincible Zhao, hand over the item. We won't kill you." Upon hearing this, Invincible Zhao sneered. "You won't kill me? You want to use me to trade with China, right?" Just then, footsteps came from behind. The sound indicated there were quite a few people. Invincible Zhao let out a long sigh. "Forget it. I admit defeat today. I'll give you the item, all right." Having said that, he helplessly carried the box forward, preparing to hand it to Seven Tails. Just as they drew near, a fierce glint flashed in Invincible Zhao's eyes, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, stabbing towards Seven Tails. Oh, Seven Tails was somewhat surprised. In this physical state, he still had the strength to attack. However, Gong Sun Yu, who was standing to the side, would not just watch Invincible Zhao act like this. Humph! Gong Sun Yu snorted coldly, acted immediately, and with a single strike, sent Invincible Zhao flying. Ugh! Invincible Zhao flew backward, hitting a tree with a heavy thud. The box he was carrying slipped from his hand and landed not far away. He struggled to open his eyes, using his last ounce of strength to raise his hand, wanting to retrieve the box. However, his body had reached its limit, and soon Invincible Zhao's hand fell straight down, and he passed out. "Don't kill him, or we won't get anything out of this," Seven Tails said indifferently. "Rest assured, I held back. It won't be enough to kill him," Gong Sun Yu replied. Immediately, Seven Tails slowly walked forward and picked up the box from the ground. "Don't move." At this moment, a shout came, and a group of people suddenly appeared in the distance, with over a dozen gun muzzles aimed at Seven Tails. "Put the box down." Seven Tails, upon hearing this, did not put the box down, but instead turned his head to look at the leader. "It should be you putting your guns down." "You are?" Seven Tails. The leader, upon seeing the mask, was stunned for a moment before saying, "The person the leader arranged to intercept and kill Invincible Zhao is you." Seven Tails nodded and then looked at them. "Whose subordinates are you?" "We are One Tail's subordinates. Our mission is to hunt down Invincible Zhao and obtain the top secret intelligence of India." He looked at the box in Seven Tails' hand and then reached out. "Please hand the item to us." Seven Tails glanced at him, then at the box in his hand, and said, "I can give it to you, but I'm taking Invincible Zhao." The man was stunned. The mission content was only for him to get the box. It said nothing about Invincible Zhao. "Fine," he immediately agreed. "Give me the box, and you can take Invincible Zhao." Seven Tails nodded and, without the slightest hesitation, threw the box to him. The man took the box and looked at it carefully. Apart from a few bullet holes, there were no signs of it having been opened. "Why don't you open it and take a look?" Seven Tails suddenly said. "Confirm that the item is inside, lest the item goes missing and it gets blamed on me." Once these words were spoken, the man felt it made some sense, so he opened the box in front of everyone. Inside the box lay a USB drive and several paper documents. It was just this little bit of stuff that had caused Invincible Zhao to flee for his life all the way, ending up severely injured and on the verge of death. "The item is fine." After checking it, the man quickly closed the box. "Then we'll be leaving now." "Hey, wait." Seven Tails suddenly walked up and reached out to gently pat the box in his hand. This inexplicable action made him look at Seven Tails with confusion. "There's dust on it. I'm a bit of a germaphobe. I can't stand dust on white." Seven Tails explained with a smile. "All right, you can go now. Leave the rest to me." The man gave Seven Tails a strange look, then turned and left with his group. For a moment, only Gong Sun Yu, Seven Tails, and the unconscious Invincible Zhao remained in the vicinity. "You just let him take it like that?" Gong Sun Yu asked, frowning. "This isn't what you said. Logically, since that intelligence is so valuable, we should have kept it ourselves." "Can't help it. You heard him. They're One Tail's people." Seven Tails spread his hands helplessly. "I can't afford to offend One Tail. Besides, having Invincible Zhao in our hands is enough." Having said that, he walked up, carried Invincible Zhao on his back, and prepared to leave. "Stop. A voice rang out, and Seven Tails and Gong Sun Yu turned their heads to look. Meng Jinsheng. Gong Sun Yu frowned. Why the hell are you everywhere? Seven Tails was also surprised. How did this guy appear here? Meng Jinsheng's gaze was fixed on Invincible Zhao on Seven Tails' back, and he said, "Leave him." Damn it, Gong Sun Yu was really displeased now. Back in North City, you suddenly popped up to cause trouble, and now you've inexplicably appeared again, asking us to give you the person? Meng Jinsheng, do you really think you're something special? At this moment, Seven Tails' eyes darted around, and he said, Gong Sun Yu, hold him off. I'll take Invincible Zhao and go first. Don't worry, after I get back, my people will contact you. Having said that, Seven Tails ran off into the distance with Invincible Zhao on his back. Meng Jinsheng immediately wanted to chase after them, and Gong Sun Yu moved at the same time. He blocked Meng Jinsheng, gritting his teeth. Meng Jinsheng, you really don't take me seriously, do you? Meng Jinsheng frowned and looked at him. The two didn't waste any more words and immediately started fighting. 6:11. You guess. Amidst the dense forest, a group of people arrived at a relatively open area. The person in the lead carried a white briefcase and took out a phone to make a call. Hello? Lord One Tail, we have obtained the item. Confirm you are coming over. The item is fine. Invincible Zhao was taken away by Seven Tails. On the other end of the line, One Tail frowned slightly upon hearing this. Seven Tails? Why did he take Invincible Zhao away? This, the subordinate does not know. Forget it. As long as the item is in hand, it's fine. Come see me immediately. I want to personally take the item to the leader. Yes, we will bring it to you right away. After speaking, the person hung up the phone, grabbed the suitcase, and left at top speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Seven Tails dashed along with Invincible Zhao on his back, kicking up a gust of wind as he passed, causing the leaves to rustle. The suitcase. Invincible Zhao, lying on Seven Tails' back, slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "The suitcase cannot be lost." Sensing that Invincible Zhao had woken up, Seven Tails stopped and threw him onto the ground. Thud. Cough, cough, cough. Invincible Zhao was thrown onto the ground, feeling as if his entire body was in agonizing pain, and he coughed up a significant amount of blood. Tisk, you're really lucky to have survived that. Seven Tails looked at the dying Invincible Zhao and clicked his tongue in amazement. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died 1,000 times over. Invincible Zhao opened his eyes, saw Seven Tails standing before him, and gritted his teeth. Where is the suitcase? I gave it to them, Seven Tails sighed. Your life is almost gone, and you're still thinking about the suitcase. Upon hearing this, Invincible Zhao seemed to lose all his strength. He let out a long breath, lay on the ground, and stared at the starry sky. So, how do you plan to deal with me? Invincible Zhao spoke slowly. Interrogate me? Or do you plan to use me to trade with China? Yo, you're quite clear about your own situation. Seven Tails teased. How about you beg me, and I'll let you go? Invincible Zhao scoffed and said nothing. Seeing this, Seven Tails slowly shook his head. How boring. You're not as fun as Wu Ergu. He slowly took off the fox mask on his face, revealing a face different from the one he had shown Gong Sun Yu earlier. Under the moonlight, Invincible Zhao saw that beneath the mask was the handsome, delicate face of a young man. You? What? Are you stunned by my handsome face? Su Jiang's lips curled slightly, and he took a black USB drive out of his pocket. Is this thing the top secret intelligence of India? The moment Invincible Zhao saw the USB drive, his pupils constricted sharply. This? Why is it in your hands? He couldn't help but ask. Why can't it be in my hands? Su Jiang countered. But didn't you say the suitcase? I gave them the suitcase, but I didn't give them the contents inside. Su Jiang said as if it were obvious. What they took away was nothing but an empty suitcase. Oh wait, it's not exactly an empty suitcase either, Su Jiang continued. I also stuffed a surprise in the suitcase for them. Upon hearing this, Invincible Zhao felt that something was not right. Who exactly are you? Yes. You aren't with those people? Yes. What exactly do you want to do? Yes. 3 consecutive guesses left Invincible Zhao feeling extremely frustrated. He was now truly full of doubts, curious about what on earth was going on. Seeing invincible Zhao like this, Su Jiang finally understood why that guy Xiang Qingtian liked to say those two words so much. Because it really is very infuriating. Let's go. We'll talk after we get back. Su Jiang pulled invincible Zhao up from the ground and carried him on his back. Invincible Zhao had no strength to resist. He struggled to even move his fingers, so he could only let Su Jiang carry him. Go back. Where? Guess. Invincible Zhao swore he had never met such a despicable person in his life. But soon, he noticed something outrageous that diverted his attention. This kid runs so fast. Feeling the wind whipping past his cheeks, Invincible Zhao was inwardly shocked. He was running at this speed while carrying him. If he were running alone, who could catch him? If he had this kind of speed, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state along the way. He would have run back to China ages ago. And this direction is. Invincible Zhao's heart suddenly began to race, and he immediately had a bold guess. Sure enough, when he saw the military district camp not far away with his own eyes, Invincible Zhao asked with trembling lips, Are you from the military region? Duh, Su Jiang retorted irritably. If you weren't one of our own, would I be crazy enough to carry you this far? Upon hearing this, Invincible Zhao felt like he had instantly gone from hell to heaven. The item wasn't lost, and he had safely arrived at the camp. This was simply the best outcome he could have dreamed of. Thank you, brother. I, Invincible Zhao, will remember this favor. Is that so? Then you'd better repay this favor properly later. Don't worry. Even if it means going through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I will repay this favor. What? Invincible Zhao didn't know was that not long after, when he recalled this sentence, he would be unable to stop himself from slapping his own face hard. A few minutes later, in the chief examiner's office, Wu Ergu stood by the window, his face full of worry. Where on earth did that guy Su Jiang run off to? Is he even reliable? Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and Wu Ergu was startled, quickly turning to look. He saw Su Jiang walking in with large strides, carrying Invincible Zhao on his back, and then he simply threw Invincible Zhao onto the sofa. Here, I picked him up outside. Hurry and find a doctor to treat him, otherwise he's probably going to die. Su Jiang casually picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup. Wu Ergu stood there, dumbfounded, not yet understanding what had happened. When he saw Invincible Zhao on the sofa, his brain completely crashed. Invincible Zhao? How are you here? Invincible Zhao barely managed to open his eyes, and the moment he saw Wu Ergu, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Wu Ergu, I didn't expect to see you again. Seeing Invincible Zhao's condition, Wu Ergu knew his situation was not optimistic. Therefore, he quickly made a call, telling the camp doctors to arrive immediately. All right, there's nothing left for me to do here. I'm heading out. Su Jiang tossed the USB drive and the documents onto the table and said, When I need help later, I'll come find you again. After saying that, without waiting for Wu Ergu to speak, he turned and left, heading straight for the room where Li Kai was located. 612. The clothes are slightly dirty. Inside the military district camp, in Li Kai's room. Why are you only coming back now? Li Kai glared at Su Jiang and roared. Do you know what I went through today? You bastard, you didn't explain anything clearly and just ran off without caring about anything. Do you know how panicked I was when the chief examiner came looking for me today? Su Jiang covered his ears, watched the bristling Li Kai, and soothed him. Old Li, calm down. Isn't everything fine? Immediately after, An Rou, who was on the side, briefly told Su Jiang everything that happened today. After listening, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Kai, saying, So, you got beaten up by someone on the arena stage today? Humph. Li Kai patted his clothes with disdain and said nonchalantly, They are just slightly dirty. The others watched him quietly, remaining silent. The room fell into silence for a moment. Li Kai's mouth twitched, and he said with dissatisfaction, What's that supposed to mean? Although I lost, the other guy didn't have it easy either. Besides, in order not to expose Su Jiang's identity, I couldn't fully exert myself, so I was just slightly inferior. Ah, yes. Su Jiang nodded hurriedly. I knew you were the best, Old Li. Immediately after, he changed the subject and continued. So, I'll have to trouble you again. The day after tomorrow. Once these words were spoken, Li Kai was instantly dumbfounded. The day after tomorrow? What do you mean? Isn't there an arena battle tomorrow? I'll go up myself tomorrow, and you continue to act as me for the team competition the day after. Su Jiang grinned. I'm giving you a chance to get revenge. Call old Xie during the team competition and gang up on that guy named Long Yu. Upon hearing this, Li Kai was instantly tempted, although doing this was a bit unscrupulous. However, ever since he started hanging out with Su Jiang, who the hell cared about having a bottom line? Wait, what are you going to do again? Li Kai asked with some worry. Whenever you go off to cause trouble where we can't see, we always feel very panicked. Rest assured, when have I ever had problems when I handle things? Su Jiang smiled confidently. Everyone stared at him silently without speaking. You yourself are the biggest problem. All right, it's late. Let's all get some rest. I'll go up for the arena battle tomorrow and show them a thing or two. Su Jiang patted his chest. I guarantee I'll get back at them for today. Beside him, Xie Guli rubbed his chin in thought and suddenly spoke up. Old Su, do you think we can take this opportunity to make some money? Su Jiang looked at Xie Guli and immediately understood what he meant. You mean, opening a betting pool? Exactly. Li Kai's performance today has made many people doubt your strength. In other words, while they are unclear about my strength, we can make a killing. If you sweep all 5 in the arena battle, it's 1 to 10 odds. If you can't sweep all 5, it's 1 to 2. How about that? Damn, genius. Old Xie, you guys are really wicked. Su Jiang and Xie Guli looked at each other and both laughed wickedly. On the side, Shangwan Lu helplessly held her forehead and sighed. You two guys, do you know that this is prohibited? There are rules in the camp prohibiting participants from setting up off-site betting pools. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang said indifferently, then just let someone who isn't participating do it, right? After saying that, he looked at Xue Qiuyang. Big deceiver, this arduous task is handed to you. Xue Qiuyang immediately stood up straight. Rest assured, young Master Su, I guarantee I'll swindle them until they don't even have their underwear left. Su Jiang and Xie Guli nodded with satisfaction. This kind of great tournament was interesting. Isn't it tiring just to fight and kill? Su Jiang felt that he should give some suggestions to Wu Erge later to add more fun to the great tournament. Seeing that it was about time, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, in a certain place at the border, a person wearing a black fox mask, carrying a white briefcase, walked slowly into a villa. Inside the living room, 3 people were sitting, seemingly discussing something. These 3 were the core existences of the Jiawei organization. 2. Tails, for Tails, and the leader, 9 Tails. Seeing the figure sitting in the center, 1 Tails said respectfully, Leader, I have brought the item back. After saying that, he handed the briefcase in his hand to the other party with both hands. 9 Tails slowly stubbed out the cigarette in his hand in the ashtray, then took the briefcase handed over by 1 Tail. Is the genetic data of India's Ganges organisms contained in here? 2 Tails, who was sitting on the side, asked curiously. 9 Tails didn't speak, just gently opened the briefcase. 2 Tails leaned his head over to look, and then he was stunned. This is... Inside the briefcase, a note was lying quietly. Apart from that, there was nothing else. No expression could be seen on 9 Tails' face. He just slowly took out the note and looked at the handwriting on it. I took the item. Please help throw away the box. Thanks. At the end, a smiley face with a tongue sticking out was drawn. 2 Tails looked at the content on the note and chuckled. 1 Tail, is this the genetic data you brought back? At this moment, the expression under 1 Tail's mask was extremely ugly. Damn it. His subordinates clearly said that the item in the box was fine. He hadn't even checked it and had brought the box directly to find 9 Tails. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that there would actually be such a note inside the box. Sorry, leader, this matter is my negligence. I will definitely investigate strictly and get the item. Before 1 Tail could finish speaking, 9 Tails slowly reached out and interrupted him. Immediately after, 9 Tails took a deep breath, staring intently at the words on the note. After a long while, he suddenly laughed. Interesting, really interesting. The person who could draw such a smiley face, judging by their personality, should only be Su Jiang. 1 Tail, your people must have been played by Su Jiang. Su Jiang. 1 Tail was stunned. but they didn't say they had seen Su Jiang. Among the people who touched this box, one of them must be Su Jiang. This is unquestionable, regardless of what identity he has. Nine Tails looked at Two Tails and said indifferently, "Notify Five Tails, you can start preparing." "Yes, I'll go arrange it right away." Two Tails stood up and walked into the room. Seeing this, One Tail couldn't help but ask curiously, "Leader, Two Tails, he is going to?" On the side, for Tails smiled. To prevent any accidents with the item, the leader had long ago arranged a backup plan. Five Tails had long received orders to go to the military district camp and stand by. Once there is a problem with the item, he will start the operation. Use explosives to blow up the entire Great Tournament's military district camp. 613, Three Tails. Damn it, where is he? Just as Su Jiang returned to his room in the camp and was fast asleep on the bed, Gong Sun Yu, who had just finished fighting Meng Jiansheng, discovered that he could not find any trace of Seven Tails. This shouldn't be happening. I didn't fight for that long, and he was still carrying someone on his back. It's impossible for him to have run this far. Gong Sun Yu looked puzzled. He really didn't understand how two perfectly healthy people could just disappear like that. The bloodstains on the ground also stopped at a certain point, leaving absolutely no trail to follow. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Gong Sun Yu's heart. Could he have been used? Something is wrong. I can't find that guy Seven Tails. I need to go find Nine Tails and ask what on earth is going on. Saying this, Gong Sun Yu ran in a certain direction where another contact point between him and Nine Tails was located. What Gong Sun Yu didn't know was that at this very moment, Nine Tails was also frantically searching for him. The two of them had effectively failed each other. Damn it! Where is Gong Sun Yu? Nine Tails looked at the few subordinates in front of him and roared, "I told you to keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him. The person disappeared right under your noses, and you kept sending me messages saying no problem, no problem. No problem, my ass. Is this what you call no problem? I just don't understand. If you aren't going to donate your brains, are you saving them to count stars at night? If I hadn't kept an extra eye out, I would have been killed by you idiots long ago." Nine Tails was furious. If he hadn't been wearing a mask, his spit alone might have drowned them. Below, those few people lowered their heads, silent as cicadas in winter, trembling as Nine Tails scolded them. Just at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly rang out, sounding exceptionally abrupt in the silent space. "Huh, Nine Tails, oh Nine Tails, to think you'd actually have a day like this?" Everyone's gaze followed the sound, and they saw a person wearing a similar fox mask walk in. Only his mask had five tails on it. Nine Tails looked at the newcomer and gritted his teeth. "Five Tails? What are you doing here?" "Umph, isn't it to clean up your mess?" Five Tails snorted coldly and said, "The leader has assigned a mission for me to act the day after tomorrow and blow up the entire camp of the military region Great Tournament. Furthermore, you are to cooperate with all my actions, with me in charge." Nine Tails, you know what this means, right? Five Tails laughed gleefully. "From now on, you have to follow my orders, understand?" Hearing this, Nine Tails' eyes immediately turned gloomy. In the organization, except for Four Tails and above, everyone is basically equal. Why should I follow your orders? Five Tails, the leader told me to cooperate with you, not to obey your every word. You, a notorious coward, why should I listen to you? When Five Tails heard the three words, notorious coward, his pupils constricted sharply, and he said sternly, "Nine Tails, if you have the guts, say that again." "What? Did I say something wrong?" Nine Tails sneered. "Who in the organization doesn't know that you, Five Tails, are the most cowardly and afraid of death? Whenever there is a slightly dangerous mission, you don't even dare to touch it." As soon as these words were spoken, Five Tails' attitude suddenly changed, and he laughed. "You're right, I am a coward. It's precisely because I am a coward that I have been able to sit in the position of Five Tails all this time." Nine Tails, ask yourself, how many people have been replaced in the other tail positions, including your own position as Nine Tails? Only I, Five Tails, have been in the organization for so long, and no one has ever replaced my position. Because I cherish my life, others have never had the chance to take my place. The leader also values this about me. So, if you call me a coward, I accept it. But if I call you short-lived ghosts, you don't have any objections, right? Five Tails looked at Nine Tails and said with a grin, "As far as I know, no one who has held the position of Nine Tails has lived past 40. How old are you this year?" Upon hearing this, Nine Tails clenched his fists tightly and stared fixedly at Five Tails, as if he wanted to skin him alive. Five Tails slightly raised his head, looking as if he was daring him to come and chop him down. Just when both sides were at daggers drawn, another voice suddenly rang out. "You two, now is not the time for infighting." The two turned their heads to look and saw another person wearing a fox mask standing there, though they didn't know when he had arrived. "Eight Tails, why are you here too?" Five Tails asked in confusion. The leader didn't say that Eight Tails would be coming, did he? Nine Tails also frowned. Why was everyone running to his place? What did they take his place for? "I, of course, have a mission, which is why I'm here," Eight Tails said in a gentle and refined tone. The leader said that while blowing up the camp, "There is one more thing I need to do." "What thing?" Nine Tails asked suspiciously. "This is the first time that three Tails have gathered together to execute a mission. It's quite strange." Eight Tails crossed his arms over his chest and said word by word, "We received intelligence that a group of people is planning to travel from North City to the border. The leader ordered me to intercept and kill them." Immediately after, Eight Tails looked at Nine Tails and said in a playful tone, "Speaking of which, you have some connection with that group of people." Hearing this, Nine Tails immediately frowned. "Connection?" "Correct." Eight Tails nodded. "The leader of that group is Xiang Qingtian." The moment Eight Tails said this, a bolt of lightning struck down from the dim sky, illuminating Nine Tails' eyes. "Xiang Qingtian," Nine Tails whispered. "He's actually going to the border. That incident at the border back then was planned by you, wasn't it?" Eight Tails said slowly. "That guy Xiang Qingtian has very likely seen your face, so you'd better be careful yourself." At this time, Five Tails on the side raised an eyebrow and said gleefully, "That's right, I remember now. The two people he framed seemed to be Xiang Qingtian's sworn brothers, right?" Beneath the mask, Nine Tails' expression was extremely ugly. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph. It's just one Xiang Qingtian. I'm not afraid of him. Since that's the case, you two, let's properly discuss the action plan." Eight Tails looked at the two and said, "This mission is very important. Otherwise, the leader wouldn't have sent all three of us at once. If anything goes wrong, it's no joke. So, I hope you two can be serious and not hold me back." Hearing this, Five Tails said sarcastically, "Rest assured, I'm not like some people who can even manage to lose Gong Sun Yu." Nine Tails snorted coldly and said, "It's just a Gong Sun Yu. It won't have any impact on the big picture." "All right then, our goals are much simpler," Eight Tails said with a smile. "Blow up the camp, obtain the mithril spear, and intercept and kill Xiang Qingtian and the others. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately. Updates will resume tomorrow." 6:14, it was set up. The second day of the great tournament, the arena battles. When Su Jiang walked out of his room, many people eyed him with strange looks. Because of the battle between Li Kai and Long Yu yesterday, everyone felt that this guy named Su Jiang was just SOSO. He was completely different from the person in the rumors who knocked out Wang Tianba with a single punch. Feeling the gazes of those around him, Su Jiang yawned and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy wake up before? A bunch of small fry." As soon as he said this, the crowd was instantly enraged. "Umph, you're just a loser who was defeated by Long Yu. How dare you be so arrogant?" Su Jiang immediately turned his head to look over. "Who spoke just now? If you have the guts, stand out and fight me one-on-one. My stomach was upset yesterday, so I went easy and let Long Yu win. If you don't believe me, call Wang Tianba out. I'll fight him with one hand tied behind my back, and he wouldn't even dare to fart. I'm not bragging. Today, all of you, don't run into me on the arena, or I'll beat the sh*t out of you. If you really piss me off, I'll have the coroner come over to piece you back together." Su Jiang stood with his hands on his hips, acting arrogant and lawless. He looked like he was invincible and had no equal in the world. Not far away, Wu Ergu watched all of this unfold. He shook his head with a bitter smile. The guy in front of him was clearly the real Su Jiang. No one else could truly say such arrogant words. This guy is interesting. Beside Wu Ergu, Invincible Zhao wore a hood and mask, covering himself up tightly. Logically, he should have been lying in a hospital bed at this time, but seeing how lively it was outside, he couldn't sit still, so he ran out. Invincible Zhao looked at Su Jiang with admiration in his eyes and said, "This spirit, this courage, it reminds me of how I was back in the day." Wu Ergu rolled his eyes upon hearing this. "You only took second place back then, didn't you?" "TSK, that was because I ran into a tough nut to crack." Invincible Zhao curled his lip. "Back then, besides that guy, who could beat me?" "Not just back then. Even now, no one has appeared who is stronger than me. Of course, that guy named Su Jiang doesn't count. Although I haven't fought him, I felt that guy was quite strange last night." Wu Ergu heard this and smiled. "Your feeling is right. If you knew this guy's history, I'm afraid you'd walk the other way if you saw him." "Really? Is that true?" Invincible Zhao looked skeptical. "Can he really be that awesome?" Wu Ergu glanced at him and continued. "You remember Qiu Feng, right? He fought Su Jiang. Afterward, he told me that if it were a real life-or-death battle, he wouldn't last 3 moves against Su Jiang." Wu Ergu held up 3 fingers and waved them in front of Invincible Zhao. 3 moves? Invincible Zhao's pupils dilated, and he looked at Su Jiang in the distance in disbelief. He knew Qiu Feng. He was also someone on the border blacklist, and naturally, they had fought before. Even if he went all out, he wouldn't necessarily be able to take down Qiu Feng within 20 moves. A monster. Invincible Zhao couldn't help but complain. Even more outrageous than that guy. Wu Ergu glanced at him, and then sighed. It's a pity. If only he were still around. Invincible Zhao suddenly fell silent, not saying a word. After a while, he said indifferently, "Not interesting. I'd better go back and lie down." After saying that, he turned and left. Wu Ergu watched his retreating figure, sighed again, then turned his head to look at the arena. The first match of the arena battles. North City Military Region versus Fuching Military Region. Will the 5 contestants from both sides please prepare? Because Xie Guli questioned the fairness of the competition yesterday, they adopted a relatively fair lottery system for pairings today. But they didn't expect that Su Jiang would be matched against Baijan in the first round. "Yo, Lao Bai, I told you we were fated." Su Jiang looked at Baijan immediately and continued. "What do you say? Concede or surrender?" Baijan's face instantly darkened. "Is there any difference between those 2 options? Besides, if we surrender without even fighting, where would the Fuching Military Region save face?" "I'll go first." Baijan snorted coldly and was the first to step onto the stage. Clearly, he was the starting player for the Fuching Military Region. Su Jiang wore an expression of, "I really can't do anything with you," and walked onto the arena helplessly. "Lao Bai, I really don't have the heart to lay a hand on you. Cut the crap. I want to see for myself whether you're a tiger or a cat." Having said that, Baijan rushed up. First. Meanwhile, below the arena, Xue Chuliang was moving between the various military regions. "Brother, want to make some money?" Su Jiang sweeping all 5. Odds are 1 to 10. Want to play? If he can't sweep all 5, it's 1 to 2, a sure win deal. Don't worry, it's absolutely legal. A little gambling is fun, heavy gambling hurts the body. We'll keep it light. Before the fight on Su Jiang's side had even started, Xue Chuliang had already conned almost everyone. After all, 1 to 10, such odds were like a pie falling from the sky. In the history of the great tournament arena battles, there had never been a record of a one-man sweep of 5. So, absolutely no one thought Su Jiang could sweep all 5, especially since he had lost to Long Yu yesterday. Just then, Xue Chuliang arrived at the Jiangbei military region side. As soon as Wang Tianba heard the odds, he went all in. That Su Jiang was almost beaten to a pulp by Long Yu yesterday. "I will never be fooled again," Wang Tianba said confidently. "If he can sweep all 5, I'll eat it." Nearby, the captain, Feng Jiang, covered his face and cursed in a low voice. "Idiot. Can't you see such an obvious trap? 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. If they're offering 1 to 10, do you think they're just giving you money for free? Brainless fool." However, Feng Jiang did not stop Wang Tianba from betting. After all, no matter what he said, it would be a waste of breath. People won't learn from being told, but they learn quickly from experience. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. If Wang Tianba doesn't suffer a loss, he won't learn his lesson in the future. I'm rich, I'm rich. Xue Qiliang looked at his bulging backpack, his mouth twisted in a grin. Basically, everyone bet that Su Jiang couldn't sweep all 5. He was making a killing. Just as Xue Qiliang was thinking about how to get a slice of the pie, he suddenly felt someone pat him on the back. He turned his head and saw An Rou looking at him with a grin. That smile was so sweet and so terrifying. Xue Qiliang's mouth trembled as he said, Missin, what are you betting? An Rou said with a grin, 1 to 10, right? I'm betting 1 million. The sweet voice was like a bolt from the blue, splitting Xue Qiliang's heart in two. No, is that how you play? Miss, please don't mess around. Who's messing around with you? What? Others can bet, but I can't. An Rou stared at him with dangerous eyes. Do you have a problem with me? Xue Qiliang wanted to cry, but had no tears. This, 1 million. I can't afford to pay that. That's not my business. If you can't pay, write an IOU. Besides, don't you have quite a bit in your bag? An Rou pointed at his backpack with a smile and said, You can use these to cover a part of it first. Xue Qiliang finally realized that none of these people were good-hearted. He had been set up. 6:15. Watching the fun is not a big deal. Woo, I beg you, miss, please just let me go. Xue Qiliang pleaded with snot and tears streaming down his face. I've never done anything bad in my life. I just want to earn a little money to get by. Besides, my life and death are already tied to young Master Su's. We're practically family. There's no need for this. 1 million at 10 to 1 odds meant Xue Qiliang had to pay An Rou 10 million. All the debts he owed outside combined didn't even add up to 10 million. Xue Qiliang had originally thought he had already hit rock bottom, but after meeting Su Jiang and his group, he discovered that beneath rock bottom lay an invisible abyss. That's not my problem. Anyway, I'm placing a bet of 1 million, An Rou said, curling her lips. Don't even think about welshing on the debt. I can hunt you down to the ends of the earth. With that, An Rou turned and left, leaving Xue Qiliang dumbfounded on the spot. After a long while, Xue Qiliang finally reacted. Miss, you should at least leave the money. Just placing a bet without paying. Is your family from the Underworld or something? You just walk over here, say you want to bet 1 million, and then leave without giving anything? Does this even count as a bet? Xue Qiliang wanted to cry, but had no tears. He knew he was completely finished this time. Last night, he had still been talking about scamming those people until they didn't even have their underwear left. As it turned out, he was the one who lost his underwear first. No, there's still hope. Xue Qiliang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he muttered to himself, What if young Master Su doesn't sweep all 5? Then I won't have to pay that 10 million, and I'll even earn 1 million. As for those other guys who place bets, I'll just pay them out at 2 to 1 odds. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope suddenly shone in Xue Qiliang's eyes. There was still a chance. He hadn't reached the end of his rope yet. He abruptly raised his head and shouted toward the ring. Young Master Su, save me. In this ring match, North City Military Region is victorious, 0 losses, accumulated 10 points. Before Xue Qiliang could finish his sentence, the referee loudly announced the result. Su Jiang had swept all 5. In this short amount of time, all 5 personnel from Fuqing Military Region, including Bai Zhan, had been defeated by Su Jiang. The whole arena was in an uproar. What the hell is this? Is this a rigged match? A 5-person sweep? Is this really a 5-person sweep? This has never happened in history, right? Are you sure this is the guy Chen Dongfang beat yesterday? F***CK. Bai Zhan couldn't even hold out for 2 moves. What the hell is this game? My money. I went all in betting that Su Jiang couldn't sweep all 5. There's definitely a conspiracy. Bai Zhan and Su Jiang are in cahoots. They teamed up to rig the game and scam money. Regardless, this is the first 5-person sweep in the history of the great tournament. Su Jiang is going to become famous. Everyone was discussing it heatedly, with no signs of stopping. Even the referee's voice couldn't suppress them, so he had to wait helplessly. No one could hear the sound of Xue Qiliang's heart shattering. It's over, everything is over. Xue Qiliang watched this scene with a forced smile, his gaze gradually becoming dull. He was definitely saddled with that 10 million debt. At the same time, there was another person who was also forcing a smile, and that was Wang Tianba. Brother Feng, I think you're right. I'm just an idiot. Wang Tianba said with a smile. as if he had found relief. Facts proved that when some people are sad to a certain point, they will laugh. Feng Zhang looked at Wang Tianba with some concern. Are you mentally okay? Don't King break your brain. We still have to play the team competition later. I'm fine, Wang Tianba said with a smile. It's just being penniless, it doesn't matter. Ha ha ha. He had gone all in with his entire net worth to place the bet. Now he was truly a pauper. Below the ring, Chen Dongfang looked at Su Jiang in disbelief. He had sparred with Su Jiang yesterday, and the opponent was definitely not this strong. What on earth is going on? Chen Dongfang couldn't figure it out. Why was the guy who lost to him yesterday standing on the ring today, sweeping all five? Even in a novel, nobody would dare write it like this. I'm flattered. Feeling the gazes around him, Su Jiang scratched his head and chuckled. Luck, just luck. Lao Bai wasn't in the zone today. Otherwise, I might not have been his match. Not far away, Baijian's face was dark to the extreme. I wasn't in the zone. What kind of state do I need to be in to King fight you? Calling me Lao Bai this, calling me brother that. But when he fought, he didn't hold back at all. After a long while, the referee saw that they had quieted down, then snorted coldly. Done talking? Or do you want to chat a bit more? Are you here to compete? Or are you here to chit-chat? Just a moment ago, he had shouted for silence several times, but no one paid him any mind. He was the referee, and he had a temper too. Exactly, zero respect for the referee. Suddenly, Su Jiang jumped out and shouted loudly. Just now, the referee shouted several times, and you all just pretended not to hear. You simply don't put the referee in your eyes. Do you really think the referee is insignificant? Immediately after, he turned his head to look at the referee and said, Your Honor, referee, I think, in order to maintain your dignity, you should drag out those people who were chirping just now and disqualify them from the ring matches. If you don't lose your temper a bit, these people will really think you're just a paper tiger. Of course, if you have a good temper and want to let them off, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, putting myself in your shoes, if I were you, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Kicking those people out of the camp wouldn't even be too harsh. Many people stared fixedly at Su Jiang, wishing they could rush forward and plug his mouth. Just shut the CK up. Useless at everything else, but number one at stirring up trouble. You really just love to watch the world burn, don't you? The referee couldn't help but glare at Su Jiang. You've said it like that. What am I supposed to do? He had originally intended to just say a few words and call it a day. You've hyped up the atmosphere to this point. It feels like I have no choice but to disqualify them. The referee snorted coldly, then said, This matter can be serious or trivial. Since it has blown up to this point, let the chief examiner decide. He was quite clever. Knowing he was in a bind, he kicked the ball to Wu Ergu. Examiner Wu, what do you think? How should this matter be handled? The referee asked, looking at Wu Ergu in the distance. Wu Ergu was completely bewildered. What did this have to do with him? He was just a supervisor. Why did he have to deal with these things? You all look so honest and upright. Why are you all full of bad intentions? The others looked at Wu Ergu nervously, fearing that he would really follow what Su Jiang said and disqualify them. 6:16. The world is black. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wu Ergu sighed and said, Forget it. It's not a big deal. Let the competition continue. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could fully relax, they heard Su Jiang's voice. Again, treating the referee like air isn't a big deal. This referee must feel quite wronged. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Wu Ergu's mouth twitched. You've gone far enough, kid. Do you really think I, the chief examiner, am just for show? The referee was speechless. I, the person involved, haven't said anything, and you're feeling wronged on my behalf. If this continues, will today's arena battles even happen? So, the referee coughed, steeling himself, and said, The competition continues. Next match, Purple Township Military Region versus Jiangbei Military Region. Below the stage, Xie Guli didn't lead his people up, but instead glanced towards the Jiangbei Military Region. Feng Zhang's expression remained unchanged as he softly said, We concede. Because of Wang Tianba, they had lost to Su Jiang that night, and according to their agreement, they had to concede if they met in the arena battles. The referee was already used to it. After all, This great tournament hadn't proceeded normally at all. Jiangbei Military Region concedes. Purple Township Military Region wins, earning 10 points. Wang Tianba lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. If it weren't for him, the Jiangbei Military Region wouldn't have had to concede the first match. Lift your head, Feng Jiang shouted loudly. If you have the guts, then hold your head high and reclaim your dignity. What good is hanging your head? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianba immediately perked up, puffed out his chest, and loudly declared, "Yes, Brother Feng, I will definitely earn these 10 points back for the team." Feng Jiang nodded with satisfaction, but soon, he saw Wang Tianba's head drop again. "I told you not to lower your head." "No, Brother Feng, my shoelace came undone." "Your shoelace?" Feng Jiang almost swore. He found that Wang Tianba was truly a match for Su Jiang when it came to annoying people. The key was that Su Jiang deliberately annoyed others. Wang Tianba, on the other hand, could unintentionally infuriate people. He was a natural talent in that regard. The subsequent arena battles finally returned to normal, and the referee breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. The arena battles of the great tournament should be this orderly. A long-lost smile appeared on the referee's face. On the other side, Xue Qiliang's smile was uglier than a cry. "Miss, please leave some for me." "Less nonsense, hand it over." An Rou stood with her hands on her hips, gesturing for Xue Qiliang to hand over his backpack. Inside, it was filled with the money Su Jiang had earned from his 1 versus 5 victory. Xue Qiliang huddled in a corner, clutching his backpack tightly, looking pitifully at An Rou. He looked like a good student being bullied by a street ruffian. An Rou snorted, "You owe me 10 million. There's not even a tenth of that in here. Give me the backpack, and you still have to write me an IOU." When Xue Qiliang heard this, he suddenly felt as if the sky had darkened. Were there truly no good people left in this world? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said, "Miss, this betting ring was set up by me, young Master Su, and Xie Xiao together. Shouldn't they also be responsible for the 10 million IOU? Logically speaking, even if an IOU needs to be written, shouldn't all three of us write it?" And Rou felt that there was some truth to this when she heard it. Just then, not far away, Su Jiang and Xie Guli walked over, arms around each other's shoulders, ready to split the spoils with Xue Qiliang. When Xue Qiliang saw the two of them, he felt as if he had seen his saviors and quickly called out to them, "Young Master Su, Xie Xiao, save me." Su Jiang and Xie Guli saw this scene, looked at An Rou standing nearby, and then exchanged glances. Not good. The situation has changed. Without any hesitation, the two smoothly turned around at the same time and walked in the other direction. No matter how much Xue Qiliang called out, they ignored him. Xue Qiliang had already despaired, but then An Rou suddenly spoke. "You too. Come here." Su Jiang and Xie Guli immediately turned back and walked towards An Rou. Xue Qiliang was dumbfounded. "I just screamed my lungs out and you pretended not to hear," but An Rou said a casual word. "And you two obediently turned back? What's wrong, An Rou?" Su Jiang asked with a grin. "Do you have any instructions?" An Rou folded her arms across her chest and gestured towards Xue Qiliang. "He owes me 10 million. He said you three set up the betting ring together, and he wants you to write the IOU together." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately frowned and looked at Xue Qiliang with a bewildered expression. "Who is this person? Do you know him, old Xie?" "Don't know him. Is he a thief who snuck in? Should we call the person in charge to take him away?" "I think so too. He looks shifty, not like a good person. I'll go tell the chief examiner." "Hey, wait, I'll go with you. We can also greet the chief examiner and build some connections." As the two talked, they had unknowingly walked far away, leaving Xue Qiliang standing there, utterly confused. "No, buddies. What happened to sharing joys and sorrows? How could you not know me? See? They said they don't know you." And Rou said fiercely, "Hurry up and write the IOU." Ultimately, under An Rou's coercion, Xue Qiliang tearfully wrote down a huge IOU. The money in his backpack was also taken by An Rou. But what Xue Qiliang never expected was that after An Rou left with the money, Su Jiang and Xie Guli returned again. "Big deceiver, where's the money?" Su Jiang looked at Xue Qiliang, extending his hand. "Where's the money we earned from setting up the betting ring? It's time to split the spoils." Xue Qiliang was completely dumbfounded. Didn't you two just say you didn't know me? The money. The money was all taken by Miss An. So, you lost the money? No, didn't you two just see it? Just now? Old Xia, were we here just now? No, weren't we just going to the restroom? Watching Su Jiang and Xia Guli feigning madness, Xue Qiliang's lips trembled. You no way. As expected, Xue Qiliang's worst fear came true. Su Jiang and Xia Guli, using the excuse that Xue Qiliang had lost the money, once again made Xue Qiliang write an IOU. Although these two IOUs were just a drop in the bucket compared to An Rou's 10 million. But Xue Qiliang truly felt the harshness of society. After Su Jiang and Xie Guli left with the IOUs, Xue Qiliang looked up at the sky, dispirited, and mumbled. Xiang Qingtian was right. This world has always been black. 617. Make Su Jiang a special grade? In Wu Erga's office, Invincible Zhao sat on the sofa, legs crossed, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Wu Ergu walked in looking depressed. Sigh, what a headache. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this job. He complained. The previous examiners told me this job was easy. I really got scammed. Invincible Zhao retorted. Could it be your problem? Ever since I met you, nothing good has ever happened around you. Wu Ergu glared at him. If it weren't for the fact that your injuries haven't healed, I'd definitely spar with you. Heh, I'm afraid of you. Invincible Zhao sneered. You fought me so many times, have you ever won? That's because I see you're a few years younger than me, so I'm letting you win. After saying that, Wu Ergu turned serious. Let's talk business. How are you dealing with that thing you stole? Sending it to the border. What do you mean stole? Can you speak properly? Invincible Zhao rolled his eyes, then said, Anyway, I don't really trust the people at the border anymore. Damn it. I was hidden so well in India, yet I was exposed. Someone must have sold me out. As for the top brass at the border, other than Old Man Bai, I don't trust a single one of them. Wu Ergu sighed softly. Should at least let the commander-in-chief know about your situation, right? No rush yet. Invincible Zhao frowned slightly and said, Wait until the great tournament is over, and I return to the border before talking about it. By the way, write a recommendation letter for that guy named Su Jiang. Recommendation letter? Wu Ergu was stunned. What? Recommendation letter. A special grade officer recommendation letter. According to the rules, as long as 5 special grade officers jointly recommend someone, they are qualified to become a special grade officer. You want to make Su Jiang a special grade officer? Wu Ergu immediately understood what Invincible Zhao meant. This position wasn't something you could just hold if you wanted to. The conditions to become a special grade officer were extremely harsh. Just getting 5 recommendation letters was enough to stump many people. Not to mention that one had to pass even more rigorous assessment missions afterward to become a special grade officer. Recalling his own assessment mission, Wu Ergu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Missions of that level could be described as 9 deaths and 1 life. The level of danger was no less than the flight and escape Invincible Zhao had been through on this journey. Wouldn't it be interesting to let that guy become special grade? Invincible Zhao grinned. I just finished reading his file, and it really gave me a fright. I feel that if he really becomes special grade, the border will be turned upside down by him. Wu Ergu was speechless. You really love to stir up trouble, don't you? Yeah. Anyway, I don't like anyone at the border right now, let alone Su Jiang. Just wait and see when I get back to the border. I'm going to cause a scene first. Invincible Zhao gritted his teeth. Damn it, if they dare to backstab me. No matter what, they have to give me an explanation, otherwise, nobody will have an easy time. Seeing Invincible Zhao in this state, Wu Ergu sighed. He knew this was just his temperament. Taking the big picture into account, enduring for the time being, those things didn't exist for him. Whatever he did, he only sought peace of mind. In reality, because of this style of conduct, Invincible Zhao had already caused quite a bit of trouble at the border. Every time you cause a scene, isn't it Old Man Bai who cleans up your mess? Wu Ergu shook his head. At his age, for him to end up with a disciple like you, it's really a debt from a past life. Wu Ergu, can you even talk? Invincible Zhao was immediately displeased. Haven't I also brought him plenty of glory? Someone as outstanding as me. He wouldn't find another even if he searched with a lantern at night. He should be secretly happy he met me. Yes, Keep those words for when you go back to tell old man bye. Wu Ergu picked his ear and left with a perfunctory attitude. He closed the door behind him and walked toward the basement looking unlucky. Soon, he opened the door to the dim basement. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the footsteps, a figure in shackles in the depths of the darkness slowly raised its head. How do you feel? Wu Ergu looked at the other person and asked. Compared to the interrogation room of the North City military region, my conditions here are much better, right? It's okay, Wu Yinxi said slowly. It's just a bit dark and has no windows. It is a basement, after all. Just bear with it. Wu Ergu smiled and then added, your younger brother should already know you are here. You haven't forgotten what you promised me, right? Wu Yinxi glanced at him and retorted, do I have a choice? Wu Ergu nodded. To be honest, I haven't seen him for a long time either. I actually miss him. I wonder if his assassination skills have improved. Both were people on the Border's blacklist, so they had naturally fought each other over the years. Anyone on the Border's blacklist was a soldier with outstanding personal ability within each country. Often, they acted alone, executing missions by themselves. This was also why Invincible Zhao went to India alone to infiltrate. Wu Yinxi smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Don't get assassinated before you even see him. Then the deal between us won't count. Hearing this, Wu Ergu couldn't help but laugh. Although I'm getting on in years, I'm not so incompetent as to reach that point. After speaking, he checked the time. The ring battles should be ending soon, and he had some matters to discuss with Su Jiang. Watching Wu Ergu's departing back, Wu Yinxi's gaze flickered slightly, saying nothing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Five Tails and the others began their respective actions. Inside the room, Five Tails looked at the prepared explosives and nodded slightly. The current problem is how to place these explosives into the great tournament camp and detonate them without anyone knowing. Five Tails looked at his subordinates and asked, do you have any good ideas? Liu Yu stood in the corner, a flash of imperceptible light passing through his eyes. Immediately after, he said, as far as I know, tomorrow is the team competition of the great tournament. At that time, all 27 military region teams will enter the mountains, and the strength within the camp will be at its weakest. That is the best opportunity for us to plant the explosives. As soon as these words were spoken, Five Tails' gaze turned toward him. His gaze seemed to want to see through Liu Yu, and after a long while, he slowly smiled and said, this is a good idea. Liu Yanxiu, why don't you handle this matter? Hearing this, Liu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this an opportunity or a trap? 618. It's not your first time anyway. The arena battles are over. Captains of each team, please come to me to receive your commander tokens for tomorrow's team competition. Let me state this beforehand. Please ensure you keep your commander tokens safe. If you lose it, we will not be responsible. The person in charge shouted loudly. Su Jiang and Xie Guli, along with several other captains, stepped forward and received their commander tokens. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow as he looked at the number on the back of his commander token. What does this 27 on the back mean? Su Jiang asked. Yeah, why do I also have a 26 on mine? Xie Guli asked. The person in charge glanced at the two of them and said dismissively, that number is your military region's ranking in the previous great tournament. North City Military Region and Purple Township Military Region have always been last and second to last in previous years, so it's 27 and 26. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jiang and Xie Guli's faces instantly darkened. The people around them lowered their heads, covering their mouths, afraid to laugh out loud. Xie Guli looked at Su Jiang, then said, not bad, at least you're at the bottom. Su Jiang, however, scoffed. Last place is still first, isn't it? It sounds better than being second to last like you. Don't self-comfort. Old Su, you need to face reality. Second to last, what you're saying today is really interesting. The person in charge's mouth twitched as he looked at the two of them, speechless. Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, perhaps you can chat downstairs? Why were they arguing right in front of him? After Su Jiang and Xie Guli received the last two commander tokens, the person in charge looked meaningfully at everyone and said, well then, I wish you all good luck. Hearing this, some people keenly sensed that something was amiss. Su Jiang and Xie Guli exchanged glances, looking at the commander tokens in their hands, seeming to understand something. The two of them understood tacitly and quickly led their people back to their respective rooms. On the way, Jiang suddenly asked Su Laosan, in previous great tournaments, were commander tokens issued a day in advance? Su Laosan was startled by the question. I haven't heard of it. Although we haven't participated much, I don't recall it happening. Jiang nodded. Then it's clear. Get ready immediately when we get back and head into the forest. Everyone was stunned by the suddenness of it. An Rou was the first to react. She said, so that's what it means. The team competition actually started the moment the commander tokens were issued. Exactly. I'm sure. Many others have realized this and are planning to set off first to seize the initiative. Upon returning to the room, Jiang immediately turned to Li Kai and said, Lao Li, you know what to do. Li Kai was momentarily stunned. Knew what? Jiang, however, didn't care if he was ready or not, and simply waved his hand. An Rou, go. An Rou understood tacitly, and with her disguised tools, she walked towards Li Kai with a smile. Wait again, Li Kai cried out. I haven't prepared anything yet. It's fine, it won't hurt. Just bear with it, and it'll be over. An Rou said with a giggle. Anyway, it's not your first time, so I'll be a bit rough. Jiang also found his night suit, then said to Yin Hong, Lao Yin, please keep a close eye on things. If anything happens, tell me immediately. Yin Hong didn't speak. He just slowly extended his hand and gave an okay gesture. Jiang couldn't help but sigh. Yin Hong was really useful this season. He provided a full sense of security. An Rou, you all stay at the camp and don't go anywhere. I'm going to find Wu Ergu. With that, Jiang quietly left, unnoticed by anyone. Soon, he arrived at the door of Wu Ergu's office. Thud! He kicked open the door, startling the two people inside. Can't you knock on the door? Wu Ergu saw that the person was Jiang and said helplessly, If you do that a few more times, my door will be ruined. If it's ruined, just fix it. You're such a high-ranking officer. Can't you afford to fix a door? Jiang said, then looked at Invincible Zhao on the sofa. Oh, you're alive again? Invincible Zhao's mouth twitched slightly, and he said awkwardly, Thanks to you. Perfect. Help me with something. Huh? What? Didn't you say last night that you'd repay the kindness, even if it meant going through fire and water? Invincible Zhao was instantly a bit confused. That's what I said. What do you want me to help you with? He hadn't even recovered from his injuries yet. It's nothing big. Didn't I bring a few people over? They can't participate in the team competition, so they'll stay at the camp. You help me protect them, mainly protect my wife, and then there's a hacker. Oh right, there's also Big Deceiver who wears sunglasses. He doesn't matter, but if there's really danger, try to save him if you can. After all, he still owes me a lot of money. As for Hua Qing, he had already left earlier after receiving a message from Mingjia. Invincible Zhao took a deep breath upon hearing this. You want me to be a bodyguard? Me, a dignified special grade officer, #1 on the Huan Nation border blacklist, to be your wife's bodyguard? If you don't want to, then forget it. After all, ingratitude is commonplace. When did I say I didn't want to? Invincible Zhao said directly. Isn't it just being a bodyguard? Although I'm injured, I'm not so weak that I can't protect a few people. Besides, this is a military region camp. Who would dare to break in? Jiang heard this and said meaningfully, That's not necessarily true. Seeing this, a hint of solemnity flashed in Wu Ergu's eyes. Jiang, do you know something? Is the camp in danger? Yes. The Nine Tails group seems to be planning to attack the camp during the team competition. Where did you get this information? Is it reliable? Of course I have my informants. In short, you just need to strengthen your defenses. With that, Jiang put on his hood and turned to leave. Wait, where are you going again? Wu Ergu couldn't help but ask. To do something big, of course, Jiang said without looking back. After he left, Wu Ergu and Invincible Zhao silently exchanged glances. Then, Invincible Zhao was the first to stand up and say, I have to go too, to be a bodyguard for his little wife. You? Wu Ergu looked at Invincible Zhao, brewing for a long time before saying, Take care. Invincible Zhao paused for a moment, then clicked his tongue. It's just being a bodyguard. Why are you making it sound like I'm going to die? I escaped from India. Am I going to die here instead? Wu Erge's mouth twitched. I advise you to take that back, otherwise it's really hard to say. Tisk, it's not that spooky. Invincible Zhao shook his head and left with a nonchalant expression. 619. I'm afraid that the gangsters have culture. Under the cover of night, around the camp. After leaving the camp, Su Jiang went straight to a secluded spot. Young Master Su, over here. He got us. Voice rang out, and Su Jiang looked in the direction of the sound, only to see He Gaoda standing not far away, waving at him. A small white cat was perched on He Gaoda's shoulder. Meow. Fuguwei yawned lazily, looking quite bored. When Su Jiang pulled a bag of dried fish from his pocket, Fuguwei's weariness vanished, and he immediately leaped from He Gaoda's shoulder and ran onto Su Jiang. Meow. Dried fish. All right, here's your dried fish. As Su Jiang tossed the dried fish to Fuguwei, he said to Fuguwei, Tell me, what did you hear, what did you see? That's right, Fuguwei was Su Jiang's so-called informant. He Gaoda told Su Jiang the location of Nine Tails, and then Su Jiang sent Fuguwei to act as a listener. Besides that, there were some places He Gaoda wasn't sure about, so Su Jiang also had Fuguwei wander around. Coincidentally, last night at Nine Tails' residence, the plan discussed by Five Tails and Eight Tails was all witnessed by Fuguwei. Soon, Fuguwei told Su Jiang everything he had seen. 9 Tails, 8 Tails, and 5 Tails. Su Jiang frowned slightly, turned his head, and asked, Lao He, are you familiar with 8 Tails and 5 Tails? He Gaoda pondered for a moment, then said, I only recently became a 7 Tails, so I haven't had much contact with the other Tails. But what I do know is that 8 Tails hasn't been in Huagua for a while, and I didn't expect it to suddenly appear this time. As for 5 Tails, I've only heard that this person is very cowardly. Very cowardly? Su Jiang was taken aback upon hearing this. That's right, this matter is almost an open secret within the organization. He Gaoda continued. That guy 5 Tails is extremely cautious. He always chooses the most conservative approach for anything, with self-preservation as his top priority. Because of this, the position of 5 Tails has always been his. It has never changed. So he's just a coward, huh? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. A coward actually has the guts to bomb the great tournament camp. Su Jiang looked thoughtful, stood up, and paced back and forth, seemingly deep in thought. He was heard softly muttering, 5 Tails wants to bomb the camp. 9 Tails wants to target me to get the mithril spear, and 8 Tails wants to assassinate Xiang Qingtian. Within an alliance, if 3 people have different goals, once a conflict arises, this alliance can easily be dissolved. We don't need to worry about Xiang Qingtian for now. 8 Tails, that unlucky fellow, will most likely not end well. Su Jiang's mind raced, thinking of a feasible plan. He Gaoda, standing by, shook his head in admiration, lamenting that a rogue isn't scary, but a cultured rogue is. The logical thinking of a top scholar, combined with Su Jiang's various unconventional and outrageous ideas. No wonder even Xiang Qingtian couldn't make arrangements for Su Jiang. Who the hell could predict what he'd do next? Got it. Su Jiang's eyes suddenly lit up, and then, with a mischievous grin, he pulled the mithril spear from his pocket. Don't you all want this thing? I'll just throw this thing in the camp and lure Gongsun Yu over. 5 Tails, don't you want to bomb the camp? Then bomb Gongsun Yu along with it. 9 Tails, don't you want the mithril spear? The spear is on Gongsun Yu, so you can't target me anymore, right? A plan immediately formed in Su Jiang's mind. Although this wasn't a case of 2 peaches kill 3 warriors, the effect was similar. The mithril spear was that peach, and now the peach was in his hand, which was why he had become a thorn in the side of those people. Since that was the case, he would just throw the peach out. Anyway, he wasn't interested in that treasure. As for Gongsun Yu, he had been saddled with so many scapegoats. This mithril spear could be considered his compensation. He Gaoda, can you find Gongsun Yu's location? It will take some time. All right, you go look first, and notify me as soon as you find him. Okay. He Gaoda agreed, then hesitated, saying, Young Master Su, the identity of 7 Tails has very likely aroused 9 Tails' suspicion. Be careful. He Gaoda was right. The moment 9 Tails got that empty box, 7 Tails had already been placed on the suspect list. It's fine, the mask is in my hands anyway. Su Jiang pulled out the 7 Tails mask, shook it, and said nonchalantly, "Whether he suspects me or not, I am Seven Tails." Even if he knows Seven Tails is problematic, he wouldn't dare find someone new to be the new Seven Tails. At that time, if two Seven Tails appear simultaneously, is he the Tathagata Buddha, able to distinguish the real from the fake? If he can't distinguish the real from the fake, the situation will become even more chaotic. Rather than creating trouble for himself, it's better to just leave things as they are. He has 9 tails anyway. Losing 1 or 2 is no big deal. Jiang chuckled, then continued, "Even if I openly tell him I am 7 tails, there's nothing he can do to me." Gaoda immediately understood the reasoning behind this. No wonder after the incident, he hadn't received any orders from 9 tails, nor had anything unusual occurred. It turned out that in such a short time, 9 tails had already decisively abandoned him. This one tail. Everything and everyone associated with this tail had been cut off. And this was merely because he was suspected without any substantive evidence. Gaoda gasped, wondering, "My grades in school were pretty good too, right? Why do I feel such a big gap between us? Could it be that we used different textbooks? Our Yan'an textbooks didn't teach us about these intrigues." Jiang heard this, shook his head, and chuckled. "Textbooks are standardized nationwide. What we learn is the same. It's just that their goal of education is to cultivate laborers. Never mind, I wouldn't dare say that. All right, you go find Gongsun Yu first. I'll make a call to notify An Mingjie and the others, so they don't actually fall into 8 Tails' hands." Gaoda nodded, turned, and left to track Gongsun Yu's whereabouts. Jiang also took out his phone and called An Mingjie. "Hello. Olden, where are you? Just say what you need. Are you with Xiang Qingtian? 8 Tails is going to make a move on you guys, just letting you know." Got it. Anything else? So calm. Is there a trap? Digging a pit and waiting for 8 Tails to jump in. On the other end of the phone, An Mingjie didn't reply. Jiang pouted disinterestedly, then said, "All right, you guys handle it." Hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang stretched, then patted Fugue, who was still eating dried fish. "Stop eating, it's time to work. 6:20, I won't do it again." Inside a dimly lit shack. Click. Liu brought the lighter to his face and lit the cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Hey, this place is full of explosives. What are you smoking for?" One of Five Tails' subordinates grumbled. Ever since Five Tails handed the task of bombing the camp over to Liu Yangqiu, he had disappeared without a trace. They were also instructed to obey Liu Yangqiu's orders, guard the explosives in this room, and wait until tomorrow to act. Liu glanced at the man and said flatly, "If you don't like it, leave. This is just how I am." King. The man's face contorted with anger as he walked towards Liu Yu, seemingly intending to strike him. All right, no need." Several people quickly stepped forward to stop him. The operation hadn't even begun, and they were already fighting amongst themselves. Liu Yu nonchalantly flicked off his cigarette ash, then turned to look at the boxes of explosives, his eyes glinting. Just then, someone asked, "How do we act tomorrow? How can we get these explosives in and blow up the camp?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yu slowly uttered 2 words, "Direct assault." "Direct assault? Are you crazy?" The others couldn't believe their ears. That was a military district camp. Even if most of them had entered the mountain forest, the remaining forces were not something they could contend with. If they really went head-to-head, what was the difference between an egg hitting a rock? Haha, I told you he's a madman. The man who had previously intended to strike pointed at Liu Yu and said, "Five Tails told us to listen to him, but he'll only lead us to our deaths. I'm not doing it. If you want to go to your deaths with him, I won't stop you." With that, he turned and walked towards the door, not intending to participate in this operation. However, just as his left foot stepped out of the doorway, to everyone's disbelief, a black pistol appeared in Liu Yu's hand, its muzzle aimed at the back of the man's head. Then, Liu Yu gently pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot from the muzzle, directly piercing the man's head. Thud! The man's body fell straight forward, perfectly blocking the doorway. "Is there anyone else who doesn't want to do it? Step out together," Liu Yu said, still holding the cigarette in his mouth. "Do you King think I want to do this? I want to do this job even less than you. But there's no choice. If I say I don't want to do it, Five Tails will probably kill me. So it's the same for you. I'm afraid of death, so I don't dare to say that to Five Tails. I know none of you want to do it, but you'd best keep it to yourselves. Don't say it out loud. Lu Yu's eyes scanned them darkly, and he continued. Sometimes, expressing dissatisfaction comes with a price. They shivered under his gaze, lowering their heads and not daring to utter a single word. How many people must he have killed to have such eyes? Looking again at the corpse at the door, although they were Five Tails' subordinates, to put it bluntly, they were just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. They might have killed before, but they could never be as decisive and calm as Lu Yu. Lu Yu was also aware of this. Five Tails wouldn't hand over true elites for him to command. Although the mission to destroy the camp was given to Five Tails by Nine Tails, Five Tails was a coward and immediately passed the buck. If Lu Yu completed the mission, at most he would receive a few words of praise from Five Tails, with little tangible benefit. But if he failed and Nine Tails blamed them, Five Tails would certainly not hesitate to throw Lu Yu out to take the fall. This guy did everything. I thought he could handle it. Who knew he was so useless? Just one sentence like that would leave Lu Yu without a burial place, while Five Tails would at most be scolded a bit for being incompetent, without much impact. No wonder Five Tails has always had a bad reputation within the organization. Lu Yu thought to himself. However, this guy is indeed smart. It's really troublesome to try and get rid of him. Then, Lu Yu slowly pulled over a chair and sat down. He smoked and waited for dawn. Meanwhile, Nine Tails went through great pains and finally found Gong Sun Yu. Upon learning everything Gong Sun Yu had experienced, Nine Tails suddenly felt a headache coming on. Seven Tails has a problem, Nine Tails asserted. You must have been used. I've always felt that something was off with Seven Tails. The leader just sent word that Seven Tails is very likely allied with Su Jiang. It's even possible that Seven Tails is Su Jiang. At these words, Gong Sun Yu's mind instantly went blank. Seven Tails is Su Jiang? Impossible. I've seen his face beneath the mask. Gong Sun Yu's words stopped abruptly mid-sentence. His pupils dilated, and he clenched his fists tightly. That's right. He had almost forgotten. Su Jiang could disguise himself. Damn it. Why didn't I think of that then? Gong Sun Yu secretly regretted. Su Jiang actually disguised himself as Seven Tails and walked all that way with him. He even helped him block Meng Zhenxing. Su Jiang, Gong Sun Yu gnashed his teeth and said, I will tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. There will be a chance, Nine Tails said. You must cooperate with my actions now to defeat Su Jiang. Tomorrow is the great tournament's team competition. At that time, we will proceed according to our original plan. You infiltrate the mountain forest, deal with Su Jiang's friends, and then capture as many people as possible. Use their lives to threaten Su Jiang into handing over the mithril spear. Remember, Xie Guli is Su Jiang's brother. If we capture him, we seize one of Su Jiang's weaknesses. As for Su Jiang's wife, I will arrange for others to deal with her. After Nine Tails finished speaking, he reminded again. Gong Sun Yu, you must act according to our plan. There must be no mishaps, understand? Gong Sun Yu took a deep breath and said, word by word. Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake a second time. Nine Tails felt much relieved upon hearing this. After watching Gong Sun Yu leave, he let out a long sigh. After Gong Sun Yu left, a long time passed. Nine Tails checked the time, looked around, and slowly said, Time's up. You should be here, right? Mist hidden 1,000 cranes. As his voice fell, Nine Tails' pupils suddenly constricted. A dagger appeared at his throat at some unknown moment. Lord Nine Tails. The few people around were startled by this scene. This person had suddenly appeared behind Nine Tails, completely unnoticed by anyone. Nine Tails quickly extended his hand, signaling his subordinates not to act rashly. Then, he swallowed hard and said in the island nation language, Mr. Wuyin, is there some misunderstanding between us? Behind him, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Mr. Wuyin's eyes. He leaned close to Nine Tails' ear and said in the island nation language, Where is my brother? 621. Don't let hatred blind you. Mr. Wuyin, please calm down, Nine Tails said, unmoving. Your brother, Wuyin Si, is currently in the military district camp. You can't break in alone, but we can help you rescue him. Mist hidden thousand cranes' eyes flashed with a sharp glint upon hearing this. Then, he slowly lowered the dagger from Ninetails' neck. Seeing this, Ninetails slowly exhaled, then turned to Mist hidden thousand cranes and said, Mr. Wuyin, our people will have an operation targeting the military district camp tomorrow. At that time, they will be responsible for attracting attention, and we will take the opportunity to strike, catching them off guard. We'll help you rescue Wu Yin-si, and you help us capture a woman. How does that sound? A woman? Mist hidden thousand cranes sneered. The esteemed Joe organization is expending so much effort just to capture a woman? Ninetails took a deep breath and said, that woman is crucial to us. As long as An Rou could be captured, it would be equivalent to seizing Su Jiang's greatest weakness. At that point, whether it was the mithril spear or anything else, nothing would escape their grasp. Mist hidden thousand cranes looked deeply at Ninetails, then said, contact me for tomorrow's operation. Ninetails immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Mist hidden thousand cranes had agreed. However, just as everyone thought Mist hidden thousand cranes was about to leave, a flash of a knife suddenly appeared. Ugh! A scream rang out. Mist hidden thousand cranes had suddenly attacked, severing the entire arm of one of Ninetails' subordinates with a single strike. The attack was incredibly swift, catching everyone off guard. Mr. Wuyin, what are you doing? Ninetails frowned and said. Mist hidden thousand cranes looked indifferently at the screaming man and slowly said, you just pointed a gun at me, didn't you? He was referring to when he had held the knife to Ninetails' neck. That person had immediately pulled out a gun and aimed it at him. Mist hidden thousand cranes turned back to Ninetails and said, keep an eye on your subordinates. I don't want to be pointed at with a gun by your people again. With that, Mist hidden thousand cranes turned and left, disappearing into an alley. He was like a ghost, his movements eerie and unpredictable. Ninetails looked in the direction Mist hidden thousand cranes had left, took a deep breath, and then ordered someone to quickly take the injured man to the hospital for treatment. If they were quick enough, they might still be able to reattach the severed arm. That was one of his core subordinates. It would be too much of a pity to lose him just like that. However, just as Ninetails breathed a sigh of relief, thinking everything was arranged, a change was quietly occurring. Under the cover of night, Gong Sun Yu was about to find a place to rest. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, he knew not when. Gong Sun Yu, where have you been? I've been looking for you so hard. Gong Sun Yu abruptly turned his head, only to see the familiar fox mask reflected in his pupils. The fox's face seemed to be mocking him. Seven Tails. No. Gong Sun Yu's eyes were red as he gritted his teeth and said, you're Su Jiang, aren't you? Su Jiang was somewhat surprised to hear this. Oh, you figured that out? Su Jiang simply took off his mask and looked at Gong Sun Yu, saying, little Gong, have you forgotten the bond between us? Before, we both gave our hearts to each other, trusting each other's existence. Su Jiang spoke with such sincerity that Gong Sun Yu felt utterly disgusted. Su Jiang, I'll kill you. Endless rage immediately surged into Gong Sun Yu's heart. Ever since North City, he had been completely played by Su Jiang. Not only did he take the blame for him, but he was also deceived from beginning to end. Now, seeing Su Jiang so close, Gong Sun Yu could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He had only one thought: kill Su Jiang and tear him into 1,000 pieces. Looking at Gong Sun Yu charging forward, Su Jiang turned and ran. Gong Sun Yu, you ungrateful wretch. I was planning to fulfill my promise and give you the mithril spear. You actually attacked me without distinguishing right from wrong. You've disappointed me too much. You've completely betrayed my trust in you. From now on, I will never cooperate with an untrustworthy person like you again. Su Jiang shouted as he ran. Gong Sun Yu's anger intensified upon hearing this. I'm untrustworthy? Do you want to ask the readers? I, a villain, am more trustworthy than you, you bastard. No, you're more like a villain than I am. From beginning to end, you haven't done a single human thing. Su Jiang, I won't believe a single word you say anymore. Gong Sun Yu roared. Now, you've forced me into this situation. Even if I don't want the secret treasure, even if I don't want the dragon saliva fruit, I will still tear you into 1,000 pieces. Hearing this, Su Jiang gasped. Isn't that bad? You don't want your dreams, your ambitions anymore. then wouldn't your father and the people of your Gongsun family have died in vain? Haji, you fellow, quickly snap out of it. You are the Gongsun family's only hope. You can't let hatred blind your eyes. Su Jiang, Gongsun, you roared. I'll tear your mouth apart. Seeing this, Su Jiang couldn't help but become serious. Gongsun Yu was no easy opponent. If he continued to mess around, he might really get entangled by Gongsun Yu. After all, the opponent's strength was on par with his, and a slight carelessness could lead to things getting out of control. And Gongsun Yu, at this moment, had his last bit of rationality burned away, completely forgetting the plan with 9 tails. Nothing was more satisfying than killing Su Jiang. The two chased and fled, and under Su Jiang's lead, they slowly approached the military district camp. At the same time, on a certain road leading to the border, 2 black cars were driving on the highway, heading towards the border. Hua Qing sat in the driver's seat, driving the car absent-mindedly, saying, "Young master, and didn't young master Su say that 8 tails was going to attack us? Isn't it a bit too dangerous for us to just swagger towards the border like this?" And Mingjie chuckled upon hearing this. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." He looked into the rearview mirror. In the car behind them, Xiang Qingtian was sitting in the passenger seat, staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. The border. "I've forgotten how many years it's been since I last came here," Xiang Qingtian murmured softly. In the back seat, Hua Kaiqing nodded. "The last time we came here was several years ago, and it was because of Lu Yu's matter." At these words, the eyes of the 3, including Mo Chong, all showed a look of recollection. However, in the next second, an unexpected change occurred. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet came from not far away. As if a horn had sounded, countless bullets and a hail of gunfire immediately assailed them. 8 tails had made the first move. 622, Mr. Bai. On the highway, facing the sudden attack, Hua Qing and Mo Chong both displayed superb driving skills. Stepping on the accelerator, as if performing in a Fast and Furious movie, they weaved through a hail of bullets with the roar of the engine. "Hee hee. My car cost a lot to build. Those bullets are like a drizzle," Mo Chong said with a laugh while pressing the accelerator. At the same time, he looked at Mingjie's car ahead, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. That Hua Qing, his driving skills were not inferior to his own? If he knew that Hua Qing was currently operating the steering wheel with only one hand, he would probably be even more surprised. Soon, they successfully broke out of the hail of bullets, and the dense gunfire no longer rang out, as if the enemy had retreated. "Old Xiang, what do we do now?" Mo Chong frowned and said, "Looking at this situation, I'm afraid they have a lot of ambushes along the way, and there's definitely more than just this trick." Xiang Qingtian leaned his elbow on the car window, propping up his chin, and said lightly, "Just keep driving forward." Mo Chong heard this and said no more, concentrating on driving. As expected, that attack was just an appetizer. In the journey that followed, they encountered many more attacks, and Mo Chong's face grew increasingly grim. Although his 2 modified cars were powerful, they couldn't withstand such wear and tear. If this continued, the cars would give out before they even reached the border. Once the car stalled, they would be no different from living targets. However, Xiang Qingtian remained unhurried, with no ripples on his face, which greatly calmed Mo Chong's heart. "Old Xiang, don't play with me anymore. If you have any trump cards, quickly show them." Mo Chong turned his head and said. Xiang Qingtian, however, glanced at him. "If I had a trump card, your car wouldn't be like this now." As soon as these words came out, Mo Chong's expression instantly froze on his face. "Well, what do you mean? You don't have a trump card? No backup plan? I'm just a person, not a god. Do you really think I'm omnipotent? Then why the hell did you tell me to just keep driving forward? If you don't drive forward, are you going to retreat?" My goodness. Xiang Qingtian's words completely baffled Mo Chong. Before he could speak, gunshots rang out again, and he first concentrated on controlling the steering wheel, stomping on the accelerator. However, Mo Chong's worst fear still came true. After enduring so many attacks, the car had reached its limit. "It's over, it's over, it's over." Mo Chong stomped on the accelerator, but the car didn't respond at all. Just then, a group of people suddenly emerged from all directions, uniformly pointing their guns at them. Immediately after, 8 tails, wearing a mask, slowly walked out from behind the crowd. Seeing 8 Tails appear, Xiang Qingtian let out a long sigh and then unbuckled his seatbelt. Old Xiang, what are you doing? What else can I do? Xiang Qingtian pointed out the car window and said matter-of-factly, given this situation, of course, we go out and surrender and let them capture us. Didn't you see that An Mingjie already got out of the car? Mo Chang listened, then looked in the direction he pointed. Indeed, An Mingjie and Hua Qing had already opened their car doors, stepped out, and raised their hands in a gesture of surrender. Click! Xiang Qingtian opened the car door and stepped out. He ignored the guns pointed at him from all around and didn't even look at 8 Tails, but instead, his gaze immediately turned towards the distant scenery. That was the border. Xiang Qingtian, do you have any last words? 8 Tails looked at Xiang Qingtian and said, although the leader said it's best to capture you alive, I think you are too dangerous, so it's better to just kill you directly. Xiang Qingtian said nothing, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and lit one for himself. Although, this was Qin Feng's favorite brand of cigarette when he was alive. However, it was very harsh. Cough, cough, cough. I really can't smoke this kind. Xiang Qingtian casually threw away the cigarette, then turned his head to look at 8 Tails. Sorry, I got a bit emotional. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. He asked you if you were ready with your last words, and Mingjie replied expressionlessly on behalf of 8 Tails. Last words, huh? Let me think. Xiang Qingtian made a thoughtful gesture, just about to speak, but 8 Tails interrupted him. All right, it's time to end this. 8 Tails' voice was indifferent. I'm not interested in hearing it now. Do it. As his words fell, gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets came from all directions, but they were not attacking Xiang Qingtian, but his subordinates. What? 8 Tails' pupils suddenly constricted. There was an ambush? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. But who was this oriole? Soon, the group of people who had been surrounding them with guns were swiftly eliminated in an instant. Fast, accurate, ruthless. In a flash, only 8 Tails was left on his side. Xiang Qingtian said faintly, did you forget that this is near the border? I have quite a few old acquaintances at the border. As his words fell, a group of fully armed soldiers immediately rushed out from all directions. At the same time, not far away, a military off-road vehicle drove up, and a man with graying hair but a resolute face jumped out of the car. Xiang Qingtian saw the man and greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, old man. Bai Jiang glanced at Xiang Qingtian and snorted coldly. You never come to the border for anything good. There are many people here who hate you. Xiang Qingtian heard this and said with a bitter smile, there are so many people who hate me. Should I just hide from all of them? Bai Jiang ignored him and looked at 8 Tails with a solemn expression. Are you from the Jiawei organization? Bai Jiang. The moment 8 Tails saw Bai Jiang appear, he understood many things. No wonder Xiang Qingtian was so confident. It turned out he had already contacted Bai Jiang and was waiting for him to take the bait. When 8 Tails was taken down, Mo Chang finally let out a big sigh of relief. He glared at Xiang Qingtian complainingly. Didn't you say you had no backup plan? I didn't. Xiang Qingtian said matter-of-factly. I just made a call to old man Bai. I didn't know if he would come, so I could only take a gamble. Fortunately, our old man Bai is still nostalgic and couldn't bear to see us old friends get into trouble, so he came to save us. Bai Jiang heard this and turned his head to look at Xiang Qingtian and the others. Mo Chang. Hua Kaiqing. His gaze fell on these two. Old man Bai. Hua Kaiqing nodded in greeting. Old man Bai, long time no see, huh? Mo Chang scratched his head sheepishly. However, Bai Jiang didn't give them a good look, but instead snorted coldly and turned to get into the car. Mo Chang saw this and muttered to himself. That matter happened so many years ago, and he's still angry? 623, goddamn hexagram. Inside the military district camp, Wu Ergu took a deep breath, looking at the empty camp. Officer Wu, all 27 teams have now entered the mountain forest and the team competition has begun. The person in charge came over and said, most of our personnel have also followed them in. Wu Ergu nodded slightly upon hearing this. At this point, they could only adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Su Jiang, can you bring me a surprise? Wu Ergu murmured. not knowing what Su Jiang was doing leaving the camp alone. However, he assumed Su Jiang was in great danger at the moment and hoped he would be safe and sound. Gong Sunyu, why are your eyes so red? Are you a rabbit? Gong Sunyu, do you want some carrots? I can go pull some for you from the field ahead. Come on, Gong Sunyu, you're almost catching up to me. Catch me, and I'll give you the mithril spear. Su Jiang taunted Gong Sunyu with words while leading him around. Evidently, this tactic was extremely effective against Gong Sunyu. Earlier, Xiang Qingtian had already exploited Gong Sunyu's quick temper to toy with him. Now, it was Su Jiang's turn. If Gong Sunyu could control his mindset and remain calm, he would have noticed something amiss by now. But he was now blinded by rage, focused only on killing Su Jiang. Su Jiang had been leading Gong Sunyu in circles around the camp. Seeing that enough time had passed, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to He Gaoda. Because of this action, he was almost cut by Gong Sunyu's blade. My goodness, I really can't be careless at all. Su Jiang felt a wave of fear. Gong Sunyu was like a mad dog now, and if he were really caught, it would be truly troublesome. Subsequently, Su Jiang changed direction several times, leading Gong Sunyu back towards the camp. At this moment, He Gaoda, who had received Su Jiang's message, immediately called Wu Ergu. Wu Ergu's brows furrowed slightly when he saw the unfamiliar incoming call on his phone. Then he answered, Hello. Hello, Officer Wu. I'm Su Jiang's person. Don't say anything now, just listen to me. Wu Ergu's expression immediately turned grim upon hearing this. Immediately after, He Gaoda's words made his face change drastically. The Nine Tails organization plans to blow up the camp. Young Master Su is leading Gong Sunyu towards the camp, and Nine Tails is also going to attack the teams in the mountain forest. These few short sentences instantly made Wu Ergu's scalp tingle. How did the situation suddenly turn into this? He wasn't prepared at all. No, actually, Wu Ergu had made some preparations. But after hearing He Gaoda's words, he suddenly realized that his preparations were not useless. They were completely useless. What the heck? Wu Ergu struggled for a long time, finding that only these two words could describe his current mood. He Gaoda continued. In short, according to young Master Su's intention, you should first evacuate everyone you can and try to clear out the camp. Clear out the camp? What is Su Jiang planning to do? Based on my guess, young Master Su might personally blow up the camp. What? Wu Ergu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. What the heck did that mean? The Nine Tails wanted to blow up the camp, and you, Su Jiang, also wanted to blow up the camp? What do you take this place for? All right, Officer Wu, that's all the information I have to convey. You can make arrangements yourself. I still have things to do here. With that, He Gaoda hung up the phone. Wu Ergu didn't even know He Gaoda's name. Officer Wu, what's wrong? The person in charge asked cautiously from the side. You look very unwell. Wu Ergu had no time to explain now and directly shouted. Quick! Tell everyone in the camp to evacuate immediately and clear out the camp. Notify Invincible Zhao to take those few people with Su Jiang and leave quickly. Notify the personnel who entered the mountain forest to strengthen their vigilance. Nine Tails people have likely infiltrated. Do as I say immediately, right now. Don't ask why, quick. Upon hearing this, although the person in charge didn't know the reason, he roughly understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately went to make arrangements. Invincible Zhao also received the message, a call from Wu Ergu himself. Quickly take your people and leave the camp. That lunatic Su Jiang is going to blow up the camp. Invincible Zhao was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing this. What? What do you mean? While Invincible Zhao was momentarily stunned, An Rou and An Hung, who heard the phone conversation, instinctively and quickly packed their belongings, ready to depart at any moment. Xue Qiliang even sensed something was amiss. So, he swallowed hard and, with a solemn expression, cast a divination for himself. When he saw the divination, Xue Qiliang could no longer hold back and wanted to slap himself twice. Damn you, Su Jiang. Damn this divination. Heaven has misled me. Xue Qiliang never dreamed that fate would toy with him like this. Originally, when he was in North City, he did calculate that he would suffer a bloody disaster. But to avoid this bloody disaster, he risked casting another divination for himself, which led him to Su Jiang. However, a person's fate is not so easily changed. Although he avoided the bloody disaster, a greater bloody disaster came because of Su Jiang, and it was brought by Su Jiang. It was then that Xue Chuliang suddenly recalled. That's right. The divination at that time showed that although Su Jiang was a path to life, death was hidden within life, and fortune and misfortune were intertwined. Damn it, if I had known this, I would rather have stayed in North City. Xue Chuliang was on the verge of tears. Was this retribution? He had deceived others with divination for so long, and now he was deceived by the divination he personally cast. One can only say that the heavenly Tao has good reincarnation, and no one escapes the heavens. However, Invincible Zhao had no time to sympathize with him and immediately led An Rou and the others out of the camp. However, in his haste, Invincible Zhao did not notice that in the shadows, a pair of eyes was watching his every move. Invincible Zhao. The moment Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes saw Invincible Zhao, he knew that the other party was injured, and severely so. If he could eliminate Invincible Zhao here, that would also be a military achievement. And that woman. His gaze then turned to An Rou. She must be the target of Nine Tails and the others, right? She's not bad-looking, but she's just a woman, easy to deal with. Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes secretly calculated in his mind, but it was not suitable to act near the camp now, and he also had to find Wu Yinxi. He could only wait and see for now. Meanwhile, another person was also in despair. No, where did that bastard Gongsun Yu run off to again? Just as they were about to act, Nine Tails received news of Gongsun Yu's disappearance. He broke down. 624, his knife. Damn it, Gong Yu that bastard. I've never seen anyone so unreliable. Five Tails cursed, panting heavily, clearly furious. His subordinates all lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single word. At a time like this, no one wanted to court disaster. Five Tails took a deep breath, and after calming himself, he finally said, "Forget him. Proceed with the original plan. You all split into two groups. One group will go and ambush the small teams in the forest, and the others will follow me to the camp." With that, Five Tails led his portion of subordinates towards the camp. The other group also headed towards the forest. Meanwhile, in the forest, the 27 small teams still didn't know what was happening outside and were still engaged in intense team battles. Li Kai, disguised as Su Jiang, had now led his team to rendezvous with Xie Guli. Both groups found a place to rest, discussing what to do next while recuperating. Old Xie. Li Kai looked at Xie Guli, worried. I don't know why, but I always feel a sense of unease in my heart. Xie Guli nodded. Me too. I always feel a sense of insecurity when that guy isn't within sight. On the other side, Su Laosan and others were roasting fish caught from the river. Regarding the fact that Su Jiang was an imposter, when Su Laosan and Wang Taiyun found out, they only had one reaction. So what? Su team must have his reasons for doing this. As team members, we just need to do what we're supposed to do. It was still the same saying. Gaga massacre. As for who was doing the massacring, they didn't care. They were only responsible for the Gaga, because they were soldiers brought out by Hong Jieyu and Su Jiang. Beside him, Li Kai sighed. Just now, I even ran into Bai Zhan. He said Su Jiang had previously agreed with him to form an alliance in the team battle and kick everyone else out first. Xie Guli raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. What did you tell him? What else could I say? I just said the plan had changed, and we weren't forming an alliance anymore. Li Kai spread his hands. That Bai Zhan immediately called me a despicable scoundrel, but he didn't dare to fight me, so he just left with his men. Xie Guli asked curiously, was he cursing you, or Su Jiang? Of course, he was cursing Su Jiang. Li Kai gave him a strange look. Since I'm currently in Su Jiang's identity, naturally, Su Jiang has to take all the blame. Xie Guli immediately gave Li Kai a thumbs up. If he had known there was such a good thing, he would have pretended to be Su Jiang. Then he would cause a huge ruckus, wearing Su Jiang's identity, committing all sorts of mischief. Just thinking about it made him happy. All right, let's go. Xie Guli saw that they had rested enough, so he stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Anyway, I don't think this team battle is likely to proceed normally. Everyone relax, just treat it as a picnic. When Su Laosan and the others heard this, they immediately felt a sense of familiarity. This Captain Xie from Purple Township Military Region. His actions and style were so similar to someone else's. Under Officer Wu's command, most of the people in the camp quickly evacuated. Only a few individuals remained inside. Officer Wu, most of the people have been evacuated. Let's hurry too. The person in charge called out to Officer Wu. Officer Wu frowned and slowly said, "You go first. I can't leave yet." Wu Yinxi was still in the basement, and he still had something to finish. Seeing this, the person in charge gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll go with you." "No, the fewer people in the camp now, the better. Also, notify the border about what's happening here." Officer Wu sighed deeply. "Things have far exceeded my expectations. I can only request assistance." If it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to ask for help from the border, because there were many things he had done secretly from them. The person in charge hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded. "Yes, I will complete the mission." With that, he turned and left. Once he was alone, Officer Wu massaged his temples, a look of worry on his face. Now he truly understood why Xiang Qingtian had looked that way back then. Su Jiang, he was truly too uncontrollable. "I asked you for help, and you want to blow up my camp? Who the hell could possibly work with you?" "Sigh, there's no other way. I can only try my best to clean up this mess." Officer Wu returned to his office with a worried expression, opened a cabinet, and inside were his combat gear. As a special-grade officer and a person on the border's blacklist, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. In a favorable environment, even invincible Zhao might not be able to defeat him. Officer Wu took out his sidearm and slowly prepared for battle. On the other side, Liu Yu also started to move with his people. However, on their way to the camp, they discovered something unusual and encountered an unexpected situation. Because they encountered the large force retreating from the camp. "Everyone stop. Don't make any noise." Liu Yu directed them to put down the explosives, hide in the shadows, and observe with a frown. What was going on? Why did the people in the camp suddenly evacuate? Not only that, Liu Yu even saw a few familiar figures. An Rou? Why is Su Jiang's little wife here too? And Invincible Zhao. Liu Yu's gaze lingered on Invincible Zhao, clearly stunned for a moment, seemingly touched. At this moment, someone beside him whispered, "What do you say? Should we still blow it up?" Liu Yu raised an eyebrow. Of course, Five Tails' mission was to blow up the camp. He didn't care if there were people inside or not. After Invincible Zhao and the others left, Liu Yu continued to signal them to move, transporting the explosives towards the camp. However, they had only moved a short distance when Liu Yu heard a voice. Are you planning to blow up the camp?" Everyone was instantly startled because the voice was speaking Japanese. Immediately after, a flash of a blade swept by, bringing with it a gust of wind, heading towards Liu Yu. Clang! Liu Yu drew a short knife, blocking the sudden attack. When he saw the face of the person who had arrived, his pupils suddenly constricted. "Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes, how are you here? You know me?" Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes' eyes grew even more curious. "With such skill, you must be on China's border blacklist. Have you disguised yourself? Who are you?" Liu Yu frowned, turned his head, and shouted, "You all take the explosives and go first. Continue the mission. I'll stop him." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately carried the explosives and quickly fled the area, leaving only Liu Yu and Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes. Seeing this, Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes immediately drew his gun, but then he thought that if he accidentally detonated those explosives, the situation would be dire. So, he drew a samurai sword from his waist and charged towards those people. However, Liu Yu attacked with a single strike, forcing Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes to retreat. "Little mustache, you're really lucky." Liu Yu twirled the knife in his hand, mocking, "I haven't made a move in years. You're just right for some practice." Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes frowned, his gaze fixed on the knife in Liu Yu's hand. When he saw a pattern on the knife, his pupils suddenly constricted. In his mind, a blurry figure overlapped with the person in front of him. He looked at Liu Yu in disbelief and said, "This knife of yours, it's his knife. Who are you? You can't be him. He's already dead." 625. The Inhuman Su Jiang. "He's already dead. Who exactly are you?" Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes frowned tightly, staring at the short knife in Liu Yu's hand. He would never forget the Kikyo flower pattern on that short knife. It was once the #1 on the Huagua blacklist, a top assassin with the codename Kikyo flower, an existence heavily wanted by many countries. But that person should have died long ago. That person should have been publicly executed under the charge of traitor long ago. But today, mist-hidden Thousand Cranes saw this knife again and saw the long-lost Kikyo flower pattern again. Deep in his mind, memories surged like a tide. Many years ago, he once infiltrated a certain country and crossed paths with Kikyo flower, who had the same objective as him. He would never forget that kind of skill, that kind of fierce offensive. And now, the figure of the man in front of him gradually overlapped with the figure from several years ago. You are? Kikyo flower, you guess? Lu Yu attacked mist-hidden Thousand Cranes while speaking. The short knife was like his arm, used freely, constantly striking mist-hidden Thousand Cranes from tricky angles. The more mist-hidden Thousand Cranes fought, the more alarmed he became. As he continuously dodged, his inner suspicion deepened. These movements, this offensive style, and those habitual actions. Mist-hidden Thousand Cranes carefully observed Lu Yu's every move. Finally, after blocking Lu Yu's fatal blow, mist-hidden Thousand Cranes said with absolute certainty, "You are Kikyo flower. You're not dead." Lu Yu smiled slightly upon hearing this. "I am your father. Call me daddy and let me hear it." Although mist-hidden Thousand Cranes was from an island nation, as an elite, how could he not understand the Huagua language? After Lu Yu uttered that sentence, a sharp glint flashed in mist-hidden Thousand Crane's eyes, and then he turned and ran towards his back. Trying to run, Lu Yu was about to chase, but suddenly thought of something and stopped. He looked in the direction mist-hidden Thousand Cranes had left, his gaze flickering slightly. "You islanders always like to choose dark and hidden places. I'm really fed up with it. Although I'm not afraid of your assassination techniques, I still have important business to attend to." With that, Lu Yu waved his hand, giving a middle finger in the direction mist-hidden Thousand Cranes had left. "You can play by yourself slowly." Immediately after, he turned and walked towards the camp. He was now a diligent Nine Tails member, and completing the mission was the priority. As for another diligent Nine Tails member, he was already almost at the camp. No, not a member, but one of the Nine Tails, the seventh tail. "Gong Sun Yu, I've ambushed a mighty army in the camp. As long as you dare to come in, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse today." Su Jiang yelled back at Gong Sun Yu, his voice filled with deterrence. Immediately after, he ran into the camp. Gong Sun Yu stopped in his tracks upon hearing his words. At this moment, in this situation, it was so similar to Chaos Town in North City. Back then, Su Jiang also boasted that he had ambushed a mighty army in Chaos Town. But he and Meng Jinsheng didn't take it seriously at all and charged into the town. As a result, the town exploded. Once bitten, twice shy. Even Gong Sun Yu couldn't help but stop and deliberate at this moment. And when Su Jiang saw that Gong Sun Yu hadn't followed, he was immediately bewildered. What's going on? That guy Hakiyu actually used his brain. Su Jiang gasped, feeling a bit incredulous. Hakiyu, come in quickly. The old you wouldn't be so indecisive. No, I still have to provoke him. So Su Jiang ran to the entrance again and shouted loudly, Gong Sun Yu, you motherfucker. Simple, crude, direct, clear. The most concise verbal abuse, the ultimate enjoyment. Su Jiang believed that with Gong Sun Yu's personality, even if he knew there was a trap, he absolutely wouldn't be able to resist. What? What if he holds back, you ask? It's fine. Su Jiang still has a pile of unspeakable curses here, enough to curse for half an hour without repeating. What? What if Gong Sun Yu can still hold back, you ask? That's none of my business. I'm satisfied with my cursing. As for whether the one being cursed is satisfied, I don't know. As expected, Su Jiang's simple 4 words once again ignited Gong Sun Yu's anger. Su Jiang, I'll be your sworn enemy for life. With that, he charged into the camp. Of course, Gong Sun Yu wasn't completely out of his mind. His idea was very simple. In a place like Chaos Town, it was reasonable for Su Jiang to blow it up. After all, no good people were inside. But in a place like the Great Tournament Army Camp, Su Jiang couldn't possibly blow it up, could he? Since that was the case, he would just adapt to the situation and see what tricks Su Jiang was up to. At the same time, Wu Ergu also heard the commotion and quietly hid in the shadows, just in time to see Su Jiang's figure. Hey, over here. Wu Ergu waved at Su Jiang. Old Wu. Su Jiang was startled to see Wu Ergu. You haven't left yet? Why would I leave? Wu Yinxi is still here, and aren't you here too? Wu Ergu said righteously. I'm at least a special grade. No matter how bad I am, I can still support you. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's eyelids twitched, and he looked at Wu Ergu as if he were an idiot. I don't need support. I'm going to flip the table. Old Wu you. Su Jiang really didn't know what to say, and while the two of them were delayed, Gong Sun Yu had already charged over. He stopped not far from Su Jiang, then cautiously surveyed Wu Ergu and Su Jiang, as if he was worried if this was some kind of trap. Is he Gong Sun Yu? Wu Ergu's eyes became serious. I know he's not easy to deal with. Let's team up, and if the situation isn't right, we'll temporarily avoid his edge. Su Jiang rolled his eyes at this. Me avoid his edge? I'll beat the shit out of him, do you believe it? Old Wu, you just watch from the side. Su Jiang gently patted Wu Ergu and confidently stepped forward a few paces. Now, it's time for you to see my full strength. At the same time, he shouted internally. System, quickly give me a cheat, the kind that can make Gong Sun Yu shit himself. Do you want boasting master, the top-tier kind? Stop joking with me. You joked with me first. Useless system. Su Jiang cursed, but now, he still had to rely on himself. Immediately after, he took out the mithril spear and dangled it in front of Gong Sun Yu. Gong Sun Yu, this is the mithril spear you've been dreaming of, do you want it? Su Jiang showed a mischievous smile, saying word by word. I'm very curious, you all want this mithril spear so badly. If I threw this thing into the toilet drain, would you still fight over it so fiercely? At these words, both Gong Sun Yu and Wu Ergu looked at Su Jiang in shock. You've got to be kidding me. However, the next second, Su Jiang suddenly charged in one direction. Gong Sun Yu had a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, Wu Ergu looked stunned and murmured, that place seems to really be the direction of the toilet. At these words, Gong Sun Yu's eyes widened suddenly, and he chased after Su Jiang like a madman. Su Jiang, you stop right there. 626. Isn't this just a random fight? Outside the military district camp, Lu Yu was originally planning to enter the camp to execute his original plan. Suddenly, a white cat appeared out of nowhere, almost landing on his face. What the heck? Lu Yu was startled, but when he saw the white cat, he lowered his guard. What's going on? So it's just a cat. He breathed a sigh of relief, just as he was about to continue walking forward. He saw the white cat run in front of him again, gesturing in a very human-like manner. Lu Yu squinted at it for a long time, but still didn't understand what it meant. I say, are you asking for a hot dog sausage? As soon as he said this, Brother Biao immediately froze, his gesturing movement stopping. Immediately after, it started scolding Lu Yu. Meow, idiot. But I don't have any hot dog sausages. Meow, meow, meow. Hot dog sausage your grandpa. I'm telling you something important. Don't bother me. I'm busy with important matters. Lu Yu reached out and pushed Brother Biao aside, then continued walking forward. Brother Biao watched Lu Yu's retreating figure, feeling its teeth itch, almost ready to unleash its claws. Immediately after, it picked up a small stone from the side and threw it at Lu Yu. Thud! The stone hit the back of Lu Yu's head, causing him a slight pain. He turned around, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on the white cat. You hit me. Lu Yu looked at the culprit and gritted his teeth, saying, Are you taking advantage of my kindness? If I weren't afraid of those cat lovers coming after me, I'd beat the crap out of you. Brother Biao looked at him with disdain, then picked up a twig from the side and started drawing on the ground. Lu Yu was startled at the sight, then carefully observed the drawing on the ground. He saw Brother Biao first draw a smiling face, a smile filled with cunning and sinister intent. Such a disgusting smile. Su Jiang. Brother Biao suddenly looked up, then nodded frantically, almost giving Lu Yu a thumbs up. Meow, meow, buddy, you get me. Immediately after, Brother Biao pointed towards the distant camp and made an explosion gesture. Although it was very abstract, Lu Yu had already guessed Su Jiang earlier, so no matter how abstract, he could connect the dots. Lu Yu's eyes darted around, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, are you saying Su Jiang is going to blow up the camp? Meow. That's right. Brother Biao gave Lu Yu a confirming look. Normally, Lu Yu would definitely think he was crazy for communicating with a cat. But since this cat was Su Jiang's cat, then it made sense. Birds of a feather flock together. No problem. Hiss. If that's the case, shouldn't I stay far away? Lu Yu muttered to himself. After all, those people delivering explosives were almost at the camp by now. And there should be quite a few explosives inside the military district camp as well. If Su Jiang were to mess around with those. Damn, no wonder Invincible Zhao ran out. I was wondering why everyone in the camp was running out. So, they were clearing the way for that guy? Lu Yu recalled the previous scene and immediately understood. He had been thinking of diligently completing the mission before, but now, screw the mission. What for? To die? No. In a way, I guess this counts as completing the mission, right? Lu Yu suddenly realized that Five Tails had only told him to blow up the camp. So, who blows it up doesn't matter. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Thinking of this, Lu Yu suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if he didn't need to worry about anything. He would just wait for Su Jiang to blow up the camp, and then he would go back and report, and that would be the end of it. But Su Jiang helped me out so much, I can't owe him a favor, can I? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, then suddenly looked back. Since I'm free anyway, I'll go play with that little island nation person. Brother Biao saw this and followed behind Lu Yu. It had nothing else to do, so it was going to find An Rou. Su Jiang. Stop right there. Gong Sun, you roared at Su Jiang. You destructive fellow, aren't you afraid of retribution? Su Jiang heard this and replied with disdain. Retribution? If that thing really exists, shouldn't you be the one who's afraid? Did you forget that you killed your own father? By the way, what was your father's name again? It's been too long, I've forgotten. Huh. Suddenly, Su Jiang's words came to an abrupt halt, and he also stopped walking. Immediately after, he looked at the figure blocking him and sighed helplessly. Why the hell are you everywhere? Meng Zhenxing, are you like Qing Yaojin? Always popping up at random times. That's right, the person standing in front of Su Jiang, blocking him, was Meng Zhenxing. Su Jiang, I have no grudge with you. I only want the mithril spear. Meng Zhenxing paused, then added. Also, I am a snake, not Qing Yaojin. Su Jiang was momentarily stunned when he heard this. He realized that the current Meng Zhenxing seemed more human than when he was in the capital before, rather than the monster known as Nightmare. But that's not the point, is it? Su Jiang complained with a hint of weariness. Zodiac signs and such might only be useful for fooling that blind man. I'm an atheist. After all, if zodiac signs really had any effect, then about 80% of the world's population should be oxen and horses. The boss is a dog. And some women are tigers. Anyway, none of them are human. Sometimes Su Jiang even wondered if, conversely, animals would also consider humans as zodiac signs. As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang's damn curiosity inexplicably resurfaced. I'll have to ask that silly cat later if there are any dried fish zodiac signs in cat society. Just then, Five Tails' subordinates, those who were transporting explosives, arrived at the camp. They were originally terrified of the idea of a frontal assault. But after seeing everyone in the camp evacuate on the way, their courage swelled. What was there to fear? A frontal assault, it is. No need for back doors or scaling walls. They would just enter through the main gate. A full-on assault. Sure enough, there was no one to stop them inside the camp, so they swaggered in and moved all the explosives inside. However, when they saw Su Jiang and the others, they were clearly stunned. Holy crap! There are still people. What's there to be afraid of? There are only 4 of them. Fighting them is like child's play, isn't it? By the way, where's Lu Yanqiu? Is he dead? Why do you care about him? Even if he's not dead, he's probably chickened out and won't come. The group of people discussed freely, not taking Su Jiang and the 4 others in front of them seriously at all. Are you kidding? We have a pile of hot weapons and dozens of people. On the other side, there are only 4 people, and they all use knives. Not a single gun is visible. Isn't this an easy win? Suddenly, someone roared, Brothers, charge. If we take down this camp, it'll be a great achievement. 627, we can win. Facing the fierce and menacing appearance of the people under Five Tails, Su Jiang and the others remained calm. However, in their eyes, This calmness was mistaken for being intimidated by their aura, causing them to laugh even more wildly. Ha ha ha. You four, we'll give you a chance. Someone spoke. Surrender now, kowtow a few times obediently, and we might consider not killing you. Of course, you also have to cooperate with all our actions, understand? Why aren't you saying anything? Hey, you, white face over there, did you hear me? Hurry up and come kowtow. Or are you trying to die? They scanned the four people, finally deciding to target Jiang first. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Delivered, just leave. Are you planning to stay for dinner? Also, who the heck just called me white face? Step forward. I hate it when people call me white face the most. As soon as these words came out, the few people who had been shouting earlier froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh, ho, this kid is quite arrogant, isn't he? Still too young and hot-headed, hasn't seen the situation clearly. I think there's no need to keep this kid, just kill him. Alone and still daring to be so arrogant. What's wrong with calling you white face? White face, Xiaobai. The person who called Jiang white face hadn't even finished speaking when Jiang suddenly moved, and a red pistol appeared in his hand. This was the Manjusaka he hadn't used in a long time, the blood-red pistol that represented death. The next second, Jiang pulled the trigger without hesitation, and a bullet shot out from the barrel. Bang! With only a gunshot. Everyone had not yet reacted when the bullet had already pierced through that person's forehead. That person's eyes widened in disbelief, and he fell backward, dying with his eyes open. He didn't understand why that white face's shot was so fast and so accurate. What? Something's wrong. Move quickly. Damn it, how did he fire? I didn't even react. This is a tough nut to crack. Let's go together. There was no time to mourn that person's death. Jiang's sudden move made them all realize something was amiss. And Gong Sunyu, who had originally been watching the show, saw many people rushing towards him. He frowned. He made the move. Why are you coming for me? Less talk. You all have to die, someone replied. Evidently, some overly clever individuals had already realized that Jiang was not to be trifled with. So they chose other targets. But what they didn't know was that none of the four people present were easy to deal with. Anyone with a bit of sense would know why everyone else had evacuated, leaving only the four of them here. There must be danger. Because of the addition of these people, the four who were originally at loggerheads now began to act, clearing out these small fries. Originally, Jiang was worried that Wu Ergu couldn't handle it and was preparing to go help. But unexpectedly, when he looked over, Wu Ergu was already slaughtering them. Whoa, old Wu is that fierce. Jiang raised an eyebrow. This special officer's rank has some serious weight. I thought it was just pulled strings. If Wu Ergu heard Jiang's words, he might be so angry that he'd spit out old blood. Special officer, is that something you can get by pulling strings? This position, even if your father is the commander, is useless. You must have gone through several life or death situations to attain it. Currently, among the special officers on the border of Huagua, there have only been 9 throughout all these years. That includes those who have already died in battle. The living ones, including him and Invincible Zhao, are only 5. Jiang fought while moving closer to Wu Ergu's side. Old Wu, you should run quickly later, the farther the better. Jiang whispered to Wu Ergu. If you're here, it'll be hard for me to act later. Wu Ergu heard this and glanced at him. What does that mean? Am I a burden? I stayed because I was worried something would happen to you. My good intentions are being taken for granted. I can't leave yet. Sweat appeared on Wu Ergu's forehead, and he said with some difficulty, Wu Yinxi is still in the basement. He cannot die. Jiang was speechless upon hearing this. That guy is still there? Didn't I have someone inform you all to evacuate? Could you have notified us any later? Wu Ergu's voice grew a few decibels louder. I was already moving fast. If I were any slower, your wife and the others wouldn't have been able to evacuate. As his voice fell, a bullet flew over his head, scaring Wu Ergu into a cold sweat. Damn it. I was so focused on talking to Jiang that I almost got taken out by a single shot. Da-da-da. Just then, dense gunfire erupted. The few people looked over and saw several heavy machine guns, set up at a distance at some unknown time, and many people invading the camp from all directions. It's the people of Nine Tails. Our reinforcements are here. Brothers of Nine Tails, the target is tough, Provide suppressive fire. Go all out. They are only 4 people. We can win. Bring up my Italian cannon. Fire. Facing the sudden increase in firepower, Jiang and the other 3 all frowned, shifting from offense to defense, dodging while looking for cover. Gong Sun Yu even directly spoke into his comms. Damn you, Nine Tails. You're even shooting at me. In the distance, Nine Tails' face was grim, not saying a word. Damn it, I'm shooting at you. Why are you here if you didn't follow the original plan? I've been going crazy looking for you, and you're here playing house? Increase firepower. Nine Tails said in a deep voice. Those 4 people are not ordinary. We must not be careless. Especially Jiang. Focus all firepower on him. As his voice fell, the bullets around Jiang became even denser. Damn it. Seeing this, Jiang roared. Nine Tails. Did I kill your father? Why are you targeting me so much? There's such a big border special officer over there you're not killing, but you're killing me? Are you looking down on me, Officer Wu Ergu? Or do you think he's not worthy of your attention? As soon as these words came out, Wu Ergu, not far away, widened his eyes, looking at Jiang in disbelief. You bastard. Shut your mouth. I really can't handle this firepower. Soon, Jiang found cover and hid his body. He looked at Gong Sun Yu, who was also hiding not far away, and rolled his eyes. Gong Sun Yu, Meng Jinsheng, 5 Tails' subordinates, 9 Tails. Basically, everyone who should be here has arrived. It's time to throw out the bun and let these dogs fight over it. Jiang, with a mischievous smile, took out the mithril spear and waved it at Gong Sun Yu. Seeing this, Gong Sun Yu's heart immediately had a bad premonition. Why is this guy taking out the mithril spear now? 628. Do you believe Jiang? Sure enough, under Gong Sun Yu's gaze, Jiang suddenly roared. Kuyu, stop fighting, I surrender. Don't you want the mithril spear? I'll give it to you. With that, Jiang forcefully threw the mithril spear in his hand. Take it. I don't want it anymore. With that shout, the mithril spear was thrown into a parabola in the air. For a moment, countless eyes stared at the mithril spear in midair. Everyone was in disbelief. Jiang actually threw out the mithril spear at this moment. Damn it. Jiang, UF** king. Gong Sun Yu cursed. If you don't want it, give it to me, don't throw it out. However, Meng Jinsheng ignored everything else and rushed out first, preparing to snatch the mithril spear. Seeing this, Gong Sun Yu didn't have time to worry too much. Even if it was a hail of bullets outside, he could only brace himself and go for it. Don't let them get close to that spear. Kuyu snorted coldly and said directly. Everyone, no matter what method you use, get that spear. As soon as he finished speaking, all the firepower immediately concentrated on Meng Jinsheng and Gong Sun Yu. Under such firepower, let alone getting the mithril spear, it was even difficult to get close. Kuyu, king hate you. Gong Sun Yu cursed. Aren't we partners? If I get the mithril spear, isn't it good for you too? Partnership my ass. Kuyu also shouted. You can even kill your own father. Who the hell would dare truly cooperate with you? The entire Jiang organization has figured out your character. Jiang is the one with the least moral bottom line, followed by you, Gong Sun Yu. The leader specifically instructed that not a single word from either of you can be trusted. As soon as these words came out, a big question mark appeared above Jiang's head, who was hiding in the corner. He hadn't intended to speak, but at this moment, he couldn't help but say, Kuyu, this is slander, pure slander. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Your entire Jiang organization is prejudiced against me. Why am I not even as good as Gong Sun Yu? At least I haven't killed my father, right? You all shut up. Gong Sun Yu roared. You always bring this up to talk about me. Besides this, have I done anything else bad? And that old man originally wanted to harm me. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Was I wrong to kill him in return? You always use this to portray me as a villain. I killed my father, and he didn't even say anything. But you have an opinion? He really couldn't bear it anymore. Heaven knew how wronged he felt inside. Every time Jiang used this to provoke him, making him out to be a great villain. He just wanted to get the mithril spear and then the dragon saliva fruit to make up for his physical defects. What did he do wrong? Even now, in Jiangdu, he is still in existence that everyone condemns, like a rat crossing the street. The key is, All those messed up things were done by Su Jiang. He was just taking the blame. You, Su Jiang, are the villain who has done all the bad things. At this moment, Su Jiang snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, sophistry. Pure sophistry. Gong Sun Yu. At a time like this, you're still thinking of clearing your name? How does that saying go? Even a fish on land still smells like fish. Anyway, I still say, at least I haven't killed my father. Su Jiang. Gong Sun Yu was truly grinding his teeth. One day, I will tear your mouth apart. Meanwhile, Meng Jinxing remained silent, solely attempting to get the mithril spear. However, the spear was right there, but the three parties were in a stalemate. Wu Ergu watched from afar, having now become a spectator. This little mouth, it's really like it's been poisoned. He shook his head and sighed. Whoever gets into an argument with this kid would surely be angered to death, wouldn't they? At this moment, he suddenly had an idea, and his eyes darted around. Aren't there those people on the border who are always so arrogant? It just so happens that Su Jiang can go deal with them then. At this moment, Su Jiang gestured to Wu Ergu. The meaning was roughly, you go first, I'll fight them. Wu Ergu. He returned a "are you sure" gesture to Su Jiang. Su Jiang nodded with absolute certainty. Seeing this, Wu Ergu said no more, but instead, while Su Jiang diverted the firepower, he quietly slipped away. After all, his presence wasn't very strong, and with Su Jiang stealing the spotlight so much, almost no one noticed him. After seeing Wu Ergu leave, Su Jiang looked at the situation in the distance again. Meng Jinxing and Gong Sun Yu were still trying to get the mithril spear, and Kuyu, with his superior firepower, had his subordinates almost get the mithril spear. However, Gong Sun Yu and Meng Jinxing were not to be trifled with. If anyone dared to approach the mithril spear, they would immediately strike, killing that person at all costs. Therefore, quite a few bodies were already lying around the mithril spear. Su Jiang had a flash of inspiration and shouted to Meng Jinxing. Meng Jinxing, how about we team up? I'll hold off Gong Sun Yu, and you go get the mithril spear. How about that? Meng Jinxing heard this and hesitated. Are you serious? With the three parties in a stalemate, if Su Jiang helped, it might really be possible to break the deadlock. Of course I'm serious. Zhang Yu is my teacher, so by seniority, I should call you Grandmaster, right? Su Jiang shouted. Given our relationship, if this mithril spear absolutely has to be given away, I'd definitely give it to you. Would I give it to Gong Sun Yu or Kuyu? They aren't as close to us as we are. Meng Jinxing heard this, but did not immediately agree, instead asking, you wouldn't help me unconditionally. What are your demands? Grandmaster, you're speaking like a stranger, Su Jiang chuckled. But there is a small favor I need your help with. It's not a big favor, just that I hope Grandmaster can help me escape and leave here safely. After all, Kuyu and Gong Sun Yu, those two guys, definitely won't be willing to let me leave. I don't want to be caught by them. I'd die a very miserable death. Su Jiang's words made Meng Jinxing frown slightly, seemingly pondering the feasibility of this deal. Not long after, Meng Jinxing spoke. All right, Su Jiang, I agree. Help me get the mithril spear, and I will do my best to help you escape. As soon as these words came out, Kuyu and Gong Sun Yu were both shocked. Meng Jinxing, have you lost your mind? Gong Sun Yu's face changed dramatically, and he cried out, you trust Su Jiang? Kuyu also looked at Meng Jinxing in disbelief. Had he forgotten what I just said? Cooperate with Su Jiang? How many lives do you have for him to sell? 629, this time it's big. Gong Sun Yu never imagined that Meng Jinxing, that simpleton, would actually believe Su Jiang. Not to mention him, even Su Jiang was a bit disbelieving. He had only tried it out on a whim, never expecting Meng Jinxing to actually agree. With his reputation, someone was still willing to cooperate with him. Grandmaster, don't worry, I definitely won't abandon you. Su Jiang shouted with a grateful expression. Just for your trust, from now on, we too will let bygones be bygones and turn hostility into friendship. Meng Jinxing heard this and didn't react much, only saying indifferently, then let's start. All right, let's go. Su Jiang roared and then charged towards Gong Sun Yu. As previously discussed, he would help Meng Jinxing block Gong Sun Yu, while Meng Jinxing would have to break through Five Tails' line of fire himself to get the mithril spear. Damn it, Gong Sun Yu saw this. knowing the situation was not optimistic. So he said, Nine Tails, don't let him succeed. Although he had just been scolding Nine Tails, with the current situation, he absolutely could not let the mithril spear slip from his grasp. You don't need to tell me. Nine Tails snorted coldly and immediately ordered all fire to be concentrated on Meng Jianxing. However, at that very instant, Su Jiang seized this momentary gap, and while everyone's attention was focused on Meng Jianxing, he suddenly changed direction, no longer charging towards Gong Sunyu. Instead, he ran towards the outside of the camp. Su Jiang, Meng Jianxing saw this and immediately roared in anger. You tricked me. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the fleeing Su Jiang. We knew you would backstab Meng Jianxing, but we didn't expect the backstab to be so quick. From cooperation to backstabbing, the entire process took less than 10 seconds, didn't it? Old Meng, I just remembered that Teacher Octopus told me he had severed ties with you from the sect. Su Jiang ran while apologizing. Although I really don't want to abandon you, I can't let down Teacher Octopus either. I'll leave the mithril spear to you all. Take your time fighting over it. I'm going to find my wife first. With that, Su Jiang's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. No one chased after him, because chasing Su Jiang at this moment would mean giving up the struggle for the mithril spear. Neither Gong Sunyu and Meng Jianxing nor Nine Tails would ever give up the mithril spear. This thing was far more important than Su Jiang's life. Gong Sunyu looked at Meng Jianxing as if he were an idiot. I told you your head was kicked by a donkey. Can you believe anything that comes out of Su Jiang's mouth? Meng Jianxing looked like he had eaten something disgusting. Isn't this bullying an honest person? The main reason was that he had also suspected Su Jiang had ulterior motives, but he thought he wouldn't go back on his word so quickly, at least not until he got the mithril spear first. One could only say that he had still overestimated Su Jiang's moral bottom line. No, he had severely overestimated it. At this moment, Nine Tails looked at the two with burning eyes and said, Gentlemen, since that troublemaker Su Jiang has left, how about we have a good talk? After all, I am not Su Jiang, and I can still discuss cooperation with the two of you, right? The resources within the North City secret treasure are immense. It's absolutely impossible for one person to enjoy them alone. Why don't the two of you cooperate with our Nine Tails? It's better than us fighting each other and suffering mutual losses, isn't it? As soon as these words were spoken, both Meng Jianxing and Gong Sunyu frowned, carefully considering Nine Tails' words. With Su Jiang gone, they could indeed sit down and have a good chat. Young Master Su, over here. After Su Jiang broke out of the camp, he saw He Gaoda, who was already waiting outside. Young Master Su, your gun. He Gaoda took out a sniper rifle and handed it to Su Jiang, then said, As you instructed, the camp is surrounded by explosives, and my men have also discreetly placed the explosives brought by Five Tails' subordinates in various locations within the camp amidst the chaos. Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this, then said, Have your men withdraw, including yourself. The further you run, the better. He Gaoda nodded with extreme solemnity. All right, my men can all withdraw within 3 minutes. He knew exactly how much explosive there was. Once it truly exploded, a mushroom cloud would probably be visible from North City. Even Su Jiang had to hide far away before he dared to detonate it with a sniper rifle. Not to mention those people currently inside the camp. Soon, He Gaoda informed Su Jiang that his men had all withdrawn. Good, let's go too. Su Jiang led He Gaoda away, running until he reached a distance he felt was safe enough, then stopped. This should be far enough. Immediately after, Su Jiang found a high vantage point, set up his sniper rifle, and through the scope, located the detonation point that He Gaoda had specially set for him. Detonating the explosives from the detonation point would trigger a chain reaction, and all the explosives throughout the camp would instantly detonate in a short period of time. And at this moment, Gong Sunyu and the other two had decided to stop fighting and were preparing to further discuss how to cooperate. Su Jiang pulled the trigger. Bang! Along with the muzzle flash, the bullet shot out from the barrel, cutting through the air, accurately hitting the detonation point. In an instant, it was as if the whole world stood still for a moment. Then, fire lit up, accompanied by a huge roar. Boom! 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 As if on cue, continuous explosions rang out, stirring up huge gales and heat waves. Even though Gauda stood so far away, he was almost blown off his feet. The scale of this explosion was comparable to, if not greater than, Xiang Qingtian blowing up Qingjia village in the capital. And those who witnessed this explosion were all stunned in place. Wu Ergu looked at the distant smoke, swallowing with difficulty. This time it's big, he whispered in despair. Old man Bai will definitely kill me. However, at this moment, several off-road vehicles drove towards him from a distance. The person in charge poked his head out of the car window and waved to Wu Ergu. Officer Wu, I've brought the people from the border. He saw the distant smoke, and his voice cut off abruptly. Could it be that the explosion just now was? Wu Ergu turned his head, and before he could speak, he saw a person get out of the off-road vehicle. He gasped, and when he clearly saw the person's appearance, he cursed inwardly. You idiot! I told you to go to the border to call people, not to call this guy over. Of all people to call, you just had to call this most troublesome one. However, despite the cursing, Wu Ergu took a deep breath and still obediently walked forward, saluting the person. The person gave him a cold glance, then looked towards the distant smoke. Even standing there, he could feel the heat radiating towards him. You're in big trouble, Wu Ergu, he said slowly. Wu Ergu said with a bitter expression, I'm sorry, Inspector Bai, I will bear this matter alone. Bai Letian glanced at him and slowly uttered a sentence. You alone cannot bear it. 6:30. Is my timing wrong? Boom. The moment the camp exploded, Lu Yu, Invincible Zhao, and the others' attention was also drawn. Damn it. Invincible Zhao's mouth twitched, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Old Wu is in trouble this time. Old man Bai will definitely skin him alive. As for An Rou and the others, they looked as if they had long been accustomed to such sights. Hung calmly took out his phone and snapped a few photos of the thick smoke in the distance. What are you doing? An Rou asked curiously. Documenting a beautiful life, Hung said expressionlessly. Everyone. For a moment, several pairs of eyes scrutinized Hung strangely. No, buddy. Do you have some misunderstanding about what a beautiful life is? However, just as everyone relaxed their guard, a sharp dagger came at Invincible Zhao. What? Invincible Zhao's pupils suddenly constricted. He hadn't expected to be attacked at this moment. When he clearly saw the figure of the attacker, he felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Mist hidden thousand cranes. This guy actually seized the brief moment of the explosion, when everyone was relaxed, to launch a sudden, fatal strike. His goal was clear, to take this opportunity to kill Invincible Zhao. Damn it, I can't dodge it. Invincible Zhao watched the dagger getting closer and closer to him, regretting inwardly. How could he relax his guard at such a time? He had escaped all the way from India until now without dying. But was he going to die in such a way today? Bang! Clang! Just at this critical moment, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet accurately struck the dagger, producing a crisp clang. Mist hidden thousand cranes dagger was sent flying by the bullet, and Invincible Zhao came back to his senses, seizing this momentary opening to punch Mist hidden thousand cranes hard in the abdomen. Ugh! Although Mist hidden thousand cranes reacted in time, he was still hit by the punch and let out a pain sound. Immediately after, he quickly retreated, creating distance. Kikyo flower. He gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at the figure emerging from behind the tree, clenching his fists tightly. Invincible Zhao also followed his gaze, and when he saw Lu Yu's figure, he was suddenly startled, connecting it with what Mist hidden thousand cranes had said. He said with some doubt and disbelief, Kikyo flower? You are. Shoo. Lu Yu put his index finger to his lips, then looked at Invincible Zhao and said, If you don't want me to beat you up like before, then shut your mouth obediently and don't talk nonsense. At these words, Invincible Zhao's brain instantly crashed. It really was him. He was still alive. But why? Invincible Zhao's mind was completely muddled. He couldn't understand the current situation at all. Bang! Arg! Just then, another gunshot suddenly rang out. A bullet had clearly pierced a bloody hole through Mist hidden thousand crane's shoulder. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who fired the shot? Lu Yu and Invincible Zhao were both stunned. They hadn't made a move. When they looked at the person who fired the shot, they were all dumbfounded. The person who fired the shot was An Rou. Facing everyone's gaze, An Rou blinked, looking somewhat innocent. My dad said that when facing danger, you should strike when they are unprepared. Did I not seize the right moment? Everyone immediately fell silent. Your timing was absolutely perfect. No one present had expected that An Rou, this seemingly gentle and delicate little girl, would be so unexpected. Including Lu Yu and Invincible Zhao, they hadn't taken An Rou seriously, only thinking that the little girl shouldn't get hurt. Even Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes hadn't paid any attention to this little girl. But who would have thought that such a seemingly unthreatening little white rabbit would suddenly shoot you when the atmosphere was so tense? Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes was almost in tears. The intel hadn't mentioned anything about this girl. An Rou stared with innocent big eyes, her white pistol still aimed at Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes. Manjusaka had 2 pistols. Jiang kept the red one for himself and left the white one for An Rou for self-defense. Jiang swore that his original intention was truly just to give it to An Rou for self-defense. He really hadn't taught her this kind of opportunistic marksmanship. At this moment, Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes was truly drenched in sweat. He could tell that An Rou's marksmanship was clearly not very skilled. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just hit his shoulder. Invincible Zhao had relaxed his guard, but hadn't he also let his guard down against An Rou? Otherwise, with his strength, he absolutely would not have been shot by An Rou's gun. Without any hesitation, Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes covered his shoulder and turned to run, abandoning everything else. If he stayed any longer, his life would be in danger. Stop! Invincible Zhao shouted loudly, about to chase after him, but was stopped by Lu Yu. Don't chase. With your physical condition, who knows who would kill whom if you did? Lu Yu looked at his injuries and slowly said, How long has it been since you changed your bandages? Your wounds are starting to smell. Invincible Zhao frowned, then suddenly reached out, intending to grab Lu Yu's collar. However, Lu Yu slowly stepped back, making him grab at empty air. What's wrong? Trying to repay kindness with enmity. Bullshit. What exactly is going on? Invincible Zhao glared at Lu Yu and said, Explain it clearly to me. Why are you still alive? And what's with this face of yours? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and said casually, Too lazy to explain. Just assume I'm dead. Invincible Zhao heard this, looked at the group of people behind him, then whispered, I know you don't want your identity exposed, and they can't hear us talking. You can tell me what happened. I can help you. Lu Yu looked deeply at him, then softly said, You can't get involved in this. I can disregard everything, can you? Invincible Zhao, I have nothing left to lose. Do you also have nothing? His calm words were like a heavy hammer striking Invincible Zhao's heart. Invincible Zhao's lips trembled slightly as he recalled everything the person in front of him had experienced, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, he finally spoke. Since you're still alive, can't you take a step back? Lu Yu suddenly laughed at this. He patted Invincible Zhao's shoulder, then whispered something in his ear before turning and leaving. Invincible Zhao watched his retreating figure, standing stunned in place, Lu Yu's words constantly echoing in his mind. Invincible Zhao, behind me are all their bones. Take a step back. I'm afraid I'll step on them. 631. Just wait, bye? In the mountains and forests, the 27 teams that were originally engaged in the team competition also noticed something unusual due to the commotion in the direction of the camp. Just then, Wu Ergu's voice rang out from the walkie-talkies in the hands of all the team leaders. Everyone listen up, this is Wu Ergu. I announce that the team competition is cancelled. You now have a new temporary mission. You should have seen the explosion at the camp, but that's not what's important right now. A group of people has infiltrated the mountains and forests where you are. I want you to root them all out, dead or alive. I have already sent people to support you. For now, you handle the situation on your side. I can't spare any attention. Over and out. After Wu Ergu finished speaking, the 27 teams had varied expressions. Xie Guli and Li Kai, holding their walkie-talkies, looked towards the large tree not far away, where some bodies were already lying haphazardly. TSK, this notification is too slow. They've already been killed, and only now are we told there's an invasion. Xie Guli complained. He's still the chief examiner? Wouldn't it be better if he just waited until we died to notify us? Li Kai, holding his sniper rifle, yawned, and looked at the thick smoke from the camp with a look of emotion. I knew that kid was up to no good. He said he was going to do something big, but I didn't expect him to cause such a huge incident. Old Xia, which unlucky fellows do you think will be stuck with this big mess? Xia Gully glanced at him and said indifferently, I don't know about others, but you're definitely included. Li Kai was stunned when he heard this. Why? You'd better pray that this matter isn't traced back to Su Jiang. This is a military camp, and he caused such a large-scale explosion. It's impossible for those people not to pursue accountability. At that time, you, the one impersonating Su Jiang, will undoubtedly be an accomplice. Do you think they'll let you go? Xia Guli looked at Li Kai sympathetically. This kid is still gloating? When Li Kai heard these words, the smile on his face instantly froze. Even now, he was still using Su Jiang's identity. But hardly anyone still thought he was Su Jiang. What the heck? He wouldn't screw me over like this, would he? Li Kai's lips trembled as he said, I don't want to go to military court. Xia Guli spread his hands. That I don't know. Good luck. At this moment, Li Kai turned around and realized that Su Laosan, Wang Taiyun, and the others had already distanced themselves from him. Just a moment ago, they were still joking and chatting, but now they were pretending not to know Li Kai. You guys. Li Kai widened his eyes, pointing at Su Laosan and the others in disbelief. Brotherly, we're all small fries. We can't handle such a big matter. Su Laosan smiled apologetically. And honestly, we were also unaware. Ignorance is bliss, right? At this moment, Li Kai deeply felt how dark these people's hearts truly were. Is there really no good person left in this world? You bastards, just now you said you regretted not meeting earlier and wanted to become sworn brothers with me. When it comes to sharing hardships, you suddenly don't recognize people. All right, Laoli, nothing will happen. You know that yourself. Xia Guli said with a smile. Li Kai rolled his eyes at the remark, but he wasn't overly worried. They were just playing around. No one took it seriously. After all, the premise of this matter was that it had to be proven that Su Jiang did it. Who is Su Jiang? Could he let you find out that he did it? In North City, Gongsun Yu is still being hunted. So Li Kai wasn't worried about this at all. He knew that grandson Su Jiang too well. Hello? What explosion? I don't know. As Li Kai expected, Su Jiang, on the other side, had already received a call from Wu Ergu. At this time, Bailetian already knew the general situation, so he asked Wu Ergu to call Su Jiang. He wanted to confirm whether the explosion was caused by Su Jiang. As long as he heard Su Jiang admit it personally, then the subsequent matter would be dealt with accordingly. Wu Ergu naturally knew Bailetian's thoughts. He knew that if things really developed this way, Su Jiang would be in considerable trouble. To be honest, he didn't want to make this call, but Bailetian was right beside him, and if he didn't call, the trouble would be even greater. But what Wu Ergu didn't expect was that when the call went through, Su Jiang seemed like a completely different person. Hello? Officer Wu? Is there anything? Are you all right? That explosion just now. What explosion? I don't know. Su Jiang paused, then immediately said, Are you talking about the camp? I just saw it. Did something happen? I'm still here in the mountains playing the team competition. Is there anything you need my help with? At these words, Wu Ergu was stunned. You are playing the team competition? Are you messing with me? However, at this moment, Bailetian took Wu Ergu's phone and sneered. Su Jiang, you said you're in the team competition? Then you must have heard the notification that Wu Ergu just gave to the team competition members through the walkie-talkie, right? Do you dare to repeat what Wu Ergu just told you? Seeing this, Wu Ergu immediately thought, this is bad. Su Jiang definitely doesn't know about this. He's going to be exposed. However, the next second, Su Jiang's voice came from the phone, stunning everyone. Who the hell are you? What did you do to Officer Wu? Bailetian frowned upon hearing this. I am Bailetian, the inspector sent from the border. You say you're an inspector, and I'll say I'm the commander. Who can't brag over the phone? Su Jiang, are you planning to be unreasonable? Bailetian said in a grim tone. The matter of you blowing up the camp is going to military court. Oh my God, you surnamed Bai, you're slandering me right from the start, aren't you? Su Jiang said angrily. I've long heard that you people from the border like to play dirty, but I didn't expect you to be this dirty. You can't catch anyone, so you plan to pin the blame on me? I'm telling you, surnamed Bai, justice resides in people's hearts. I've already recorded the phone call. You just wait. When I get to the border, I'll immediately sue you for slander, defamation, and dereliction of duty. I seriously suspect you are a member of the Kuyu and want to use this opportunity to act against me. I refuse to believe that there's no clean place under heaven to uphold justice for me. You just wait, surnamed Bai. We'll see who ends up in military court. After a barrage of words, Su Jiang directly hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone, Bai Letian stood frozen in place. Wu Ergu was even more dumbfounded. 632, Gobi. After hanging up the phone, he Gaoda curiously asked, Young Master Su, who was that? I don't know, some idiot named Bai Letian. He just started talking about taking me to a military court. Su Jiang spread his hands, looking innocent. I didn't do anything, but a bucket of dirty water was poured on me. He Gaoda heard this and silently looked into the distance. The black smoke was getting thicker and thicker, almost like a small mushroom cloud. How could anyone survive that? Yet, the instigator was standing right beside him, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Su Jiang patted the dust off his clothes and said, Let's go. Let's head to the forest for the team competition. Now, he just needed to switch identities back with Li Kai. He Gaoda nodded and followed behind Su Jiang, the two walking unhurriedly. Oh, by the way, Gaoda, do you know anyone named Bai Letian? Bai Letian? Let me think. He Gaoda rubbed his chin and said softly, People with the surname Bai are not common on the border. As far as I know, among the two commanders beside the commander, there's one named Bai Jiang, who commands great prestige. Many people call him Old Man Bai. And that Old Man Bai has one son and one daughter. Could it be that this Bai Letian is his son? Su Jiang heard this and murmured softly, Bai Jiang, a commander beside the commander? If Bai Letian really is his son, then if I take Bai Letian to a military court, won't this matter blow up? He Gaoda nodded. That's for sure. Young Master Su, if you really do that, the people on the border will be in an uproar. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, about to say something, when he suddenly frowned. He stopped, turned his head to look to the side, and said, Why are you hiding? Come out and meet me. He Gaoda heard this and immediately tensed up, looking alertly in that direction. Seeing no response for a long time, Su Jiang unhesitatingly fired a shot at a tree. Bang! Swish! A figure leaped down from the tree, clutching his bleeding shoulder, and watched Su Jiang warily. I'm just passing by. I have no ill will towards you. Mist hidden thousand cranes' gaze remained fixed on Su Jiang. This person put immense pressure on him. Let alone being injured now, Mist hidden thousand cranes felt that even at his peak, he would not be a match for the person in front of him. Moreover, there was no need to fight now. Self-preservation was the priority. A Japanese? As soon as Su Jiang heard the other party speak, he raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't happen to be Mist hidden thousand cranes, would you? Mist hidden thousand cranes immediately felt a bad premonition. This guy actually knew him. Just as he was fully on guard and about to make a move, Su Jiang curiously asked, Why are you here? I waited for you for a long time, but you never came. What? At these words, He Gaoda looked at Su Jiang in confusion. What did that mean? Mist hidden thousand cranes also frowned. Although he could understand Chinese, he couldn't understand what Su Jiang meant by those words. However, Su Jiang pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, I understand. So that's how it is. It seems you're a smart person too. Mist hidden thousand cranes said with a solemn expression, What exactly are you talking about? It's nothing. If you don't understand, then forget it. Su Jiang waved his hand, then turned and left with He Gaoda, not at all afraid that Mist hidden thousand cranes would ambush him. However, after walking a few steps, Su Jiang's voice rang out again. Oh, by the way, my name is Su Jiang. When you see Wu Yinxi later, tell him he owes me a favor. Mist hidden thousand cranes' pupils suddenly constricted, and a dagger instantly appeared in his hand, his gaze fixed on Su Jiang's retreating back. This person knew everything. He must kill him. However, Mist hidden thousand cranes did not move for a long time. He took a few deep breaths. His intuition told him that if he made a move now, he would most likely be the one to die. Moreover, he was still injured and not suitable for causing a commotion in this vicinity. After careful consideration, Mist hidden thousand cranes slowly retreated, disappearing back into the forest. At the same time, around the camp, Bai Lishan's face was gloomy as he looked at the utterly devastated camp not far away, his anger growing even stronger. Wu Ergu was beside him, not daring to speak to Bai Letian at all, only silently directing them to enter the camp to extinguish the fire and rescue people. Though there wasn't really anyone to rescue. With an explosion of this magnitude, Wu Ergu truly didn't believe anyone could have survived. They couldn't even find a complete corpse at the moment, let alone identify anyone based on the bodies. The people from the border were putting out the fire while continuously dragging out bodies from inside. Report: a body was found in the basement, but it has been charred and cannot be identified as Wu Yinxi. Someone ran over and reported to Bai Letian. Bai Letian heard this, turned his head, and stared silently at Wu Ergu. Wu Ergu slowly lowered his head and whispered, "As far as I know, Wu Yinxi should not have been able to escape from the basement." "Should?" Bai Letian snorted coldly. "So, according to you, that body is Wu Yinxi?" "Most likely, but until the results are out, I can't guarantee it." "Results? The person is charred. Where are we going to get results from?" Bai Letian took a deep breath, then said, frustrated, "Wu Ergu, you weren't someone who acted without consequences before. How did you become like this now?" Wu Ergu bit his lip tightly, feeling extremely wronged. "Is this what I wanted? You don't know how conservative my plan was. It was that kid Su Jiang who messed everything up. I must have been blind to ask him for help." Now, Wu Ergu's heart was filled with only two words: regret. Endless regret. Judging by the current situation, after returning to the border, accountability and punishment were absolutely unavoidable. Unless Su Jiang could step forward and take responsibility for him. But judging by the content of Bai Lishan's call with Su Jiang just now, that possibility was extremely slim. Upon thinking of this, Wu Ergu sighed deeply, his eyes filled with worry for his future. At the same time, on a small mountain peak near the camp, a figure was holding binoculars, observing Wu Ergu and the others from afar. "Tisk, TSK, TSK. This explosion. Thankfully I acted fast, otherwise I would have died with you." Five Tails slowly lowered the binoculars, turned to look at the man behind him, and said word by word, "Don't you agree?" "Three Tails." Wu Yinxi glanced at him and said, "I haven't been Three Tails for a long time. Don't call me that. So cold. I took a huge risk to rescue you from that basement." Five Tails shook his head, then pulled out a mask from his and handed it to Wu Yinxi. Wu Yinxi looked at the mask for a moment, because that was exactly his former mask, the mask of Three Tails. "During your absence, I've been acting as both Five Tails and Three Tails. It's been exhausting." Five Tails said somewhat dejectedly, "It's not easy for me to do the work of Two Tails by myself." Wu Yinxi took the mask, a little surprised. "How is that possible? No one in the organization has ever been able to bear two masks at the same time." "Shoo." Five Tails smiled slightly and whispered, "Of course it's not possible, because I secretly got rid of the newly appointed Three Tails. Even the leader probably fell for this trick. I've been constantly switching between two identities, pulling the wool over everyone's eyes." Wu Yinxi's pupils suddenly constricted when he heard this, looking at Five Tails in disbelief. "You, what exactly do you want to do?" 6:33, "We won't go home for dinner." Meanwhile, Su Jiang had already entered the mountain forest and linked up with Li Kai and the others. "How's it going, Laoli? No unexpected incidents, right?" Li Kai stared at Su Jiang with a resentful expression, wishing he could fight him. "Do you know how hard it was for me to impersonate you? Old Su, well done." Beside him, Siet Gully came up and hooked Su Jiang's shoulder, teasing, "You caused such a big commotion, killed quite a few people, didn't you?" Su Jiang glanced at him. "Don't talk nonsense. I've been with you all this time. How could I have done anything major?" The two exchanged a smile, their grins full of cunning. Before long, Bai Letian quickly sent people over to clear out nine-tailed subordinates and bring out their 27 teams. When all 27 squads had safely withdrawn, Wu Ergu and Bai Letian finally showed themselves. Fortunately, because Nine-Tail's main force was at the camp, there were not too many casualties here. Some teams even counter-killed many of Nine-Tailed subordinates. Bai Zhan, Feng Jiang, Wang Tianba, and the others all had blood-stained clothes. clearly having experienced much combat. Bai Letian scanned everyone, then fixed his gaze on Su Jiang. Wu Ergu, seeing this, quickly coughed and said, "Everyone, due to an unexpected situation during this great tournament, this team competition is cancelled. Next, we will arrange for you all to temporarily rest at the border. Later, we will organize another team competition for you. Time is tight. The vehicles are already prepared outside. You will depart soon for the border." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions varied, clearly not having anticipated such a situation. Feng Jiang, Bai Zhan, and a few others remained calm, their faces undisturbed. For them, the border was already their ultimate destination. Now it was just earlier than expected. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to go to the border in this way. Of course, this was also good news, as his objective had been achieved. Commander Jiang should also be very happy to hear this news, right? Su Jiang thought for a moment and decided he should call to share the good news. So, after the teams were dismissed, Su Jiang directly pulled out his phone and called Su Jingde. At the same time, Su Jingde, far away in North City, happened to be drinking tea in Jiang Yuanji's office. Without Su Jiang around, North City was eerily safe. There was basically nothing for them to worry about. Su Jingde saw Su Jiang's incoming call, and his eyes immediately showed confusion. Xiao Jiang? Why is he calling me now? Shouldn't he be in the team competition at this time? Jiang Yuanji, hearing it was Su Jiang calling, quickly said, "Answer it, hear what he says." So Su Jingde answered the phone and put it on speaker, and Su Jiang's voice immediately rang out. "Grandpa, I'm cuffed. Oh no, I succeeded. Help me tell Commander Jiang that we're going to the border soon. Not coming home for dinner." Su Jiang's tone was excited, like a high school student who had just been accepted into university, telling his grandpa he was going out to eat with friends and wouldn't be home for dinner. Jiang Yuanji's face immediately filled with a smile upon hearing this. "Su Jiang, I'm listening. I knew you could do it. All those self-criticism reports I wrote for you weren't in vain." Jiang Yuanji said cheerfully, "How is it? Did you get first place? Tell me quickly, let me be happy." However, Su Jiang's words made his smile freeze on his face. "First place for what? We had an unexpected incident here. Someone blew up the camp, so they're sending us to the border to wait, and we'll compete later." Su Jiang patted his chest and said, "But Commander Jiang, don't worry, no matter when we compete, I'll definitely get you first place." He kept babbling on, but Jiang Yuanji and Su Jingde's minds buzzed, completely ignoring what Su Jiang was saying, their ears only echoing the sentence they had just heard. Someone blew up the camp. The camp blew up. Blew up. Su Jingde and Jiang Yuanji exchanged glances, both of them swallowing with difficulty. After a long pause, Su Jingde's lips trembled as he said, Xiao Jiang, this matter has nothing to do with you, right? Grandpa, what are you saying? Don't you know my character? Su Jiang said with a serious face, "I'm the most obedient. How could I possibly do something so dangerous?" Hearing this, Su Jingde and Jiang Yuanji's hearts sank. "It's over. It definitely has something to do with this kid. I won't talk anymore, Grandpa. I need to go find An Rou. I'll call you when I get to the border. Don't worry about me. I'll take good care of myself." With that, Su Jiang hung up the phone. Almost exactly 1 second later, Jiang Yuanji's phone rang. He took out his phone and gasped. "My goodness, why is old man Bai calling me?" Su Jingde quickly said, "Answer it. Put it on speaker." Jiang Yuanji bravely pressed the answer button. The next second, Bai Jiang's voice came from the other end of the line. "Jiang Yuanji, this is Bai Jiang. I'll be direct. I just received a report from Inspector Bai Letian, suspecting that Su Jiang, the captain of your North City military region for this great tournament, is highly likely the mastermind behind this camp explosion incident. As the commander of the North City military region, according to regulations, I must inform you of this matter and hear your opinion." Jiang Yuanji's forehead visibly broke out in sweat upon hearing Bai Jiang's words. He was filled with regret. If he had known such a big incident would happen, he would have died rather than send Su Jiang out. His goal was very simple. He genuinely just wanted to get first place in the great tournament. How many days had it been? The camp blew up. "Old man Bai, there might be a misunderstanding about this matter," Jiang Yuanji said, steeling himself. "I just spoke with Su Jiang, and he said this has nothing to do with him." "Oh, so Lishan's report is incorrect. That's not what I meant either. Zhang Yuanji frantically winked at Su Zhengde, signaling. Your grandson caused this. I can't bear it alone. Su Zhengde, however, rolled his eyes and stared up at the ceiling, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. If they weren't on the phone right now, Zhang Yuanji would have fought this guy. After a long pause, Jiang finally spoke. All right, let's put this aside for now. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Regarding the handling of Guan Wanlin and Zhu Yi, there's already a result. Zhang Yuanji was startled and asked softly, May I ask, what is the result? Life imprisonment. Jiang slowly said. Considering their circumstances at the time and their grandson's situation, this is the best outcome. Thank you, old man Bai. I should be thanking you all. You're all old, yet you still act without considering the consequences. Jiang snorted coldly, then hung up the phone. Zhang Yuanji looked at Su Zhengde helplessly. This old man, still the same, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Indeed, he says he doesn't care, but if something really happened to us, he'd probably be the most anxious. Su Zhengde shook his head with a bitter smile. Su Jiang going to the border will be enough to give him a headache. Zhang Yuanji nodded and sighed, unsure if he was worried about himself or about the border. 634, you paddled the whole time. Huh. Surviving a great disaster means future blessings. Future blessings indeed. When Invincible Zhao brought An Rou and the others back to Su Jiang, Xue Qiliang laughed uproariously, looking up at the sky. I knew it. I haven't done anything evil in my entire life, so how could I die young like this? Now that the Great Tribulation is over, the sky is high and birds can fly freely. I no longer have to be a timid follower. Heaven knows how many twists and turns Xue Qiliang experienced while following Su Jiang during this period. The bitterness of it was beyond words. Now that the dust had settled, Xue Qiliang finally didn't have to work like an ox or a horse and take the blame while following Su Jiang. The excitement in his heart was inexpressible, turning into tears that shimmered in Xue Qiliang's eyes. Swish. The next second, 3 slips of paper appeared in front of him simultaneously. Su Jiang, An Rou, and Xie Guli held IOUs and waved them in front of Xue Qiliang. Pay up, the 3 said in unison. At this moment, Xue Qiliang froze, and the tears in his eyes seemed to react, sliding down his cheeks. No, you guys. Xue Qiliang's eyes widened, and his finger trembled as he pointed at the 3. Stuttering, unable to speak. Big deceiver, what were you jabbering about just now? Su Jiang stepped forward, hooked his arm around Xue Qiliang's neck, and chuckled. What's this about the sky being high or not flying? Isn't our little group harmonious? Why go solo? Exactly, Lao Xue. Xie Guli also leaned in from the other side and said, From the first moment I saw you, I knew we were the same kind of people, inseparable. An Rou blinked her eyes and said succinctly, Pay up. Among the 3, An Rou was considered Xue Qiliang's biggest creditor. She was even his biggest creditor in this lifetime. If it were anyone else, Xue Qiliang would probably have just defaulted. But this lady, who the hell would dare to default on her debt? Even Xiang Qingtian wouldn't dare, right? This whole family is pure gangster material. They are proficient in all kinds of deception and trickery. What kind of family could cultivate such a group of talents? And they all happened to gather together. At this moment, Invincible Zhao stepped forward and said to Su Jiang, Hey, your wife and your friends are all safe and sound. I've finished my task, so we're even now. Su Jiang blinked, staring at Invincible Zhao and asking, What do you mean, even? Invincible Zhao was a bit confused. Didn't you say that if I helped you protect them, it would be considered repaying your kindness for saving me? That's right. Su Jiang nodded and said, But didn't I hear that their target was you, and you were almost killed by them instead? At least our An Rou dealt some damage, while you seem to be slacking off the whole time. General Zhao, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to repay kindness like this? Su Jiang spread his hands and continued, I don't care, but if this gets out, Teste, anyway, if it were me, I wouldn't have the face to show up again. Old Xie, what do you say? Xie Guli covered his face. Stop talking, old Su. If you're not embarrassed to say such things, I'm embarrassed to listen. Besides, aren't you making General Zhao uncomfortable? The 2 sang and harmonized, making Invincible Zhao's face instantly flush red. It was unclear whether it was out of embarrassment or if he was overheating. Stop talking. Invincible Zhao gritted his teeth and said, consider this unsaid. I still owe you this favor. Don't say that, General Zhao. Su Jiang said coyly. After all, you weren't completely useless. Running out of the camp and then running back must have been quite tiring. The implication was, what else did you do besides running out and running back? Stop talking. Invincible Zhao clenched his jaw tightly, his fists clenching. I didn't do anything. I admit it, isn't that enough? Oh, don't say that. It makes it look like I'm forcing you. No such thing. It was all my voluntary choice. Then, we'll do as you say, General Zhao. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, gripping Invincible Zhao's hand tightly. I knew General Zhao wasn't the kind of ungrateful person. It wasn't in vain that I risked my life to carry you all the way back from the mountain. You risked your mother's life. There were so many people present at the time. Only my life was in the most danger. You were having a great time acting there. Invincible Zhao felt bitter inside, but he couldn't express it. Suddenly, he looked back and met Xue Qiliang's gaze. Although the two hadn't had much interaction, at this moment, there was a sense of finding a kindred spirit. Everyone, we depart in 3 minutes. Get yourselves ready. We won't wait for anyone. After Wu Ergu shouted 3 times into the loudspeaker, he walked straight towards Su Jiang. He glanced at Invincible Zhao, then looked at Su Jiang with a complicated expression. Sorry, Su Jiang, you few might have to take a separate car later. Wu Ergu frowned and said, Bai Letian reported the situation here to the border, directly labeling you few as the masterminds of this incident, and even linking you to the Nine Tails organization. From now until you reach the border, personnel will be arranged to guard you. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions instantly turned grim. Humph, Xie Guli said sarcastically. So, they're treating us as members of the Jiawei organization, huh? Yin Heng said indifferently. Do they have evidence? Wu Ergu said apologetically. Although there's no evidence, but Bai Letian is an inspector, and I have no right to interfere with what he wants to do. Lao Wu. Invincible Zhao also became serious, saying in a low voice, Bai Letian has no brain. Do you also have no brain? When did it become their turn, these inspectors, to step on our special grade officers? Wu Ergu immediately glared at him. Nonsense. Use your pig brain to think. If there wasn't someone behind this, would Bai Letian dare to report it like this? Invincible Zhao's pupils suddenly constricted. You mean, could it be? That's right. Wu Ergu took a deep breath and said, This matter is old man Bai's intention. Why? Invincible Zhao looked incredulous. Old man Bai couldn't be so muddled. You ask me, who should I ask? Wu Ergu turned his head, looking at Su Jiang with an apologetic expression. Sorry, you guys will have to endure some hardship. Su Jiang blinked, saying nothing, just looking around as if searching for something. Then, he asked a question that instantly made everyone's hearts race. Where's Bai Letian? I want to have a chat with him. Wait, Su Jiang, don't be impulsive. Wu Ergu quickly pulled Su Jiang back. There must be a misunderstanding about this. Don't rush. If you make a big fuss, it will be hard to resolve. They were afraid that Su Jiang would directly confront Bai Letian, which would make things truly troublesome. 635. What criminal gang are you? Calm down, Su Jiang. You really can't lay a hand on Bai Letian. Wu Ergu held Su Jiang tightly, anxiously saying, If you really lay a hand on him, then you'll be unable to explain yourself, and it'll be impossible to clear things up. At the same time, he turned his head to look at An Rou and the others. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and persuade him. An Rou and the others looked at each other. Yin Heng fiddled with the laptop in his hand and said indifferently, Bai Letian should be in that off-road vehicle to the northeast right now. Surveillance shows he just got in 2 minutes ago. Xie Guli fiddled with the throwing knife in his hand and muttered, That's not far. I should be within range after a couple of steps. He Gao looked around. Then I'll go get you a car. We can run directly after we're done. An Rou pulled Xue Qiliang. Then let's wait in the car first, so we don't hold you back. In just a few sentences, an action plan was determined. Wu Ergu and Invincible Zhao both fell silent, looking at this group of people, momentarily speechless. What kind of criminal gang is this? You don't look like it's your first time committing a crime. Wu Ergu even wavered a bit. Perhaps this group of people really needed to be supervised. They really don't seem like good people. What are you doing? Su Jiang suddenly spoke, looking at them with a serious expression. How many times have I emphasized this to you? We are upright characters. Don't always do things that can easily be misunderstood. You are always so rash. It's very difficult for me to lead this team. Su Jiang said earnestly. I was just going to chat with Inspector Bai. But you, guys, you're directly going to lay a hand on him. My image as a good student and excellent citizen is being ruined by you like this. As soon as these words came out, Xie Guli and the others fell silent. They silently looked at Su Jiang. After a long while, Xie Guli was the first to look at An Rou and ask, what exactly do you see in this guy? His shamelessness. An Rou bit her lip. His skin wasn't this thick back then. Yin Hung closed his laptop, pulled down the brim of his hat, and turned his head, too lazy to bother with Su Jiang. Only then did Shui Chiliang shout, wait, I didn't do anything. Why am I being treated as a suspect? No one paid attention to him. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, a whistle sounded. Time was up. It was time to depart for the border. Not far away, Bai Letian personally led people towards Su Jiang's side. Su Jiang, you should already know. Bai Letian looked at Su Jiang with indifferent eyes and said, all of you will be under strict supervision. Once you reach the border, the results of your treatment will be issued. Su Jiang looked at Bai Letian and said, is this your intention or the intention of your superiors? Bai Letian frowned upon hearing this. Of course it's my intention. You have the authority to handle this matter? Of course. Swear that if you lie, it'll shrink 10 centimeters. Bai Lishan's words caught in his throat, abruptly stopping. Feeling their gazes, Bai Lishan's mouth twitched. He forced himself to say, Su Jiang, don't be so unreasonable with me. Tisk, Su Jiang pouted. I thought he was a big shot, but it turns out he's just putting on an act. As soon as these words came out, Bai Letian immediately became angry. Su Jiang, do you really think you can be lawless? Once we reach the border, there will be plenty of ways to punish you. Then I'll see if you can still be so arrogant. After speaking, he looked at Wu Ergu beside him. Officer Wu, I'll trouble you to be responsible for watching these few people. As for the other personnel from North City Military Region and Purple Township Military Region, I will arrange for others to watch them. After saying this, Bai Letian glared at Su Jiang, then turned and left. Su Jiang looked at Bai Lishan's retreating back and murmured softly, a bit interesting. This Bai Letian is not as simple as he appears. At least, he's not a person with a simple mind. Until just now, Su Jiang had been deliberately provoking Bai Letian, and Bai Letian had also acted as if he were provoked, making it impossible for anyone to detect a flaw. Even Su Jiang, who was skilled in psychology, only came to this conclusion after multiple observations. Bai Letian had never been angry, not truly, from beginning to end. At least not as angry as he appeared on the surface. In Su Jiang's view, within Bai Lishan's inner self, there was a calmness that no one would have expected. Alas, everyone is smart. Su Jiang sighed. Compared to these people, he still missed the days of fighting the Feng family in Jiangdu. Although the Feng family members had schemes, they weren't too many. After leaving Jiangdu, the people he encountered were all more cunning than the last. If Su Jiang were even a little bit naive, he would have been played to death by these people, even with his system. Alas, it's this damned society that ruined my innocence and turned me into the person I hate most. Su Jiang suddenly let out this sigh, eliciting eye rolls from Xie Guli and the others. Big brother, you're the least qualified to say that, okay? You innocent? If you're considered innocent, this world would have long since become a paradise, with everyone being perfectly good and beautiful. However, since even Su Jiang didn't resist, everyone followed him into the car, dutifully acting as suspects. There was no procrastination. Within a few short minutes, all 27 teams were in their vehicles, heading towards the border. At the same time, at the border, in Bai Zhang's office. What the hell? Those people from the camp want me to lead them. A burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man looked at Bai Jiang with dissatisfaction. Old man Bai. Although those people are elites from various military regions, frankly speaking, for the border, they are just a bunch of rookies. If you ask me, just send them back where they came from. I hate teaching new recruits the most. Jiang heard this, picked up his thermos cup, and said unhurriedly, "So, you, Instructor Shui, can only teach elites, but not rookies?" Shuidu heard this and said with a bitter face, "That's not what I mean." Humph. Jiang snorted coldly, interrupting. "Then if they're already elites, do they still need you to teach them? If our border were all like you, then what would happen to the newcomers in the future? Let them fend for themselves? Is that what you mean?" Shuidu sighed deeply upon hearing this. "Old master, please don't say any more. I'll lead them, won't I?" Jiang glanced at him. "That's more like it." Then he took a sip of tea and asked again, "How is that person?" Shuidu naturally knew who he was asking about, so he excitedly said, "He's simply the elite of elites. In less than 3 months, he'll definitely reach special grade." "Old master, where did you dig this person up from? He's simply a talent among talents." Jiang heard this and nodded slightly. "Don't ask too many questions, just do your own job." Shuidu pouted, knowing that the other party was unwilling to say more, and stopped speaking. 636. I don't know much. Just as Su Jiang and the others were leaving for the border, a figure, completely black and resembling charcoal, stumbled through the mountain forest. Tap, tap, tap. His footsteps crunched on the leaves on the ground, the sounds chaotic and disordered, indicating that the person's condition was very poor. Finally, as if utterly exhausted, Gong Sun Yu leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Cough, cough. Gong Sun Yu was incredibly weak, trembling all over. At this moment, he was completely unrecognizable. The explosion at the camp had truly almost sent him to the gates of hell. His eyes were filled with endless lingering fear. This was truly the closest he had ever come to death. "There are still border patrols in the vicinity. I can't stay long." Gong Sun Yu felt a bitter pang in his heart. In his current state, even an elementary school student could probably kill him. Taking advantage of this brief rest, Gong Sun Yu carefully pulled something out from his pregnant. The mithril spear. At the last moment, he had snatched this gun, the item he had dreamed of. But was it really worth it? Gong Sun Yu suddenly had this question in his mind at this moment. To get himself into this inhuman, ghost-like state for such a key, to be infamous, hunted, and wanted. However, it was too late. He could no longer turn back. I didn't expect Su Jiang would actually throw this thing out. Gong Sun Yu had initially been somewhat suspicious that it was fake. But the moment he got the mithril spear, he knew it was absolutely genuine. Mithril, such a material, could absolutely not be faked. In this world, it would be impossible to use so much mithril to create another gun like this. Next, as long as I find where the secret treasure is, everything will be accomplished. Gong Sun Yu took a deep breath, propped himself up, and slowly stood. By now, not only those at the border, but even the Kuyu organization likely wanted to kill him. He had to hurry. Thinking of this, Gong Sun Yu was incredibly cautious, carefully walking forward. At the same time, inside the car where Su Jiang and the others were. Pair of kings. Can't beat it, pass. Pair of aces, cover that. Pair of twos. I only have 2 cards left. Only 2 left again. Oldly, do you have a bomb? What bomb do I have with these cards? Every hand is 3, 4, 5, 6, no 7. Are you guys even shuffling properly? You're just bad. An Rou shuffled all the cards. Do you think she'd cheat? You two, stop talking nonsense. Joker bomb, I win. Su Jiang threw out his last 2 cards, and Li Kai and Xie Guli looked helpless. I'm not playing anymore. It's boring. Li Kai threw down his cards, pointing at Su Jiang and An Rou. You two are definitely cheating. Otherwise, how could he have a Joker bomb every time? Do you have evidence? Su Jiang retorted. You can't just say things without evidence, like by Letian. Exactly, An Rou echoed. I shuffled the cards right in front of you. How could I cheat? Li Kai and Xie Guli were speechless because they really couldn't figure out how those two were cheating. Anyway, I'm not playing with you anymore. Old He, you take Su Jiang's place, and the 3 of us will play. Xie Guli called out to Higao. In this short time, the group had become familiar with Higao, directly calling him Old He. These few people were originally social butterflies, so there was naturally no such thing as social anxiety. Higao heard this and said somewhat awkwardly, How about we don't? I often cheat when playing cards too. At these words, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. You, kid, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are also so dishonest. The key is that you actually said it so openly. You guys, playing fight the landlord's so dirty. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Siak Gully threw down his cards. Although he said this, he was secretly preparing to find an opportunity to practice card tricks. If you can't beat them, join them. You cheat, I'll cheat too. Let's see who's better. Beside them, Wu Ergu, who was responsible for supervising them, had long been dumbfounded watching them. From the moment they got in the car, this group of people inexplicably pulled out a deck of poker cards and started playing Fight the Landlord. He really wanted to ask, why did these people carry poker cards with them? If Bai Letian knew their current situation, he would probably be angry for a while again. Fortunately, Wu Ergu had a strong capacity for acceptance and gradually got used to the habits of this group of people. Cough, cough. Just take this opportunity. I'll tell you about the situation at the border. Wu Ergu looked at the group and said, Do you have any questions? At these words, everyone raised their hands, like elementary school students in a classroom. Wu Ergu nodded slightly at the sight. It seemed these people were quite eager to know about the border's intelligence. That's right. After all, knowing yourself and your enemy is beneficial for action. All right, let's go one by one. Anyway, there's still plenty of time, and I'll answer all your questions one by one. Wu Ergu looked at the group, smiling. Go ahead. What do you want to know? Su Jiang was the first to speak. Where is the border armory? The place specifically for explosives. Siak Guli asked. Is there a bathhouse? I've been wanting to take a shower. Inheng asked. What are the penalties for infiltrating the border's network system? Shui Qiliang shouted. Can we turn back now? I don't want to go to the border. Li Kai asked. Can we trade firearms over there? I want to get a good gun. The group asked questions all at once, and each person's question made Wu Ergu's face darken a bit. What exactly do you take the border for? Can you ask some serious questions? Even if I knew the answers to your questions, I wouldn't dare tell you. If something really happened later, wouldn't I have to take responsibility? Cough, cough. Well, about the border. I don't know much either. After a moment of thought, Wu Ergu decisively chose to keep quiet. You can find out for yourselves when you go to the border later. He didn't dare say another word, fearing that if these people caused trouble later, they would pin the blame on him. He couldn't guarantee for others, but Su Jiang would absolutely do such a thing. If something happened to the armory in the future, Wu Ergu would definitely be the first to take the blame. At these words, everyone immediately felt it was pointless. Only Shui Qiliang kept asking if they could turn back. Thus, as time passed, everyone got closer and closer to the border. At the same time, Shui Du, far away at the border, had now received the list of their group. What he didn't know was that the information about Su Jiang and his party on the list had been tampered with. Hours earlier, all information concerning Su Jiang had been classified as top secret, inaccessible to anyone. Even Zhang Yuanji and others had been given a gag order, forbidden from revealing any information about Su Jiang. 637. Good and Bad. At dawn, as the long night passed and the sun rose from the east, a long convoy of vehicles had already crossed the border and arrived at the border city, Donyang City. That's Donyang City up ahead, Wu Ergu said. Under normal circumstances, there's usually more fighting on the front lines, but when there's nothing going on, everyone stays in Donyang City. Of course, all the major functional systems of the border are also in Donyang City. You can think of this place as our main base. While Wu Ergu was speaking, their vehicles drove into Donyang City, undergoing an extremely strict inspection. Even Bai Letian, after showing his identification, had to obediently get out of the car and be carefully checked. After confirming there were no issues, everyone successfully entered Donyang City. Through the window, Su Jiang and the others observed this border city. Unlike ordinary cities, there were no bustling and prosperous street markets here. An atmosphere of solemnity permeated everywhere. As they passed a fork in the road, Su Jiang and the others frowned, because their car had separated from the others. What's going on? Wu Ergu asked the driver. Where are we going? Sorry, Officer Wu. I'm just following orders from above, the driver said. Don't worry. This is Donyang City. No one would dare cause trouble here. Wu Ergu thought about it and realized it was true, but he still looked at Su Jiang with some concern. Others might not dare to cause trouble, but this guy was an exception. If he was truly provoked, it wouldn't be impossible for him to blow up Danyang City. Fortunately, Su Jiang's emotions didn't seem to fluctuate much, and the others didn't say anything more. After driving for a short while, the vehicle stopped. "We're here. Please get out," the driver said. Everyone got out. Before them was a building resembling a small tea house. A tea house? Opened in a place like this? He Gaoda asked curiously. "There's nothing around here. Can a tea house make money?" Wu Ergu, however, had a serious expression. The moment he saw the tea house, he knew who wanted to see Su Jiang and the others. "We'll know if we go inside," Su Jiang said calmly. "Let's see if this tea house really sells tea." With that, he took the lead, bringing the group into the tea house. In the center of the spacious first floor, there was only one white-haired old man sitting on a chair, intently brewing tea. Wu Ergu recognized the old man and immediately stepped forward, saying, "Old man it really is you." Jiang heard this, slowly raised his head, and looked at the people in front of him. Then, he fixed his gaze on Su Jiang. "You must be Su Jiang. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Didn't I hear that you suspected us of being members of the Jiang organization? It's not very appropriate for us to meet in private like this, is it?" Jiang heard this and chuckled. "Could it be that I was wrong in my suspicion?" He slowly extended his hand, pointing at He Gaoda behind Su Jiang. "He isn't." He Gaoda's expression immediately changed. Strictly speaking, he was. If it weren't for Su Jiang, he would still be Nine Tails, still a subordinate of Nine Tails. Could it be because of him that these people at the border would target Su Jiang and the others? He Gaoda was momentarily indecisive. If that were truly the case, then the situation would be quite bad. If it was just targeting him, it would be fine. He could just confess and take all the blame. But if the other party was determined to use this matter to target Su Jiang, and this was their main base, then the few of them were no different from wolves entering a tiger's den. Who knew? Just as He Gaoda was filled with worry, Su Jiang made an astonishing move. He slowly took out the Nine Tails mask in front of everyone and then put it on his face. "Old man your suspicion was indeed correct. Not only is he a member of Nine Tails, but I am too." Su Jiang, wearing the Nine Tails mask, said with a slightly hoarse voice. "Are you satisfied with this answer?" As his voice fell, a gun appeared in his hand, slowly raising it and aiming at Jiang. "Su Jiang, what are you doing?" Wu Ergu's heart trembled, and he shouted, "Put the gun down." He never imagined that the situation would turn out like this. Why did Su Jiang have a mask from the Jiang organization? What exactly did Jiang want to do? What was going on with all of this? Wu Ergu felt like his head was about to explode. He had no idea what to do in this situation. If Su Jiang really killed Jiang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang, however, remained calm and said unhurriedly, "Su Jiang, I've seen your file. You can't possibly be a member of the Jiang organization." Su Jiang chuckled. "Maybe not in the past, but who knows about the future? If you really insist on labeling me as a member of Nine Tails and are determined to put us to death, then wouldn't it be normal for us to betray you in self-preservation?" Jiang heard this and narrowed his eyes slightly. "You're betraying us to join Nine Tails? Why not? I've already thrown away the mithril spear, and there's no longer any conflict of interest with Nine Tails. I think they'd be very welcoming of me joining. But your grandfather was a soldier, your parents were soldiers, and you're a soldier too. Should soldiers die with grievances? Besides, I haven't been one for many days. I was just a temporary one." Su Jiang sneered. "I, including these people behind me, are free individuals. We go wherever we want, do evil if we want, and do good if we want. What Nine Tails needs most are people like us." Wu Ergu listened to their conversation, sweat appearing on his forehead, because he realized that Su Jiang was indeed not wrong. None of these people were honest good people. When these people faced a threat of death, why couldn't they become bad people? After a long silence, Jiang shook his head and said, "Su Jiang, you are indeed a smart person. Good and evil, on you, cannot be seen clearly." Su Jiang laughed mockingly. "I can't help it. Society is like this now. Good people can't survive, and they can't go against their conscience and morals to be bad people. So the only way to survive is not to be a damn fool." Immediately after, He slowly put down the gun, took off the mask, and looked at Bai Jiang, saying, "Old man Bai, was that script to your liking just now?" Bai Jiang nodded slightly. "Although there are still some omissions, I believe you can handle those small details yourself." As soon as this was said, Wu Ergu and the others were a bit confused, unable to grasp the meaning of these actions. What exactly were these two doing just now? And just like that, they're on good terms? The Border arc is the final volume. After it's finished, there will be some daily life and character side stories, though I don't know when I'll finish writing them. If there are any character side stories or CP you'd like to see, you can mention them, though I might not necessarily write them. Tonight, I will sort out the plot for the last volume and continue writing. If there's no update, it means I fell asleep. If there is, don't be shy, just praise me. 638. I won't do it. Finally, Wu Ergu couldn't help but ask, "Old man Bai, what's going on between you and Su Jiang? Don't you understand?" Bai Jiang looked at him and said, "A plan to have Su Jiang infiltrate the Nine Tails." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Have Su Jiang go undercover for the Nine Tails? How could that be? He was so hostile towards the Nine Tails before. Can the Nine Tails accept him now? Wu Ergu frowned and said, "If he disguises himself and joins as a newcomer, he won't be able to access the Nine Tails core at the lower levels, which makes it even more meaningless." Su Jiang nodded. Wu Ergu was right. Most of his previous undercover operations involved disguising himself as someone else. This time, it was different. He had to join the Nine Tails with his true identity. Only then could he gain importance and have a chance to access the core. So, this matter must be carefully designed, Bai Jiang said. "We must make those people in the Nine Tails believe that Su Jiang can absolutely not be on our side. Only then can it possibly succeed." Then, he looked at Su Jiang. "Su Jiang, this is a top-secret mission. Besides me, only the commander knows about it. As for everyone else present today, I believe you know what to do." He was referring to Wu Ergu and Li Kai, among others. Originally, the fewer people who knew about such a matter, the better. However, to ensure the plan's smooth execution, the help of Li Kai and others was essential. This plan is called Annihilate Nine Tails, aiming to completely dismantle the Jiawei organization. Su Jiang, starting today, I will be your sole contact person. Whatever help you need, I will do my utmost to assist you. Bai Jiang looked deeply at Su Jiang. "Our goal is only one, to eradicate the Jiawei organization, leaving no one behind." Su Jiang's expression was solemn. He stood ramrod straight, his gaze fixed on Bai Jiang. Then, he slowly uttered 3 words. "I'm not doing it." "Good, I believe you can." "Wait, what did you say?" Bai Jiang's eyes widened slightly, thinking he had misheard. Su Jiang, with his hands in his pockets and a lazy expression, said, "Old man Bai, you have no sincerity at all. We've been talking here for so long. The plan is good, and the goal is grand. But what about the benefits?" Su Jiang complained. "Even a donkey pulling a mill needs a couple of carrots, and an ox plowing the field needs to eat some grass. You just dump such a big mission on me, and then don't mention any benefits. Are you treating me like a fresh graduate?" As soon as he said this, Bai Jiang was instantly dumbfounded. He had been in the border region for so many years. He had always given orders, and people would carry them out without a word. Sometimes, if the mission wasn't completed well, they would even be punished. Now, Su Jiang was actually asking him for benefits in front of everyone. This is for the greater good of the country. How can you ask for benefits?" Bai Jiang frowned and said. Su Jiang glanced at him, then slowly raised his hand. "Bye-bye then." With that, he turned and walked away directly, without any hesitation. Wu Ergu was stunned. This was the first time he had seen Bai Jiang treated this way. "Come back." Bai Jiang's voice unconsciously grew louder. He felt incredibly frustrated. No wonder, when he proposed this plan to Xiang Qingtian, that guy's face had such a strange smile. At the time, Bai Jiang had thought that Xiang Qingtian was not optimistic about the plan. Now he understood. The plan was right, but the person was not. This person named Su Jiang, hearing about him was not as good as seeing him. He was simply someone who didn't play by the rules. "Su Jiang, this is Danyang City. It's easy to get in, but not so simple to leave." Bai Jiang snorted, with a hint of threat. "Perhaps no one could control you before, but this is The border. You can go out and ask around. At the border, there's no troublemaker that I, by Jiang, can't handle. Su Jiang paused, then slowly turned his head. Old geezer, you're not getting anywhere with the soft approach. So you want to try the hard one? You're already so old. Can you still get hard? Bai Jiang slowly stood up, his gaze burning as he stared at Su Jiang. Tell me, what benefits do you want? Seeing this, Su Jiang's lips curved into a slight smile. Actually, it's not really about benefits, just a few small requests. First, I want that Bai Letian to write me an apology letter and read it aloud in a way that everyone in Donyang City can hear. Su Jiang finally showed his fangs, upholding the principle of an eye for an eye. He wanted to start with Bai Letian. As soon as this was said, Wu Ergu shook his head repeatedly. This was absolutely impossible. If that were done, it would be better to just kill Bai Letian. At least in his eyes, Bai Letian would absolutely not do that. Sure enough, Bai Jiang immediately said, Bai Letian's actions were all under my orders. It has nothing to do with him. Old man Bai, you're not being sincere. Su Jiang shook his head and said, this is only my first request, and you're already haggling. It's going to be hard for me to state the rest of my demands. Bai Jiang was silent for a while, then said, tell me all your demands at once, and then I'll consider them. All right, my second request is, Su Jiang said, word by word. I need you all to put in effort to promote me, at least enough for the whole world to know that I exist. This condition was what Su Jiang truly wanted. The progress bar for the world-renowned achievement had been stuck for too long. If he relied on himself, it would take forever to complete. It was better to use this opportunity to have Bai Jiang help him complete this task directly. He would just lie back and watch the progress bar fill up. Damn it, big brother. You finally remembered the main quest. Whoa, it's been so hard for me. You're finally doing something proper. The long-unheard system voice rang out, sounding a bit aggrieved. However, while this was a proper matter for the system, in the eyes of Bai Jiang and the others, it was very perplexing. What do you want to do? Bai Jiang couldn't help but say. It was so difficult for me to seal your information and make it top secret, all to make you more discreet. It's only been a few hours since it was sealed, and you're making this request, wanting the whole world to know you. What do you want to do? As soon as this was said, Su Jiang froze for 2 seconds, then glared at Bai Jiang, cursing inwardly. You old geezer. No wonder my progress bar wouldn't budge no matter how much I pulled. So it was you old bastard, playing tricks. Why did you seal my information? I've been working my butt off here, just to get my name out there and complete the system's ultimate mission. And you just turned all my efforts into top secret. I really thank you. 639. Stud is a kind of wisdom. Upon learning the truth, Su Jiang's fists clenched unconsciously. He felt like punching the old man in front of him. However, the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and caring for the young was ingrained in his bones, so Su Jiang thought for a moment and decided not to act. Anyway, this old man probably didn't have many years left to live. Following that, Su Jiang continued, Third, I need absolute autonomy. I don't want anyone interfering with my plans, including you. As soon as he said this, Bai Jiang was slightly startled, feeling a momentary daze. In Bai Jiang's eyes, Su Jiang's figure gradually transformed into Xiang Qingtian's image. Because just a few years ago, Xiang Qingtian had stood before him, saying similar words. Old Bai, I, Xiang Qingtian, can be indifferent to other matters, but when it comes to Lu Yu, no one can interfere, including you. It was as if he had returned to many years ago. Today Su Jiang was just like Xiang Qingtian that day. No, it was different. Although Xiang Qingtian sometimes acted wildly, he always considered the consequences clearly. Su Jiang was different. This young man never knew what consequences were. If he was truly provoked, then joining the Nine Tails might not be a joke at all. After all, the people in the Nine Tails organization were all lunatics. And Su Jiang, in a sense, was also a lunatic. Looking at Su Jiang's slightly raised lips, Bai Jiang actually felt a bit of regret at this moment. He had thought things too simply. A person like Su Jiang was not someone he could control. If he had known this, he would rather not have allowed Su Jiang to come to Donyang City. After a long while, Bai Jiang sighed and said, I need time to consider your 3 conditions. No problem. Su Jiang nodded. My plan also needs time to prepare. Bai Jiang nodded. Then he turned to Wu Ergu. Take them to Xuedu, and tell Xuedu to treat them normally. During this time, you can familiarize yourselves with Dongyang City. Also, the matter of you being suspects has probably already spread throughout the city, so be careful yourselves. Su Jiang sneered upon hearing this. That spread really fast. We've only been here for a few minutes. Bai Jiang shook his head helplessly. The camp explosion had too great an impact. The speed at which public opinion spreads is extremely frightening. Moreover, the Ninetales probably put in a lot of effort in this regard as well. All right, Su Jiang nodded, speaking indifferently. If anyone is blind then, I'll deal with them myself. With that, Su Jiang turned around and walked out the door. The others followed his steps, and Wu Ergu was also preparing to take them to Xuedu, as per the original plan. Su Jiang walked to the car door, then suddenly turned to look at the tea house, muttering softly. I don't know whether to call it bold or cowardly. Since you're already here, you don't even dare to meet? Are you afraid I'll act? He shook his head, then pulled open the car door and sat into the passenger seat. Just after Su Jiang and the others left, Bai Jiang sat in his seat, quietly brewing tea. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and a figure slowly descended from upstairs. Then, he slowly sat in front of Bai Jiang, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Bai Jiang looked at him and shook his head. The person is gone and the tea is cold, but you're finally willing to show yourself. No choice. I'm not in control of myself either. The man smiled bitterly. You know, for me to appear here is already a great risk. No one could have imagined that within this small tea house, the two most powerful figures on the border were sitting and drinking tea. The man sitting opposite Bai Jiang was the highest leader of the entire Dongyang City. The border commander, Wei Lantian. You heard what that kid said. What do you think? Bai Jiang looked at Wei Lantian and asked, Want to take a gamble? Wei Lantian took a deep breath, remaining silent for a long time. He simply kept playing with the teacup in his hand. Seeing this, Bai Jiang frowned. Don't play with my tea set. If you break it, I'm not done with you. At these words, Wei Lantian reluctantly put the teacup down slowly, then sighed. Do we really have to go this big? Otherwise, do you have a better idea? Bai Jiang snorted coldly. Given the current situation, do we still have time to consider? Now that the Ninetales organization has surfaced, it fully proves that there must have been something fishy about Lu Yu's matter back then. That guy Xiang Qingtian said back then that there must be a mastermind controlling all of this, but no one believed him, including me. So that guy made a bet with us. If he couldn't expose those guys, he would never return to the border. Now, Xiang Qingtian has proven that he was right. The Ninetales organization's reach is deeper than we imagined. Wei Lantian, honestly ask yourself, in the entire border now, can you count the people you fully trust on one hand? Bai Jiang's words were like heavy hammers, striking Wei Lantian's heart. Wei Lantian sighed deeply, his face filled with worry. But that guy really doesn't look reliable. If only Su Jiang looked a little more reliable, Wei Lantian might have taken the gamble. How about we still talk to Xiang Qingtian and see if there's a better way? Wei Lantian suggested. That guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Let him think more, and maybe he can come up with a better solution. Bai Jiang shook his head. I already asked that guy. If it's just about eradicating the Ninetales organization within China, Xiang Qingtian has plenty of ways. But he doesn't have the confidence to capture the leader, Ninetales. As long as that guy is safe, the Ninetales organization can revive like grass in spring. We are gambling, and Xiang Qingtian is also gambling. He's betting that Su Jiang can throw Ninetales into chaos, and then he'll find an opportunity from it. Upon hearing this, Wei Lantian began to scratch his head again. Others can't do it. We have so many top-level officers, let them. Haha. Bai Jiang sneered. Your top-level officers, Su Jiang can toy with them with one hand. Do you believe it? It's not about combat power, but about brains and bottom lines. A person like Su Jiang, who has both combat power, brains, and no bottom line. That's the scariest part. Wei Lantian was left speechless by Bai Jiang, feeling a headache coming on. After a long while, he seemed to give up struggling and said, I don't care anymore. You all do whatever you want. What the hell did I do in my last life to end up with such a mess? The previous commanders had no problems, everything went smoothly. But when it's my turn, it's Nine Tails and Su Jiang, purely targeting me. Wei Lantian waved his hand in the chair, making the decision just like that. If it's a gamble, then it's a gamble. All in. 640. Professionalism ingrained in our DNA. At the same time, on the other side, Xuedu also met by Jiang and the others. On the vast training ground, 27 teams stood neatly arranged. Many people looked at Xuedu with puzzled eyes, wondering who this person in front of them actually was. Everyone, stand still. Xuedu shouted loudly at them. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xuedu, and from today onwards, I am your instructor. You can call me Instructor Xue, and you can only call me Instructor Xue. I don't care how great you used to be, or how good your records were. Once you're here, everything starts from zero. In front of me, you are a bunch of greenhorns, understand? Everyone, stand still and straight. Xuedu's words made many people frown, especially by Jiang and Wang Tianba. They looked like the kind of troublemakers who wouldn't obey orders. Immediately, Wang Tianba spoke up. Who do you think you are, talking so aggressively? We are participants in the great tournament, not your soldiers. Why should we listen to your commands? As soon as he said this, Xuedu immediately focused his gaze on him, a slight smile playing on his lips. You disagree? Yes, I disagree. Xuedu nodded, then looked at the crowd and shouted. Anyone else who disagrees, step forward together. I like teaching troublemakers a lesson the most. As his voice fell, many people raised their hands, including by Jiang and Feng Jiang. 1, 2, 17 people. Xuedu nodded, then said, 17 troublemakers, very good. Immediately, he took off his jacket and waved at them, saying, You 17, come up one by one. I'm going to set some rules for you today. As soon as he said this, the few people standing beside Xuedu began to whisper. Xuedu, this guy, is starting to show off again. Exactly. He's a special grade, bullying new recruits. He's not even afraid of losing face when word gets out. He's getting more and more skilled at this kind of shameless behavior. However, Bai Zhan and the others did not hear these words. After exchanging glances, they began to take turns attacking Xuedu. Soon, the training ground was filled with the sounds of fighting and Xuedu's mocking remarks. Is that all? Are you throwing wild punches? You haven't even stabilized your lower body, and you're rushing to attack, hurrying to be reborn. TSK, I thought this was a feint, but I didn't expect you to be truly terrible. Hey, you do have some skill, but you can't take a compliment. I take back what I just said. Feng Jiang, right? Your demeanor is good, but your strength is a bit lacking. As time went on, the 17 people were continuously defeated by Xuedu, and everyone finally realized that the person in front of them truly had the capital to be arrogant. Especially Bai Zhan and the others, they felt it even more deeply during their exchanges with Xuedu. His combat skills and power delivery methods were several levels above theirs. What these few people didn't know was that there were only a handful of special grades in the entire border region. Xuedu, in front of them, was not only a special grade but also one of the stronger ones among them. Therefore, these troublemakers had truly met their match this time. That's the training ground ahead. I'll drop you off here. Wu Erge dropped Su Jiang and the others near the training ground. As soon as they got out of the car, they were stunned, because in front of them stood a figure who had clearly been waiting for them for a long time. Brother? An Rou was the first to recognize An Mingjie and called out, Why are you here? An Mingjie saw An Rou and smiled gently. I arrived yesterday. I'm here to pick you up and take you to your accommodation. Upon hearing this, the few of them remembered that only Su Jiang and Xie Guli needed to go to the training ground and join their teams. After all, both of them were captains. Young Master Su, young Miss. Hua Qing poked his head out of the car and waved hello to the group. Su Jiang nodded slightly, thinking this was good. It was better to hand all these people behind him over to An Mingjie, otherwise, it would be troublesome for him to take them. An Mingjie looked at Su Jiang and said, You go do what you need to do. I will protect An Rou well. As soon as he said this, Li Kai and the others' faces darkened. So, we don't need protection, huh? Su Jiang looked at An Mingjie and asked, Where is Xiang Qingtian? Is he planning some bad scheme to trick people again? He's hiding from you. An Mingjie said playfully. You're carrying a lot of trouble right now, and he's afraid of getting involved. Tisk, that's really a shame. I was planning to make him take the blame for me. You should do less of that kind of thing. It's quite unethical. Yeah, have you done less of this than me? Su Jiang looked at An Mingjia disdainfully. Let's not talk about each other, all right? At least I'm openly bad. And Mingjia was speechless. What is there to be proud of in that? Afterward, An Rou and the others got into Hua Qing's car and left with An Mingjia. Only Su Jiang and Xie Guli remained. Before leaving, Su Jiang exchanged a glance with Yin Heng, and Yin Heng nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Subsequently, the white cat, Brother Biao, was also released by An Rou, allowing it to roam freely in Danyang City. It was believed that within 24 hours, Danyang City's network system and the Cat Society would both be under Su Jiang's control. Especially Brother Biao, Su Jiang had extreme confidence in him. After today, any mouse passing through Danyang City would have to bow its head and call Su Jiang boss. Sometimes Su Jiang would even wonder if, one day, there was a clean-up crime and eliminate evil campaign in the Cat Society. Brother Biao would definitely be a big boss-level cat leader. After Wu Ergu also left, Su Jiang and Xie Guli slowly walked into the training ground. At this opportune moment, the last of the 17 people had just been tormented by Xuedu. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Xuedu looked at the crowd and cursed. The way you are, you're just going to throw your lives away on the battlefield. And you're even called military region talents? Is this all you've got? Xuedu's words made everyone's faces flush red, but they dared not speak out despite their anger. Since even Bai Zhan and Feng Jiang were no match for Xuedu, it was even more impossible for them to win. Report. Report. Just then, two unusually abrupt voices sounded behind Xuedu. Xuedu's heart jolted, and he suddenly turned around, seeing Su Jiang and Xie Guli standing not far behind him. When did these two get behind him? How come there wasn't a sound? Xuedu was somewhat surprised that with his keen senses, he hadn't noticed the two of them immediately. However, he didn't realize that this was perfectly normal. Whether it was Su Jiang or Xie Guli, both of them were masters of sneak attacks. Silent stealth attacks had long been commonplace for them, especially Xie Guli, who often hid in corners throwing flying knives, specializing in ambushing people. It was perfectly normal for these two to act without a sound, because this was a professional quality ingrained in their bones. 641. Is it still possible to do this? Xuedu looked at Su Jiang and Xie Guli, somewhat bewildered. But he quickly reacted, his expression instantly turning incredibly serious. You two, what are your names? Su Jiang. Xie Guli. Xuedu quickly flipped through the list in his hand and soon found their names. Oh, still a captain? He raised his head, scrutinizing the two of them, and said word for word, I don't care why you two are late. According to my rules, you must be punished. Just right. He felt the fire he had just lit wasn't burning hot enough. He would use these two to establish his authority and make an example of them. Su Jiang and Xie Guli exchanged glances. Then Su Jiang slowly raised his hand, like an elementary school student in class, clearly having something to say. Xuedu snorted coldly. Shout report before you speak. Report, Su Jiang complied. Go on, what do you want to say? Su Jiang squinted at Xuedu and asked, Who are you? These three plain words made Su Laosan and the others unable to hold back their laughter. Bai Zhan and the others also looked on, clearly enjoying the show, even somewhat expectant. Of all people to establish authority over, you chose Su Jiang? One could only say, you really know how to pick them. Upon hearing Su Jiang's words, Xuedu's eye twitched slightly. Haha, very good. Remember this, my name is Xuedu. I will make sure you remember me well. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked at him warily, even stepping back a few paces, and whispered to Xie Guli. Old Xie, there's nothing wrong with this person's sexual orientation, is there? Hard to say. He does look like the Xue Qiliang type. Get out of here. I told you I have nothing to do with that big deceiver. I didn't say you had anything to do with him. Why are you so nervous? Fine. You wait. I'll tell Shangwan Lu later that you're having an affair with Xue Qiliang. Your mouth, it really ought to be torn off. The two whispered to each other, completely ignoring Xuedu. This truly infuriated Xuedu. I see now. You two are troublemakers, aren't you? Xuedu sneered. Listen up, both of you from now on. Run laps around the entire Danyang city. I don't care how long you run. Even if you run until you drop dead, you must complete one lap. If you can't finish within 24 hours, you too, get back to where you came from. Then, he turned and pointed at the crowd, shouting, "The same goes for all of you. As time goes on, I will eliminate all the trash among you. Those who can't keep up with the team don't deserve to stay. The border only needs elites, not rookies. If you want to stay here, you must be mentally prepared. I will make every day feel like hell for you. Now, tell me loudly, do you want to be the elites who stay, or the rookies who go home?" In front, the crowd seemed to have their emotions ignited by Xue Du's words. One by one, they shouted excitedly, as if injected with stimulants, "We want to be elites." Louder. I can't hear you. What do you want to be? Elites. Seeing this, Xue Du smiled slightly, very satisfied with the effect he had created. However, when he turned his head, he was bewildered again. Huh, where are those two people? Weren't they just behind me? Report, Instructor Xue. Someone whispered. As soon as you turned around, those two left. Upon hearing this, Xue Du didn't know what to say. Running a lap around Danyang City within 24 hours, even for him, was a bit strenuous. Forget it, consider it a lesson for those. 2. Xue Du thought to himself, when the time is right, I'll bring those two rookies back. Then, he no longer paid attention to this matter and officially began the training. On the other side, Su Jiang and Xie Guli, who should have been running laps, were strolling boredly through Danyang City. Xie Guli pouted. It's all your fault. You made the instructor treat me like a bad student. Oh, please, Su Jiang raised his middle finger. You ran away faster than me just now. Who's corrupting whom? What do we do next? What if they really send us home? Sending me home? That guy surnamed Bai would beg me to come back. Do you believe it? Su Jiang looked disdainful, clearly acting arrogant and overbearing. You, an instructor, dare to order me around? I have connections. I have background. I'm a pampered young master. Besides, he and Xie Guli were not soldiers to begin with. They were both hired as enforcers for the great tournament. Su Jiang only agreed to Zhang Yuanji's request to come to the border. When they discussed the cooperation, there was no mention of playing military training games. Soon, the two hungry individuals found a noodle shop in Danyang City. It was said to be a local specialty, Dala noodles, and had been open for quite some years. Boss, 2 bowls of Dala noodles. All right, find a seat. They'll be right out. As Su Jiang and Xie Guli found a seat, a surprised voice came from nearby. Su Jiang? Why are you here? Su Jiang turned his head. To look? Oh, what a coincidence. Sitting next to them was none other than Bai Letian. He was slurping his noodles, looking bewildered, his eyes wide, not understanding why Su Jiang would appear here. As far as he knew, Su Jiang should be at the training ground right now, or perhaps somewhere else. But why a Dala noodle shop? You didn't go find Xue Du? Bai Letian couldn't help but ask. You mean that instructor? I just met him. Then you're here to eat Dala noodles. I heard this place tastes really good. Is that true? Bai Lishan's mouth twitched. Does Xue Du know you're here eating Dala noodles? No, he told me to run laps around Danyang City. Then why are you here? Didn't I just say? Because I heard the Dala noodles here are delicious. Su Jiang frowned at Bai Letian. Why are you talking so strangely? Bai Letian gritted his teeth. You're the strange one, aren't you? He looked at Su Jiang seriously. Do you know that this kind of behavior, if serious, can lead to major disciplinary action or even expulsion from the military region? Su Jiang blinked. Expulsion from the military region? I'd have to have that thing to be expelled. Upon hearing this, Bai Letian was even more bewildered. You don't have military status? No, I'm a temporary employee, like an outsourced one, you know? Xie Guli nodded in agreement. I'm the same as you. I thought only our place would operate like this. Strictly speaking, this action by their 2 military regions was exploiting a loophole in the great tournament rules. However, no one had dared to do this before. This was the first time. And Bai Letian, upon learning the truth, truly had his brain crash at that moment. It can be done like this too? 642. I have a good reputation in Beijing. Knowing the truth, tears streamed down my face. These words slowly drifted through Bai Lishan's mind at this moment. These 2 people in front of him actually didn't have military status. They were externally hired. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Temporary soldiers? He remembered that the border wasn't hiring summer interns right now. At this moment, the boss came over with a tray, serving Su Jiang and Xie Guli their noodles with gravy. Looking at the appetizing noodles in front of them, Su Jiang and Xie Guli couldn't be bothered with by Letian and immediately picked up their chopsticks to dig in. Damn, the taste is really good. Indeed, I haven't had such delicious noodles in West Continent. Watching the two of them eat, their mouths glistening with oil, Bai Letian felt speechless. He even thought it might be necessary to arrest these two, otherwise something bad might happen. Just then, another rough voice sounded, attracting the attention of the group. Laohua, don't worry, this noodle shop was recommended to me by old Lu, guaranteed to be delicious. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles with gravy. Eating here, Mo Chong walked in with Hua Kaiching, swaggering, just about to call out to the boss for 2 bowls of noodles with gravy. Then, he made eye contact with Su Jiang, who had noodles in his mouth. His words came to an abrupt halt, and the atmosphere instantly became somewhat congealed. 1/10 of a second later, Mo Chong expressionlessly changed his words. Boss, we'll take it to go. As if staying 1 second longer would lead to something bad. Su Jiang slurped down the noodles in his mouth in one go, then looked at Mo Chong and said, Why take it to go? It affects the taste. Freshly made and eaten is the most delicious. The boss looked at the two and asked hesitantly, Are you taking it to go or eating here? Mo Chong was incredibly conflicted, while Hua Kaiching, behind him, said, Let's just eat here, it's too much trouble to take it back. Then, he walked in first and sat down at a table near Su Jiang. Seeing this, Mo Chong sighed deeply, then followed and sat down. You are Su Jiang? Hua Kaiching looked at Su Jiang and smiled. This should be our first time meeting. My name is Hua Kaiching, and I'm a doctor. A doctor? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. A legitimate doctor? Of course, a legitimate doctor. You don't look like one. You don't either. Don't look like what? Don't look like a decent person. Oh. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately turned his head and said, Brother Bai, he's slandering me. I'm going to sue him. I suspect he's from the Nine Tails. Bai Letian looked bewildered. How did he get involved? Also, what the hell? Did you call me? Brother Bai? When did we have this kind of relationship? You used to call me by my surname, Bai? Mo Chong and Hua Kaiching only then noticed Bai Lishan's presence. But they didn't know Bai Letian. Who is this person? Someone from the Underworld. Mo Chong heard Su Jiang call him Brother Bai and thought Bai Letian was a gangster. Bai Letian, however, looked at Su Jiang through gritted teeth. Su Jiang, are you playing games with me? Su Jiang shook his head and smiled. I say, Bai Letian, aren't you tired? You don't have any anger in your heart, so why are you acting so hard? Are you trying to win an Oscar? Although I haven't watched many TV dramas, hypocritical people like you usually don't end well. As soon as these words came out, the angry expression on Bai Lishan's face gradually receded, eventually transforming into a calm look. Bai Lishan's voice was no longer deep, but rather indifferent. Su Jiang, you are smarter than I imagined. Thanks for the compliment. I was the top scorer on the college entrance exam. How did you notice? Your acting was too much. Su Jiang said lightly. As a high-ranking inspector, your emotional control is too poor. That's illogical. Honestly, it's easier to make you angry than to make Gong Sun Yu angry. Gong Sun Yu's poor emotional control is a particularly fatal weakness. This is also why he has been completely manipulated by Su Jiang until now. However, when Gong Sun Yu was in the capital, he managed to deceive everyone, which shows that he is not a brainless person. At first, Su Jiang thought Gong Sun Yu was pretending to be foolish, but then he found out this guy was genuinely foolish. Even the Zhouwei organization could use him. So Su Jiang suspected that while Gong Sun Yu gained powerful abilities, he also lost something. For example, his sanity. The initial mutants could be said to have no sanity at all. They were completely beasts. And Gong Sun Yu's so-called evolution was also based on the foundation of mutants. So, more or less, there would be some problems. Perhaps Gong Sun Yu also realized this, which is why he said his evolution was incomplete and needed the dragon saliva fruit to replenish his lost sanity. Bai Letian shook his head. What a pity, smart people usually die young. Really? Su Jiang nodded and said lightly. Then I wish your whole family were smarter than me. Your mouth, as the rumors say, is indeed both ruthless and venomous. I don't agree with that. During holidays, all my relatives praise me for being well-behaved and sensible. At this moment, no matter how good Bai Lishan's temper was, he didn't want to talk to Su Jiang anymore. Mo Chang listened to their conversation from the side, and the more he listened, the more he wanted to leave. You guys chat, I'm leaving. Bai Letian, carrying his briefcase, said, just one more thing. I'm someone who really dislikes trouble. All those things about you were my grandpa's orders. They have nothing to do with me. The implication was, if you want to find trouble, go find his grandpa, not him. He was innocent. With that, Bai Letian left the noodle shop directly. At this time, Mo Chang and Hua Kaiqing's noodles were also served, and the people at both tables ate their noodles, chatting occasionally. Big Baldy, what are you two planning to do here? Su Jiang asked Mo Chang. Mo Chang's eye twitched at the nickname, but he still said, we don't know either. It's all Lao Xiang's orders. Whatever he tells us to do, we do. Tisk, what's the point of following Xiang Qingtian? Why don't you follow me? I'll take you to do something exciting. No, Su Gu, you're my brother, all right? Mo Chang quickly said, the things you do, just hearing about them is exciting enough for me, let alone doing them with you. What are you afraid of? At your age, 40 or 50, it's the perfect time to make a name for yourself. Su Jiang coaxed. Besides, following me can also help you gain some fame. I think your current reputation isn't loud enough. As soon as these words came out, Mo Chang hadn't even spoken, but Xie Guli couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, your reputation is quite big, but it's all bad. Old Xie, that's pure slander. Did I slander you again? Who committed those arsons and murders if not you? Gong Sun Yu, of course. Su Jiang said matter-of-factly. I always go to rescue people from suffering and bring peace by eliminating evil. I have a good reputation in North City. The common people even sent me banners. Gong Sun Yu commits arson and murder. Officer Su saves people from suffering. Upon hearing this, Xie Guli immediately lost his composure. Officer Su? That was for your grandpa, wasn't it? So what? My grandpa said his things are my things. Su Jiang said proudly, this is our family's glory. I share in it. Xie Guli painfully covered his face, desperately suppressing the urge to use a throwing knife to kill the guy. He was too shameless. 643, Ho Man. Su Jiang and Xie Guli's bickering made Hua Kaiqing unable to help but laugh. Immediately after, he seriously said to Su Jiang, now, your news has spread throughout Danyang City, and everyone suspects you're involved with the Jiawei organization. You've been throwing around blame for so long. You probably never expected that you'd also have a day when you'd be framed, right? What are you planning to do next? Su Jiang heard this, calmly finished the remaining soup in his bowl, and then said, just do as usual. If the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. Before they make a move, I'll pretend nothing happened. Xie Guli laughed upon hearing this. Not moving at all, like two turtles staring at each other? Hua Kaiqing turned to look at him, curiously asking, why are you laughing? Your current situation is the same as Su Jiang's. Upon hearing this, Xie Guli's laughter abruptly stopped, and the expression on his face instantly froze. He pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? What does it have to do with me? I didn't do anything. Su Jiang also said he didn't do anything. Do you think others believe him? Hua Kaiqing shrugged. No, I really didn't do anything. Xie Guli suddenly felt like the sky was falling. I was playing a team match in the mountains at the time. Su Jiang said the same thing. Xie Guli's mouth hung open, unable to find anything else to say. Now, if he wanted to clear his name, he would have to expose Su Jiang. But who is Su Jiang? He will drag you down with him. At this moment, Mo Chang opened his mouth and asked, Su Jiang, I heard you threw away the mithril spear. Is that true or false? It's true, Su Jiang said calmly. That thing was too hot to handle for me, so I might as well throw it away. Mo Chang's mouth twitched. Then, whose hands is that thing in now? I don't know. Most likely Gong Sun Yu, if that guy isn't dead. You don't plan to get it back? Do I need to? There are plenty of people who want to snatch that thing. Why would I get involved in such a mess? Su Jiang calculated carefully. If the mithril spear was truly in Gong Sun Yu's hands, that guy's life must be miserable right now. People from Nine Tails, people from the border, and various other miscellaneous guys should all be hunting him down. If Ming Jinsheng were still alive, he would probably also be hunting him down. TSK, just thinking about it makes it seem terrifying. Su Jiang even felt a little sorry for him. Su Jiang, can you do me a favor? Hua. Kaiching suddenly said. No. Su Jiang said decisively. I can give you benefits. Hua Kaiching said mysteriously. My developed prescription medicine can bring you many children and much happiness. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately looked at Hua Kaiching with a disdainful gaze. You still say you're a proper doctor? I don't believe a word of it. Thank you. I appreciate the kind offer. Su Jiang patted Hua Kaiching's shoulder, then said, You guys eat slowly. I'm leaving first. With that, he took Xie Guli and stood up to leave, without any lingering reluctance. Hey, let's discuss it again. Hua Kaiching reached out, still intending to talk with Su Jiang, but Su Jiang only waved his hand with his back to him, signaling goodbye. Seeing this, Hua Kaiching slumped onto the chair like a deflated balloon. Mo Chang curiously asked, Old Hua, what is it that you need Su Jiang's help with? If not, you can always ask Old Xiang. I mentioned it to Old Xiang, but he couldn't guarantee he could help me either. What is it exactly? Tell me about it. Mo Chang grew even more curious. What kind of matter could make even Xiang Qing Tian unsure? Hua Kaiching sighed, hesitated for a long time, and then said, Didn't I take on an apprentice before? After she completed her training, she came to the border, and now she's in Danyang City. Your apprentice, that little girl? Mo Chang finally remembered that Hua Kaiching seemed to have such an apprentice. She used to be a little girl, with a dusty face, and quite stubborn. Later, he never saw her again. Yes, not just you guys, I haven't seen her for a long time either. Hua Kaiching continued. Given the current situation, Danyang City will change sooner or later. I'm afraid Su Jiang will cause trouble in Danyang City, so I asked Old Xiang if he could look after my little apprentice. But Old Xiang said that if Su Jiang really causes trouble in Danyang City, he can't guarantee that she won't be affected. It's best to discuss this with Su Jiang. So, I just wanted to talk to Su Jiang about this, but I didn't expect that guy to be so unyielding. Hua Kaiching sighed, scratching his hair, looking a bit dejected. He had no wife or children, and besides Xiang Qing Tian and a few others, his only concern was this one little apprentice. Moreover, he knew that his apprentice was very stubborn and had a bad temper. Although the probability was very small, if she really clashed with Su Jiang, that would be real trouble. Alas, forget it. They probably won't have any interaction. You're worrying too much. Mo Chang comforted him. Don't worry so much. What if nothing happens in the end? It's fine. In a couple of days, let's go see that girl together. It's been so many years, I wonder if she's grown taller. Hua Kaiching glanced at him, then slowly nodded. As things stood, this was the only way to comfort himself. Meanwhile, in the director's office of Danyang City Military Hospital, Hua Man, are you trying to cause trouble for me again? Director Shui sat in his chair, his finger trembling as he pointed at the girl in front of him, clearly very angry. Thud. He slammed a stack of letters onto the table, looking at Hua Man and saying, Look for yourself. How many complaint letters have I received about you this past week? I'm begging you. Please just give me a break, okay? Hua Man, wearing a white coat, had her hands in her pockets. She looked at the stack of letters expressionlessly, her face showing no ripple of emotion. Director Shui sighed repeatedly as he saw her like this. The young girl was quite pretty, but she never smiled, always looking like a zombie. And she was stubborn. Anything else, Director Shui? Hua Man asked. If not, I'll leave. I have a patient waiting. Director Shui took a deep breath upon hearing this and said, I can cover for you on the other complaint letters, but there's one thing I can't handle. A patient from Tongqing came to your department 2 days ago. Do you remember him? Hua Man recalled for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded. I remember. He had a minor hand injury, barely any blood, but he cut in line, loudly demanding emergency treatment. I told him to get lost. Is there a problem? Director Shui smiled bitterly upon hearing this and said, that Tongqing is a well-known person with connections in Danyang City. His family spent a lot of money to send him here to gain experience. Not just him, there are a few other rich kids like him. They have a circle. After you provoked that guy last time, he's been targeting you. He won't dare to act openly, but secretly, He might play some dirty tricks on you. Once these rich kids get entangled, it's endless. If you ask me, you might as well just apologize to him." Upon hearing this, Man still asked indifferently, "Anything else? If not, I'm leaving." With that, she directly turned and left, returning to continue her work. Along the way, all the doctors and nurses who saw Man had cold expressions, and no one greeted her. In this hospital, everyone isolated this girl, even though her medical skills were the most outstanding in this hospital. 644. I'll resign, okay? Where in the hell did those two brats go? On a certain street, Du's anxious roar could be heard. Just now, Jiang called him, asking about Su Jiang's whereabouts. Du said he had punished Su Jiang by sending him out for a run. Jiang immediately exploded. "Du, I don't care what method you use. Quickly find Su Jiang. Otherwise, you better wash your neck and wait to be buried with him." This sentence truly scared Du quite a bit. He asked with a twitching mouth, "It's not that serious, old Bai. Isn't he just a new recruit?" "A new recruit?" Jiang snorted. "Let me tell you, if Su Jiang gets lost, not only me, but Wei Lantian will also come looking for trouble with you." With that, Jiang directly hung up the phone. At this moment, Du, realizing the seriousness of the situation, began to break out in a cold sweat. Good heavens, who exactly is that Su Jiang? He's even connected to Wei Lantian? So, Du directly left Jiang and the others to his subordinates and personally ran out to find him. Something even more frustrating happened. He drove around Danyang City for 2 whole hours, but he didn't even see a shadow of Su Jiang. Where are they? Where are those two big living people? Just then, another call came in. Du saw the caller ID and his scalp immediately tingled. Wei Lantian, the commander himself calling. "Hello, Commander." Du tremblingly answered the phone. On the other end of the line, Wei Lantian's tone was calm. "Where is he?" Still haven't found him." "Is it that you haven't found him yet? Or you can't find him?" "Can't find him." On the other end of the line, Wei Lantian sighed, his voice low. Du, he was sent to you. It hasn't even been half a day, has it? In such a short time, you made a living person disappear, and it just had to be Su Jiang. I really want to drag you out and shoot you for an hour right now." Hearing Wei Lantian's furious scolding, Du was panicking. He carefully asked, "Commander, what kind of person is that Su Jiang exactly?" "What kind of person he is, I'll tell you when the time comes. All you need to know now is that if he's lost, the entire Danyang City will have to go on full alert." Wei Lantian's greatest fear had still come to pass. Based on Su Jiang's past deeds, Wei Lantian had been worried sick ever since he arrived in Danyang City. Now, something even more terrifying than that had happened. Su Jiang came to Danyang City and then disappeared. He couldn't be found. Wei Lantian hung up the phone, and thinking about this matter, he even laughed at himself in anger. To make matters worse, the surveillance system had been attacked. Although it wasn't completely controlled by the other party, there was no way to properly track Su Jiang's whereabouts anymore. Wei Lantian could tell with his toes that this was definitely done by Su Jiang and his group. Truly overbearing. Wei Lantian shook his head and cursed. As soon as he arrived, he started making these moves on someone else's territory. Is this kid so aggressive? Beside him, Jiang sat and sighed. I finally understand why they say this kid is an unstable factor. Wei Lantian was already prepared to go all in and cooperate with Su Jiang. But then, he disappeared. Where was Wei Lantian supposed to cry now? Given this kid's behavior, you want me to bet everything on him? Wei Lantian spread his hands and looked at Jiang. I said this guy wasn't reliable, but you insisted I gamble on him. Now look, he can't even be found. If you ask me, you shouldn't have let him come to Danyang City. Jiang took a deep breath and said, Don't be so anxious. Although that guy seems reckless, he still has a sense of propriety when he does things. Sense of propriety? Judging by his past deeds, he doesn't seem like someone with a sense of propriety. You shouldn't just look at the surface of things. You need to pay more attention to details. Details? He's gone, and you want me to look for details? Why are you yelling at me? Jiang also got angry and roared. It's not like I made him disappear. Can you solve the problem by just yelling here? Looking at your reckless appearance, is this how a commander should be? Wei Lantian was stunned by Jiang's scolding, and then he laughed in anger. He pointed at Bai Jiang and said with a laugh, "All right, Bai Jiang, you even dare to yell at me now, huh?" Bai Jiang looked at him like that, thinking it was bad. This guy was going to start again. But before he could speak, Wei Lantian waved his hand. "Fine, it's all my fault. I won't be commander anymore. I'll resign, all right?" Wei Lantian said sarcastically. "I'm going home to pack my bags right now and go back to farming. This Dongyang city, this border, let whoever wants to manage it, manage it. I'm not doing it anymore. Every day I clean up your messes and wipe your butts, and now I even have to be yelled at and scolded by you. One day, when Dongyang city is unmanaged and the border collapses, I'd like to see what you, Bai Jiang, will do." Bai Jiang looked at him with a headache. It was always like this. He always threatened to quit at the drop of a hat. But Bai Jiang had to admit that Dongyang city and the border truly could not do without Wei Lantian. Meanwhile, Su Jiang, who was being frantically searched for, was eating grilled cold noodles with Xie Guli at a roadside stall. TSK, the grilled cold noodles here at the border taste a bit off. Su Jiang took a bite, then shook his head, giving it a bad review. Xie Guli, however, didn't feel much difference. They were all grilled cold noodles, and the taste wasn't that far apart. The two arrived at a famous snack street in Dongyang City, eating and strolling. Several people in military uniforms walked towards them, but their demeanor wasn't like soldiers. Instead, they gave off a feeling of street ruffians. "Ting Qing, what you said about that female doctor last time, was it true or false?" "How could I lie to you? She's incredibly beautiful, and her temperament is excellent, the kind you don't meet outside." "Then why don't you pursue her?" "With you, young Master Tung, is there any girl you can't win over?" "You don't know. That young lady has a very fiery temper. I'll find an opportunity to go to the hospital and find her again," Tung Qing said with a grin. "Just you wait. Within a week, I'll definitely win her over." At this moment, someone next to him said mockingly, "But how did I hear that you were chased out by the girl last time?" At this, everyone burst into laughter, all ridiculing Tung Qing. Tung Qing's face flushed slightly, and he waved his hand. "Stop laughing, damn it. Who knew?" His wave happened to perfectly hit the grilled cold noodles in Su Jiang's hand. Thud. Only the sound of the grilled cold noodles hitting the ground was heard. Su Jiang stared blankly at his empty hand. Then, he slowly looked up at Tung Qing. The air instantly fell into a silence. 6:45, about black and white. Up. Tung Qing looked at the cold noodles that had fallen to the ground, then looked at Su Jiang. "Brother, watch where you're going. Why are you so close to me? You almost bumped into me just now." TSK, now my hand is covered in sauce. I'll let it slide this time, but be careful next time. Beside them, Xie Guli was completely like a bystander enjoying the show. He stood far away, eating his cold noodles, and waiting to watch the drama unfold. If these brain-dead guys had just apologized immediately and bought Su Jiang another portion of cold noodles, nothing would have happened. But he chose the path with the most severe consequences. Sure enough, when Su Jiang heard the other party's words, an apologetic expression appeared on his face. "How can that be? Your hand is all dirty. If we just let it go, I'd feel really bad." Hearing Su Jiang's words, Tung Qing was a bit surprised, not expecting this white face to be quite sensible. Just as he was about to praise him, he heard Su Jiang say softly, "How about this? I'll help you remove your hand, so you won't have to wash it when you go back." Crack. As soon as his words fell, there was a crisp sound. Tung Qing hadn't reacted yet, only feeling an intense pain in his arm. Only then did he realize that his arm was broken. Ugh! Tung Qing let out a shrill scream, and his few friends around him immediately turned pale with shock. "You brat! You dare to lay a hand on him! Damn it, let's go together. He dared to lay a hand on him right in front of us. Are we heir to him? He dared to hit my brother. Today we must break his arms and legs." As they spoke, those few people swarmed forward, some even pulling out blades, intending to make Su Jiang bleed. Xie Guli calmly watched this scene, and when he saw that mini knife, he even felt like laughing. What was that thing used for? Clipping toenails? Ugh, I shouldn't think like that. I'm still eating. Xie Guli quickly shook his head, throwing that unappetizing thought out of his mind. Slap, slap, slap. Slapping sounds continuously rang out, and every person who rushed towards Su Jiang was, without exception, slapped hard across the face. Although it was just one slap, the force was not light, enough to make them look like pig heads. By the time Xie Guli had eaten 2 pieces of cold noodles, the faces of those few people had swollen into pig heads, and they were grunting and groaning, like a few little piglets. Seeing this scene, Teng Qing immediately realized that he had encountered a tough opponent. Because this action attracted the attention of the surrounding people, many people saw Su Jiang's face, and their expressions immediately changed. Hey, look at that guy. Isn't he the one from the rumors? Holy cow! It really seems to be him. But didn't they say he was a nine-tails person and had already been arrested? I don't know. Could it be that he escaped? Should we report it? No need. Since they dared to fight in the street, the inspection team will be here soon. Teng Qing and his friends are also always causing trouble, and now they've really provoked a living llama. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Danyang City was not entirely made up of soldiers. There were also many military families and people from surrounding villages and towns. These people all looked like they were watching a show, and many even secretly applauded when they saw Teng Qing and his friends getting beaten. Move aside. Just then, a majestic voice rang out, followed by neat, uniform footsteps. A fully armed squad was slowly walking towards them. Look, the inspection team is here after all. Of course, whenever there's even a small commotion in Danyang City, the inspection team arrives immediately. Anyone who causes trouble won't get off lightly. I heard that anyone who is taken away by the inspection team and then comes out becomes much more well-behaved. I wonder if it's true or not. When Xie Guli saw the person leading the inspection team, the expression on his face slightly froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Su Jiang turned around and was also a bit stunned when he saw the newcomer. Oh, what a coincidence, Brother Bai. Su Jiang looked at Bai Letian, a little emotional. We just parted ways. I didn't expect to see each other again so soon. Bai Lishan's face was as if he had eaten excrement. It couldn't have been any uglier. As an inspector, the inspection team was naturally his subordinate. He was originally checking their work nearby and came over to see when he heard someone was causing trouble here. Bai Letian swore that if he had known Su Jiang was here earlier, if he came, he would be a dog. Inspector Bai, you must uphold justice for me. Teng Qing, seeing Bai Letian, was like seeing a savior. He hit someone in the street, and he even dislocated my arm. He's utterly lawless and doesn't respect the rules of Danyang City. He ran to Bai Letian, holding his arm, and continued to wail with snot and tears. My brothers and I just came out for a stroll today. Who knew this guy would suddenly bump into me and then say I knocked his cold noodles down? I said I'd pay him back, but he just directly laid a hand on me without a word, not only breaking my arm, but also hitting my brothers. Inspector Bai, you must uphold justice for me. If you don't punish this kind of guy, then who can we in Danyang City trust? Who can the people of Danyang City trust? With such a tyrannical guy around, will they even dare to go out in the future? Teng Qing righteously accused Su Jiang of various atrocities. Between his words, he was in tears. Extremely infectious. He was just short of shouting. Please, heaven, distinguish between loyal and treacherous. Xie Guli was stunned. Was this guy possessed by Su Jiang? How could he act so well? If he closed his eyes and only listened to the voice, it really sounded like something Su Jiang would say. After hearing Teng Qing's words, Bai Letian frowned and looked at Su Jiang. Is what he said true? False. Su Jiang said lightly. He dislocated his own arm, and then his brothers went crazy, hitting my hand with their heads. I couldn't stop them. By the way, they numbed my hand. Can I sue them for intentional injury? At these words, Teng Qing suddenly turned his head, looking at Su Jiang in disbelief. You want to sue me for what? Intentional injury? Me, intentionally injuring you? Su Jiang, what do you take the rules of Danyang City for? Bai Letian said in a low voice. This is not a place where you can make up nonsense and twist black and white. Haha. Su Jiang suddenly laughed when he heard this. What is black and what is white? Can black and white be defined by you? Can good people and bad people be defined by you? Can the fairness of Danyang City be defined by you? Su Jiang stared intently at Bai Letian, teasing. How about it, Inspector? Why don't you judge? I'm really curious. Where is the boundary in your eyes? Can your hearts truly achieve half black, half white? 646. I swear. Su Jiang's words stunned everyone present. This guy actually dared to confront Bai Letian so directly? Doesn't he know how much power the surveillance team has? This kid is finished. How many years has it been since someone dared to go against the surveillance team? Brother, don't joke around. I've been in Danyang City for so long, and I've never seen anyone like this. Today is the first time. That's because you haven't been here long enough. Several years ago, someone also dared to challenge the surveillance team, and nothing happened to him in the end. Holy crap, really? Tell me more, tell me more. I'm not sure about the details, but I heard that person was quite fierce at the time. Everyone whispered, undoubtedly. In their eyes, Su Jiang was certainly doomed this time. Bai Letian took a deep breath and said, Su Jiang, no matter what, you must come with me. Su Jiang stood still, raised an eyebrow, and said, what if I don't? The two were at loggerheads, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. At this moment, Ting Qing looked between the two, and the pain from his arm gradually made his face turn pale. Can I go to the hospital first? Ting Qing, sweating, said, Inspector Bai, my arm hurts terribly. Can you arrange for someone to take me to the hospital first? Bai Letian heard this, turned to look at him, and said nothing. Ting Qing felt considerable pressure from his gaze. So, he swallowed with difficulty and said, You go ahead and be busy. I can still endure it. Bai Letian looked at Su Jiang again and said, word by word, Su Jiang, I'm asking you one more time. Are you sure you want to do this? That's what I should be asking you. Su Jiang retorted. Inspector Bai, you should know the consequences of fighting me here, right? If we really start fighting, I won't hold back. These people you brought can't stop me at all. Bai Letian lowered his eyes and said softly, I know, but I can only do this. If Su Jiang was just let go like this, then the authority of the surveillance team and the rules of Danyang City would all become a joke. Su Jiang knew his thoughts and sneered. You see, from beginning to end, your so-called right and wrong aren't important. What you care about are the rules of Danyang City, the opinions of the people around you, and the face of your surveillance team. And that rich second-generation heir who looks like a victim, you didn't even glance at him. Su Jiang looked puzzled. This is really contradictory. If you truly think he's a victim, why don't you care about him? If you don't think he's a victim, then why are you fighting me? Bai Letian was silent for a long time, not knowing how to answer this question for a moment. Indeed, in his heart, he knew what kind of people Ting Qing and his group were. But no matter what, fighting and beating someone on the street was a violation. In Danyang City, one should be punished for it. Su Jiang, when it comes to the art of language, I can't out-argue you. Bai Letian shook his head. I'll ask you one last time, are you coming or not? Su Jiang stood still and said indifferently, no. Bai Letian nodded. He had guessed Su Jiang would say that, so he waved his hand. Everyone go. Force him to come with us. Wait. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted Bai Letian's words. Who is it now? Everyone turned to look, only to see Xue Du running wildly towards them from not far away. Bai Letian, you damn bastard, stop right there. Xue Du shouted as he ran. If you dare to lay a single hair on that kid, I'll fight you to the death. This was no joke. If something really happened to Su Jiang, Xue Du was genuinely afraid that Bai Jiang and Wei Lantian would kill him. Bai Letian saw Xue Du rushing over, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Where the hell did you pop out from again? You might be a special officer, but my status as a surveillance officer is on par with yours. How dare you yell at me like that? Bai Letian felt that he must not have checked the almanac before leaving home today. Otherwise, why would he be so unlucky? He was originally someone who disliked trouble. Yet, being in this position, all he encountered were troublesome matters. Instructor Xue, why are you here? Xie Guli immediately stuffed all the grilled cold noodles into his mouth, finished them, and then threw the wrapper into the trash can. He acted as if nothing had happened. Xue Du ran in front of the two and glared at them. You too. Did you run your laps all the way here? I've been going crazy searching all around the outside, and you two are here eating? No, we didn't eat. Xie Guli feigned ignorance. You told us to run around Danyang City, but you didn't say it was the outer circle. Well, I certainly didn't tell you to run around the snack street. Xue Du roared. Then, He looked at Su Jiang again, letting out a huge sigh of relief inwardly. Good. He found this kid. He wasn't lost. He had an explanation now. All right, you two come back with me. I really don't dare to let you two out anymore. Xuedu swore that from today on, these two must be within his line of sight every single moment. Otherwise, if this happened every day, his little heart couldn't take it. With that, he prepared to take the two back to the training ground. Stop. Bai Letian, however, stopped them. Xuedu, what do you mean by just taking them away without a word? What do I mean? Xuedu widened his eyes. Can I take my own soldiers back for training? Bai Letian, with a cold face, recounted everything that had just happened to Xuedu. After hearing it, Xuedu turned to look at Su Jiang. Did you hit him? No, Su Jiang shook his head. Tell the truth. Even if you did, I'll protect you, Xuedu said with a serious expression. I really didn't hit him, Su Jiang said earnestly. I can swear. Xuedu turned and looked at Bai Letian. You see, he said he didn't hit him, so why are you still taking him away? Your surveillance team isn't a good place anyway. Last time I went, I didn't even get a sip of tea. If you ask me, give me some face, and let's just drop this matter. Bai Letian's eye twitched. Drop it. I've been building up the atmosphere for so long, and you come in and say drop it? Seeing this, Xuedu also knew it was time to give Bai Letian a way out. So he said, Don't worry, these two little rascals, I'll punish them when they get back. You don't need your surveillance team to do it. I'll punish them personally and make sure they're well educated. You too, isn't that right? Xuedu turned to look at the two and asked. Yes, we will humbly accept the punishment. Su Jiang and Xie Guli both nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Xuedu nodded with satisfaction, then smiled at Bai Letian. See? Their attitude is quite good, isn't it? Bai Letian stared intently at Xuedu, and after a long moment, he finally spoke. Two people, take him to the hospital. Everyone else, fall back. 647. Someone is missing again? Seeing Bai Letian leave with his men, Xuedu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the surrounding onlookers and waved his hand. Everyone, disperse. Don't just stand around watching. Seeing this, the crowd knew that the matter wouldn't escalate, so they gradually dispersed. As Teng Qing and the others left, their eyes fiercely stared at Su Jiang, likely planning to seek revenge later when they had the chance. You two, get in the car first. Xuedu pointed at the two. Su Jiang and Xie Guli exchanged glances and obediently got into Xuedu's car. After seeing the two get in the car, Xuedu walked a bit further away and pulled out his phone to call Wei Lantian. Hello, Commander Wei. I have something to report. What? Have you chosen your method of death? Wei Lantian's opening words sent a shiver down Xuedu's spine. The commander isn't really planning to kill me, is he? I found Su Jiang. Found him? Yes, just now. Xuedu briefly recounted what had just happened. On the other end of the phone, Wei Lantian looked distressed and couldn't help but pinch his brow. Damn it, if Xuedu hadn't arrived in time, wouldn't Su Jiang have gotten into a fight with Bai Letian's men on the street? It hadn't been long since he lost the person, and such a big incident almost occurred. All right, I understand. Wei Lantian instructed. Keep a close eye on that guy for me. If you lose him again, you can go find a place to hang yourself. You hear me. With that, Wei Lantian hung up the phone. Upon hearing those words, Xuedu's expression was as if he had eaten something foul. He looked at his phone and mumbled. By Jiang. You motherfucker. You said it was just taking care of a new recruit, but you threw such a huge problem at me. You're really not human. Damn, Wei Lantian isn't good either. Xuedu cursed and grumbled. Of course, he didn't dare say these words in front of the two. And he even told me to find a place to hang myself. Just you wait, I'll hang myself right outside your house when the time comes. Xuedu walked back to the car with a surge of resentment. The moment he opened the car door, he froze in place. His brain immediately crashed, because in the car, only Xie Guli was sitting. Where is he? Xuedu almost shrieked. Where did that little bastard run off to again? Xie Guli covered his ears and frowned. Instructor, why are you shouting so loudly? He went to buy grilled cold noodles. After all, he hadn't even had 2 bites of the grilled cold noodles just now before it was gone. If Su Jiang didn't buy another serving to eat, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Upon hearing this, Xuedu felt his blood pressure immediately rise. Just then, his phone rang. It was by Jiang calling. Shuedu immediately had a bad premonition. Sure enough, after he answered the phone, Bai Jiang's first words almost made him collapse. Let Su Jiang answer the phone. I have something to tell him. What's wrong? Didn't you say Su Jiang was found? Shuedu glanced at Xie Guli, then bit the bullet and said, Well, Su Jiang went to buy grilled cold noodles. How about I have him call you back later? The other end of the phone immediately fell silent. After a long while, Bai Jiang slowly said, So, Su Jiang isn't with you right now? That's right. You lost him again? You can't say that. He'll be back in a bit. At this moment, Xie Guli said calmly, That's not certain. He just said he went to buy grilled cold noodles, not that he'd come back as soon as he finished buying them. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Shuedu really felt like crying. My ancestor. I really encountered an ancestor. Bai Jiang sighed deeply. Shuedu. What? What can I say about you? Forget it. You can explain it to Wei Lantian yourself. Bai Jiang hung up the phone. Less than 2 seconds later, Wei Lantian's call came as expected. Shuedu tremblingly answered the phone. Shuedu, if you don't want your brain, then donate it to me, all right? Are you keeping that damn brain of yours to count stars at night? You just found him, and you lost him again. And you still have the nerve to report to me that you found him? What good is finding him? No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Come on, send me your location. I'm bringing people to deal with you right now. Bai Jiang, don't you dare stop me. I have to kill him today. As soon as the call connected, Wei Lantian's angry shouts continuously rang out. His tone of voice was like that of a ruffian. Shuedu's cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead, and he didn't dare to say another word. When Wei Lantian was done cursing, Shuedu finally wailed. Commander, the key is, you didn't tell me that kid was so important. You didn't tell me anything, and now that something's happened, you're scolding me. I'm wrong. If it's really not possible, let me go out and fight. Let Invincible Zhao or Wu Erga take my place. Even if I die outside, I feel like it would be better than this. Upon hearing this, Wei Lantian became even angrier. You're feeling wrong now. I entrusted him to you because I trusted you. I thought you could take good care of him. Now it seems I was truly blind. I'm telling you, Shuedu, you'd better pray that nothing happens to Danyang City because of Su Jiang. Otherwise, I'll be the first to deal with you. With that, Wei Lantian directly hung up the phone, no longer bothering to talk to Shuedu. Looking at the hung-up phone, Shuedu's face immediately fell, feeling a surge of grievance with nowhere to vent. Xie Guli even considerately patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's all right, you'll get used to it. We all went through this. Upon hearing this, Shuedu wanted to cry even more. He looked at Xie Guli with teary eyes. You're still sensible, knowing not to run around randomly. Xie Guli nodded. Of course, I'm not the kind of person who gives you trouble. Mainly, Shangwan Lu was still at the training ground. If he ran off with Su Jiang, Shangwan Lu would settle accounts with him later. At this moment, Shuedu even held a glimmer of hope. He looked up, his eyes filled with hope, at Xie Guli. Do you think he'll come back after buying the grilled cold noodles? No, Xie Guli said decisively. The light in Shuedu's eyes completely vanished. Instructor Shui, I think we should just go back first. Xie Guli patted his shoulder and said, How does that saying go? Some people, after parting, are hard to meet again even in the smallest city. So, I think the probability of you finding Su Jiang is 0. Of course, if you arrange for people to stake out all the grilled cold noodle stalls in Danyang City, there's a slight chance you might find that guy. Provided you can make the grilled cold noodles taste good. Upon hearing this, Shuedu was immediately a bit bewildered. How much does that guy love grilled cold noodles? 648. Xiaojiu, let's be sincere. Munch, munch, munch. Oh, this grilled cold noodles place tastes pretty good, better than the last one. Su Jiang ate his grilled cold noodles all the way, having already left the previous street far behind. To be honest, Su Jiang didn't run away on purpose. He really just intended to buy another serving of grilled cold noodles to make up for the previous one. But while buying the grilled cold noodles, he had a change of heart. Why go back to special training at the training ground? Don't be silly, I have a system. I am the protagonist. I have a background. All buffs are stacked. I don't even need to eat beef anymore. Why go back and be a new recruit? Of course, these were all secondary. The main thing was that Jiang wanted his whereabouts to be more secretive. After all, the Jiang organization had deep penetrations in Donyang City and the border. In such an environment, acting alone was more suitable for Jiang. Tap. Just then, a passerby suddenly bumped into Jiang's shoulder. At the moment of contact, a phone appeared in Jiang's hand. It was as if the person had deliberately slipped it to Jiang. Jiang frowned and looked back at the person. Hey, stop. The person, however, did not stop at all. Instead, he accelerated and ran away. Just as Jiang was about to take a step to chase, the phone vibrated. Someone calling? Jiang stopped, looked at the phone in confusion, hesitated for a moment, then answered the call. Hello. Hello, Jiang. On the other end of the line, a steady yet hoarse voice came through. But Jiang could tell that this was definitely not a real voice. It had been processed. Who are you? Do you need something from me? Heh. To be precise, you are the ones looking for me. The voice said word by word. You can call me Nine Tails. Jiang's pupils constricted slightly. Then the corners of his mouth curved into a small smile. You say you are Nine Tails? How do you prove it? Proof? Does it matter? Of course, otherwise I could also say I am Nine Tails, and I could also establish an organization. As Jiang spoke, he seemed to genuinely become interested. True and false Nine Tails, this idea doesn't seem bad. Nine Tails chuckled softly upon hearing this. Jiang, you are indeed an interesting person. I increasingly want to meet you. Really? Then why not now? Give me an address, and we can talk face to face. I wouldn't dare. What if you kill me? What are you saying? Can't there be some trust between people? Heh. With your reputation, who would dare to trust you? Jiang smiled upon hearing this, then quickly sobered up. He said indifferently, Get to the point. Why are you looking for me? I want to ask you, are you interested in joining us? Join you? Aren't you afraid I'll go in as an undercover agent? Undercover. One more or one less doesn't matter. Nine Tails' voice was calm. In this day and age, who doesn't have a few undercover agents under them? Even if you come in as an undercover agent, I still welcome you to join us. After all, I've also turned quite a few undercover agents. It's just that Wei Lantian and the others don't know. Upon hearing this, Jiang immediately frowned. Only then did he realize that the other party was not simple. Just one sentence reduced the effectiveness of those undercover agents by more than half. Nine Tails' meaning was clear. I know you've placed many undercover agents here. I don't mind, because I've also placed undercover agents with you. Moreover, some of your undercover agents have already been turned by me. Do you believe it or not? Regardless of whether what Nine Tails said was true or false, it would cause Wei Lantian and others to suspect that someone really had been turned, and they wouldn't know who it was. And once suspicion arises, it cannot be eliminated. In this way, should the intelligence feedback from those undercover agents be believed or not? Clever. Jiang sighed. No wonder even Xiang Qingtian finds you troublesome. Indeed, in this day and age, those who play mind games are the hardest to deal with. Nine Tails chuckled upon hearing this. Xiang Qingtian? I also have people around him. His every move is exposed without reservation under my nose. Jiang raised an eyebrow. Really? Of course. Swear it. If you lie, your lower part shrinks 10 centimeters. Nine Tails was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed helplessly. All right. Actually, I was lying to you. I don't have anyone around him. TSK, your methods are really high-end. Jiang felt a bit exhausted and sighed deeply. Can we be more honest? Stop with the schemes? He found that both Nine Tails and Xiang Qingtian had a rather annoying trait. They both loved to speak in half-truths. Especially Xiang Qingtian, always playing guess. How was he any different from Nine Tails? These people, their hearts were too damn dirty. Jiang felt that he, a person with such a pure heart, would be contaminated after prolonged contact with these people. They were all led astray by them. So, what's your choice? Nine Tails asked. You essentially have two choices now. Either stand with Wei Lantian, or come to my side. I can tell you directly, Wei Lantian's side has no chance of winning. You might as well come to Nine Tails and join us in a great endeavor. Jiang was a bit speechless. Were you a pyramid scheme seller? Before, what exactly do you see in me that you insist I join you? The mithril spear is no longer on me, and you're still after me? Nine Tails slowly said. In my eyes, your value far exceeds the North City's secret treasure. You swear. Su Jiang, stop messing around. Yeah, what else can you do besides PUA? Su Jiang said disdainfully. Little Nine, if you're not sincere, it's very hard for me to communicate with you. Nine Tails was silent for a while, then said, regardless, my sincerity in wanting to recruit you is real. Su Jiang, you can take your time to consider it. In 3 days, I will call you again. I hope by then, you can give me an answer, or rather, a stance. The door of Nine Tails will not always be open to you. Beep, beep, beep. Nine Tails hadn't even finished speaking when Su Jiang directly hung up the phone. So much nonsense. Su Jiang looked at the phone and grumbled. And he even gives me 3 days. Does he really think he's important? He blabbered on for ages, didn't even dare to swear, and still has the nerve to shamelessly say he's sincere. If Nine Tails is all like this, they're bound to fail sooner or later. I'd be crazy to join you. With that, Su Jiang directly flung his hand. The phone traced a perfect parabola in the air, and with a clang, it was accurately thrown into the trash can by Su Jiang. 649, assemble manpower. Beep, beep, beep. Inside a dimly lit room, Nine Tails sat on the sofa, listening to the phone's dial tone, slightly stunned. Then, he slowly sighed. Seriously, he hung up before I could even finish speaking. Young people nowadays are truly more impolite than the last. Beside him, One Tail asked curiously, what did he say? Did he refuse? Yes. Nine Tails nodded. This was within expectations, but his reaction, however, was beyond my anticipation. From the current situation, it's highly probable that Seven Tails' identity has been taken by Su Jiang. Nine Tails is dead, and Eight Tails was also caught in Xiang Qingtian's scheme and captured by Jiang and his group, so his fate is likely sealed. Nine Tails shook his head as he spoke, filled with emotion. Our existence has only been exposed for a short time, and we've already suffered such great losses. This has never happened before. One Tail also nodded with a solemn expression upon hearing this. In his memory, the organization had never lost 3 tails at once. Although new tails could be promoted from below, there were still thresholds. For those without capability, they would rather leave the position empty than let a good-for-nothing become a tail. Quality over quantity. This was Nine Tails' principle for employing people. Nine Tails slowly got up and walked to a table. On the table, brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone were neatly arranged, giving off a scholarly aura. Nine Tails reached out and picked up a brush, paused, and then began to write something on the paper. After a short while, Nine Tails put down the brush and motioned for One Tail to come forward. One Tail stood beside Nine Tails, looking at the handwriting on the paper, which clearly listed 5 names. These 5 people are crucial, Nine Tails said softly. Their lives and deaths also concern our lives and deaths. On our path forward, these 5 people are huge obstacles. From now on, we must eliminate them at all costs, understand? One Tail took a deep breath after hearing this. The difficulty is not ordinary at all, because among those 5 names, the first one was none other than Su Jiang, the ruthless man who blew up Nine Tails along with the military district camp. Just dealing with him alone was thorny enough. And the other 4. One Tail's gaze followed downwards. Xiang Qingtian, Bai Jiang, Wei Lantian, and Yanhua. Yanhua. One Tail frowned slightly. Why haven't I heard of this person? Is he some big figure from the border? Not a big figure. Nine Tails shook his head and smiled. On the contrary, he's a young man, just like Su Jiang. Like Su Jiang? Does he also have something special about him? His teacher is Ding Qiming. Nine Tails' plain sentence made One Tail's pupils suddenly constrict. Ding Qiming. That lunatic actually has a student? One Tail was somewhat shocked. Even in the eyes of people like them, Ding Qiming was considered a lunatic. When Ding Qiming first proposed the concept of a panacea in front of the world, everyone thought he was crazy. A person attempting to research a drug that could cure all diseases in the world. He even spent decades doing so, creating something as dangerous as gene liquid. To be honest, he's quite a character. I actually admire him. Nine Tails said with a smile. When he created the gene liquid, I had the idea of letting him join the organization. Unfortunately, he was too stubborn and too honest. To put it bluntly, he was a good guy who couldn't walk with us. One Tail nodded thoughtfully. Then he curiously asked, "Then what threat does his student pose to us?" "This is something I only discovered recently," Nine Tails said with some emotion. "In Kyoto, Zhu Qi and Su Wendong, together, hid Yin Hua, minimizing his presence. Because that person named Yin Hua not only inherited Ding Qiming's legacy, but also accomplished something Ding Qiming never did." Upon hearing this, One Tail was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted after a long while. "Leader, you mean?" "That's right." Nine Tails nodded, his tone grave. "Even I could hardly believe it when I saw the intelligence. A panacea, he actually managed to get a hint of it." Saying that, Nine Tails suddenly laughed. "It's quite funny, really. Decades ago, besides Xiang Qingtian, no one supported Ding Qiming. And today, decades later, almost everyone is protecting his student. Zhu Qi, Su Wendong, Zheng Yi." Nine Tails rattled off several names, his voice tinged with melancholy. "These people have been guarding Kyoto, and in reality, they are all protecting that person named Yin Hua. I think some of them probably want to make up for their debts to Ding Qiming by compensating Yin Hua. These people combined are truly not to be trifled with." Nine Tails paused, then continued, "Ding Qiming is dead, but what he left behind remains. Those things, if they cannot be used by us, must all be destroyed, understand?" One Tail frowned. "But, with those people protecting Yin Hua, if we really make a move, our chances of winning are slim." At this moment, One Tail truly realized the value of the list. The 5 people on the list were just 5 simple names. However, the cost of killing any one of them would be immense. Nine Tails gently tapped the table, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Call back all the Tails and members who are currently undercover abroad. All personnel, concentrate them in China. At the same time, have everyone lurking in Kyoto on standby. When the time is right, act on my command." Nine Tails looked at the names on the paper, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and said word by word, "These 5 people, I want to eliminate at least 3 of them at once." One Tail's body trembled slightly. In a trance, he recalled hearing similar words several years ago. That time, it was also Nine Tails' first full-scale offensive, personally orchestrating the bloody Kyoto incident. Now, several years have passed, and the organization's development is far greater than before. If they truly act, it will likely be even more intense than that time. I'll go prepare immediately and gather all scattered personnel from abroad." One Tail finished speaking, turned, and walked out of the room. After the door gently closed, Nine Tails slowly reached out and caressed the paper on the table, caressing the dried ink on the paper. "Chaos has never been an abyss," Nine Tails whispered. "Chaos is the ladder to all gains. Only the survivors after chaos will be the beneficiaries. And also, the creators of rules." 650. Su Jiang intends to cheat on the list. While Wei Lantian and the others were frantically searching for Su Jiang was standing alone in a deserted alley. He leaned against the wall, munching on a roasted flatbread he had just bought from a street vendor. Su Jiang had eaten a lot along the way. He had bought and tasted every food item with a Danyang City specialty. "Huh." Su Jiang spat, looking at the roasted flatbread with a disgusted expression. "Is this it? And they have the nerve to call this the best roasted flatbread in Danyang City. Even compressed biscuits aren't this bad, are they? Isn't this just taking advantage of honest people?" Looking at the roasted flatbread in his hand, Su Jiang suddenly lost his appetite. "No, next time I have to trick old Xie into tasting it too. I can't be the only one who falls for this." Su Jiang shook his head, then slowly lowered his gaze to the white cat at his feet. Brother Biao was squatting at his feet, gnawing on dried fish. Without a care in the world. Just moments ago, Brother Biao had already made contact with Danyang City's cat society, establishing all the necessary connections. He had grasped all of Danyang City's circumstances clearly and then reported them to Su Jiang. "Hey, dumb cat, want some roasted flatbread?" Su Jiang threw the roasted flatbread in his hand to Brother Biao. "Food shouldn't be wasted. Just finish it for me." Upon hearing this, Brother Biao looked up at the roasted flatbread, then sniffed it with his nose. "Meow. Disgusting. Tisk, can it really be worse than in Rose Rainbow roasted chicken wings?" Su Jiang persuaded him. "You can eat that stuff. So this little bit is nothing to you. If it's really no good, you can give it to the rats in the sewers and establish connections with Donyang City's rat society. Brother Biao was instantly bewildered upon hearing this. Me, a dignified cat, give food to rats? How am I supposed to survive in cat society after that? Brother Biao firmly refused such a cat-losing act. Whatever, just solve it for me. Su Jiang threw down the roasted flatbread and then walked straight out of the alley. He looked around and then softly murmured, "Let me think. Where should I start?" He had only two purposes for coming to the border. First, to make a name for himself and complete the system's ultimate mission. Second, to kill 9 tails, so it wouldn't bother him every day. To complete the mission, I can't just rely on old man Bai and the others. I still need to stir up some trouble myself. As Su Jiang thought of this, he suddenly looked up, setting his sights on the north. That was the other exit of Donyang City. Beyond that gate lay the border. After a brief moment of thought, Su Jiang made a decision. First, I'll climb the ranks and get to number 1. The ranks he referred to were the border's infamous blacklist, which people spoke of. Wu Ergu, Invincible Zhao, and others were all on the blacklist. It was because of this that many people abroad knew their names. To quickly advance, climbing the ranks was undoubtedly the best way. Anyone who has played games knows that no matter the game, the top player on the leaderboard is always the most dazzling presence. And what Su Jiang wanted was not just to be number 1 in Huagua. System, if I gain notoriety using a fake identity, can it be counted towards the progress bar? The moment Su Jiang posed the question, the long-awaited system voice finally sounded. Yes, as long as you finish the mission quickly, anything goes. Hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. What was wrong with the system? These days, even systems were starting to act crazy. However, no matter what, since the system had spoken, there was no problem. A wicked smile appeared on Su Jiang's lips. He slowly pulled out the 7 tails mask from his pocket and chuckled sinisterly. He. Little 9, don't you want your brother to join your GOA organization? Just you wait. Brother will send you a big gift right away. I'll use the identity of 7 tails to get you to the top of the world rankings. From now on, I, 7 tails, will be your GOA's top brother. That's right. Su Jiang had decided to use the identity of 7 tails to climb the ranks. And not just Huagua's ranks. He wanted to climb the ranks of all countries. Anyway, he was wearing a mask, so who cared what country he was from? Thinking of this, Su Jiang decisively took large strides towards the north. To the border, to cause trouble. Wei Lantian and the others would never have imagined that Su Jiang, who had only just arrived in Donyang City, would head straight for the border. Everyone thought that Su Jiang was still in Donyang City, just under a different guise, which was why they couldn't find him. This kept Wei Lantian awake all night, and even Donyang City's armory was under increased security every day, never daring to relax for a moment. Inside Donyang City Hospital, after Ting Qing and the others were sent there, they started shouting and yelling. They were completely different people in front of Bai Letian. Where's the doctor? Hurry up and treat us. Exactly. Didn't you see how seriously injured we are? Do you know who we are? If you delay our treatment and something happens, can you bear the consequences? The faces of the several pampered young masters were swollen like pig heads, yet their voices were louder than each other's. They seemed to be blind, completely ignoring the no loud noises sign on the wall. At this moment, a nurse bravely stepped forward to appease them. Gentlemen, there are many injured people sent from the border today, and most of them are seriously wounded. Our doctors are doing their best to treat them. I see that your injuries are not very serious. Please bear with us for a moment. As soon as a doctor becomes available, we will arrange for your consultation. Please understand and do not speak loudly, as this is a hospital. The nurse patiently tried to reason with them. However, upon hearing this, Tung Qing said in a chilling tone, "Call your director Shui over. I have nothing to say to you." The nurse was startled by his demeanor and couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Shui, Director Shui has very important matters today." "Busy." Tung Qing laughed in anger, enunciating each word. "Fine, he's busy. Let him be busy first. We'll wait." With that, he slowly retreated a few steps, enduring the pain in his arm, and sat back down in the chair. At the same time, he reprimanded the others. "All of you, shut up. Didn't you hear what she said? No loud noises." Seeing this, The others immediately closed their mouths. Then, Ting Qing stared intently at the nurse. Is this acceptable? The nurse swallowed. Thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome. Tung Qing's eyes were incredibly gloomy, but he also knew that causing trouble in the hospital wouldn't do them any good. However, outside the hospital, they had plenty of ways to intimidate these doctors and nurses. Tung Qing stared fixedly at the nurse's face, engraving her features deeply into his mind. He had secretly decided that after returning, he must find an opportunity to teach this young nurse a profound lesson. Just then, a figure slowly walked in and asked the nurse, "Hello, may I ask where Director Shue's office is?" May I ask who you are? I have an appointment to meet him today." Upon hearing this, the nurse immediately nodded. "Oh, it's you. The dean told me that when you arrived, I should take you directly to him. Please follow me." "Thank you." Seeing this scene, an unknown surge of anger rose in Tung Qing's heart. "I can't even see your dean, but you just bring anyone to see him? Why?" So, before the two had walked a few steps, Tung Qing suddenly called out to stop them. "Wait! Stop right there." The nurse was startled by the sudden voice. The person beside her paused, then slowly turned around, looking calmly at Ting Qing. "Are you telling me to stop?" Xiang Qing Tian slowly spoke. 651. Prepare for amputation. "It's you." Tung Qing looked at Xiang Qing Tian, his face filled with anger, and said, "You want to see Director Shui? Don't you even consider your own status? I can't even see him, so why should you be able to?" Beside him, the young nurse was anxious. This gentleman had an appointment with Director Shui in advance. "Don't give me that useless talk," Tung Qing roared. "Does that Shui fellow have time to see others, but no time to see me? Has he forgotten that my father invested a lot of money in this hospital? It was also because his father invested in building the hospital that he had the qualification to come to Danyang City to gain experience. And now, having suffered such humiliation in this hospital, how could he possibly tolerate it?" Just then, Xiang Qingtian's brows slowly furrowed. "Danyang City, does it now accept any trash? That Wei Lantian fellow is truly regressing more and more." These two calm sentences stunned everyone present. Their first reaction was, he actually dared to call Tung Qing trash? Their second reaction, he even dared to curse the commander-in-chief? "Brother Tung, something's not right." A sharp-eyed person jogged forward and whispered in Tung Qing's ear. "Look at his demeanor. He even dares to curse the commander-in-chief. Could he really be some important figure?" Tung Qing heard this and also sensed a hint of something amiss. He had been impulsive just now, but now that he had calmed down, he gradually began to realize. Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from upstairs. Everyone looked up and saw Director Shui rushing down the stairs. Earlier, another nurse, seeing that the situation was not quite right, had called Director Shui early to inform him of what was happening. Upon learning that Xiang Qingtian was in a conflict with someone, Director Shui was so frightened that he immediately rushed out of his office. "Ting Qing, what are you doing?" The moment Director Shui saw Ting Qing, he immediately roared. "How many times have I warned you? This is a hospital. Do you really think that just because your father invested some stinking money, I have to cater to your every whim? If you want treatment, line up honestly. If not, get out. You've been spoiled." Director Shui was about to continue scolding when the young nurse beside him suddenly poked his arm. He turned his head and saw the young nurse pointing at the 6 large characters on the wall. "No loud noises." Director Shui's old face immediately flushed. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. "Yeah, you really haven't changed a bit." Xiang Qingtian looked at Director Shui's appearance and said softly, "Shui Xinran, you're lucky it's me who came today, not Hua Kaiqing. If he knew your hospital was like this, he'd probably smash it up." Shui Xinran heard this and immediately had a premonition of something bad. "That guy also came to Danyang City?" "Yes, he'll probably come to find you in a couple of days." "No, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming?" "What? You still want to put on a show?" Xiang Qingtian smiled, then said, "Let's go. Let's talk in your office. The matter you asked me to handle before, I've already taken care of it." "Really?" Shui Xinran looked surprised. "That's great. Let's go. Let's go. I have good tea there." The two of them just walked upstairs, leaving Tung Qing and his group staring at each other. Tung Qing's eyes were wide, clearly somewhat disbelieving. That Xue Xinran actually dared to scold him like that in public. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Brother Tung, we're not getting treated. Someone said with great backbone. We're not taking this crap here. We're not getting treated. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Ting Qing raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Damn it, you guys don't need treatment. Where did you even get hurt? Each of them looked like a pig's head from being beaten, appearing serious, but they'd be mostly fine in a few days. His arm, however, was directly dislocated. How can I be the same as you guys? Just then, a nurse ran over. Dr. Man is available now for consultation. Do you all still want treatment? The group all looked at Tung Qing, as if only waiting for his command to say no treatment. They would immediately get up and leave. Treat. Definitely treat. When Ting Qing heard the name Man, his eyes immediately lit up. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to get in touch with that ice-cold beauty doctor. Now wasn't this the perfect opportunity? He didn't even need to pretend to be sick, because this time he was genuinely injured. Then come with me. Tung Qing immediately followed behind the nurse, walking towards the department where Man was located. Soon, Tung Qing saw Man sitting in a chair. Damn, this little girl is truly beautiful. Seeing Man again, Tung Qing secretly swore to himself that he would definitely win over this beauty, making all his brothers outside green with envy. Dr. Hua, we meet again. Tung Qing sat in front of Man with a goofy grin and said, Don't you think we're very fated? Man looked up at him and said calmly, I also hope to see you many more times. As soon as these words were spoken, Tung Qing's heart immediately bloomed with joy. See, my charm has indeed conquered this little ice beauty. However, Man's next sentence made Tung Qing smile stiffen. Preferably in the ICU, though the operating room is also fine. I'd be very happy to see you in these two places. Tung Qing's eye twitched slightly. Dr. Hua, you really like to joke, huh? Don't waste time. What's the problem? My arm was dislocated by someone. Only your arm. Man's tone clearly carried a hint of regret. Apparently, she felt that Tung Qing's injuries were not severe enough. Then, her fingers tapped on the keyboard, and she said indifferently, Then prepare for an amputation. Okay, I'll listen to Dr. Hua. Wait, what did you say? Tung Qing shot up to his feet. Amputation? Is it that serious? I remember this kind of thing is usually just reduction and fixation with a cast or something, right? Man nodded. That kind of recovery period is very long, and the efficiency of recovery will also be relatively slow. But that's better than amputation, right? I personally think amputation would be better, but of course, the choice is yours. I definitely won't choose amputation. All right then, Man said with some disappointment. Then I will respect the patient's wishes and put a cast on you. Here, take this slip, go pay the fee, then get an x-ray, and find an orthopedic doctor to reduce and cast it for you. Aren't you going to treat me? Tung Qing looked at Man. Unexpectedly, Man simply turned off her computer. I'm off work. Because of the injured soldiers sent from the border, she had already worked 3 hours of overtime. Now that there was nothing else, she also needed to rest. 652. Doctors are like parents. Inside Xue Xinran's office at Donyang City Hospital, Xiang Qingtian took a sip of tea, then looked at Xue Xinran and asked, Are you getting used to life in Donyang City? What difference does it make whether I get used to it or not? Xue Xinran spread his hands, helplessly saying, I'm just taking it one day at a time. I can't go back to the capital city anyway. I'm content to have a place to stay. After all, this hospital wasn't originally mine. Whenever Huakaiqing wants to come back, I'll return the director's position to him. Xiang Qingtian heard this and shook his head with a smile. That guy probably won't be coming back. It'd be more likely if you handed the hospital over to his apprentice. You mean Man? Forget it. If I hand the hospital over to her, something will go wrong sooner or later. As soon as Xue Xinran brought this up, he started complaining. When you guys first dumped that girl on me, I thought she was quite well behaved. Now it seems you all ganged up to trick me. Xiang Qingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What? Has that little girl given you trouble? More than just trouble. Xue Xinran pointed to a cabinet nearby. See that cabinet? It's full of complaint letters, all complaining about her. Xiang Qingtian glanced at it, his expression unfazed. I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just complaints? He picked up his teacup and said dismissively, compared to those hospitals outside, yours is still pretty good. For a hospital, complaints are normal. At least you haven't had any fundamental problems here. If you don't believe me, go look at those hospitals outside. Compared to their problems, I think you could hang a sign outside your door saying, healing the world. Shui Xinran's mouth twitched slightly at these words. That's true, but can his hospital be compared to other places? This is Danyang City, the entire border fortress. If his hospital dared to have those kinds of problems, someone would come and cut off his head in minutes. Stop talking about that. Since you're in Danyang City, that matter I asked you about. Shui Xinran looked at Xiang Qingtian with hopeful eyes. Xiang Qingtian glanced at him and sighed. Do you know that thing of yours almost caused irreversible consequences? Shui Xinran swallowed hard when he heard this. In no way. If it was truly as he thought, then he would die 10,000 times over, and it wouldn't be enough to atone for those sins. Now you're scared. Xiang Qingtian gave him a sidelong glance, then said, Don't worry, I've found the item for you, and I've had my people watch over it, so there shouldn't be any more accidents. Upon hearing this, Shui Xinran immediately let out a huge sigh of relief, slumping onto the sofa and looking up at the ceiling. He murmured, It's good that it's found. It's good that it's found. Then he asked, By the way, where did you find it? I searched the entire capital city at the time and found no trace. Xiang Qingtian slowly took a sip of tea and uttered two words. Yan'an. Yan'an? How could it be there? The person who stole your device was Wei Liangping of the Wei family. Xiang Qingtian said softly. He stole your device and modified it into an instrument that could cause earthquakes, almost wiping out the entire Yan'an. Wei Liangping. Who the hell is that bastard? Shui Xinran's face changed, and his fists clenched. Damn it. He'd better not let me meet him for the rest of his life, or I'll kill him. Xiang Qingtian smiled and drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. Immediately, he stood up. All right, I came to see you today not only to tell you these things, but mainly to see that little girl Man. It's been several years since I last saw her, and I don't know if she still remembers me. Shui Xinran rolled his eyes. If she wasn't here with me, you probably wouldn't even think to look at me if you passed by, would you? What? Are you half stepping into the coffin? Do you still need someone to visit you every day? Xiang Qingtian said indifferently. Don't curse me. I still want to live for several more decades. The two talked as they left the office, got into the elevator, and prepared to go to Hua Man's department. After a while, the two arrived at Dr. Hua's department, but the door was already closed. What's going on? Shui Xinran was a bit dumbfounded and quickly grabbed a nurse nearby, asking, Where's Dr. Hua? She's off duty, the nurse said matter-of-factly. She left a while ago, Director. Do you need her for something? Off duty? Shui Xinran was startled and quickly checked his watch. TSK, I was so busy I forgot the time. That girl should have been off duty a while ago. Xiang Qingtian let out a long breath. It seems I came at the wrong time. Never mind. Since she's not here, I'll leave first. Xiang Qingtian waved his hand. Hua Kaiqing and the others should be coming in a couple of days. You handle it yourself. With that, he turned and left without any hesitation. Hey you. Shui Xinran was speechless. How could this person be like this? After all, I'm your old friend. Isn't so many years of friendship worth you staying a little longer? Director, who was that just now? The little nurse nearby asked curiously. Is he Dr. Hua's family? Shui Xinran glanced at her, annoyed. Are you idle? Why are you asking so many questions all day? Just then, an incomparably shrill scream suddenly rang out. Ah! Shui Xinran was startled by the sudden scream. What's going on? Oh, a patient came to the orthopedic department. His arm was dislocated by someone, and they're helping him reset it now. The nurse explained, her voice slightly sympathetic. Listening to that scream, it must be quite painful. Upon hearing this, Shui Xinran roughly guessed that the person was Ting Qing. So, he shook his head and sighed with emotion. Doctors have the heart of parents. Hearing them suffer so much, I feel uneasy too. The little nurse looked at Shui Xinran and rolled her eyes. Director, when you say that, can you please wipe the smile off your face? Cough, cough. Is it that obvious? Xue Xinran quickly reined in his smile, then patted the little nurse's shoulder. Work hard, and I'll give you promotions and raises in the future. After casually drawing a small pie, Xue Xinran walked away with his hands behind his back, swaying leisurely. At the same time, outside Danyang City. Damn it, I was too hasty. Not long ago, Jiang, who had just secretly snuck out of Danyang City, stood frozen in place, looking at the dense woods and intersecting mountain paths around him. He only remembered to leave, but forgot to get a map. He was lost. In a panic, Jiang pulled out his phone, opened a certain map app, and prepared to see where he was. No signal. Damn it. What kind of godforsaken place is this? There's not even a signal. Jiang was a bit exasperated and immediately turned around, intending to go back the way he came to get a map first. However, just as he turned, a sharp shout suddenly rang out. Stop right there. Hands on your head and squat down. Not far away, a man in military fatigues was pointing a gun at Jiang, his face full of vigilance. 653. I'm familiar with Zhao Wudi. Who are you? Why are you here? The man aimed his gun at Jiang and shouted again, squat down. Quickly, Jiang slowly turned around, glanced at the other party, and then obediently squatted down with his hands on his head. Don't shoot, I just got lost. Jiang said calmly. I have my ID in my pocket. It can prove my identity. Take it out and throw it to me. The man said sternly. I warn you, don't play tricks with me. If I didn't see that you were a Hua citizen, I would have shot you dead already. Jiang raised his eyebrows upon hearing this and said nothing more, only slowly pulled out his ID and threw it towards the man. The man took a look and whispered, From the North City military region? How did you end up here? Executing a secret mission, no comment, Jiang said indifferently. If you don't believe me, you can ask Bai Jiang. Commander Bai? The man was slightly stunned. The other party actually knew Bai Jiang. Moreover, the face in the photo matched, and this was near Danyang City, so what the other party said should be true. As for the other party saying he was lost, he probably just didn't want him to know too much. After all, Jiang said he was on a secret mission. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe that an idiot would get lost in a place like this. Get up. After clearing the suspicion of his identity, the man's tone changed considerably. I'm sorry, recently there have been many people with suspicious identities near the border, so it's a bit sensitive. My name is Guansheng, and I'm a border patrol soldier. Guansheng introduced himself, picking up Jiang's ID and handing it to him. Jiang took the ID and then said, Patrol? Just you alone? Of course not. Our squad is responsible for this area, patrolling in dispersed groups. I see. Jiang nodded, then asked, So, do you have a map of the border? Guansheng was stunned, then looked at him strangely. Yes, I do. Do you need it? Jiang nodded frantically. What he needed most right now was a map. But, the map is at our base, I don't have it on me. Guansheng hesitated. Should he take the other party back to the base? Although the other party's identity seemed fine, what if he was a spy or something? As if seeing the other party's concerns, Jiang said again. How about this? Do you have a satellite phone with you? My phone has no signal. You know Invincible Zhao, right? Or Wu Ergu. Chiu phone works too. You must know at least one of them, right? Listening to these names, Guansheng's heart pounded nonstop. How could he not know? These people were all famous masters at the border. Especially Invincible Zhao, he was Guansheng's role model. He always fantasized about one day becoming someone like Invincible Zhao, entering an enemy country alone, escaping thousands of miles back to his homeland. Such a legendary story had long spread across the border. If Jiang knew about this, he would probably scoff. Legendary, indeed. If it weren't for me, your role model would have been buried in peace by now. Then he would truly become a legend. Lend me your satellite phone. I'll call Invincible Zhao, and then you should believe me, right? Guansheng immediately got excited when he heard this. Really? You really know Invincible Zhao? Of course, I even saved his life, so I'm his benefactor, Jiang said, patting his chest. This statement startled Guansheng. Goodness, what kind of person is this, that even Invincible Zhao was saved by him? After a slight hesitation, Guansheng took out his satellite phone and handed it to Jiang. Jiang was also not polite, taking the phone and directly calling Invincible Zhao. Under Guansheng's slightly nervous gaze, after about 3 or 4 seconds, the call connected. Hello, who is this? It's me, Su Jiang. Who are you? Su Jiang. Invincible Zhao widened his eyes, then whispered, Brother, where are you now? Wei Lantian has been looking for you like crazy. An old man by is just short of issuing a wanted notice for you. Su Jiang pouted upon hearing this. That exaggerated? I'm not even in Danyang City anymore. You're not in Danyang City? Then where are you? Back in North City. I'm at the border right now. On the other end of the line, Invincible Zhao fell into a deep silence. He felt that if Wei Lantian knew this news, he would probably explode on the spot. That guy Xue Du would also be peeled alive. After a while, Invincible Zhao took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and said calmly, Brother, Su Gu, please control yourself and don't do anything foolish, okay? Just for my sake, all right? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately became displeased. Invincible Zhao, what's wrong with you? I'm at least your lifesaver, right? Is this how you treat your lifesaver? As soon as he heard the words, lifesaver, Invincible Zhao's expression immediately became uncomfortable. So what exactly do you want from me? Just a small matter. I ran into a patrol soldier just now. Can you help me verify my identity? Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but what if something happens later? Wouldn't I become your accomplice? Invincible Zhao said with a bitter face and a pleading tone. I'm begging you, turn back before it's too late. I really don't want to go to a military court. Su Jiang heard this and said indifferently, Invincible Zhao, do you want to be ungrateful? Upon hearing this, Invincible Zhao gritted his teeth, wanting to slap himself twice right then and there. Indeed, in this world, human debts are the hardest to repay, especially Su Jiang's human debt. Then it's settled. I'll help you this one time, and then we're even. Invincible Zhao gritted his teeth and said, From now on, you're not allowed to bring up the life-saving grace with me again. All right, no problem. Su Jiang nodded carelessly, then said, Then I'll give him the phone, you talk to him. Immediately, Su Jiang handed the phone to Guansheng. Guansheng excitedly took the phone. Hello, I'm Guansheng. Hello, I'm Invincible Zhao. Invincible Zhao, over the phone, recited a series of information that could prove he was Invincible Zhao, then said, The person in front of you now has no problem with his identity. You can trust him. Invincible Zhao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to say the words that would tell him to capture Su Jiang. After all, it would be useless to say it. He couldn't catch him anyway. In the end, Wei Lantian would be the one with the headache. He was just a common soldier, knowing nothing. Guansheng chatted a few more sentences with Invincible Zhao, roughly about wanting to learn from Invincible Zhao and become a soldier like him. Subsequently, the phone returned to Su Jiang's hand, and Invincible Zhao spoke directly. Su Jiang, we are even now. Of course. Also, don't let anyone know that I helped you today, otherwise Wei Lantian will kill me. Beep, beep, beep. Before Invincible Zhao could finish speaking, Su Jiang directly hung up the phone. At this moment, Invincible Zhao had no idea what severe consequences his few words, proving Su Jiang's identity, would cause at the border. So much so that later, every time Wei Lantian and Bai Jiang saw Invincible Zhao, they wanted to tear him to pieces alive. 654. I was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. After Invincible Zhao confirmed it, Guansheng's doubts about Su Jiang's identity were completely dispelled. Brother Jiang, I really didn't expect you to have such a relationship with General Zhao. Guansheng looked at Su Jiang and said admiringly, Your skills must be impressive, right? Are you also a special officer? Special? I am not. Su Jiang shook his head. Upon hearing this, Guansheng was slightly disappointed, but he quickly recovered. Indeed, every special officer is an ace existence, and there aren't many of them in total. How could he easily encounter one? Although this person named Su Jiang was not a special officer, his strength must not be bad. Guansheng thought to himself and said, Brother Su Jiang, I can take you back to the base to get the map, but I have to complete my patrol mission first. Su Jiang nodded. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. I'll just stroll around with you. He was idle anyway. Since things had developed to this point, there was no need to return to Danyang City. So, Su Jiang casually strolled along with Guansheng, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. Along the way, the two chatted for a bit, and Su Jiang learned a lot of information. The so-called border has 2 outposts in total. The inner outpost is Guansheng's base. The outer outpost is even further away. Within these 2 outposts, it is relatively safer. But once you leave the outpost's protected area, you truly step into the battlefield. Combat teams from various countries, as well as temporarily established operational bases, would appear in various places along the border. Invasion and anti-invasion were constantly being staged within the scope covered by the border. Brother Su Jiang, is this your first time at the border? Yes, my first time. Then you are alone, without a team? No, just me. How impressive. Guansheng praised without hesitation. As far as I know, only those ace special officers have the strength to wander the border alone. As far as I know, anyone else who wants to leave the outpost area must at least be part of a team of 10 or more and have passed the review. Is that so? Then I'm really impressive. Su Jiang also praised himself. If someone like Invincible Zhao could come alone, why couldn't I? It wasn't until dusk that Guansheng's patrol mission was completed, and he met up with the rest of his team. Guansheng, who is this person? This is Officer Su, who is here to carry out a classified mission at the border. Guansheng introduced Su Jiang to the others. In his opinion, Su Jiang's position was at least at the commander level. So, introducing him this way was fine. Little did he know, Su Jiang was just a rookie who had just arrived in Donyang City, a complete private. After explaining Su Jiang's situation, their gazes towards Su Jiang became friendlier. You need a map? That's no big deal. Come on, let's go to our base and sit down. Exactly. Officer Su, if you're not busy, why don't you stay at our base for the night? Tomorrow, Guansheng has a day off, so he can take you to the outer outpost. That outer outpost is quite far from here. It would take a long time to walk without transportation. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, his heart stirring. If it was truly as they said, he might have to stay another night. Because he couldn't drive. No, that's not right. To be precise, Su Jiang could drive. He just couldn't park. Most of his parking methods involved the car meeting its demise with something. It was quite hard on cars. All right then, I'll be imposing on you, Su Jiang said, a little embarrassed. The others chuckled, indicating they didn't mind. For them, doing the same work every day was inevitably a bit tedious and boring. It was nice to have a new person to chat with. As dusk fell, the group arrived at Guansheng's base, which was the inner outpost, as night approached. Old Jiang, go turn on the searchlight. Xiao Su, make up the bed and clear a spot for Officer Su. Guansheng, check if anything is missing from the base. As soon as they returned to the base, Captain Gao began directing everyone to do their routine daily tasks. Then, Captain Gao walked to a storage cabinet, opened it, and rummaged through it. Let me see where it was. Ah, here it is. He pulled out a roll of blueprints, slightly covered in dust, clearly not having been used for a long time. Here, Officer Su, this is the map you wanted. Captain Gao smiled and said, we don't use this much. If you need it, just take it. We'll just register it. Su Jiang took the map and examined it carefully. A few seconds later, Su Jiang closed the map and handed it back to Captain Gao. No need. I've already memorized it. Emia memorized it. Captain Gao's eyes widened when he heard this. Officer Su, are you kidding me? You only looked at it twice, and you've memorized everything? Su Jiang smiled and said, my memory is quite good. I once scored first in the college entrance examination. Captain Gao, hearing this, was a bit skeptical, so he took out the map and tested Su Jiang. Unexpectedly, Su Jiang answered perfectly, even able to state the latitude and longitude without a single error. That's outrageous. Can someone really achieve photographic memory? Captain Gao even suspected that Su Jiang had perhaps memorized this map before. But when Su Jiang recited the handwriting they had personally annotated on it, Captain Gao was completely convinced. Officer Su, you've really opened old Gao's eyes, Captain Gao said with admiration. Su Jiang waved his hand slightly, humbly saying, it's just talent, just talent. He wasn't lying. This photographic memory truly had nothing to do with the system. He really had this talent. Otherwise, how do you think he got first in the college entrance examination before binding the system? Did you really think he was an ordinary person? Face reality, you cattle and horses. It's very difficult for ordinary people to get ahead. Just pay your rent and social security obediently, and be content if you can have one meal of braised chicken and rice every day. Officer Sue, the bed has been made up. The environment is a bit simple, so please make do tonight. It's fine. I'm not some pampered person. As long as there's a place to sleep, it's good. Jiang waved his hand, then casually took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. Seeing this, the others also felt much more at ease, so they all got into bed and started telling Jiang their stories. It was rare to have a new person to talk to. These people were chattering away, their mouths never stopping. It was clear that their days here were truly boring. Every now and then, they would take turns watching the searchlight all night long. Jiang was also very friendly, able to chat with them about anything. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden, urgent alarm sounded. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone's conversation instantly ceased. Captain Gao and Guansheng suddenly sat up from their beds. This is the communicator's alarm. It's a notification from other outposts. Intruders detected. 655. Welcome. Captain Gao immediately leaped from his bed, swiftly grabbing the communicator from the table. This is Outpost 134. We've detected a large number of intruders requesting support. Outpost 128 has also detected intruders requesting support. Outpost 156 has also encountered intruders. Outpost 89. Listening to the constant ringing of the communicator, Guansheng and the others' expressions turned extremely grim. So many outposts were invaded at the same time. Captain, Guansheng pointed into the distance and suddenly shouted, "Our side too." The others quickly looked in the direction Guansheng was pointing. Under the searchlight, several fully armed figures were slowly moving towards them. Before they could get a clear look, gunshots suddenly rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were fired, extinguishing the searchlight, and Guansheng and the others' vision plunged into darkness. Damn it, the enemy came prepared. Everyone, be on alert, prepare for battle. Captain Gao roared. At this moment, they had no time to worry about other outposts. This was clearly a large-scale invasion, and although they didn't know the enemy's identity, there was only one thing they needed to do right now. Hold the outpost and prevent any intruder from passing. Don't attack rashly, focus on defense. Hold until support from Danyang City arrives. Whoosh. Before Captain Gao could finish speaking, a figure flashed past him, too fast for him to see clearly. Only a gust of wind brushed past his ear, ruffling his hair. "Nice knife, let me borrow it for a bit." These words echoed in Captain Gao's ear, making him instinctively reach for his waist. His military scimitar was gone. Officer Sue. Officer Sue. Captain Gao finally recognized the person as Jiang and quickly shouted, "Don't take risks. There are a lot of enemies, you alone. I alone am enough." Jiang stood on the high platform, interrupting him, then turned back to look at everyone with a smile. "Don't worry, they're just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp." With that, he moved lightly and leaped down from the outpost. Someone jumped down. "Attack! Attack! Everyone else, advance!" The intruders saw someone leap from the outpost and shouted in a foreign language. Immediately after, gunshots rang out continuously, concentrating fire on Jiang. Soon, in their line of sight, Jiang's figure fell below the outpost. Seeing this, the intruders chuckled. This guy is really interesting, actually choosing to jump down and commit suicide. Are all Hua people like this? In their words, is this called being timid and afraid of trouble? Dennis, you've actually studied Hua language? Of course. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. The invader named Dennis spoke in broken Hua language, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Immediately after, a military scimitar appeared at his neck. "Foreigners." Jiang's voice was like that of a Yama king from hell, utterly chilling. "Welcome to the Hua border." Slice. The scimitar sliced across his neck, blooming a dazzling splash of blood. Dennis's eyes widened. He clutched his neck, unwilling to believe that he had been killed just like that. He hadn't even seen the person's face clearly. "Dennis! Dennis! What happened, Dennis? Respond." Voices kept calling him through Dennis's earpiece, until Jiang took off the blood-stained earpiece and looked at it with some disdain. Then, he whispered into the earpiece. Everyone, although our time zones are different, isn't it a bit impolite to knock on the door in the middle of the night? But since you're here, don't leave. Hospitable Hua welcomes everyone. Whoosh. After speaking, Su Jiang casually tossed the earpiece aside and went to kill the next intruder. Damn it. Things are not good. Everyone, be on alert. Kill that demon. He shouldn't have a gun. Dennis died, and no gunshots were heard. Damn it, he's here with me. Someone screamed because he saw Su Jiang, like a god of slaughter, charging towards him. Then, a silver flash and a wound identical to Dennis's appeared on his neck. Immediately after, the second, the third. People kept falling, and shouts and cries for help came through the earpieces. Damn it, how does he find us so precisely? It was in the dark night, and even with night vision goggles, their vision was more or less affected. But that demon, as if he had countless eyes in the dark, watched their every move. At this moment, they had long given up the idea of breaking through the outpost. The opponent had a cheat. How the hell were they supposed to play? Retreat. Everyone retreat. When they realized that 80% of their people were unreachable, the leader finally gave the order to retreat. Encountering such a demon, he admitted defeat. They retreated, but Su Jiang did not give up the chase. Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. At this moment, Su Jiang was like a villain, wantonly chasing the fleeing individuals. Guan Sheng and the others were stunned. Although the searchlight was off, they, being on top of the outpost, could roughly see some of what was happening. Those fully armed intruders were like little chicks in front of Su Jiang, completely defenseless. Is this really not our special grade? Guan Sheng swallowed, muttering. Even Commander Invincible Zhao couldn't achieve such a battle record, could he? Captain Gao stood beside him, equally shocked. Such skill. Could it be that Officer Su is a person of that level? Hearing this, the others cast puzzled glances at Captain Gao. Guan Sheng was the first to ask, but Officer Su personally told me he isn't special grade. Captain Gao took a deep breath and whispered, You might not know, but our Hua military has 2 people above the special grade commanders. Those 2 people, in terms of combat power and overall strength, are both above special grade. I also heard from an old senior that those 2 people are called the Ace special grades of Hua, and not many people know their true identities. Ace special grades. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes full of shock. Such existences actually existed? Could it be? Officer Su is one of those 2. Captain Gao shook his head. Regardless, let's do what we're supposed to do and not make wild guesses. If it weren't for Officer Su this time, I'm afraid our outpost would have also. Captain Gao did not finish his sentence, but the others understood clearly. Given the enemy's numbers and combat power, they alone could not have held it. 656. I don't need proof. In Danyang City, Wei Lantian's office. Commander-in-Chief, we've received news from the border outposts. At least half of them have been attacked by intruders. Support has already been dispatched, but some outposts might not hold out. Wei Lantian sat at his desk, his brows slightly furrowed. According to the incoming reports, most of the intruders were foreigners, and they were well-trained. Clearly, this was a large-scale, premeditated invasion. What bothered Wei Lantian even more were the people behind these intruders. It definitely wasn't dispatched by those countries. At this time, they had no reason to launch such an attack. Moreover, Wei Lantian didn't believe those countries could cooperate so quickly and act in unison. If that were the case, there was only one organization capable of controlling so many soldiers at once, including people from various countries. Nine Tails. Damn it. Are they trying to gather everyone in China? Wei Lantian cursed inwardly. What exactly does that bastard Nine Tails want to do in China? After taking a deep breath, he looked up at the man in front of him. Wang Shuang, notify the teams at the border. Anyone near an outpost, go support them immediately. Those not near an outpost, go attack other people's outposts. Whichever country you're close to, attack that country's outpost. Also, notify the special grades still at the border to get out there and be active for a while. Finally, send notices to all countries. Wei Lantian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said word by word. Tell them to give us, China, an explanation for this operation. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuang hesitated slightly and said, but I don't think they necessarily did this. Nonsense, do you think I don't know who did it? Wei Lantian glared at him, then said in a deep voice, even if they didn't do it, we'll act as if they did. Collect all the bodies of the intruders killed, every single one, package them up and send them back to their countries. Get the word out. If anyone doesn't give China an explanation, we'll fight them to the death. That's our temper. If you provoke me, I'll fight you to the death. Even if others benefit, I don't care. I'll fight them to the death. If anyone isn't a coward, let's go. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuang's mouth twitched slightly. Ever since Wei Lantian took over as commander-in-chief, their way of doing things had become more and more like ruffians. But given the current international situation, his approach had actually gained them considerable benefits. The aggressive fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't value their lives. China was the one who didn't value its life. You provoke me? Fine, I'll fight you to the death. What? You don't want to fight me to the death? Then apologize. Now. Immediately. Apologize with sincerity. As a result, many countries were now unwilling to provoke China. Unless they truly formed a united front and agreed to oppose China, they would not be the first to cause trouble. Shortly after Wang Shuang left, Wei Lantian's door was knocked on again. Enter. Wei Lantian finished speaking and looked up at the newcomer. What are you doing here? Your approach this time is a bit radical, the man said slowly. Huh, are you telling me how to do my job? Wei Lantian looked at the man with an unfriendly gaze and said, Xiang Wenwen, you are on the same level as Bai Jiang, not me. Bai Jiang is old, so I humor him, but on some things. You, Xiang Wenwen, are different. I won't indulge you. After hearing this, Xiang Wenwen took a deep breath, then sat on the sofa, staring intently at Wei Lantian. You still suspect me? Yes. Wei Lantian said without hesitation. It's not just you. In this Danyang city, I trust no more than 5 people. Xiang Wenwen's gaze darkened slightly upon hearing this. Do you really think I could be Nine Tails? Aren't you? I'm not. How do you prove it? Then how do you prove I am? I don't need to prove it. Wei Lantian stared at him, saying word by word. My rank is higher than yours, so you need to prove it. I don't. Understand. Xiang Wenwen looked at him, speechless. The atmosphere instantly solidified. After a long while, Xiang Wenwen spoke again. Then can I also suspect that you are Nine Tails? Of course, but I still say the same thing. Wei Lantian said emphatically, show me the evidence. Xiang Wenwen clenched his fists and abruptly stood up. He stared at Wei Lantian, saying word by word. I truly don't know whether it's China's fortune or misfortune to have you as commander-in-chief. With that, he decisively turned and left, unwilling to stay any longer. Wei Lantian snorted coldly and gave Xiang Wenwen's retreating back a middle finger. The position of commander-in-chief was originally meant for Xiang Wenwen, but no one expected Wei Lantian to suddenly emerge and take it. Therefore, Xiang Wenwen harbored some resentment towards Wei Lantian deep down. But more than that, he disagreed with Wei Lantian's methods. Meanwhile, at the outpost, Su Jiang had completely gone berserk. Everyone he hunted down shouted the same thing before dying. Demon. He's a demon. By the time Su Jiang hunted down the last person, that person saw Su Jiang's figure and was so terrified that he collapsed on the spot, unable to even hold his gun steady. Under the moonlight, Su Jiang's face, covered by a blood-stained seven-tails mask, felt increasingly eerie. This mask. The man looked at the mask on Su Jiang's face and suddenly shouted excitedly, "One of us! We're one of us!" He frantically pulled off his clothes, revealing a Jiuwei organization tattoo on his chest. Su Jiang looked at the design, his eyes showing no fluctuation. He had already guessed that these people were most likely the work of Nine Tails, so he deliberately wore the mask to see their reaction. Just as he expected, even these foreigners, if they were members of Nine Tails, recognized this mask. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Seeing that Su Jiang didn't make a move, the man excitedly said, "We came here after receiving a mission. We're all one of us." "What gibberish are you saying?" Su Jiang said faintly. "Who's one of us with you?" With that, he slowly raised the curved blade in his hand and swung it towards the man's neck. Swish! The curved blade sliced across the neck, and the man's expression remained one of bewilderment. "Why? Are you still killing me?" Aren't you one of us? Immediately, he fell straight to the ground, blood continuously flowing from his neck, watering the grass beneath Su Jiang's feet. Su Jiang slowly removed his mask, frowning slightly. Looks like I won't be sleeping tonight. Might as well just fight my way out. 6:57. Check-in at the Chinese border. At the same time, border outposts in various countries. Damn it, it's those Huagua people. What are they going crazy about again? They have no reason to attack us at a time like this, do they? Stop them quick. Facing the sudden attack from the Huagua people, all countries were utterly bewildered. What's going on? Why are you hitting me? So, the leaders of various countries contacted Wei Lantian as soon as they received the news. Commander of Huagua, what is the meaning of this? Exactly. Are you declaring war on all of our countries? You must give us an explanation. Facing multiple interrogations, Wei Lantian took a deep breath, then his face filled with anger. What do I mean? I still want to ask what you mean. You show me this first before you speak. Immediately after, he sent several video clips to the other party, which clearly showed scenes of the Huagua border fighting against invaders. The high-ranking officials of various countries frowned upon seeing this scene. Wei Lantian sneered, I haven't even gone looking for trouble with you, and you're already playing the victim? According to the information our combat personnel have, the invaders who suddenly attacked my Huagua came from your various countries. What do you mean? You've united? Reached cooperation to attack my Huagua. Facing Wei Lantian's aggressive questioning, the attitudes of the high-ranking officials of various countries were completely different from just now. Commander of Huagua, please calm down first. Calm down your grandma. Wei Lantian roared, and directly said, one word, fight or not. If we fight, then let's start the war tonight, and everyone will fight to the death. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt a headache. In this situation, how could they possibly fight? They had only come to demand accountability. How did it escalate into a decisive battle? At this moment, Carlyle, a high-ranking official from the United States, spoke. Something is not right about this. I think it's most important to first investigate the identity of these invaders. Investigate identities? Wei Lantian sneered. More than half of those invaders are from your United States. Carlyle, even if you want to clear your name, you should find a better reason, shouldn't you? Carlyle snorted upon hearing this. I said, this matter has nothing to do with us. Then the people currently attacking your borders also have nothing to do with my Huagua, Wei Lantian said, spreading his hands. Isn't it just playing dirty? As if anyone couldn't do it. Just when everyone thought Carlyle would confront Wei Lantian to the end, a scene that they couldn't believe appeared. Carlyle took a deep breath and said word by word, I understand. I will give Huagua an explanation for this matter. Carlyle actually backed down? Although he spoke very subtly, this was the first time everyone had seen Carlyle in such a posture. Wei Lantian was also somewhat surprised. As his arch-rival, he knew Carlyle's personality all too well. Something is not right, very not right. It can't really be that old fellow, can it? Wei Lantian mumbled internally. Could it be that I wronged Nine Tails, and it was really planned by the United States? Or did that old fellow take the wrong medicine today? But no matter what, since even the U.S. representative had said such words, the other countries no longer argued and all expressed that they would give Huagua an explanation. After the communication ended, Wang Shuang knocked on the door and entered Wei Lantian's office. Commander, according to the information we currently have, many outposts couldn't hold out and have been breached. Wei Lantian nodded. This was within his expectations. With such a large-scale assault, it was impossible to stop all of them. Also, there's another piece of news. What? Wang Shuang said with a somewhat unnatural expression. We just received intelligence that one outpost completely annihilated the invaders. Oh, Wei Lantian raised an eyebrow. That's good news. So why do you have that expression? According to the message from that outpost, to be precise, one person took action and wiped out all the invaders. One person? Could it be one of our special grade? It would make sense for them to act. Wang Shuang looked at Wei Lantian's calm demeanor, sighed, and directly said, the person who acted was Su Jiang. Su, what the heck? Wei Lantian's expression suddenly froze. He widened his eyes and shrieked. Why is that guy there? Didn't he just come to Donyang City yesterday? How did he end up at a border outpost? Wang Shuang reached out and wiped the saliva from his face, looking speechless. You're asking me this? If you, the boss of Danyang City, don't know, how the hell would I know? Wei Lantian recovered, forced himself to calm down, and then said, quickly inform the people at that outpost to make sure they keep Su Jiang and send him back to Danyang City. It might already be too late, Wang Shuang said with a hint of sympathy. By the time we got the news, Su Jiang had already left the outpost. Where did he go? He should be wandering the border alone. Wei Lantian's face was filled with extreme pain after hearing this sentence. What exactly does he want to do? Wang Shuang glanced at him. You brought the person here, and you're asking me? Woo! In the dark night, an off-road vehicle sped down the road. Guansheng was driving in the driver's seat, while Su Jiang was enjoying the wind blowing past his ears, looking like a strong person in solitude. Leaving his hometown, venturing deep into the border alone, protecting his country, making a name for himself. This is the kind of plot a protagonist should have. Thinking of this, Su Jiang took out the satellite phone he had just acquired and took a picture of the boundless wilderness. Then he took a selfie and posted both to his moments. Caption: successfully checked in at Huagua Border Scenic Area. As soon as the moment's post was published, it quickly attracted the attention of many people. An Rou? An Rou, say that again. Where are you? Hong Jiayu, my son is so handsome. And Mingjia liked it. Huaqing liked it. Su Jiang hadn't even finished reading the comments when An Rou called him. Oh no, I got too carried away and forgot about my wife. I'm doomed. Su Jiang immediately realized something was wrong. After hesitating for a few seconds, he answered the phone. Before An Rou could even speak, Su Jiang cried. An Rou, you don't know, that old man surnamed Bai sent me to the border without a word. I said I wanted to say goodbye to you, but he wouldn't let me, and kept giving me empty promises. I was momentarily possessed and fell for that old man's trick. Woo-woo. An Rou, you won't blame me, will you? At the same time, Bai Jiang, who was in Danyang City, kept sneezing at home. 6:58, just harassing calls. Hearing Su Jiang's words, full of grievances, An Rou on the other end of the phone snorted coldly. Heh, trying to play the victim with me, huh? Do you take me for a big fool? Su Jiang, I'm very disappointed in you. Hearing An Rou's words, Su Jiang's heart tightened, and he quickly said, don't be like that. An Rou, I really was wrong. How about I bring you some border specialties back? Enough, Su Jiang. It's too late to salvage the situation. An Rou, don't be angry. I swear this is the last time. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say. Good, you said it. An Rou's tone suddenly changed, and she said with a playful laugh, I'm recording this, okay? You said it. From now on, you'll listen to everything I say. Hearing this, Su Jiang's pupils constricted, and he immediately felt that something was amiss. Damn it, I fell for it. I forgot this girl isn't someone to be trifled with. Immediately, Su Jiang said with a fake smile, An Rou, I'm using a military satellite phone. Unauthorized recording is a violation. Is that so? An Rou said innocently, but I didn't know. I'm using a normal phone. If there's really a violation, they should be investigating you, right? An Rou, you weren't like this before. Su Jiang sighed. You used to be very lenient with me. You've changed. Am I not lenient with you? An Rou said with a clear voice. It must be your imagination. I'm the most lenient with you. All right, my brother wants me to go out with him. You can slowly enjoy yourself at the border. With that, An Rou directly hung up the phone. Su Jiang looked at his phone helplessly, a hint of worry in his brows. It's better not to go back for a while. An Rou is probably still angry right now. I've got it. Su Jiang came up with an idea. When I go back to Danyang City, I'll make myself covered in injuries, just like Invincible Zhao, half dead. Then, when An Rou sees me like this, she won't be angry with me, and she'll feel sorry for me. Tisk, I'm a genius. Guansheng glanced at Su Jiang, looking at the silly smile on his face, and mumbled to himself. Brother Su Jiang. I always feel like he's a bit silly sometimes, not like a normal person. Brother Su Jiang, in 10 more minutes, we'll reach the outer outpost. Once you're out of there, you won't be in our Huagua territory anymore. I can only take you that far. Be extra careful from now on. Su Jiang nodded and smiled. Thanks, you've helped me a lot. This was true. If he hadn't met Guansheng, Su Jiang would probably still be lost right now. Brother Su Jiang, You're being too polite. You're the one who helped us, Guansheng said gratefully. If it weren't for you, we might have been in serious trouble tonight. Immediately after, his expression suddenly became dejected. If only I had half of your skill, my grandfather wouldn't have. His voice gradually faded, finally stopping abruptly. Su Jiang could see a hint of regret in Guansheng's eyes. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere in the car suddenly became silent. Soon, the vehicle gradually stopped. Not far away was the outer outpost. Brother Su Jiang, I'll drop you off here. Take care, Guansheng said. Su Jiang nodded and opened the car door, but didn't get out immediately. Under Guansheng's slightly puzzled gaze, Su Jiang patted his shoulder and slowly said, I've met General Guan. He's a very good elder, and also a very responsible officer. I can't judge the right or wrong of what he did for those who were implicated. However, those who benefited from him have no standing to criticize his helplessness at the time. Hearing these words, Guansheng's eyes widened in shock, and he asked with trembling lips, Brother Su Jiang, you know my grandfather? Of course, I'm from the North City military region, Su Jiang said with a smile. When Su Jiang learned Guansheng's name, he knew that the other party was Guan Wenlin's grandson. As early as when he was in North City, Su Jingda had mentioned to Su Jiang that if he had the chance at the border, he should take good care of Guansheng. Live well, otherwise my old man will blame me for not taking good care of his friend's descendant. Su Jiang smiled and waved, then got out of the car, closing the door with a bang. In Guansheng's line of sight, Su Jiang walked step by step towards the outpost. The searchlight shone on him, and someone loudly questioned, Who are you? Show your identification. Swish. Su Jiang casually flicked his identification into the person's hand. The person at the outpost saw Su Jiang's identification and his pupils slightly constricted. Captain, it's the person old Bai mentioned. He quickly handed the identification to his captain. After the captain took the identification, he looked at Su Jiang. Are you sure you want to go out? Su Jiang didn't stop and answered as he walked. Of course, I came here to go out. Do you know what it means to cross this outpost alone? Isn't it just facing elite combat teams from various countries alone? I know. Su Jiang smiled, then continued, You should worry about them more. The captain stared at Su Jiang, and after a long moment, he threw the identification back to Su Jiang. Commander Bai told us that if you arrive at the outer outpost, we are not to obstruct you. After speaking, the captain shouted, Let him pass. Seeing this, Su Jiang waved at him. Thanks. You're welcome. The person then asked, Commander Bai also asked me to ask one more question. He really wants to know, how far can you go once you leave? Su Jiang was stunned when he heard this, and after a slight pause, he replied, Tell that old man, I only have one goal, and that is to make a name for myself. On a certain street in Danyang City, An Rou and Mingjia were strolling, with a white cat following not far behind them. Brother, where are we going? To buy something for Mom. And Mingjia's tone was a bit helpless. She got excited as soon as she heard we were in Danyang City. She said there's an incense shop here, run by her friend, and she wants us to say hello and buy some incense for her to send back. Mom has friends here too? And Rou was slightly surprised. Just then, and Mingjia's phone rang. It was in Xingchang calling. And Mingjia frowned slightly and answered the phone. Hello. Son, I heard from your mom that you're in Danyang City now. Help me buy 2 packs of cigarettes, the specialty cigarettes from Danyang City. I've been looking for them for a long time through someone and couldn't find them. Help your dad. Beep, beep, beep. And Xingchang hadn't finished speaking when Mingjia hung up the phone. And Rou blinked and asked, Whose call was that? Nothing, just a spam call. And Mingjia said with a calm expression, 6:59. I agreed on my brother's behalf. The battle at the border outpost didn't seem to have much impact on the people in Danyang City. Only a few people noticed that many soldiers were getting into military vehicles and heading out of Danyang City in batches. Most people continued to live their lives as usual. The noodle shop still gave off the steaming heat of fresh soup, and the vendors on the food street were still hawking their business as usual. And Mingjia took An Rou for a stroll on the streets of Danyang City, and soon they arrived at the aromatherapy shop Zhu Rushua had mentioned. Hello, are you looking to buy aromatherapy? The female shop assistant at the counter greeted them warmly when she saw them enter the shop. At the same time, she was secretly surprised when she saw the two of them. Most of the people in Danyang City were rough men, and the appearance of these two people brightened her eyes. They could be described as a feast for the eyes. She also concluded that these two were definitely not locals of Danyang City. "Hello," and Mingjia politely said, "I'm looking for your boss, Boss Zhai." "Looking for Boss Zhai?" The female shop assistant was stunned for a moment, then said, "Boss Zhai is resting upstairs. Please wait a moment." Normally, if someone came looking for Boss Zhai at this time, she would usually just say Boss Zhai wasn't around and send them away, unless Boss Zhai had given instructions beforehand. Although Boss Zhai hadn't mentioned anyone coming to visit today, the female shop assistant felt that the two people in front of her shouldn't be bad people. The key was that the man in front of her was really handsome. While the female shop assistant went upstairs to call Boss Zhai, An Rou began to browse around the aromatherapy shop. "I heard that this is the only aromatherapy shop in Danyang City, so most of the girls in Danyang City have visited this shop." And Mingjia said with a smile, "Go ahead and pick something. I'll buy you whatever you like." And Rou thought about it carefully and realized that the house really did need some aromatherapy. He and Su Jiang were often not home, and the house was filled with the smell of white cat, Fugaway. Soon, footsteps came from the stairs, and a graceful woman followed behind the female shop assistant. She looked like a well-bred young lady. She was the owner of this aromatherapy shop, Zhai Lian. After Zhai Lian came downstairs, her gaze immediately fixed on An Mingjia. "You are?" "Hello, Auntie Zhai, I'm An Mingjia." And Mingjia said with a smile, "My mother asked me to come and say hello to you." And Mingjia, Zhai Lian murmured the name softly. After a while, she said with a surprised look, "I remember now, you're Rushue's son." She then looked at An Rou beside him. "You're An Rou, aren't you? I even held you when you were little. I really didn't expect you to grow up so beautiful now." And Rou's cheeks flushed slightly, and she politely called out, "Hello, Auntie Zhai." As for being held when she was little, she really didn't remember. It seemed every elder had said that, and then added, "You were still young then, you definitely don't remember." "Isn't that obvious? When you held me, I didn't even know who I was. So how could I remember who you were? How did you two siblings end up here? Come, let's go upstairs and talk. I'm really so surprised." It was clear that Zhai Lian was very happy. She directly pulled the two of them upstairs and then instructed the female shop assistant to watch the shop. Once upstairs, Zhai Lian made tea for the two of them and then excitedly began to chat about family matters. This included some recent updates on Zhu Rushue and the situation of the two siblings, and so on. Speaking of which, it was Rushue who lent me some money back then, which allowed me to take over this shop. Zhai Lian said with a face full of memories. "She asked me to go back to Jiangdu with her several times, but I felt it was too far, and I didn't want to leave Danyang City. Before I knew it, I probably haven't contacted her for several years." Immediately after, she looked at the two of them again. "In the blink of an eye, you two children have grown so big. That's wonderful. But why did you two come to Danyang City?" Facing Zhai Lian's confusion, and Mingjia said, "I came to Danyang City to handle some matters. And Rou came with my brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Zhai Lian was stunned when she heard this word, then looked at An Rou in shock. "An Rou, you're married?" An Rou blushed and nodded. At this, the flame of gossip in Zhai Lian's eyes burned fiercely. "Do you have a picture? What's his family background like? He's not from Danyang City, is he? Is he still in the military? What does Zhu Rushue think of him?" A series of questions left An Rou dumbfounded, unsure of which question to answer first. An Rou immediately looked at An Mingjia for help, and Mingjia just smiled, then picked up his teacup and took a sip, completely ignoring An Rou's plea for help. Unexpectedly, Zhai Lian suddenly asked An Mingjia, "Your sister is married, so you're not still single, are you?" Uft. Cough, cough, cough. And Mingjia choked on a big mouthful of tea due to this sudden sharp question. "Well, Auntie Zhai, cough, cough. I'm not in a hurry yet." And Mingjia waved his hand while wiping his mouth with a tissue. As soon as Zhai Lian heard this, she immediately said, "What's this about being in a hurry or not? You should date when you should. Auntie Zhai happens to know a girl. How about I introduce her to you? You two are about the same age. That girl works at the hospital in Danyang City. How about I arrange for you two to meet sometime?" And Mingjia heard this and was about to refuse, but An Rou spoke first. "Auntie Zhai, What you said is so true. I've advised my brother many times, but he just doesn't want to date. Seeing him so lonely every day, even I, as his sister, am starting to worry. It's perfect. I also trust the person An Rou recommends, so why don't you give it a try, big brother? An Rou blinked her big eyes, staring straight at An Mingjia, her words full of concern for him. However, inwardly she was thinking viciously. Humph, you ignored my plea for help just now. Now let's see what you do. And Mingjia felt a bitter taste at An Rou's adding insult to injury. This girl really doesn't hold grudges overnight. Jiang clapped her hands as soon as she heard An Rou's words. Then it's settled. I'll make an appointment for you two later, and you can meet. No, Auntie Jai, And Mingjia was about to speak, but An Rou interrupted him again. Then thank you, Auntie Jai. I accept on behalf of my brother. Just tell me the time, Auntie Jai, and I promise to bring my brother. An Rou said with a beaming smile, her words full of gratitude towards Jiang. She was clearly portraying herself as a good sister concerned about her brother's lifelong happiness. And Mingjia looked at An Rou helplessly. He knew that An Rou's little devilish side had been activated again. 660. Everything has its limits. Seeing the blind date being settled like this, An Mingjia felt a bit helpless. Looking at An Rou, she was determined to find something for him to do. After chatting with Jiang for a while longer, the two prepared to leave. After all, it was getting late, and they also needed to rest. Jiang tried to persuade them to stay a few times, then stood up and said, "All right, then you two remember to come and visit me often. Send me Zhu Rushua's address, and I'll mail the aromatherapy to her then. Oh, and little An Rou, since you've rarely come to Aunt Jai's place, pick whatever you like, Aunt Jai will give it to you." "Really?" An Rou happily said. "Then I won't be polite, Aunt Jai." Jiang smiled and nodded, then personally led the two downstairs, letting An Rou take her time choosing. At the same time, on the street, several people with bandages wrapped around them stumbled along the street. Damn it, it hurts so much. Today was really unlucky. Tung Qing's arm was in a cast, wrapped in bandages and slung across his chest, and the others beside him also had injuries on their faces. After leaving the hospital, Tung Qing and his companions went to a roadside stall to eat barbecue and also had some alcohol. As a result, they still had a faint smell of alcohol on them. Indeed, Brother Tung, nothing went smoothly today. Did we forget to check the almanac before going out? Go away, go away. Where do you get so much superstition? There's a saying, things turn when they reach an extreme. Do you know that? That's right. Great misfortune does not kill. There must be future blessings. I believe our good fortune is about to arrive. TSK, you make it sound like you're not superstitious either. As they chatted, one of the large fat men suddenly stopped, standing there in a daze. Seeing this, Tung Qing and his companions asked in confusion, "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Possessed?" And no, not at all. The big fat man tremblingly stretched out his finger and said, "Look, our good fortune has arrived." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and immediately widened their eyes. Holy cow, what a beautiful girl. Tung Qing and his companions stared intently, their eyes fixed on An Rou, who was choosing aromatherapy inside the aromatherapy shop. Brother Tung, isn't she much prettier than that doctor? Honestly, in my life in Donyang City, I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Brothers, do you believe in love at first sight? All of you get lost. This destiny is mine. This is a fated encounter. Screw you, why don't you look in a mirror yourself? Brother Tung, you agree, right, Brother Tung? The group paused for a moment. Why wasn't Tung Qing responding? Huh, where's Tung Qing? Looking closely again, that guy Tung Qing had already walked into the aromatherapy shop, and he was walking directly towards An Rou. Holy cow, this guy is really shameless. Exactly. This morning he swore he only liked that little doctor. His heart changes so quickly. Want to make a bet if Tung Qing can succeed this time? I think the chances are very high. That little girl looks very naive. Maybe Tung Qing will trick her with just a few words. Could it be that things turn when they reach an extreme is true? When you're unlucky to a certain extent, good fortune just comes knocking. Little did they know, Tung Qing was thinking exactly that at this moment. After such an unlucky day, this girl in front of me must be heaven's compensation for me. At this moment, Tung Qing even felt that breaking his arm was worth it. As he approached An Rou, He immediately put on a polite demeanor and then spoke. "Hello, beautiful lady." Tung Qing smiled and said, "You seem very troubled. Have you encountered any difficulties?" An Rou heard this, turned to look at Tung Qing, and frowned slightly. Where did this idiot come from? Little did he know, when Tung Qing saw An Rou's face, his heart immediately thumped with excitement. A stunner. She's truly a stunner. Isn't this better than Man? Heaven, you finally opened your eyes. Although he was incredibly excited, Tung Qing still maintained a calm and composed look. He pretended again. "I have some slight research on aromatherapy. Perhaps I can help you." It's a bit embarrassing to say, a man like me would research these things, but it's because my mother loves aromatherapy, so I studied it. My arm was just injured on the battlefield, and to keep my mother from worrying, I'm planning to buy some aromatherapy and send it to her, to put her mind at ease. Tung Qing truly was a veteran in matters of the heart. In just a few words, he painted a vivid picture of himself. It's just a pity that he encountered An Rou. Moreover, An Mingjie was also present. To dare to flirt with An Rou right in front of An Mingjie, Tung Qing was the only one. Sure enough, the next second, An Mingjie appeared behind Tung Qing and patted his shoulder. "Friend, is there something you need with my sister?" An Mingjie said with a fake smile. "If it's nothing important, please get lost." Tung Qing heard this and immediately frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. "Even if you're her brother, isn't that a bit too rude to say?" He had just turned to look at An Mingjie, about to speak, but then he froze. An Mingjie was holding a pistol steadily, the muzzle pointed at Tung Qing. What are you doing?" Tung Qing widened his eyes, a little flustered, and said, "This is Danyang City. You can't just do whatever you want." An Mingjie ignored him, however, and turned to Zhai Lian, saying, "Aunt Zhai, can you please turn off the surveillance cameras in the shop?" Zhai Lian smiled and said, "Don't worry, they've been off for a while." She wasn't surprised at all by An Mingjie's actions. Are you kidding? Zhu Rushue's son, could he be an easy target? The former leader of a triad family, could he be an easy target? Did they really think that just because An Mingjie had been using his brains for a while, his combat power had decreased? Fear instantly appeared in Tung Qing's eyes. Something's not right. The situation is not right. It's 10,000% not right. Wait, don't shoot. Bang! Tung Qing hadn't even finished speaking when An Mingjie pulled the trigger. However, what shot out of the muzzle was not a bullet, but a syringe. Tung Qing stared blankly at the syringe stuck in his body, and soon felt a dizzy spell, falling to the ground with a thud. The people watching from outside the door, seeing this situation, immediately rushed in to cause trouble for An Mingjie. But they were all injured, so how could they be a match for An Mingjie? Although it was one against many, An Mingjie quickly knocked them all down, giving each one a shot. Soon, they were all lying haphazardly in the aromatherapy shop. "Sorry, Aunt Zhai, I'll compensate for the damage to the shop," An Mingjie said calmly. "Compensate for what? If anyone should compensate, it should be them." Zhai Lian smiled, pointing at Tung Qing and his companions. These people reeked of alcohol, and the shop's surveillance cameras were already off. When the surveillance team arrives, they just need to say that these people were drunk and barged into the shop to cause trouble. "Brother, your skills are far worse than before." An Rou walked up to An Mingjie and said, "Have you not exercised for too long? Have you fallen out of practice?" An Mingjie heard this and rolled his eyes at her. "Do you think everyone's strength is like your husband's?" 661. Unexpected encounter. Due to the considerable commotion, the surveillance team quickly arrived. Facing the surveillance team's questions, An Mingjie truthfully recounted what had just happened. "These guys got drunk, came into the shop to cause trouble, and even harassed my sister. In a fit of anger, I wanted to teach them a lesson, but before I could even make a move, they inexplicably collapsed on their own. I guess they must have had previous injuries, and with the alcohol and strenuous activity, their wounds flared up, causing them to pass out." And Mingjie calmly explained the sequence of events, while Zhai Lian and the shop assistant also acted as witnesses. Meanwhile, the victim, An Rou, was hiding behind An Mingjie, looking terrified, her body still trembling slightly. Clearly, she had been quite frightened. Seeing this, and noting the smell of alcohol on Tung Qing and the others, the surveillance team members fully believed in Mingjie's account. "I apologize, it's our lax supervision that led to this incident." The leader of the surveillance team said with a hint of apology, "I will severely punish these individuals and ensure it never happens again." With that, surveillance team members stepped forward and helped Ting Qing and the others up to take them away. After they had all left, An Rou instantly dropped her scared expression and ran to Zhai Lian. "Aunt Zhai, I've chosen. I want that candle diffuser over there." Zhai Lian looked at An Rou and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll have the shop assistant wrap it up for you." "Thank you, Aunt Zhai. My mom was right. Aunt Zhai, you're the best of her best friends." And Rou's sweet words made Zhai Lian beam with joy. With such a pretty face and a pleasant way of speaking, what elder wouldn't like a young girl like An Rou? "Tisk, little An Rou is so beautiful. I wonder which scoundrel will be lucky enough to get her." Zhai Lian stroked An Rou's head and said with a smile, "I absolutely must meet him later. If he doesn't treat you well, Aunt Zhai won't be polite to him." If Su Jiang were here, he would probably be the first to jump out and cry injustice. "Aunt Zhai, don't be fooled by that little devil. She only looks harmless. Deep down, she's a little demon." Unfortunately, Su Jiang wasn't here, so he didn't know that An Rou had, unknowingly, gained another person she could complain to. Achoo! 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 At the same time, Su Jiang, who was at the border, suddenly sneezed several times for no apparent reason. "Strange, I haven't done anything bad lately, so why is someone talking about me?" Su Jiang murmured, then looked ahead. According to the map route in his memory, following this road straight should lead to the island nation's border. Su Jiang swore he wasn't specifically targeting the island nation. It was purely because it was the closest. Of course, he would uphold the principle of treating everyone equally and cause a ruckus at the borders of several other countries as well. Su Jiang looked up at the dark sky, silently pulled out his seven-tails mask, and put it on his face. A dark and windy night. A time for murder and arson. His goal was to climb the rankings, and he didn't care if he did it during the day or at night. For example, in some games, there are always some unscrupulous people who like to ambush and climb the rankings at night. But so what? If you're so capable, then don't sleep. What? You have to go to work tomorrow? Then work like a cow or a horse. Why do you want to play games? Go play your Candy Crush. Who's there? Just as Su Jiang was about to act, a faint whooshing sound suddenly echoed in the distance. Su Jiang turned his head slightly, only to see a flying knife heading towards him. Flying knife? Old Xie. Su Jiang was slightly startled, then felt that something was wrong. No, Old Xie's lousy flying knife skills aren't that sophisticated. Su Jiang slowly sidestepped, dodging the flying knife, but close behind it was a dark figure. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he made contact with the dark figure, Su Jiang engaged in hand-to-hand combat with him. During the exchange, Su Jiang also glimpsed the emblem on the opponent's combat uniform. A Chinese person? Su Jiang was secretly surprised. He hadn't expected the first group of people he encountered at the border to be his own people. But clearly, the other party didn't consider him one of them. This was understandable. After all, he hadn't spoken Chinese, nor was he wearing a Chinese combat uniform. And he was even wearing a strange mask. Even a dog would find him suspicious. Just then, the dark figure suddenly flashed and retreated, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Bang! A bullet flew towards Su Jiang. There's a sniper. The opponent wasn't one person, but a small team. Su Jiang narrowly dodged the sniper bullet, then clearly saw the face of the dark figure opposite him. Although his face was covered in camouflage paint, Su Jiang still recognized the person. It was Qiu Feng, whom he had fought against previously in the North City military region. What a coincidence, another acquaintance. Su Jiang was secretly surprised, then made a decision. He was somewhat curious about how strong the team Qiu Feng led was. This would be very beneficial for him when he ventured into the border regions later. Moreover, he hadn't had the chance to fight Qiu Feng with full strength in the North City military region, as that was merely a spar. Now was a good opportunity. So, Su Jiang didn't reveal his identity but instead charged towards Qiu Feng. Seeing this, Qiu Feng's face showed surprise. Clearly, he was somewhat astonished that the fox-masked man in front of him could dodge a sniper shot. Everyone, attention! The enemy is very strong. He should be of special grade strength. Qiu Feng quickly spoke into his communicator, then engaged Su Jiang again. It must be said that Xiu Feng's current strength was vastly different from what he displayed in the North City military region. This was the difference between sparring and a life-or-death struggle. However, against Su Jiang, Xiu Feng's strength was clearly insufficient. The moment Xiu Feng was repelled, Su Jiang pulled out his gun from his waist, aimed in one direction, and pulled the trigger. No, that direction is. Xiu Feng's eyes showed shock, because the direction Su Jiang fired was precisely where their team's sniper was located. In such a night, how could he have pinpointed the location with just that one shot? However, what slightly relieved Xiu Feng was that the opponent was using a pistol. Given the distance between the sniper and their position, it was completely impossible to accurately hit their sniper with a pistol, especially since this was in complete darkness. Ugh, Captain, I'm fine, but my sniper rifle has been disabled by him. What? Hearing the report from the communicator, Xiu Feng's heart immediately sank. Under the moonlight, the fox-masked man calmly looked at Xiu Feng, as if mocking their weakness. Xiu Feng's expression was incredibly solemn as he spoke each word. Everyone, attention, prepare to fight to the death. This time, we've really encountered a master. 662. Su Jiang almost flipped over. Xiu Feng could have chosen to retreat, but he did not. Because this masked man appeared near the border of Huagua, it was hard to say what his ulterior motives were. If he truly intended to harm Huagua, then Xiu Feng would never retreat. After Xiu Feng's words fell, Su Jiang clearly felt some unusual movements around him. Were they ambushing nearby all this time? Su Jiang observed silently. 1-2. Including that sniper, besides Xiu Feng, this squad has 5 other people. As Su Jiang was thinking, he suddenly heard a whoosh, and a black figure appeared behind him, then decisively fired at Su Jiang. Bang! 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 However, Su Jiang already knew he was there, and as if predicting it, he moved first, dodging the shots. But then, the sound of something cutting through the air rang out again, and Xiu Feng's throwing knife attacked once more. In this environment, throwing knives were even more lethal than bullets. If Su Jiang hadn't had good ears and been able to hear some movement, he might have suffered a considerable loss. Tisk, those who play with throwing knives have dark hearts. Xiu Feng, you look so straightforward. I didn't expect you to play such underhanded tricks. Su Jiang secretly complained in his heart. He had thought Xie Guli was cunning enough, but now it seemed there was no limit to how cunning someone could be. Xiu Feng and his team seemed to have taken control of the battle's rhythm. In an instant, the other few also rushed out, continuously attacking Su Jiang. For a time, Su Jiang was beaten into a panicked scramble, only able to constantly seek cover and dodge. Tisk, they've got something. Su Jiang admitted that he had underestimated their strength. With such precise coordination, if the sniper from before were added, it could indeed cause him no small amount of trouble. Unfortunately, he had disabled the sniper. The coordination of this squad was no longer as complete, and besides, Su Jiang didn't believe they wouldn't show any flaws. Sure enough, the next second, one of them ran out of ammunition. Just as that person was about to find cover to reload, Su Jiang keenly seized the opportunity. Bang! He raised his hand and fired a shot, directly knocking the weapon out of his hand. After all, they were his own people, and Xiu Feng was an old acquaintance, so Su Jiang chose the most conservative approach, trying not to hurt them. Because of that shot, Su Jiang seized the flaw and fired several shots in quick succession, the bullets accurately hitting the guns in their hands. Whoosh! The next second, a throwing knife precisely passed through Su Jiang's hair. If he had dodged even a little slower, he would have been hit. But this throw from Xiu Feng could be said to be a life-or-death gamble. If it hit, they would live. If it missed, then the opponent could seize this gap to deliver a fatal shot. Sure enough, after dodging the knife, Su Jiang raised his hand without hesitation, aimed at Xiu Feng, and pulled the trigger. Bang! To Xiu Feng's surprise, the bullet did not hit him but also passed through his hair. He stood frozen, swallowing with difficulty, as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. The opponent didn't kill him. Why? Su Jiang let out a long sigh, then said, "No more fighting, no more fighting. I almost messed up. I'll never pretend again." He wasn't joking. He really almost messed up. The main reason was that he couldn't kill these people, so Su Jiang had been holding himself back. As a result, Xiaofeng's last throwing knife really almost caused Su Jiang to fail. Wagwan. Xiaofeng was slightly stunned when he heard the other party speak, and then he felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Sure enough, the next second, Su Jiang slowly took off the mask on his face and smiled at Xiaofeng. Long time no see, Xiaofeng. You are? Su Jiang. Xiaofeng's eyes widened. After realizing, he let out a long sigh and then collapsed onto the ground. Oh my god, Su Jiang, you're really not human, you. I really thought I was going to die here. Why the hell are you wearing a mask for no reason? I can't take it anymore. Let me recover. I really can't stand this stimulate you. Bastard. Xiaofeng cursed at Su Jiang, saying directly that this grandson was simply inhuman. Not sleeping in the middle of the night. What the hell are you doing wandering around with a mask on? Do you know how much impact you've had on my innocent heart? Everyone stop fighting. It's our own. Xiaofeng shouted into the walkie-talkie. Lao Bai, you come over too. Don't you dare run away. Lao Bai was their squad sniper. When he knew Xiaofeng and the others were going to fight to the death, he had taken his sniper rifle and turned to flee. It wasn't because he was afraid of death, but because a squad must have one person alive to report the situation. At the same time, he also bore the responsibility of avenging his comrades. At this moment, Lao Bai's voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. What the hell? Our own. Xiaofeng, I was just thinking about where to bury you all, and I'd already cried once. You're telling me it's our own? Which damn grandson is it? I'm going to skin him alive. Listening to Lao Bai's curses, Su Jiang chuckled. Tell him to come over. I'll help him fix his sniper rifle. Xiaofeng heard this and said, Did you hear that, Lao Bai? He'll help you fix your sniper rifle, so hurry up. Really? Damn it. I'm running back and forth. Are you guys walking a dog? Lao Bai grumbled, making everyone laugh. Compared to the life and death atmosphere just now, they now felt a sense of relief at having survived a disaster. Come, let me introduce you. Xiaofeng looked at his teammates, pointing at Su Jiang and saying, Su Jiang, I met him at the North City military region. At the time, I didn't know he was so abnormal. Then, he turned to look at Su Jiang, sighing. Damn, one person wiped out our entire team. You're truly abnormal. Back then at the North City military region, were you really just playing house with me? Originally, Xiaofeng had thought that even if Su Jiang was strong, he couldn't be that strong. After all, although he had lost to Su Jiang at the time, he hadn't shown his true abilities. But tonight, he was completely convinced. One person wiped out their entire squad, and the opponent didn't even kill them, only attacking their weapons. It was simply a perfect teaching session. Su Jiang scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly when he heard this. Sorry everyone, I got carried away and wanted to test your strength. Everyone shook their heads. This battle was a very meaningful experience for them as well. Xiaofeng believed that after this battle, their squad's overall strength would definitely see a leap in improvement. 663. Isn't this the shortcut? Not long after, Lao Bai came running back, panting, with his sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. The moment he saw Su Jiang, he froze in place. Captain, don't tell me that the fox-masked man just now was this guy? Seeing Xiaofeng nod, Lao Bai was completely dumbfounded. How old is he? So young, and he wiped out our entire squad by himself. Also, that shot he fired at me was simply miraculous, and he even used a pistol. Lao Bai stammered. When did such a ruthless person arrive on our side? His words also represented the feelings of the other members of the squad. They had truly fought against Su Jiang and could better understand the terror of the young man before them. Don't even mention you guys. I didn't know he was such a monster either. Xiaofeng shook his head helplessly, then changed the subject. But this is a good thing. After all, Su Jiang is one of us. Immediately after, he turned to look at Su Jiang. You're here. Do you have a mission? Su Jiang thought for a moment, then nodded firmly. Yes. A system mission counts as a mission, right? Although the mission they understood was not the same, it didn't matter much because Xiaofeng didn't ask further. In that case, you'll have to be careful. Xiaofeng slowly said, the strength of our squad is considered upper middle in this border area. With your strength, as long as you don't encounter those few at the top of the blacklist, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Su Jiang nodded upon hearing this, then looked at the group. You guys are planning to return to Danyang City? Yes, we've been out for a while, It's time to go back and rest, Xiao Feng said with a wry smile. At this moment, Lao Bai handed his sniper rifle to Su Jiang. Buddy, you said you could help me fix my gun, right? Su Jiang took the sniper rifle and naturally slung it over his back. I'll return it to you in Danyang City once I fix it. Lao Bai, what does he mean? He looked at Xiao Feng in confusion. Was his sniper rifle being stolen? Xiao Feng smiled wryly. Forget it, Lao Bai. We're about to return to Danyang City anyway, and we won't encounter much danger on the way. Just give it to Su Jiang. I'll get you a better one later. Lao Bai's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. Then he sighed. All right. It's not much use in my hands anyway. I've been quite disheartened today. But buddy, if you get the chance, use my sniper rifle to take down Makas from the US. He's our squad's great enemy. He once killed our teammates. With your strength, if you meet him, you might be able to kill him. Lao Bai, Xiao Feng whispered. You're talking too much. Lao Bai quickly and wisely shut his mouth, realizing he had said the wrong thing. Xiao Feng looked at Su Jiang and said, Makas from the US is at the top of the US blacklist, and he also has a title at the border. He's called the Slaughterer. His strength is very high, and almost every member of his squad is an elite. Their strength is no less than mine. So if you really encounter him, it's best not to go head-to-head with him. At least at the border, no one wants to face him. The Slaughterer? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this terrifying title. It sounds like he's killed quite a few people. Of course, otherwise he wouldn't be ranked at the top of the US blacklist. So he's very famous then? Extremely famous. Who at the border doesn't know the name the Slaughterer? After getting the answer he wanted, Su Jiang smiled and nodded. That's truly excellent. Who said there were no shortcuts for system missions? Isn't this the shortcut right here? Seeing this, Xiao Feng suddenly had an ominous premonition. Su Jiang, you're not planning to go looking for trouble with Makas, are you? Su Jiang shook his head. Of course not. Since you all said so, why would I go looking for trouble with him? I want to go directly and slaughter him. Xiao Feng gave him a suspicious look, then slowly stood up. All right, take care of yourself. We need to get back to the outpost before dawn. Su Jiang, I look forward to hearing good news from you in Danyang City. Su Jiang responded with a brilliant smile. Don't worry, I will. After this brief encounter, the two sides did not dwell on old times for too long, but quietly went their separate ways under the cover of night. And Xiao Feng had not expected that shortly after he returned to Danyang City, he would receive news of Su Jiang. Furthermore, a new title was born at the border. Inside a room in Danyang City, around a large circular table, several people wearing fox masks took their seats one by one. Tap, tap, tap. Slow footsteps sounded, and everyone immediately stood up, their gazes uniformly fixed on the person not far away. Leader, sit down. Everyone. Nine Tails waved his hand, his deep eyes beneath the mask seemingly observing every person present. After he also took his seat, he scanned the room, finally letting his gaze settle on the few empty chairs, and slowly sighed. This is the first time so many people are missing from our table. Nine Tails lamented. Our organization has suffered too many sacrifices during this period. So I hope everyone will be extra careful in the upcoming operations, understand? As Nine Tails said this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Five Tails. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then One Tail began. Leader, after last night's raid, 70% of our members outside have infiltrated Huawei's territory. Additionally, as per your instructions, we have gathered as many people as possible and sent them to the capital city to secretly contact those families with ulterior motives. Within a week, the arrangements in the capital city should be complete. Nine Tails nodded slowly upon hearing this, then turned his head to look at Three Tails. Three Tails immediately said, Danyang City is a bit more troublesome. The whereabouts of Wei Lantian and Bai Jiang remain uncertain. These two are very cunning, guarding even their closest confidants. Xiang Qingtian's whereabouts, however, are very clear. He seems to have no inhibitions, showing no intention of concealing himself. Nine Tails gently tapped the table and said indifferently, Don't worry about Xiang Qingtian for now. I will deal with him personally. As for Bai Jiang and Wei Lantian, if we can't find them, we'll force them to reveal themselves. He looked at the group, his tone deep. Gentlemen, our time is limited. While we are preparing, they are also preparing. It all depends on who can launch a thunderous strike first, so we must be as quick as possible. 1 tail and 3 tails will arrange everything. 5 tails and 5 tails will be responsible for the operation. 3 tails and 3 tails. I have my own arrangements. Within a week, arrange all operations. After a week, commence the operation. Yes, leader. The group stood up and said in unison. 664. Fox-faced demon. A week's time passed in a flash. During this week, Donyang City was as usual, without the slightest change. But only a few knew that undercurrents were surging unpredictably, and this was merely the calm before the storm. Compared to the tranquility of Donyang City, the border area had undergone earth-shattering changes. Hey, have you heard? It seems a formidable person has emerged from the border these past 2 days. I know, it's that fox-faced devil, right? I also heard that the fox-faced devil has fought his way from the island nation's border to the Scylla nation's border, and judging by the direction, he's about to reach the U.S. border soon. That fierce. Which country is he from? I don't know. Rumor has it he's always alone and never speaks, so it's impossible to determine his nationality. I have the latest news. The fox-faced devil has declared he's hunting Makas. What the hell? Is that true? That's the slaughterer. The fox-faced devil is challenging the slaughterer. I don't think the fox-faced devil has much chance of winning. Most who challenge the slaughterer end up dead. Inside a jungle, many people whispered amongst themselves. There were 2 teams from the island nation operating at the border. Of course, it wasn't just them. At this very moment, in every corner of the border, people were eagerly discussing this newly emerged fox-faced devil. In just 1 short week, his name had even reached the ears of high-ranking officials in various countries. At the border, not just anyone could earn such a title. For example, Makas's title of the slaughterer and Mist Hidden Thousand Crane's title of the hidden assassin from the island nation. These individuals had all spent many years at the border before being given these titles as proof of their strength. Yet, the fox-faced devil only took a week for his reputation to spread across most of the border. To say they weren't curious about him would absolutely be a lie. But they weren't fools either. To have such a title, it was clear that the person was definitely not to be trifled with. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just then, the sudden sound made the chatting individuals jump to their feet in alarm. Who's there? The 2 island nation teams immediately went into combat mode, looking warily in that direction. Soon, a young man with a clear and handsome appearance slowly emerged from the bushes. Cough, cough. Ahem, can I borrow some food? Jiang scratched his head with an innocent smile and said, I forgot to bring food when I left. The several people were stunned. The captain of the island nation team looked at Jiang warily and said in broken speech, You are a Hua country person? Oh, you're from the island nation? Jiang paused. Then his expression changed. Hand over all your food, and I'll spare your lives. This statement left the few people dumbfounded. Kid, are you alone? They warily scanned their surroundings, fearing that this harmless-looking white face in front of them was bait thrown out by the enemy to make them drop their guard. After all, in this perilous border region, how could such a white face possibly have survived until now? He must have teammates. So, they ignored Jiang and frantically searched their surroundings, trying to find the ambushing enemies. Seeing himself ignored, Jiang also got a bit angry. Stop looking. It's just me. Hurry up and hand over the food. Shut up, you little brat. Say one more word, and we'll show you what cruelty is, the few people retorted. Hearing this, Jiang was so enraged he laughed. He rolled up his sleeves and, without another word, started fighting. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh. All that could be heard were the sounds of fists meeting flesh, accompanied by a few screams, as the 2 teams were wiped out by Jiang. After all, the combined strength of these 2 teams was not even half that of Qiufeng's team. Jiang didn't even bother to use a gun. Don't kill us. We have food. We have a lot of food. Only then did everyone realize, where was this a little white rabbit? This was purely a big bad wolf. They hastily took out all their food and handed it to Jiang. Jiang took the food, glanced at it, and said with a look of disgust, Seriously? No roasted cold noodles. Roasted cold noodles? What's that? The few people exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. They didn't have that stuff in their island nation. Besides, even if they did, could they bring it to the border here? Isn't it enough to just bring dry rations and water? At most some compressed biscuits? This was something Jiang hadn't considered. Damn it. If I had known the food here at the border was so bad, I would have brought a few self-heating hot pots. Jiang held the dry rations, looking regretful. He had been too reckless. Never mind, never mind. I'll just make do. You didn't poison it, did you? Facing Jiang's question, the few people quickly shook their heads. Who in their right mind would poison food for no reason? You're the first one to snatch people's food at the border. Then, Jiang plunked himself down on a rock and began gnawing on the dry rations, as he was indeed hungry. Seeing him so relaxed, the few people immediately thought of resisting. However, before they could even finish discussing their plan, someone inadvertently caught sight of the mask hanging from Jiang's waist. That is, seeing the fox-faced mask, a storm instantly raged in their hearts. The fox-faced devil. This harmless-looking white face in front of them was the fox-faced devil. It's over. Mamma mia, someone murmured softly, trembling all over, a look of panic on his face. Jiang, however, couldn't be bothered with these rotten fish and shrimp. While eating his dry rations, he looked at his mission progress bar. 70%. Sure enough, coming to this border was the right choice. In just one short week, the progress bar had shot straight up. At this rate, once he takes care of that so-called the slaughterer, the mission will pretty much be done. Even if it's a little short, it won't be by much. Then he'll find something else to do. And won't this ultimate mission be completed? Smash the top of the blacklists of other countries, and he won't have to worry about not becoming famous? Little did he know, at this very moment, Jiang had also entered the eyes of high-ranking officials in various countries. They were currently trying to determine the identity of the fox-faced devil. Once it was confirmed that the fox-faced devil was from Hua country, they would consider launching a joint encirclement and suppression at the border. Meanwhile, Wei Lantian, far away in Danyang City, was also facing questioning from high-ranking officials of various countries. Hua country commander, is that fox-faced devil really one of your people? 665, Crazy Gong Sun Yu. Is the fox-faced devil really on the Chinese side? The answer to this question is extremely important. But at this moment, Wei Lantian, facing this question, had a relaxed expression and spread his hands. Everyone, can you stop dumping all the blame on me? I even said that the fox-faced devil was created by the Americans themselves, and our commander Carlyle has done this more than once. Wei Lantian immediately shifted the blame, turning the spearhead towards Carlyle. Carlyle snorted coldly and said, "Since no one is willing to admit it, why don't we jointly encircle and suppress the fox-faced devil? Whichever side doesn't contribute, that's whose person it is." You're quite the schemer. Wei Lantian scoffed. Anyone with eyes can see that the fox-faced devil is at odds with your America, and he even threatened to challenge Macca's. Now you're doing this, trying to use our hands to get rid of such a major hidden danger for you. Carlyle, are you perhaps thinking too highly of yourself, treating us all as fools? As soon as these words were spoken, the other few people remained silent. In this situation, it was inappropriate to speak for anyone. However, Carlyle's suggestion indeed carried the suspicion of wanting to use them. At this moment, Carlyle suddenly turned his head to look at the Japanese commander. Commander Yagura, your Japan was just attacked by the fox-faced devil not long ago, so you must also have thoughts of taking action against him, right? Yagura Taichi's expression immediately became somewhat gloomy upon hearing this. Commander Carlyle, are you saying you want to join forces with me to encircle and suppress the fox-faced devil? That's right. On this matter, I think we can unite our front, Carlyle said with a smile. Wei Lantian looked at the two openly joining forces, his face betraying no emotion, but his heart grew somewhat worried. From all the characteristics of the fox-faced devil, it was highly likely that it was that kid Jiang. If America really joined forces with Japan, could that kid withstand it? However, in the current situation, even if Wei Lantian wanted to contact Jiang, it would be difficult, because that guy Jiang simply wouldn't answer the phone. He either didn't have it with him or his phone was broken. Wei Lantian was truly overwhelmed at this moment, but he couldn't concern himself with border matters anymore. because there were more important things to do here in Danyang City. North City, Eastgate Slope. Ha ha ha. A man in ragged clothes, like a refugee, slowly arrived at Mo Chang's doorstep with heavy steps. Gong Sun Yu panted slightly. Ever since he obtained the mithril spear, he had been fleeing all the way back to North City. He swore this was the most difficult journey he had ever made in his life. The military was chasing him, Nine Tails was chasing him, and even the half-dead Meng Jianxing was chasing him. It was all because the mithril spear was in his hands. Is this it? Gong Sun Yu took a deep breath and pulled out a slip of paper from his arms. Written on the paper was the address of Mo Chang's courtyard house, and it also indicated that this was where the North City secret treasure was located. Heh, I never thought that the North City secret treasure I've been tirelessly searching for was right under my nose all along. Gong Sun Yu gave a bitter smile, then looked at the door in front of him with a solemn expression. This slip of paper didn't come into his hands for no reason, and the mysterious person who gave him this paper couldn't have been entirely well-intentioned, wanting to help him. Behind this door, there were probably already traps laid out. He didn't need to guess to know that the other party's goal was the mithril spear in his hand, and Gong Sun Yu had no other choice. He no longer had the strength to continue to maneuver and drag this out. Success or failure, it all depended on this moment. Gong Sun Yu took a deep breath, extended his hand, and slowly pushed open the door. Creak. Inside the courtyard, everything was calm as usual, as if no one had ever been there. Gong Sun Yu slowly walked in, simultaneously shouting, "Come out! Stop hiding! It's come to this point. There's no point in being secretive anymore." As soon as his voice fell, there were rustling sounds all around, and Gong Sun Yu looked around, smiling faintly. At this moment, from all directions, countless gun muzzles were aimed at him. The doors inside the house opened, and several figures walked out one after another. Su Jingde, Zhang Yuanji, and Qin Ange. Gong Sun Yu looked at the familiar figure in front of him with some surprise, then shook his head and gave a bitter smile. I should have guessed it earlier. The person who knows the location of the North City secret treasure and also has the ability to secretly send me a note. It could only be you. Qin Ange looked at him expressionlessly and said, Gong Sun Yu, you should have anticipated this outcome. Yes, I thought of it, but I still came. Gong Sun Yu gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Because I'm not reconciled, I'm just not reconciled. I got the mithril spear. I escaped the perilous chases. I don't even remember how much blood I shed or how many times I fainted along the way. After all this, with what I want right in front of me, I have no reason to retreat. I don't want anything else, just the dragon saliva fruit. Such a huge treasure, and I only want one fruit. Is that not allowed? Gong Sun Yu roared unwillingly. What exactly did I do wrong? Looking at the collapsing Gong Sun Yu, Qin Ange sighed. I know you feel wronged. You're not reconciled, but the dragon saliva fruit cannot be given to you. Why? Because someone needs it more than you do. Hearing these words, a smile actually twisted Gong Sun Yu's lips, his entire face looking somewhat deranged. So, this really is where the North City secret treasure is, and the dragon saliva fruit is here, right? Qin Ange looked at him calmly. I didn't lie to you. The North City secret treasure is indeed right beneath my feet, beneath this courtyard house. However, given your current situation, it's impossible for you to obtain the secret treasure. You should just give up. Gong Sun Yu, hand over the mithril spear and surrender. Perhaps later we can find a way to solve your physical problems. Shut up. Gong Sun Yu suddenly roared. Don't give me that useless talk. If I kill you all, the dragon saliva fruit will be mine. At this moment, Gong Sun Yu had clearly lost his sanity. His eyes turned blood red, and his face was utterly ferocious. He looks like a monster now. Zhang Yuanji murmured softly. I didn't expect the side effects on his body to have gradually eroded his sanity. In this situation, there's no need to talk any further. Do it. At Zhang Yuanji's command, the muzzles aimed at Gong Sun Yu mercilessly fired their bullets. 666. I envy you for having a good dad. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunshots, accompanied by a rain of bullets, seemed endless as they assailed Gong Sun Yu. All of you get lost. Gong Sun Yu roared, then charged at Qin Ange like a madman. The bullets that struck him seemed to cause him no harm. completely failing to hinder his advance. However, this was only for a moment. Gong Sun Yu was not a god after all. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand such a level of encirclement. Moreover, he was already at the end of his rope, his life hanging by a thread. This desperate act was, in the end, merely a final burst of energy. Qin Ange stood expressionless, watching Gong Sun Yu, who was still glaring at him from not far away, a slight feeling stirring within him. Back in the capital, as the young master of the Qin family, he naturally had dealings with Gong Sun Yu. At that time, Gong Sun Yu was still a little kid, often following behind him, calling him Big Brother Qin. Although he looked innocent and naive, Qin Ange knew that the Gong Sun Yu of that time was far smarter than other children his age. Qin Ange had thought then that he must not let Gong Sun Yu go astray. But alas, things are unpredictable. Qin Ange slowly raised his hand, and the surrounding gunfire abruptly ceased, the storm of bullets also halting its offensive. At this moment, Gong Sun Yu could be described as riddled with holes. He knelt weakly on the ground, his entire body stained red with blood, and the ground was also covered in his blood. Gong Sun Yu, give up, Qin Ange said in a deep voice. You know better than anyone that today, you can do nothing. Stop now, and I can spare your life. Shut up. Gong Sun Yu spoke as if he had used all his strength, his gaze fixed on Qin Ange. Qin Ange, do not advise others to be kind if you have not experienced their suffering. When there's no other choice, who doesn't want to be righteous? Blood continuously spurted from Gong Sun Yu's mouth, yet his lips now curved into a slight smile, carrying a hint of relief. How much of his own will was involved in him reaching this point today? Everyone said that Gong Sun Yu committed arson and murder, doing all sorts of evil, not even sparing his own father and family members. To all of this, Gong Sun Yu only wanted to say 4 words. Utterly absurd. But he also didn't want to explain anything. In the face of rumors, verbal explanations are often the most powerless. All this time, he had only wanted to survive. Not to live as the young master of the Gong Sun family, but simply to live as Gong Sun Yu. At this moment, perhaps because his blood was nearly drained, Gong Sun Yu, facing death, was freed from his body's influence on his sanity, regaining an unprecedented state of clarity. Seemingly sensing the ebbing of his life, Gong Sun Yu slowly raised his head, looking at Qin Ange. Qin Ange, sometimes I truly envy you. You have a good father. After saying these last words with his remaining strength, Gong Sun Yu's body toppled forward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Upon hearing Gong Sun Yu's final words, Qin Ange, with a complex expression, stepped forward. Captain Qin, it's still too dangerous to go up now, Zhang Yuanji said. However, Qin Ange's steps did not falter, and he murmured softly. He once called me Big Brother. Even if he has become like this, at least, let me collect his body. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanji and the others said no more, only instructing the others to remain vigilant and act immediately if anything unexpected occurred. Qin Ange was sent from the border, and nothing could happen to him under their watch. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Ange walked slowly over the blood-stained ground, arriving before Gong Sun Yu. Looking at the now lifeless Gong Sun Yu, Qin Ange sighed. I think I can probably understand your difficulties. Barely surviving while witnessing yourself being forced into such a mess. That kind of feeling must have been very hard to bear, right? Until the very end, Gong Sun Yu did not speak of his difficulties, his grievances, or the pain in his heart. He merely envied Qin Ange for having a good father. But it was this one sentence that made Qin Ange instantly understand Gong Sun Yu's situation in the Gong Sun family. He also roughly knew that Gong Sun Yu becoming like this today was not an overnight matter. Zhang Yuanji and the others silently watched Qin Ange collect Gong Sun Yu's body, neither urging him nor speaking a single word. Although Gong Sun Yu had been killed, they somehow couldn't feel happy. Perhaps it was because of Gong Sun Yu's performance, or perhaps something else. There was no grand battle, no impassioned speeches. There was only a person burdened with charges who came here to die. A short while later, Qin Ange, holding the blood-stained mithril spear, came before Zhang Yuanji. Sorry, Commander Zhang, for delaying you, Qin Ange said softly. Please have your men strengthen the surrounding defenses. After all, there are many who want the mithril spear. Zhang Yunji nodded vigorously. Don't worry, with us guarding here, you can rest assured. Qin Ange nodded, then walked towards the backyard. According to what Xiang Qingtian had told him, there was a secret passage in the backyard, which Mo Chang himself had built. Through that passage, one could directly reach the location of the North City secret treasure. Qin Ange followed Xiang Qingtian's instructions and successfully found the mechanism to open the secret passage in Mo Chang's room. With a loud bang, the ground in the backyard suddenly began to shift, then revealed a long staircase that extended underground, with no end in sight. Father, you hid this thing like a tomb raider. Qin Ange rarely complained, then stepped down the stairs. He alone naturally couldn't take all of the North City secret treasure, but his goal was not the North City secret treasure, but the dragon saliva fruit within it. Qin Ange had only one mission for his trip to North City. That was to obtain the dragon saliva fruit at all costs and deliver it to Yanhua in the capital. Father, you helped Ding Qiming back then, and I didn't expect that even after your death, you would still have to help his student. Thinking of this, Qin Ange actually gave a wry smile. No wonder Uncle Xiang said you two were crazy. Few people knew that when Ding Qiming was isolated and helpless, the person who had secretly been helping him was never Xiang Qingtian. It was Qin Feng, the head of the Qin family. 667. Love? Not even dogs would talk about it. He didn't know how long he had been walking when, suddenly, the walls on both sides began to glow faintly. In this dark space, it was exceptionally striking. Fireflies. Qin Ange recognized the faintly glowing fireflies and was a little stunned. Immediately, in front of him, the fireflies gradually multiplied, illuminating the dark space. Qin Ange couldn't help but recall his childhood, when his father, Qin Feng, had taken him to a certain place. That place also had fireflies just like the ones before him. For a moment, countless memories surged like a tide, appearing in Qin Ange's mind. Dad, what are these glowing things? These are called fireflies, aren't they magical? Bugs. I don't like bugs. Ha! Qin Feng suddenly burst out laughing. A single spark can start a prairie fire, and the light of a firefly can also rival the sun and moon. Rival the sun and moon? The young Qin Ange said with a hint of disdain. With such a tiny light, how is that possible? Qin Feng heard this, shook his head, and smiled. Ha. To the world, their light is insignificant. But to themselves, this faint light is their sun and moon. Son, remember, no matter where you are, don't lose your own light. Otherwise, even if the outside world is dazzling, to you, it will just be pitch black. Qin Feng's words seemed to transcend time, echoing in Qin Ange's ears now. Qin Ange slowly extended his hand, and a firefly, as if summoned, landed steadily on his hand. Old man, I'm only now vaguely understanding the purpose of Firefly's existence. Qin Ange murmured softly. Perhaps the world was originally pitch black, and it only became bright because of the light of some people. Back then, you also chose to rest eternally on that desolate mountain to unleash your own light, didn't you? Qin Ange's pupils were a little red. After taking a deep breath, he strode forward with determined eyes. The North City secret treasure, the thing his father left to this world, to China, and to him, was right before him. Xiang Qingtian and those people had always known the whereabouts of the North City secret treasure. It could be said that as long as Xiang Qingtian wished, he could obtain this treasure, coveted by countless people, at any time. But he didn't do so. He merely guarded this courtyard, guarding this treasure, along with Mo Chang and a few others, only to wait for the truly qualified person to personally unlock this secret treasure. Soon, Qin Ange finally arrived before a large door. He no longer knew how deep underground his current location was. He slowly pulled out the mithril spear and placed it into a nearby groove. There was only one reason why the mithril spear could serve as the key to unlock the secret treasure: its weight. According to Mo Chang, it was easy to create a model of the mithril spear in this world, but it was impossible to replicate its exact shape and also its identical weight. The weight and density of mithril could not be replaced by other materials. Therefore, if the weight was incorrect, even if you put an identical spear into the groove, you wouldn't be able to open the secret treasure. As Qin placed the mithril spear into the groove, after a long moment, a faint sound was heard, and the large door in front of him slowly opened. Qin looked forward with calm eyes. The treasure that countless people would go mad for seemed to him merely a pile of scrap. Then, Qin slowly stepped forward and walked in. At the entrance of the hospital in Danyang City, and Mingjie looked a bit helpless, his face filled with reluctance. "Brother, I finally managed to get Aunt Jai to set you up with someone. You really need to seize this opportunity." An Rou stood to the side, her eyes twinkling with mischief, and Mingjie rolled his eyes at her. "You little rascal, you're getting bolder and bolder." Normally, Mingjie would never let An Rou be so willful. But what he hadn't expected was that this little devil had even managed to get their mother involved. "How old are you already? An Rou is even married, and you're single every day, aren't you?" "Ashamed? I don't care. I think the girl Zhai Lian introduced is reliable. No matter what, you have to meet her. Do you hear me? Marry me a wife and bring her home soon. Stop gallivanting outside all day." That's what Zhu Ruxue had told Mingjie. She even sent An Rou to act as a spy, ensuring that Mingjie would meet the girl. In short, Zhu Ruxue's meaning was clear. "Today, Mingjie, you are going on this blind date for me." "Brother, how can you say that about me?" An Rou pouted with innocent big eyes, looking wronged. "I'm only doing it for your own good, brother. After all, you're not getting any younger, and it's time you found someone. If you don't want to, brother, then forget it. It's my fault as a younger sister for being thoughtless and making decisions on my own. Your happiness is what matters most, brother. I'll tell Mom right now to stop rushing you." Seeing An Rou take out her phone, intending to message Zhu Ruxue, and Mingjie felt a headache coming on. He quickly grabbed An Rou's hand and said with a forced smile, "Brother didn't say he was unwilling." "Really? Brother, are you saying that from the bottom of your heart?" "An Rou, that's enough. No one to quit." And Mingjie's tone changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't learn from Su Jiang, got it?" An Rou heard this, stuck out her little tongue, and then checked the time. "Aunt Jai said she set our appointment for 7 o'clock. We still have some time. Brother, do you want to buy some flowers?" And Mingjie glanced at An Rou and said indifferently, "Your husband never bought flowers when he came to the An family to see you before." With that, Mingjie directly took long strides and walked into the hospital. Although it wasn't ideal, he planned to meet the other party and then quickly get it over with. After all, he really wasn't planning on dating right now. How to put it, he found it quite troublesome. It was better to be free and alone. Dating? Not even dogs bother with that. Only a guy like Su Jiang couldn't control himself at all. His own sister just showed a little leg, and he was hooked. "Hello, excuse me, has Dr. Huamanman finished work yet?" And Mingjie randomly found a nurse and asked. The nurse paused for a second when she saw Mingjie, then said, Dr. Hua is still in surgery. There have been quite a few injured patients brought in recently." Hearing this, Mingjie raised an eyebrow. "Many injured patients? Since when did they start increasing?" "It's probably been about 4 or 5 days now. Injured patients keep coming in continuously, making us work overtime every day, and the beds are almost full." Hearing the nurse's grumbling complaints, Mingjie keenly smelled something unusual. "Injured patients, hospital. Could it be 668? It's not your turn to take the lead." After the nurse left, Mingjie's eyes flickered as he stood lost in thought. After a long moment, he suddenly looked up and said to An Rou, who was beside him, "Stay close to me, don't run off. I need to confirm some things. I hope I'm overthinking it." An Rou, hearing this, was a little confused but obediently followed behind Mingjie. She knew that when her brother suddenly wore such an expression, it usually meant nothing good was about to happen. And Mingjie's steps were unhurried, but his gaze constantly scanned the people around him, including the patients in the ward and those so-called injured, and Mingjie did not miss a single suspicious person. After a while, Mingjie led An Rou to a corner, pulled out his phone, and made a call. "Hello, it's me." And Mingjie said directly, "Something's wrong with the hospital here. I suspect it's Nine Tails." Bang! And Mingjie hadn't finished speaking when he heard a soft sound, and the lights throughout the hospital suddenly went out. It was as if the power switch had been suddenly pulled. This was immediately followed by a commotion and shouts. "What's going on? Why are the lights out? The power's out." Go check it quickly. Oh no, Dr. Hua is still in the operating room. Call the director, quick. Report the situation here. Seeing this situation, and Mingjie sighed deeply. It's still too late. Nine Tails has acted. On the other end of the phone, Xiang Qingtian took a deep breath. I didn't expect it to be the hospital. That's truly unexpected. And Mingjie nodded, sighing. Coincidence is something you sometimes have to believe. Having me here at the hospital is a blessing in disguise. Xiang Qingtian chuckled. Then I'll leave it to you. From now on, it's about adapting as we go. Let's see whose plan is more brilliant this week, Nine Tails or ours. And Mingjie also smiled at this, then hung up the phone. Just then, the hospital's broadcast system came on, and a rough voice reached everyone's ears. Friends of Donyang City Hospital, I regret to inform you that you have become hostages. Please cooperate with our actions and gather together in an orderly manner. Don't worry, as long as you obey, I guarantee you can walk out of the hospital gates unharmed. Our target is not you. You are merely pawns in our hands. At the same time, in Wei Lantian's office. Ding-ling, the desk phone rang, and Wei Lantian casually answered it. Hello, esteemed Commander Wei. I represent the Jiawei organization and am calling you. You can call me One Tail. Hearing this, Wei Lantian's brows furrowed instantly, and his movement stopped. Clang. Just then, Wang Shuang urgently pushed open the door, looking anxiously at Wei Lantian. Commander, it's bad, the hospital there. Wang Shuang hadn't finished speaking when Wei Lantian reached out and cut him off. Then he spoke into the phone. I didn't expect your methods to be even more despicable than I imagined. You want to use the people in the hospital as bargaining chips to force me to show myself? Is that it? One Tail, hearing this, chuckled softly. As expected of. Commander Wei, you understood our objective so quickly. Of course, not just you, but also your beloved General, Commander Bai. After all, your whereabouts have been too difficult to track recently, and we haven't had a chance to act against either of you. In desperation, we had no choice but to resort to this. But you can rest assured, as long as you two come out obediently and let us kill you, I guarantee that not a single hair on anyone in the hospital will be harmed. I believe our Commander Wei would never stand by and do nothing, right? Wei Lantian gritted his teeth and said, word by word, One Tail, right? You just wait for me. I swear, I will personally kill you. Hearing this, One Tail chuckled. That would truly be my honor, but you two should hurry out. Otherwise, there are quite a few injured people here at the hospital. You can wait, but they can't. With that, One Tail hung up the phone directly. Wei Lantian took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and immediately stood up, saying to Wang Shuang, Contact by Jiang. Tell him to come to the hospital with me. You can't go. Wang Shuang hadn't spoken, yet when a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after, a figure rushed in, and the two saw that it was Xiang Wenwen. If you go, you'll die? We must formulate a plan. Xiang Wenwen stared intently at Wei Lantian and said, The other side has clearly made ample preparations. You and by Jiang going is no different from seeking death. Wei Lantian ignored him, instead silently taking his coat from a nearby hanger and putting it on. Wei Lantian. Seeing this, Xiang Wenwen roared, You are the commander-in-chief of Donyang City. Can't you stop being so reckless? Do you know how much trouble Donyang City will be in if something happens to you? Wei Lantian glanced at him. Isn't there still you? If I die, you can be the commander-in-chief. Anyway, you've been coveting my position for more than a day or two. My death would just fulfill your wish, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Xiang Wenwen clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to punch him. Wei Lantian gathered his belongings and walked out resolutely, muttering softly as he went. You also know that it's a hospital, where all the injured and medical staff in Donyang City are. I can wait for you to make a plan, but can those injured people wait? Will the enemy wait for you? After Wei Lantian finished speaking, he was about to pass Xiang Wenwen's shoulder and leave the room. Suddenly, Xiang Wenwen reached out a hand and stopped Wei Lantian. Stop! Xiang Wenwen gritted his teeth and said, You stay here. I'll go instead of you. You? Give me a break. Wei Lantian scoffed. Their target is me. What good would you do going? At the same time, he reached out and gently patted Xiang Wenwen's shoulder. I already told you, my rank is higher than yours. It's not your turn to step up. If anything truly unexpected happens to me, Dongyang City, I'll leave it to you." After speaking, Wei Lantian strode out of the room. Wang Shuang glanced at Xiang Wenwen, then quickly followed Wei Lantian's footsteps. Only Xiang Wenwen was left in the room, watching Wei Lantian's retreating back. He violently slammed his fist onto the table. Bang! "Wei Lantian, you bastard!" Xiang Wenwen cursed fiercely under his breath. "If you dare to die, I swear I'll go to your grave and take a dump every year." 669. I only believe in my medical skills. At the same time, inside the operating room at Dongyang City Hospital, "Dr. Hua, what do we do?" The assistant, holding a flashlight with a panicked expression, said anxiously. Something must have happened at the hospital, otherwise the power in the operating room wouldn't have gone out. All these devices are unusable now. The surgery simply cannot continue. At these words, the several people around nodded. In such a dim operating room, it was impossible to perform surgery relying solely on a flashlight. Without instruments, we can't monitor the patient's heart rate or various other vital signs. A male doctor opposite Huamanman, also holding a scalpel, mused. Moreover, we don't know what happened outside or when power will be restored. We are completely in the dark about all of this. The best course of action for the patient right now is to perform a preliminary suture and resume the surgery once power is restored. Hearing this, the other few people nodded in agreement, saying, "Dr. Jiang is right. This approach is the safest." Although Dr. Jiang hasn't been at our hospital for long, he truly lives up to being a top student from the Capital Medical College. In this situation, he can still calmly and quickly come up with a solution. He's amazing. Then let's do as Dr. Jiang says. "Dr. Hua, are we preparing to suture?" Although they all agreed with Dr. Jiang, Dr. Huamanman was the lead surgeon for this operation, so they still needed to ask for her opinion. Huamanman held the scalpel in her hand, her gaze incredibly solemn, as if making a major decision. After a long pause, she slowly spoke, uttering 4 words. "Continue the surgery." "What?" Dr. Jiang heard her and said in disbelief. "Are you crazy? You want to continue the surgery under these circumstances? Do you know how difficult this surgery is right now? Even under normal circumstances, professors at our college aren't confident they can complete this surgery. You want to complete it without instrumental monitoring and in such dim conditions." Dr. Jiang glared at Huamanman and said, "You're committing murder, do you understand?" Seeing the situation between the two, the nurses and assistants nearby were somewhat frightened and at a loss. Huamanman said calmly, "The patient's condition simply cannot withstand a second surgery. Suturing the wound would only delay his death. I told you, if we wait for power to be restored, he still has a glimmer of hope." "What? If the power isn't restored?" Huamanman interrupted Dr. Jiang, her tone flat. "Are we just going to watch him die on the operating table? This is the best way to handle it." Dr. Jiang said, sticking out his neck. "I've seen countless cases in college, and this is the optimal solution I've concluded." "So what? How many people have you saved?" "What?" "I asked you, how many people has your so-called optimal solution saved?" Huamanman looked at him calmly and asked again, "Or to be more specific, how many lives have you saved in all your years of studying medicine, high achiever?" Whether it was due to being intimidated by Huamanman's presence or some other reason, Dr. Jiang was speechless for a moment. Then, Huamanman continued, "I also studied at a medical college. I've seen those cases you mentioned, and I dare say I've seen far more than you, and I've saved far more people than you. I don't believe in optimal solutions, nor do I believe in a monotonous surgical process." Huamanman said word by word. "It's not about questioning them, but when facing a true crisis, the only thing I believe in is my own medical skills. I believe that my medical skills, no matter the circumstances, can save a person's life. It's that simple." After speaking, Huamanman no longer looked at Dr. Jiang, but instead said to the assistant, "Give me the hemostat. Continue the surgery. I will take sole responsibility for all consequences." The assistant looked at Huamanman's outstretched hand, paused for a moment, then quickly took the scalpel from her hand and handed her the hemostat. The others, seeing this, also quickly began to move, illuminating Huamanman with flashlights and doing what they could. Only Dr. Jiang remained rooted to the spot, watching this seemingly insane act. He didn't understand why this woman would perform a surgery that was clearly doomed to fail. After a long while, Dr. Jiang swallowed, slowly took a few steps back, his gaze fixed on Huaman Man. He chose not to participate in this crazy surgery. If the patient died, he would also bear responsibility, which would tarnish his resume. He had only come to Danyang City Hospital for a short period, after which he would return to the capital to report to the First People's Hospital. Dr. Jiang clearly knew that if he participated in this surgery, it would definitely affect him, preventing him from going to his dream hospital in the capital. If something happens to this person, Dr. Jiang stared at Huaman Man and whispered, "It will be as if you killed him." As if to confirm his words, no sooner had Dr. Jiang finished speaking than someone shouted, "The patient's heart has stopped." Oh no! Hearing this, Dr. Zhang's heart immediately sank. Sure enough, an accident had occurred. He couldn't be saved. However, Huaman Man showed no panic, calmly saying, "Inject sodium bicarbonate." Inject. The nurse held the syringe, somewhat at a loss. Dr. Jiang immediately understood that the nurse couldn't find the carotid artery. In this dim environment, coupled with the psychological pressure, no one had the confidence to do it. It was beyond saving. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Huaman Man snatched the syringe and, without hesitation, injected it into the neck. How is that possible? In complete darkness, she can still find the carotid artery and perform an intravenous injection? Dr. Jiang was incredibly shocked at the sight. "CPR quick." At Huaman Man's command, the assistant quickly performed CPR, and after a short while, the nurse's surprised voice came through. "The patient's heartbeat has resumed." What? Dr. Zhang's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. This was a procedure he had never seen or even heard of in college. It was simply chaotic, but it was this chaotic method that pulled the patient back from the brink of death. And the surgery was still ongoing. Dr. Zhang's gaze towards Huaman Man had changed. He really wanted to ask how she did it. That miraculously skillful intravenous injection and this ongoing surgery. Dr. Zhang's heart was in turmoil. 670 Dalong? While Huaman Man was undergoing surgery, in a corner of the hospital, and Mingjia quietly led An Rou into a room. And Mingjia cautiously looked outside. Everyone in the entire hospital has been controlled by the Nine Tails. This is a bit troublesome. An Rou frowned upon hearing this. Then should we blend in with the crowd and look for an opportunity? And Mingjia shook his head, not to mention whether the Nine Tails will recognize us. I suspect that some of the hostages are also from the Nine Tails. The recent increase in hospital patients, coupled with this unexpected raid, clearly shows that the Nine Tails was well prepared. It's highly probable that many of the increased injured and patients are members of the Nine Tails in disguise, just to infiltrate the hospital and coordinate from inside. This was precisely why Mingjia initially sensed something was wrong. Why would the hospital suddenly have so many injured people when no major battle had occurred? It was even more than the injured from the raid on the outpost a week ago. This was very unusual. An Rou called Su Jiang. And Mingjia said, "Something big is about to happen in Danyang City. With such internal chaos right now, the Nine Tails won't possibly not cause us trouble externally." If I'm not mistaken, at the border, all countries should have already received news of the incident in Danyang City. Those people will absolutely not let go of such a good opportunity. They will definitely try every means to cause trouble for Huagua. Su Jiang is at the border, so let him stir up some trouble to prevent those guys from freeing up their hands. And Rou nodded upon hearing this, then asked, "I see. But why don't you call? Why do you insist on me calling?" And Mingjia's face darkened. "That guy doesn't necessarily answer my calls. Who the hell doesn't know by now that a phone is just a decoration to that guy? Besides you, and Rou, who can get through to that guy's phone 100% of the time?" And Rou scratched her head. Is that so? She didn't know about this. Because Su Jiang always answered her calls, and Rou didn't realize that it was indeed harder than ascending to heaven for others to contact Su Jiang. Without hesitation, An Rou decisively took out her phone and dialed Su Jiang's number. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, wife, what's up?" Su Jiang answered instantly, and Mingjia's face darkened, his fists clenched. Although he had expected it, the instant answer still made Mingjia a bit unable to hold back. "Hello, Su Jiang. Are you at the border?" "Yes, wife, you don't know. I can't even eat grilled cold noodles here." I should have brought some self-heating hot pot. I'm eating dry rations every day. Jiang started talking endlessly as soon as he opened his mouth, and An Rou quickly interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. I'm telling you something important. What's important? Well, roughly, something happened here in Donyang City. My brother said those people at the border will take the opportunity to cause trouble. You need to find a way to keep them from freeing up their hands. An Rou looked at Mingjia. Is that what he meant? Simply, find a way to create some commotion for me at the border. The bigger the better. As big as you can make it, understand? Jiang gasped when he heard Mingjia's words. Is the situation that serious? Troublesome enough that even Mingjia is telling me to cause trouble? Really? I can make it as big as I want. Yes, it's fine even if you blow up the border. Holy cow, can you guys handle it? Naturally, someone will help you handle it. Just go for it boldly. And Mingjia said without hesitation. Anyway, if something went wrong, he wasn't the one to clean up the mess. Weren't there Xiang Qingtian and Bai Jiang and those guys? Besides, Jiang couldn't possibly really blow up the border. All right, you wait for me. I promise to create a huge commotion for you guys. After Jiang finished speaking, he didn't forget to tell Mingjia to protect An Rou. And Mingjia ignored him and hung up the phone directly. At this moment, Jiang looked at the disconnected phone, his lips curving into a wild grin. With the two Island Nation teams still tied up in front of him, Jiang looked at them and asked, "Do you guys want to live?" Everyone nodded frantically. Are you kidding? Who the hell doesn't want to live? Jiang pondered for a moment, then asked, Then do you have a way to get me some explosives? Not just a few grenades. I need a large quantity of explosives. Explosives? And a large quantity? What are you going to do? I know there's an American outpost that specifically stores a large amount of explosives. Someone suddenly said weakly. Jiang turned to look at that person. Oh, you can speak Huahua language? A little bit. What's your name? My name is Sato Shinichiro. Dailang. Jiang said with a smile. That's a good name. Are you sure what you just said is true? Sato Shinichiro nodded, chuckling. Actually, many people know about that place, but few dare to go. Why? Naturally, it's because it's heavily guarded by American soldiers, and Makas also often goes there to rest. As soon as Jiang heard Makas, his eyes lit up. Isn't this a coincidence? He just happened to want to find Makas, and he also happened to want to get some explosives. These two things could coincide. No wonder he's the protagonist. It's a pity he doesn't buy lottery tickets with such luck. No, that's not right. Lottery tickets are useless even with luck. That's great. Jiang looked at Sato Shinichiro with a smile. Dailang, do you have a car? Dailang was stunned upon hearing this. His heart instantly filled with an ominous premonition, his lips trembling as he said, I can't drive. No, you can. I really can't. You can learn to. Dailang felt like crying without tears. Is this fox-faced devil relying on him? Jiang patted his shoulder and said, Let's go. Dailang, I'm in a hurry. If you perform well, I can make you my dedicated driver at the border. Dailang's face instantly stiffened when he heard this. The others looked at him with sympathy. Driving for the fox-faced devil. Was that driving a car? That was driving one's life. As for you guys, for Dailang's sake, I'll let you off the hook today. Jiang looked at the others and said, Throw all the useful things into the car for me, and you guys fend for yourselves. Aren't you going to thank Dailang? As soon as these words came out, the others quickly stood up and bowed deeply to Sato Shinichiro. Thank you, Dailang-kun. Their tone was sincere from the bottom of their hearts. However, Dailang's smile was uglier than a cry in the face of their gratitude. However, at this moment, not only Donyang City and the border were in trouble. The capital, far from the border, also faced the threat of the Jiuwei organization at the same time. 671. The Best Father and Son. Kyoto, within Kyoto University. Su Wendong and his group were sitting in a large conference room, discussing something. Click. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and the person who entered looked anxiously at Su Wendong. Boss, this is bad. The man panted. Various families in Kyoto have suddenly taken action, as if by prior arrangement, and are rushing towards Kyoto University. At these words, everyone in the room instantly frowned. Indeed, those guys still haven't given up. Zheng Yi's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, I said it back then. If we don't completely clean house, The roots of Kyoto will never be good. Su Wendong kneaded his temples with a worried expression. If it were just them, they wouldn't have the guts. Someone must be instigating them from behind. It should be that organization called Nine Tails. I just don't know how much combat power they've hidden in Kyoto during this time, but it must be a lot. Otherwise, with our main forces all guarding Kyoto University, they wouldn't dare to rush over without full confidence. Right now, we have no retreat. It will likely be a fight to the death. At these words, Song Wenshi, the vice president of Kyoto University, who was sitting nearby, had a twitching expression. Gentlemen, fighting in the school isn't very appropriate, is it? He looked at them, his face showing difficulty. Although we've already transferred the students in advance, if we can negotiate with the other side, it might not be impossible. Negotiate. Hearing these two words, Su Wendong and the others all laughed. Zhu Qi glared at Song Wenshi with a cold face and said, "They've already come to your doorstep, and you're still thinking of negotiating with them? Negotiation is based on both sides being human. In my opinion, those family scions are rotten to the core. They have nothing in their eyes but power and desire. What good outcome could you possibly have negotiating with such people?" Song Wenshi felt a bit wronged by Zhu Qi's retort. "I'm just thinking about the school." Su Wendong took a deep breath, stood up, and said, "Anyway, let's prepare for battle first. We've called in quite a few people during this time. Let's see if they can make it." The Nine Tails organization's target is clearly Yanhua. Currently, Yanhua is in the laboratory at Kyoto University, and his research has reached its most crucial part. We absolutely cannot hand him over. And the purpose of those families is to take this opportunity to crush my and old Jiang's forces and regain control of Kyoto. Now that these two factions have joined forces, their preparations must be beyond imagination. We can only do our best. Su Wendong looked at Zhang Yi and said playfully, "Old Zhang, are you scared?" "Scared?" Zhang Yi chuckled softly. "Rather, I'm very excited right now. To be able to eliminate all those parasites at once, this is what I've always dreamed of, and it's also the goal of my supervision bureau." Su Wendong nodded, then looked at Zhu Qi. "President Zhu, please take the non-combat personnel from the school with Vice President Song and hide near Yanhua. That's the defensive base we prepared in advance. You'll be safest there. Of course, if we die, then you'll be on your own. We've done our best, after all." Facing Su Wendong's words, Zhu Qi didn't say much, just nodded slightly, then pulled Song Wenshi and walked out the door. After they left, Su Wendong took out his phone and found that there wasn't a single message, his face instantly darkening. Damn it, not one of them replied to my messages. Are they even going to help? Or not? Old Zhang, did you manage to get anyone? Zhang Yi took out his phone, looked at it, and shook his head. No one replied to my messages either. Hearing this, Su Wendong's mentality somewhat collapsed. Damn, so it's really just the two of us? Just you and I, to defend Kyoto? What kind of international joke is this? Are those people crazy? Although he spoke with bravado just now, Su Wendong was genuinely a little panicked now. He hesitated. Or should I call my son over? With him here, it should be fine. Zhang Yi silently glanced at him, then said, "Why don't you try making a call?" Su Wendong, following his suggestion, called Su Jiang. It rang for a long time, but no one answered. Su Wendong silently put down his phone and looked at Zhang Yi, saying, "Old Zhang, is there any place in Kyoto University with particularly bad feng shui? Do me a favor. If I die, bury me where the feng shui is worst. Preferably a place that can affect future generations, like getting hit by a car when going out, or finding a fly in grilled cold noodles." Zhang Yi's mouth twitched upon hearing this. "You? It's not that serious, is it? He's still your son, after all." "Humph. From the moment he didn't answer my call, he stopped being my son," Su Wendong said resolutely. "In this life, I, Su Wendong, do not have such a son." Ding-a-ling-ling. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang suddenly. Su Wendong looked and saw that it was Su Jiang calling him back. "Su." Wendong immediately picked up, his expression instantly changing. "Hello, my precious son. Where are you now? Come save your dad." Zhang Yi gave Su Wendong a look of disdain and raised his middle finger, but Su Wendong ignored him. "Hello? Hello? Dad, it's windy here. Speak louder." I can't hear you. Su Jiang really wasn't lying to Su Wendong. He was currently in the off-road vehicle driven by Dalong, which was speeding at its maximum, and the wind whistling past his ears was incredibly strong. I said, hurry up and come to Kyoto to save me. I'm about to be killed. What? You killed someone in Kyoto? It's not me. They're going to kill me. What? They're going to die. Su Wendong heard these nonsensical words and thought Su Jiang didn't want to save him. So he cursed with a darkened face. You heartless brat. I'm telling you serious things, and you're messing with me. Fine, you wait. After I die, I must find a place with bad feng shui to be buried, and curse you, you ungrateful son of a bitch. With that, Su Wendong hung up the phone in anger. Su Jiang looked bewildered at the disconnected call in his hand and muttered, What's that old man going crazy about again? What's with all this talk of being buried or not? Never mind, serious matters come first. This concerns the safety of Danyang City, so even if he has something huge going on, it'll have to wait. Su Jiang's expression was resolute, even carrying a rare sense of righteousness for a villain's face. And the excitement of going to cause trouble. Dad, it's not that I don't care about you. This concerns the safety of Huagua. Protect the greater family first, then the smaller one. If Zheng Yi knew about Su Jiang's situation, he would probably sigh to the heavens. I've lived long enough to see everything. They were truly a unique father and son, rarely seen in the world. 672. Identity exposed. In Danyang City, on a certain high platform, two figures wearing cloaks and fox-faced masks were observing the hospital with binoculars. Five Tails, do you think Wei Lantian and Bai Jiang will show up? Five Tails heard this, put down his binoculars, and looked at Three Tails, who was Wu Yinsi, beside him. What? Are you worried they won't show up? Five Tails smiled and said, Actually, personally, I don't want them to appear. After all, our mission is to kill Wei Lantian and Bai Jiang. Taking on such a tricky mission, to be honest, I'm under immense pressure and it feels incredibly troublesome. I really hope they don't show up, that way we won't have to take such a big risk to act, right? Wu Yinsi's pupils slightly constricted when he heard this. Can I interpret that as you wanting to defy the leader's orders? Of course not. Five Tails heard this and said with a playful smile, Three Tails, you can't slander me like that. I have always been loyal to the leader. Really? Wu Yinsi mocked. Then why did you kill the new Three Tails and impersonate him until you gave me the mask? TSK, I find you ungrateful. Five Tails smiled and said, Because I was not satisfied with the new Three Tails, I thought he wasn't as capable as you. Wu Yinsi didn't believe this explanation at all. In his opinion, Five Tails was extremely dangerous, because no one knew what this person's true purpose was. Everything he did was unfathomable. Wu Yinsi admitted that he had underestimated this Five Tails before. Perhaps he was the deepest hidden among all the tails. All right, let's stop the small talk and get down to business. Five Tails said indifferently. To kill Wei Lantian and Bai Jiang, just the two of us aren't enough. Where's your brother? Wu Yinsi's pupils suddenly trembled, and he said in a low voice, He returned to the island country. Five Tails turned his head, his eyes beneath the mask staring intently at him. After a long while, he said, Is that so? Since you say so, then I'll assume Mist Hidden Thousand Cranes returned to the island country. It's no big deal. I also have some experts under me. It's the same if they act. With that, Five Tails shouted from behind a door not far away, Lu Yanqiu, are you ready? Hurry up, Lu Yanqiu. Hearing this name, Wu Yinsi's heart trembled fiercely. He looked in the direction of Five Tails' gaze, only to see a familiar figure walking towards him, holding a sniper rifle. It really was that guy? Wu Yinsi was shocked. He didn't understand why Lu Yanqiu had become Five Tails' subordinate. Five Tails noticed Wu Yinsi's abnormality and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? Do you know this subordinate of mine? Wu Yinsi immediately realized that his reaction had attracted Five Tails' attention. So he quickly coughed, cough, cough. No, it's just that my old wound has flared up again. It's nothing serious. Is that so? Five Tails gave him a meaningful look. Then hurry and rest. It looks like it's going to rain soon, and your injury hasn't healed, so don't let it get worse. All right, then I'll trouble you. After Wu Yinsi finished speaking, he prepared to rest on the steps not far away. His steps were slow, and he just brushed past Lu Yu. Lu Yu frowned slightly and looked back at Three Tails. Strange. Why does this person give me a familiar feeling? Lu Yu frowned, muttering to himself. But Lu Yu didn't show it, instead pretending everything was normal as he walked towards Five Tails. Five Tails saw Lu Yangqiu and laughed, patting his shoulder. Yangqiu, I'm entrusting you with such an important mission this time. You absolutely cannot let me down. I'm telling you, after this job, I guarantee you'll rise straight to the top and soar to great heights. Five Tails gave Lu Yangqiu a thumbs up. I've heard from my subordinates that your sniping skills are the best. I really didn't misjudge you back then. Lu Yu's expression was calm, and he looked at Five Tails, asking softly, Who is the target? Five Tails grinned, slowly uttering a few words. China's Commander-in-Chief, Wei Lantian. Lu Yu's heart trembled violently when he heard this name. Playing such a big game, he looked at Five Tails and said, How do we retreat? No need to retreat. Five Tails chuckled. The death of Wei Lantian marks the beginning of Danyang City's fall. At that time, the entire Danyang City will be taken over by our Jiuwei organization. Will there still be a need to retreat? The more Lu Yu listened, the more shocked he became. He hadn't expected Jiuwei to launch such an offensive as soon as it made a move. Could Xiang Qingtian and the others defend against it? What should he do? Does Jiuwei have any other arrangements? Even though countless questions filled his heart at this moment, Lu Yu's expression remained as usual as he asked, Such an important mission, entrusted to me alone? Of course, Five Tails said matter-of-factly. For such an important mission, besides you, who else can I trust? Lu Yu completely ignored this guy's nonsense. Trying to get anything out of Five Tails was harder than ascending to heaven. So, he bothered to ask no further, only waiting at the sniper point as instructed by Five Tails. Once Wei Lantian appeared in his line of sight, he was to shoot immediately, killing him with one shot. However, when Lu Yu arrived at the so-called sniper point, he cursed under his breath. Who the hell found this sniper point? Are they crazy? Lu Yu could tell at a glance that this was indeed an excellent sniping position. But, precisely because of this, wouldn't Wei Lantian's people think of it? Even an idiot would know this was the best sniper point. Would the military not pay attention to it? Lu Yu looked at Five Tails, his tone low. You're joking, asking me to snipe from here, right? Five Tails said with a grin. What? Is there a problem? In this position, I'm afraid I'll be noticed by the military if I stay here for a few more minutes, right? How could that be? I think it's quite concealed here. Lu Yu gritted his teeth, saying each word clearly. If you want to use me as bait, just say so, don't beat around the bush. We are just acting as a distraction. The real perpetrators are someone else, right? Although I am your subordinate, isn't it a bit excessive to sell me out like this? Five Tails heard this, but didn't show any surprise. It seemed everything was within his expectations. He slowly stepped forward, walked in front of Lu Yu, and leaned slightly forward. How can this be called selling out? That sounds too harsh. You've been with me for so long. Isn't it normal for you to make a small sacrifice for me? You agree, don't you, Mr. Undercover? Lu Yu's pupils suddenly trembled, and he turned his head to look at Five Tails in disbelief. When was his identity exposed? 673. Reciprocity. What do you mean? Lu Yu's cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he looked at Five Tails with terror. How do you know? Don't be so shocked. Manage your expression, Five Tails said softly. It wouldn't be good if Three Tails noticed something was off. Hearing this, Lu Yu casually glanced at Three Tails in the distance. Sure enough, his gaze was fixed on them. To be honest, the first time I saw you, I was surprised. Five Tails looked him up and down with a hint of astonishment. I remember. You should have died long ago. I shouldn't be mistaken, Lu Yangqiu. Oh no, I remember your original name should be Lu Yu, right? Lu Yu's pupils suddenly contracted at these words. It turned out that from the very beginning, he had already been exposed. This fellow, Five Tails, had been playing a part with him the entire time. Since that was the case, he no longer needed to pretend. Here, get rid of these two. The moment this thought crossed Lu Yu's mind, he heard Five Tails speak. I advise you to suppress that thought. I know. If you really wanted to act, killing the two of us would be easy. After all, you were once China's special ace. To eliminate you, I remember the organization paid a considerable price, and I didn't expect you to still be alive. But I promise you, if you dare to make a move, the woman hiding in that wooden house will die immediately. What was her name again? I think it was Ning Shueqiu, right? Hearing this, Lu Yu clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Five Tails. You dare to touch her? Yes, I dare to touch her. Five Tails chuckled softly. We used her to deal with you back. Then, didn't we? Lu Yu, to fall for the same trick twice. You really disappoint me. Lu Yu's body trembled uncontrollably. He desperately restrained his fingers, fearing he can't help it pull the trigger and shoot the fellow in front of him. At this moment, Lu Yu also understood that this fellow in front of him was definitely not just a simple tale of the nine tails. Who exactly are you? Lu Yu gritted his teeth and asked, to know about the events of that year, to recognize me at a glance, and to set up such a scheme. Who exactly are you? Good question. Five Tails lightly clapped his hands, then smiled. Guess, why do I wear a mask? If I were willing to reveal my identity, would I wear a mask every day? I thought you would ask something more meaningful. How boring. Immediately after, Five Tails added, all in all, just lie here obediently and be our bait. The show has only just begun. After speaking, Five Tails waved his hand, turned, and walked towards Three Tails, no longer paying attention to Lu Yu. Lu Yu watched his retreating figure, gritting his teeth tightly. It was then that he realized how troublesome things had become. His original plan was to infiltrate the Jiang organization and work with Xiang Qingtian to dismantle them from the inside out. Now, not only had he failed to find an opportunity, but he had also been caught by his weakness and become bait. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yu suppressed the anger in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. Don't panic, don't be angry. If I don't calm down, it will be just like that year. Lu Yu took several deep breaths, then slowly lay down and set up his sniper rifle. Old Xiang, I can trust you, right? Lu Yu murmured internally. You weren't there back then. That's why they were able to push me to that point. I've always believed one thing, and that is if you had been by my side back then, these bastards would definitely not have gotten away with it. Damn Five Tails, just you wait. No matter who the hell you are, all my brothers are in Donyang City now. Mess with me, you've picked the wrong day. Meanwhile, at the border, Big Brother, the U.S. Arms Depot, is just ahead. DeLang, while driving, asked with trembling lips, should we stop first and find a hidden place to plan? However, when he turned his head to look at Su Jiang, his eyes widened in astonishment. Su Jiang had, at some unknown point, put on a backpack and was standing on the seat. Their off-road vehicle had no roof, and Su Jiang, feeling the strong wind blowing against him, slowly pulled out the fox-faced mask from his pocket and put it on. Beneath the mask, his eyes glowed with specks of golden light, a sign of his cheat. His moment of fame and glory was today. DeLang was dumbfounded. He now felt that Su Jiang's current appearance was truly that of the fox-faced devil, the great killer who had made a name for himself at the border in just 1 week. At the same time, Su